Chapter 311. They came with great force, and from a very tricky angle. Wei Huan did not notice them at the first moment of their attack, until they hit the protective shield of the point beast. The first few were hit, and bounced back. The rest stopped in a hurry, looking at the invisible air wall in front of them with doubt. Wei Huan felt the movement, and looked down with the point beast, and saw the group of snakes coming out of the ground. Wei Huan has always disliked snakes. There is nothing about this kind of life that meets the aesthetic point of human beings. Mu Zhong did not like it either. When he found Wei Huan's unusual movement and looked down, he suddenly realized, I said there are dragons. Why don't I see snakes? Sure enough, there are, and they are lurking here. The two people's indifferent attitudes seemed to have nothing to do with the sneak attack happening in front of them, and they even had time to chat for a few words. Naturally, this key sneak attack that seemed to be planned and calculated, and turned the tide against the wind, was destined to fail. These snake demons were first stopped by the point beast's protective shield, which had already alarmed Wei Huan and the army of undead. The two-headed hidden demons went out to fight the newcomers. Even facing this sneak attack team with a heavy responsibility and definitely stronger strength, the two-headed hidden demons were somewhat at a disadvantage in terms of individual strength, but after all, they had the advantage in numbers, with an average of 3 besieging 1. For a while, these snake demons could no longer move forward. The snake demons were strong in flesh, and often swept their tails, and the two-headed hidden demons that were not in a hurry to dodge would be rotten and broken, but the poison attack that snakes are most proud of is useless against the undead. In the end, they could only be forced to fight barehanded with the undead, entangled, pounced and bit. Some two-headed hidden demons were entangled, and when they were seen again, they had become mincemeat. The two-headed hidden demon died, and returned to the tomb to line up and wait for the appearance. Wei Huan specially vacated a fast track of half a portal for them, and they returned to the battlefield in a blink of an eye. Not only did the two-headed hidden demons not decrease after killing for a long time, but some snake demons that were injured found that they did not know when they were injured, and the wounds were swollen and painful. A closer look showed that these zombie-like undeads were all carrying the poison of decay. When they were infected with the wounds, they quickly infected the muscles, and the wounds expanded rapidly. Some snake demons were in great pain and turned their heads to bite their wounds, biting off the rotten meat. There were also snake demons with high levels and strong strength. The muscles squirmed and forced the poison out, and it no longer spread deeper. But in this way, it was difficult for them to attack the two-headed hidden demons. And killing so many of them was not as fast as their resurrection speed. The leader of the sneak attack team was the Black Dragon. Looking up at the strange-shaped chariot above his head, he knew very well that the real Demon King was there. As long as he is killed, this undead disaster will be resolved. It no longer cares about the two-headed hidden demon and rushes towards the chariot. Behind it, all the snake demons also gave up the entanglement with the two-headed hidden demon and used their greatest damage to attack the point beast's protective shield. Boom! Boom! The protective shield was shaken by the attack, and the weak points first spread outward like ripples, as if it would explode at any time. But after all, it is a pseudo-god level method, and it is not so easy to break it. This side blocked the first wave of attacks, and Wei Huan's counterattack also arrived. 5 chariots took off at the same time, and the arrow towers on the vehicles launched attacks. This is a level 6 chariot. The arrow towers of 2 other chariots have reached level 7, which should not be underestimated. When the attack fell, the snake demons did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly dodged, but some snake demons were hit by the attack. The 2 snake demons did not even struggle, and were split in half and died on the spot. The terrible attack frightened the sneak attack team. All the snake demons froze, and then retreated a mile, and dared not approach again. Wei Huan looked at the snake demons that stopped after running away, did not dare to attack, and were unwilling to leave. He ignored them, shifted his attention, and looked at the main battlefield again. On the main battlefield, even if the Monster King took action, reorganized the fleeing monsters, and started fighting again, the overall situation of being defeated by the undead army was obvious. Even a few level 7 monsters were targeted by Wei Huan and suppressed, and they had no time to rescue others. This is also the reason why Wei Huan did not send any additional troops to them even when the snake demons attacked. The main battlefield ahead must maintain its advantage, and press forward unswervingly. Only by killing more monsters at the fastest speed can we ensure that we will not be dragged into a war of attrition. After all, Wei Huan is fighting against a world alone. He is sure that he can win on one battlefield, but the world is so big that if there are a steady stream of monsters coming to join the battle, he will definitely not be able to outlast it. Once the opponent finds his bottom line, it will be even more difficult to easily conquer the world. The IQ of monsters is not low. They can draw inferences from one example and find out the truth. In the years of fighting against the Dark Beast Lords, the deepest understanding of humans is that they cannot underestimate any race. The Monster King used his magical powers to set fire to the battlefield everywhere. The Wolf Legion that wanted to attack from both wings was discovered and stopped. The high-level monster hidden underground finally managed to escape. The red-faced hugger crawled out from underground angrily, obviously very angry that he had not achieved any credit. The line of the Queen of the Underground Beasts has become smarter and more emotional from generation to generation. In the eyes of Wei Huan, the red-faced hugger is just like a spoiled and proud little girl, like a savage little princess. The dog and the grandsons joined forces, cooperated with the explosion of the face hugger, and barely stopped the bull monster. It is a big guy with thick skin and flesh. Even if it is covered in blood, it still has good combat effectiveness. No one can do anything to anyone in a short time. However, it is not known whether it was the discovery of the bull monster or the discovery of the Monster King that the focus of the attack of the undead army was not the monsters in the underground, not the bull monster, and probably not other monsters, but the nine-tailed fox. In short, in this period of time, the nine-tailed fox has been surrounded by 7 or 8 two-headed hidden demons and fell into a bitter battle. If the nine-tailed fox was not too small, and there were only these around it that could attack it, Wei Huan would have wanted to send all the undead forward. In fact, although there were only a few two-headed hidden demons in front of the nine-tailed fox, there were still tens of thousands of undead surrounding it, and there were also Hammer Brother and Bigfoot, who were sometimes far away and sometimes close, waiting for an opportunity to move. This also made the undead gather into a ball in this part of the battlefield, which looked extremely terrifying. The nine-tailed fox's fox fire was fierce, and it should not be underestimated. A level 6 two-headed hidden demon would often melt into ashes in less than a minute when burned by the purple fox fire. Moreover, the fox fire was difficult to extinguish. Just a drop of it would burn for a long time until the whole body was swallowed up, which was extremely terrifying. More than 800 two-headed hidden demons have been killed in the siege of the nine-tailed fox, all of which died miserably and turned into ashes. Reviving the two-headed hidden demons has become the biggest consumption of Wei Huan's dark power at present. But under the premise that Wei Huan is not afraid of sacrifice, there are only more and more undead spirits surrounding the nine-tailed fox. Even if he is on fire, it is not a loss if he can scratch the nine-tailed fox before dying. The nine-tailed fox, which was half dead, had its white fur turned bloody, and its remaining breath was about to end. Ha ha ha, the nine-tailed fox screamed, like a woman laughing, and the sound was heard from a long distance. This was its call for help. The snail tentacles of the Monster King swung quickly. It was obvious that there had been no movement for a long time. The monster hiding underground appeared again, and attacked the two-headed hidden demons around the nine-tailed fox. The bull demon broke one of its horns, and rushed to the nine-tailed fox. However, the more critical the moment, the calmer Wei Huan was. I saw the little dog head squatting on the shoulder of the two-headed hidden demon walking beside the nine-tailed fox. It opened its mouth and spit out a red figure. The only bright color in Wei Huan's army of undead was the red-faced hugger of this great-grandson. Since this great-grandson was a face hugger, it naturally had the self-destruction ability of other face huggers, and it was the most powerful. This great-grandson even looked worried that his explosion was not powerful enough. While rushing towards the nine-tailed fox, many hellfire bombs overflowed from its hideous abdominal cavity. This nine-tailed fox must die today. Human! Suddenly, a language sounded in Wei Huan's mind. This language is not the language of the human race, but because it directly affects his mind, Wei Huan knows its meaning very well. Wei Huan locked his eyes on the Demon Beast King almost in the next second, and looked into the huge and dark eyes. In fact, he remembered that he had seen it before. It spoke at this time, perhaps with hatred, or it wanted to ask him to spare the fox. It was useless to say anything. He wanted the soul of this nine-tailed fox. The actions of the grandchildren rushing towards the nine-tailed fox were neat and swift, and even faster. Before they could get close, it exploded with a bang, and with the power of the nether fire bomb, a loud boom directly blew up the white light in front of his eyes, and he could not see anything. The white light lasted for a long time, and the earth shook. It was as if the world was blown up by the terrible power. The air seemed to be swallowed up. All the undead and monsters in the explosion range were instantly vaporized. Then a heat wave surged out, and the monsters and undead were blown away one after another. The whole battle was stagnant and stopped. The tentacles of the Monster King stopped shaking, and he stared at the explosion. When the white light dissipated and the smoke fell, a huge deep pit appeared in front of him. The area of the explosion was more than 1,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of a small country on Blue Star. The depth was even deeper and deeper. Naturally, the nine-tailed fox at the center of the explosion would definitely not survive. And not only did it not survive, the monster hidden underground that was forcibly ordered by the Monster King to rescue should also die. Only the bull demon was entangled by two underground beasts, and the speed of rushing to help was a little slower, and it did not enter the explosion range. At this moment, it looked at the huge pit in front of it, and its eyes suddenly became clear. Their faces became simple and honest. Human! The voice sounded in his mind again. Wei Huan was unmoved. Even though he was shocked, he didn't want to think too much. Instead, he opened his hands, and tried to capture the soul of the nine-tailed fox from a distance. It seemed that he couldn't capture it from a distance. Move forward a little more, Wei Huan ordered. His face didn't show that the voice of the Monster King was still resounding in his mind. Wei Huan's silence and his continued push forward obviously touched the last bottom line of the Monster King. It roared in Wei Huan's mind, human. Damn it! Then, its body grew again, like a giant from outer space. Its height was difficult to estimate, and then its two hands fell to the ground, and it quickly crawled forward, passing through the entire battlefield, and was actually going to attack the chariot and Wei Huan directly. Such a terrible size, and its alien and somewhat disgusting movements seemed to carry infinite horror. Mu Zhong couldn't help but lean back a little. It was too big. He was not even as thick as a hair of the snail monster. Its eyes were like a continent, and its open mouth seemed to be able to eat the stars. Of course, its soft fleshy body was stretched, which was too disgusting, and it exuded a sense of restraint. Wei Huan's face did not change at all. It was just a little bit of size. What was it? With a thought, the beast began to grow bigger and bigger, and continued to grow bigger. In a few breaths, it was as big as the monster. The chariot had passed through the clouds of the planet, and came to the outside of the planet, and saw the vast universe outside. In the distance, colorful nebulae flowed, stars flickered constantly, and the boundless dark universe had indescribable magnificence and mystery. Wei Huan looked at the demon beast king whose tentacles were at the same height. Then, under his command, the dark beast kings finally jumped out, absorbing the power of the undead, began to grow, and transformed into Dharma images with a height of 1 kilometer. Under Wei Huan's command, all these Dharma images turned into two-headed hidden demons, pounced on the demon beast king's stretched flesh without a hard shell, and scratched and bit it madly. Ah! The demon beast king let out a miserable cry, and his face, which was half sticking out of the planet, was full of disbelief. With such a huge body, the attacks of ordinary-sized demon beasts on him were just like tickling, and even if they were allowed to attack, it would be difficult to break through the defense. It never dreamed that Wei Huan had this trick up his sleeve besides the huge number of undead. Not only did he have giant undead that were as big as it, but he also had a group of undead Dharma images that could grow up to 1,000 meters tall, which would already cause great damage to it. How could they be so strong? Human! Damn human! Damn! Damn! The demon beast king roared, unable to hold back, and retracted his body. Wei Huan would naturally not let the Dharma images of the dark beast king pursue him relentlessly, and leave huge damage on his body. But he failed to stop it, and it shrank back to the other side of the battlefield. A total of 50 Dharma images of the dark beast king arrived at the battlefield, looking down from 1,000 meters high at these demon beasts that were still resisting. I don't know if it was because the Dharma images of these dark beast kings were too intimidating, or if the monster king forgot to control the monsters while fleeing, but after these monsters regained consciousness, the first thing they did was to run away in panic. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single living monster left in the center of the battlefield. The demon beast king retracted his stretched body and wanted to grow bigger, but when he saw the dark beast kings coming straight at him, and the powerful undeads, who were also pressing forward, the demon beast king's movement froze and began to slowly retreat. At this moment, Wei Huan appeared on the battlefield. He stepped on the shoulder of a dark beast king's Dharma image, stared at the cowardly demon beast king, watched it retreat to the broken mountain, and finally said in his mind, Are you also challengers? The reason why he asked this question, and even the word you, was naturally because Wei Huan remembered something when he saw this demon beast king. I still remember that when I first killed the diamond-level liar in the 5th level world, the memory of its explosion invaded the brains of everyone present. Wei Huan was the strongest at that time, with the largest brain area, and got the most information. Among them was the fear deeply rooted in the minds of the liar's descendants. There were a total of 9 huge and terrifying existences that seemed to exceed the world. In the middle, there was this guy. He would never forget it. He knew from the beginning that at the end of the challenge was not ascension, it must be raising poison. In the competition of civilizations, there are losers and winners, and the winners may eventually have a battle at the end of the challenge world. But at that time, he looked at the other extremely powerful challengers, and he and Mu Zhong started a discussion on whether individual civilization is stronger or colony civilization is stronger. The monster that left a deep impression on them, and even frightened them now appeared in front of them, and was beaten up by him easily. Well, in fact, whether it is an individual civilization or a swarm civilization, there is no difference between strong and weak. It only depends on one's own strength. How much do you gain and absorb on the road of evolution? What do you achieve in the end? Wei Huan dare not say that his evolutionary route is correct, but he did not miss any improvement, and he plundered resources without reservation. He looked extremely greedy and cruel, and was a living devil to this world of monsters. But if he had good intentions and always dragged his feet in doing things, then if it was him who fell here today, would he regret his past kindness? Wei Huan did not regret it. He wanted to become stronger, he didn't want to be defeated, he didn't want to see the mountains and rivers destroyed, and the human race fall again, so he had to be extremely cold and absorb the blood of other tribes to strengthen himself. Wei Huan saw that there was no response in his mind. He firmly believed that the demon beast king could not leave. So he spoke again. Aren't there 9 of you? You are the only one left here? Are you abandoned? Or do you regard this place as a colony? It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk. I just tell you that I want this world. Human. I don't know which words stimulated this demon beast king, and Wei Huan's mind finally sounded a harsh roar again. A mere small world. What is it to my Tianyao clan? You humans are just gasping like dogs on the battlefield of all races, and you have long been powerless. I will wait for you on the battlefield of all races, waiting for the day when I will crush you to death with one hand. As the last sound sounded, the body of the demon beast king gradually faded, and finally became transparent and disappeared on the spot. Don't stay? Mu Zhong's voice rang in his ears. Wei Huan looked ahead and said, I can't stay. Wei Huan was looking at the broken mountain, on which there was a huge and towering irregular nest. The shrunken body of the demon beast king instantly returned to the nest. Then he blinked, and the green flame in his left eye jumped. With the help of the eyes of the legendary hero-level magic eye lord, he saw the depths of the nest. A boundary gate stood there. When he saw this familiar boundary gate, Wei Huan's eyebrows jumped. Boundary gate? Why is there a boundary gate? Didn't he leave the challenge world? But soon, he realized that this place did not belong to the challenge world. The demon beast king just said that this was a small world and expressed the difference between this place and the challenge world. Then, Wei Huan saw the demon beast king pass through the boundary gate. Before leaving, it seemed to know that Wei Huan was looking at him, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and it raised its hand and waved. As its figure disappeared, cracks appeared in the boundary gate and began to collapse rapidly. Oops, Wei Huan said, and the undead swarmed away at his command. This is a boundary gate, maybe it leads directly to the 9th level world, the door to the truth. Wei Huan knew that the 9th level world was terrible, but now that this gate was standing here, even if the gods came, they could not treat it calmly. He was just a human being, and he also wanted to know everything urgently, and wanted to ask why all living things and human beings were treated like this. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan's breathing was a little rapid. Mu Zhong on the other end of the communication immediately responded, I'm here. Notify Do Lin, and let De Jiao bring a few people to the dog-headed man, and teleport here in 3 minutes. Okay. Mu Zhong didn't ask why. He couldn't hear what the demon beast king said to Wei Huan, nor did he know that the gate in the nest was about to collapse. He just cooperated with Wei Huan unconditionally. After Wei Huan ordered the undead army to rush in, he took most of the Dark Beast royal family, leaving only the Dark Beast royal family under his feet, and the 5 Dark Beast royal families around him to protect him, and also rushed towards the Broken Mountain. The battlefield started near the Broken Mountain, and the war had spread widely. Many of the various demon beast tribes that were originally surrounding the Broken Mountain fled. This time, the escape was to the extent that even the small demon beasts were gone. Wei Huan had a smooth journey, and soon arrived in front of the nest. Bigfoot had already brought 3 gamblers and Do Lin, and teleported here 1 step ahead through the puppy head. Wei Huan kept moving, and just said to everyone passing by, follow me. Then he continued to rush into the nest. The nest is not small. Although it is a monster nest that does not conform to human aesthetics, the interior is very neat and even beautiful. Round, large and small warehouses are neatly arranged and stacked one by one, like a honeycomb, which can cure obsessive-compulsive disorder. The color of the interior is silver, spotlessly clean, and the air is fresh with a hint of sweetness. However, Wei Huan still told the people behind him to hold their breath and not to inhale the air here before finding out the material composition here. Then, he passed through many passages familiarly, and finally came to one of the empty halls. This hall is about the size of a basketball court, with the same round dome, and looks no different from other rooms. But here, there was originally a boundary door, but now there is no boundary door left. Wei Huan turned back and looked at the 5 people without saying a word, waiting for them to speak. Dolan spoke first. There is a space force here. Bigfoot continued, yes, the space force connects to another plane. This should be a space channel. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, the space channel is actually quite stable. Dolan said, it is a boundary gate. Was there a boundary gate here before? Bigfoot said, I can go through it. Dolan said, I can too. Bigfoot immediately asked, how about I take someone to take a look? Aye. Dolan wanted to say that he could go too, but he was afraid and almost bit his tongue. Chapter 312. Wei Huan listened to the 2 people's words and didn't speak. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and finally suppressed his desire to take risks. No, he must not be impulsive. The situation on the other side is unclear, and the enemy is strong. It is a fact that he is rushing to chase them. It is definitely not a good thing. Besides, changing his mind, it is not a bad thing for him to contact these advanced races now. Not only did he get first-hand information, but he also got enough time to grow. If he doesn't consider the significance of the evolution of the human race, if he stays in the challenge world for a few hundred years, until the entire human race is extremely powerful, and then advances into the 9th level world together, wouldn't the chance of winning be greater? Although there is no real example to prove that the higher the level of cultivation, the longer the lifespan. But looking at those who challenge the world the earliest, they look like they are frozen in time, and you know that in this evolution, the human race is changing from short-lived to long-lived. It should be no problem to spend a few hundred years. Wei Huan's heart was completely calm. He closed his eyes and opened them again, saying, destroy this passage, completely, without leaving any trace. Yes, he couldn't go through it. Not only could he not go through it, but he also had to destroy this passage, so that the Demon Beast King could never come back. From today on, this world is the cave paradise of the human race. Wei Huan collected the soul of the 9-tailed fox, and let the legendary hero-level demon Lord devour it, and naturally obtained his 3rd pseudogod level undead. In addition, when he killed the 9-tailed fox, he also killed the demon beast underground at the same time. After catching the demon beast, Wei Huan was not surprised to see the appearance of its soul. It was indeed the shadow dragon hidden underground that I met in the Bird Ghost Valley when I first came to this world. This dragon has the ability to burrow into the earth, and I just needed an undead soldier with the ability to burrow into the earth. After checking it out, I finally gave it to the point beast, which gave the face huggers the ability to move freely in the mud. It's a pity that the point beast is already a pseudo-god level, and even if it eats this big monster, it doesn't have a very obvious advancement. The way the point beast upgrades is very special. It can only become stronger by expanding its own tribe. The improvement of its strength is not so much a kind of evolution of itself, but rather the strength of the tribe that brings it advancement in its position. Let's take the simplest example. When it has 40 tribes that regard it as the queen, it is the class queen. When it has a city with more than 1 million tribes, it is the city queen. Until it has tens of billions of tribes, it will become the planet queen. The pseudo-god level has already embarked on the road to becoming the queen of half a planet, but the point beast army is still far behind, so it is useless to feed it with more natural materials and treasures now. It cannot be upgraded due to basic conditions. However, Wei Huan was not disappointed, or he guessed it would be like this at the beginning. So when the point beast mastered the earth escape law of the shadow dragon through eating according to his requirements, it had completely met his requirements. After absorbing the souls of the 2 big monsters, Wei Huan did not stop his conquest. He chased the bull monster all the way to kill it, and fed it to the big bear. Therefore, he had the 4 pseudo-god level super meat shield. The last words of the monster king of the demon clan, before leaving that day, made Wei Huan's sense of crisis rise to the top again. What is the battlefield of all races? What is the heavenly demon race, and the human race lingering on that battlefield? Although I don't know where these human races are, I think that in this vast universe and endless plains, there must be more than just the human race. And these human races were chosen to challenge civilizations, and participated in this cruel challenge. And it seems that they lost miserably, and are completely unreliable. Even if Wei Huan didn't think about relying on other races, this feeling is still very bad. Without a backer, the road ahead is long, and you can only fight hard. So after killing the bull demon, Wei Huan returned to the plain battlefield with corpses everywhere. He stayed here for a full 10 days, and detained countless demon beast souls that died on this battlefield. Except for the extremely special ones, all the others were scattered in the tomb. After the last demon beast soul was blown up, Wei Huan had obtained 5 enhanced tombs. Especially in the newborn tomb, the power of the netherworld was so strong that Wei Huan felt like he had an epiphany when he fell into the depths of the netherworld, and saw the netherworld source sleeping like a giant in the universe. This ray of true source made the newborn tomb undergo a qualitative change. Not only did it make the natives of the tomb stronger, they could basically reach the same level of strength. The most important thing was that new undead began to appear in the tomb. This discovery was an accident. The chariot that Wei Huan was riding had been staying on this plain full of corpses for 10 days. The monstrous demonic energy and the netherworld energy were entangled. On the battlefield that lasted for a long time, not to mention ordinary animals, even those of lower levels could not enter. The magnetic field here was chaotic, and there was also the netherworld at work. It was like a forbidden area and could not be entered. But even so, this place is also a treasure land. So many monster corpses, and the treasures they may carry with them, are fatally attractive to other monsters. So some powerful and greedy monsters, after wandering outside the battlefield for a long time, finally couldn't help but step into this battlefield. It happened to be killed by Wei Huan, who had just upgraded the quality of the newborn tomb. As a result, this monster, which should be like a greedy wolf with 2 heads, its soul appeared directly in Wei Huan's newborn tomb. It has no consciousness and no memory, but just wanders in the tomb like a wandering soul. When Wei Huan found it, its soul was nourished by the netherworld power in the tomb, and a thin spine had grown from the center of the soul. With a spine, you can have ribs, leg bones, and skulls. It will become stronger until it finally becomes the running wolf that Wei Huan is familiar with. Maybe it was a running wolf, or some other undead? In short, this was the first time that undead appeared in Wei Huan's tomb beyond the specified number, which was of great significance. Wei Huan observed its subsequent changes with great interest. At the same time, he had an accurate understanding of the qualitative change of this newly born tomb. If someone had given him a fruit tree full of fruits before, he could pick the fruits from the tree at will, but because there were only fruit trees, he could only get more fruits by getting more fruit trees. So from today on, one of its fruit trees finally grew roots, and could be planted on the ground. From then on, it no longer relied on fruit trees given by others, but had the ability to be self-sufficient and bloom and bear fruit continuously. The benefits of this qualitative change to Wei Huan are endless. Relying on the gifts of others, and walking on the road paved by others, you will never be able to surpass your predecessors. Even Mu Zhong said, "I don't know whether our human race's professional temple comes from the challenge world or those so-called human races that have reached the end. Look at the suffixes of our high-level equipment, which come from the blessings of stars, great magician and titan. Is it possible that these equipment are gifts from other human races? Even if they are so powerful, they still do not have an advantage in the battlefield of all races. We are walking on their back road, and taking the initiative to repeat the same mistakes. So only by walking out of your own way can you win that ray of hope." Finally, Mu Zhong said, "True weapons and true weapons are this ray of hope." The few words revealed by the demon tribe that day put great pressure on Wei Huan and others. 10 days later, Wei Huan officially moved into the Broken Mountain Palace. The chaotic magnetic field of the plain battlefield became a natural dangerous place. He also released his undead to protect the safety of this headquarters. Others were sent out to find opportunities to become stronger. Perhaps to kill monsters, or to find some natural treasures. In short, this world has greatly improved for human challengers, and they are making progress every day. Wei Huan lived in Broken Mountain, firmly occupying the holy land of this world. While practicing himself, he accompanied Mu Zhong to the back mountain to feel the power of nature. This battle took place on the east side of Broken Mountain, radiating to the north and south, but the west side, known as the back mountain, was not affected at all. It still retains its original appearance, full of spiritual energy, beautiful plants and trees, and some harmless small animals deliberately put in by Wei Huan live in it, which has become a rare paradise in this world. Mu Zhong walks barefoot on this land every day, feeling the breath of every blade of grass and every tree. Although he still has no clue about his true self for a while, the natural power here is pure, which is very good for Mu Zhong's cultivation. This day, Wei Huan accompanied Mu Zhong outside for a long time. Mu Zhong found some spiritual woods, and said he would stop to practice. Wei Huan accompanied him, and also entered the professional temple to practice. When the practice time was up, Wei Huan woke up slowly, and found that Mu Zhong was still in the original place without moving, but there was a pile of wood around him. Because the great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren were smart and absolutely loyal, they were sent by Wei Huan to listen to Mu Zhong's orders. At this moment, they were carrying a spiritual wood and became lumberjacks. Wei Huan stood up and walked around the woods that fell on the ground to Mu Zhong's side, but he was more and more frightened the more he looked. "These woods," Wei Huan said. Mu Zhong said without raising his head, "Totem. Every time I cast a blessing, a totem will appear in the sky. I tried to carve these totems, and found that different laws and powers appeared. If the totem is made of spiritual wood, the effect should not be underestimated." Wei Huan didn't say anything, but just squatted down and picked up the totem with the most spiritual power at his feet. As soon as he picked it up, a sacred light flashed, his hand trembled slightly, and the totem fell to the ground. Then he looked at the blood beads overflowing from the wound on his finger and raised his eyebrows, asking Mu Zhong, "Is this a sacred healing totem?" Mu Zhong said thought of something and hurriedly looked up. Watching Wei Huan put his finger on his lips and sucked it silently, he hurriedly put down the half-carved totem in his hand and came to Wei Huan. The hand was taken out, and a 2-centimeter bloody wound appeared on the finger, which looked a bit serious. The wound was very deep, and blood was gushing out from the turned flesh. Wei Huan said, "It's okay, this little wound will heal quickly with the power of nature." Mu Zhong was indeed using the power of nature to help Wei Huan heal, but he looked around inattentively until he saw a place and shouted, "Chong Chong, give me that totem." The red-faced hugger ran over, looked at the direction Mu Zhong pointed, and then looked at the totems on the ground, and finally used a small pliers to accurately clamp a palm-length totem over. "Thank you." Mu Zhong took the totem and handed it to Wei Huan, saying, "You take it." Wei Huan took it and said, "Chong Chong." Mu Zhong said, "Its mother is Xiao Chong, and it is called Chong Chong. You can't call it great-grandson or great-great-grandson every day, right?" Wei Huan said, "Chong Chong." Mu Zhong was stunned for 2 seconds, and his ears suddenly felt hot. "No, Chong Chong will be given to it in the future. You must not call it that." "Then what should I call you?" "You never call me that name, but now you care about it. It's mine, and I don't want to use it, and I can't use it. There are 2 concepts. Are you sick?" Mu Zhong hit Wei Huan's palm, "Jealous of your summoned beast?" Wei Huan smiled painfully, looked down, and the wound healed. Mu Zhong obviously didn't use the power of nature since the conversation just now. Could this healed wound be? Wei Huan looked at the totem in his other hand. This totem was clearly newly carved, but it seemed to have existed for many years, withered, ancient, and a little eerie. The image was carved with a woman's face, using a very simple line, without any decoration, but Wei Huan could tell at a glance that it was the face of Agris. "This is..." Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. "You can borrow strength from the sculptor? Isn't that right?" Mu Zhong took out a thumb-sized totem from the small pocket on his chest, handed it to Wei Huan and said, "Yes, you are very fierce." Wei Huan took the totem, and felt a familiar and intimate netherworld power, and this netherworld power was very pure and rich, just like Mu Zhong scooped a ladle of netherworld from the depths of his initial tomb and poured it into this totem. "See if it looks like you?" Mu Zhong asked expectantly. Wei Huan looked at the small totem again. Compared with Agris's totem, this totem seemed much more refined. Not only him, but also the figures of leader-level heroes such as Dian Beast, Big Bear, Sister Crow, etc. It seemed to be a few strokes, but the carving was extremely vivid. Perhaps it is precisely because of this meticulousness that the power of this totem is much stronger than that of Agris, forcing Mu Zhong to wrap it carefully with the power of nature in order to keep it close to his body, otherwise he would be hurt by the strong power of the netherworld. This is also the reason why Mu Zhong said he was fierce. Wei Huan said, "Is this totem the true self you found?" Mu Zhong said, "It should be said that after I merged the power of the shaman priest with the power of the driver, I got a power that only I can have." As he said this, Mu Zhong raised his hand, and the power of the driver sequence appeared in his palm. Everything can be rubbed. His palm is the most complete tool in the world. His fingers just swiped through the air, and the wood in his hand showed traces of knife and axe. Mu Zhong said, as he demonstrated, using the hands-on ability of the driver sequence to carve the shaman priest's totem, I successfully integrated the 2 professions together. These totems can not only enhance my abilities, but also be carried by others. In addition, the strength of the totem comes from my understanding of the other party. The more I understand, the greater the power I can get. The more I carve, the more I can touch the core of the other party's skills. This one in your hand is the totem that I spent the most energy to complete. You have already felt its power, right? But this is not the extreme. I can carve it more carefully, and even inlay energy gems on it. If the material of the carrier is good enough, I think I can create a magic weapon in this way. Wei Huan pondered for 2 seconds, and then said, the carrier can be. It doesn't have to be a spiritual wood, maybe the black dragon's bones can also be used. Mu Zhong smiled, you are really smart, and you can draw inferences quickly. But don't underestimate the spiritual wood. As plants, they contain natural power. Even if their own grade is not high, they are very inclusive. The bones of the black dragon can indeed be made into a totem, but under the influence of the practice, I am afraid it can only be made into a thunder totem. Wei Huan nodded, looked at Mu Zhong deeply and said, the road you found is not the strongest, but it is the most beneficial to mankind. You have to assist all the way to the end. Mu Zhong said, I am an assistant. If we talk about combat power, don't you still have it? Wei Huan took Mu Zhong's hand. I will always be by your side. Mu Zhong smiled. Of course we will always be together, go to the 9th level world together, go to the royal battlefield together, no matter whether it is dangerous or not, I will be there wherever you go. Yeah. Wei Huan nodded. It was a good thing that Mu Zhong found his true self. Wei Huan continued to accompany Mu Zhong to find materials and make totems. The quality of the totem is directly related to the materials. Wei Huan also condensed more than 10 netherworld stones when he was cleaning the battlefield a few days ago. Each one was almost the size of a fist and had extremely abundant energy. Mu Zhong has been looking for materials that can accommodate these netherworld stones these days. He didn't find the materials, but he received the news that the pioneering army had arrived in this small world. Wei Huan has been in contact with the news of the 6th level world, and the pioneering army has sent 12 fully occupied cars to escort and assist Wei Huan in suppressing the natives of this world. Wei Huan was not in a hurry to go to the next world. When he learned that the crisis ahead was more serious, he just wanted to develop steadily, stayed long enough in each stage, consolidate, and then take the next step. He also hoped that the entire human race would do the same. If the resources of this world are not fully developed, he would not be named Wei. In addition, he is also thinking about the dark beasts. The dark beast plane is already in his pocket. Now he has to find a way to build a fixed passage to facilitate the entry of large troops for mining. The resources of a world cannot be taken by him alone, which is a waste. Wei Huan was thinking about these 2 resources, and thought that there were only these 2 places. He didn't expect that a new batch of pioneers came and brought news. Commander Wei, General Mu asked me to tell you that the roots of the world tree penetrated into the corpse of the god, and a thick netherworld aura surged out. Although it has no impact on us for the time being, General Mu is a little worried. He sent several groups of people over, but they couldn't pass through the barrier of the netherworld aura, so he wanted to ask you to go back and take a look. Wei Huan then said to Mu Zhong, I forgot that there is another resource under our feet. You mean the god corpse? The god corpse is the cornerstone of a world. Wei Huan said, if there is a god corpse, there will be god bones. God bones that can emit the netherworld aura must be the material we have been looking for. Mu Zhong nodded. Indeed, take a piece of god bones, and match it with the netherworld stone, I will definitely be able to make the strongest netherworld totem. Then go back? Okay, go back. Mu Zhong agreed very happily. Wherever Wei Huan is, he will be there. Besides, Wei Huan will not let him stay alone. However, before leaving, Wei Huan sent the undead army to sweep around the garrison to prevent accidents when he is away. In addition, before leaving, Mu Zhong wholesaled a bunch of netherworld totems, which had no practical function, but just emitted the netherworld aura, and arranged people to bury them on the border of the holy mountain to deter monsters. After preparing all these, Wei Huan took Hammer Brothers' chariot back to the level 6 world. Bigfoot and his gambler team were left behind. There were opportunities everywhere here, and leaving for a day would be a loss. This time, Wei Huan would not only come back as soon as possible, but also drive his chariot over to let Su Qingqiang and Team Shui strengthen themselves. They walked for 4 days on the way here, but it only took them 1 day to go back to the Valley of the Bird Ghost. Unexpectedly, a simple base was built here. A group of drivers came here with materials on their backs, and combined with the ground environment, they built the base by hand. There were also many unmanned mechas flying around. These mechas all came from Mu Zhong's steel factory, And now they are all level 5, which is enough to serve as base guards. Seeing Wave 1 coming back, the head of the base came out to greet them, and led them to the teleportation gate. Pointing to the gate under construction in front, he said, "We are trying to imitate the boundary gate. Although it is very difficult, we are conquering it bit by bit. Now the boundary gate has not been completed yet, so we need the fortune teller star chain to lead the way. This time, we arranged 3 fortune teller teams to reinforce the star chain every day. When you pass through later, just follow the star chain." Mu Zhong asked, "What will happen outside the star chain?" The head of the base said, "It is possible to encounter space-time turbulence and space-time mazes. The boundary gate is the most stable space channel. Commander Wei, General Mu, don't worry, we have reinforced the star chain very firmly, unless you encounter a space storm, but we have observed that the space is stable recently, and it is safe for you to travel." Mu Zhong then asked some more questions, including how they should deal with space storms, etc. The head of the base knows a lot and answers fluently. Mu Zhong repeatedly confirmed the safety and mastered the survival method before deciding to set off. The one that passed through the boundary gate was Hammer Brothers level 6 chariot, with Wei Huan and Mu Zhong inside. There were 4 escort vehicles behind, 1 level 6 and 3 level 5, and the protective shields were all level 6, in order to withstand the space storm in case of an accident. Mu Zhong made many risk plans, but the process of passing through the space channel was extremely smooth, without any wind or waves, and he returned to the level 6 world. They appeared on the top of the world tree. The world tree is so big that each leaf is like an island. The whole tree seems to be the size of the world, standing between heaven and earth, with branches growing endlessly. On a leaf located below the channel, a base was built here again. This base has been basically completed. Not only are there space channel maintenance personnel, but a regiment of troops has also been arranged to be stationed here to prevent possible attacks by monsters from the small world. Of course, this blessed land and cave is a military stronghold, and it is also necessary to prevent the emergence of stowaways on the human side. When they returned, there was already a large group of people waiting in front of the base. They didn't know how long they had been waiting. They lined up in an orderly manner, looking at them, and slowly descending. Chapter 313. Wei Huan and his team had informed us beforehand that they were coming back, so they stopped when they passed by the base because Mu Dihao and Fong William were waiting there. As soon as they met, Fong William raised his finger to Wei Huan. "I'm convinced by you. The commander-in-chief of this pioneering army really has to be you." Mu Dihao also laughed. "I just talked to Commander Fong about how this trip to the other world would be a huge risk for anyone, but it just so happened that you fell into it. When you come back, our human race will have another blessed land." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other and laughed. The two sides exchanged a few greetings, and did not discuss the monster world in depth. Soon the topic turned to Wei Huan's main goal of returning this time. "So you are saying that one of the roots of the world tree is emitting a strong netherworld power, which makes that root much thicker than the other roots. Are you worried that the world tree will mutate?" Mu Dihao nodded. "Yes, the world tree is vital to humans, especially now that it is connected to the monster world. It cannot afford to lose anything, so I called you back. If there is really a problem, we can think about countermeasures and take precautions in advance." "Okay." Just as they were talking about this, a chariot was breaking through the sea at a speed close to the speed of light and flew up. The white initial car, however, was driving with the momentum of a missile, breaking the sound barrier along the way, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. It was Wei Huan's chariot. The AI butler who had been in dementia for almost a month immediately became normal after returning to this world. After connecting with the main AI of the chariot drove up. When Wei Huan walked out of the room, his chariot just fell from the sky and slowly stopped at the nearest spot to him in the parking lot. Wei Huan said, "Minister Mu, Commander Fong, I go and take a look." Minister Mu is Mu Dihao's position in the Reclamation Army, the Minister of Infrastructure Department, which is different from the Minister of Internal Affairs of the chariot held by Mu's cousin in Wei Huan's car. Commander Fong is Fong William's position, as the commander of the garrison in the 6th level world. Mu Dihao and Fong William did not keep Wei Huan, but got on Wei Huan's chariot and wanted to go with him. Wei Huan came back to solve this matter, and everyone thought it would be better to solve it as soon as possible, so as not to have more trouble. Wei Huan walked in front, and Su Qingqiang had already come to greet him with people. This time he did not smoke, but just smiled at Wei Huan. Wei Huan came in front of him, and stood still. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows, and stepped forward to give Wei Huan a hug. "Boss." Wei Huan nodded and smiled, looking at the group of drivers behind Su Qingqiang, who were looking at him excitedly, and his heart was warm. We have been apart for less than a month, and only 10 days in this world, but I still miss everyone very much. Boss, you didn't call me for this kind of land reclamation. I was very depressed when I knew you were killing people over there. What monster king? What black dragon, blue dragon, nine-tailed fox? You killed them happily, but we are jealous. This is a legendary monster. When you killed it, didn't you think of leaving two for the brothers to kill? Su Qingqiang complained, and felt unfair for missing this feast. Mu Zhong said, that world is probably equivalent to level 7.5. When we go to the next world, we can see the monsters you mentioned. TSK. Su Qingqiang shook his head, that's not the case. The monsters controlled by the challenged world are like puppets. They are all the same when they are killed, and we are tired of it. I heard that the battle between the boss and the monster tribe was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Both sides dispatched millions of troops, and there were various tactics interspersed. It was a king-level battle. I didn't participate in this passionate scene? Those monster meats were wasted. Mu Zhong was stunned for a moment before reacting, and then smiled and said, Brother Chang, I brought back a lot of monster meat. I will ask Orange Juice to make it and distribute it to everyone. You will definitely enjoy it. Who knew that Su Qingqiang was not satisfied? Dead meat is just that. Mu Zhong smiled. After I come back this time, I will drive the chariot over there. There are many opportunities there. Brother Chang, you will definitely be able to take care of them all. Su Qingqiang then smiled. That's right, I'm tired of this world. You can push it if you are below platinum, but you can't beat it if you are above diamond. I will beat those little diamonds to death when I upgrade to that world. While talking and laughing, they have already entered the chariot. Along the way, there are crew members who have heard the news and greeted them all the way. Wei Huan looked at the familiar scenery and people, and his eyes were full of smiles. Mu Zhong even made eye contact with everyone. He could call out everyone's name. In such a welcoming atmosphere, Mu Zhong asked Su Qingqiang to take Fang William and Mu Dihao to find a place to rest, and he and Wei Huan went back to the room to tidy up. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Even if Hammer Brothers' chariot is open to them without defense, it is still not as comfortable as their own chariot and their own room. However, the main reason for the two to leave is not to rest, but to make it easier to look at the equipment. In the monster world, equipment information cannot be updated. Now that they are finally back, the two can't wait to look at the equipment they have improved. When he opened it, Mu Zhong was surprised. Ah! The name has turned green. Wei Huan said, yes, it's a suit. Mu Zhong recalled the classification of equipment: bronze suit, black iron suit, silver suit, gold suit, platinum suit, diamond suit, pseudo-god suit and god suit. What exactly is this? Wei Huan emphasized, it's a suit. Mu Zhong looked at himself, who was alone with only a staff inlaid with the stone of life, and came to Wei Huan and said, let me see your equipment attributes. Wei Huan raised his hand and shared the equipment attributes with him. Diamond level spiritual power helmet, diamond level spiritual power ring, diamond level spiritual power belt, diamond level spiritual power earrings. Now they have all been renamed: True Diamond Nether Helmet, True Diamond Nether Ring, True Diamond Nether Belt, True Diamond Nether Earrings. The names of these equipment turned green on the display panel, and the background was flashing green. Of course, these are just special effects of the system. Apart from being fancy and beautiful, they have no special meaning. However, Mu Zhong saw his target at a glance on the entire equipment panel. Then he raised his hand, clicked on the equipment, and saw the set attributes that Wei Huan had been emphasizing. Magic Phoenix set 2-piece, 30 points of dark domination. Magic Phoenix set 3-piece, increased netherworld recovery by 50%. Magic Phoenix set 4-piece, increased netherworld recovery by 50%. The set attributes appeared after the netherworld stone was inlaid. The original attributes of the diamond level equipment did not change. In general, this set of equipment added an additional 30 points of dark domination and 100% netherworld recovery speed, which was similar to what Wei Huan felt and told him. That's not right. There are 5 stones, but how come there are only 4 of them? Mu Zhong's focus was a little off for a moment. Wei Huan tilted his head and let him see the earrings on his ears. Mu Zhong looked at the earrings and asked, don't they look good? They are so handsome, low-key, luxurious and meaningful. Of course, Wei Huan didn't mean that, and neither did Mu Zhong. So after he finished speaking, Mu Zhong smiled and looked at Wei Huan's earrings with admiration. The biggest change in Wei Huan's equipment was this pair of earrings. The original equipment was called diamond-level spiritual power earrings. Wearing it on the ears was like wearing a pair of diamonds the size of a little fingernail, but Wei Huan also disliked it being too big, and usually chose to hide this pair of exaggerated earrings. Wei Huan called the bird ghost, and now he knew it was called the demon phoenix. After Wei Huan absorbed the huge netherworld power of the demon phoenix, he turned it into 5 netherworld stones, 1 large and 4 small, and gave them to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong inlaid the largest one on the crown, the second largest one on the belt, and the smallest one into a ring. In the end, there was only a pair of oval netherworld stones of varying sizes left. Mu Zhong also considered for a long time, and decided to put them on Wei Huan's ears. The reason for doing so was that Wei Huan's earrings had the worst attributes among all the equipment, and they happened to be a pair. He used his driver's ability to make a pair of earrings based on the original simple earrings. The earrings wrapped Wei Huan's ears, and many black bone spurs grew upward and outward, with a pair of netherworld stones inlaid on them. If Wei Huan took off his virtual equipment, revealing his pitch-black equipment, a 1-meter-long sickle on his back, and a pair of bone spur earrings, and stood on the back of the dog beast, he would look like a living devil, almost like a different species from humans. At this moment, Wei Huan unlocked the virtual world and stood in front of Mu Zhong. His cold face was expressionless, with a temperament that looked down on the world. Mu Zhong's heartbeat was a little fast. Seeing his lover change from an ordinary human to a non-human, gradually becoming tall and majestic like the Lord of the Netherworld, he felt more and more obsessed. However, Wei Huan couldn't be indifferent in front of Mu Zhong for too long. Love is mutual, and so is tenderness. If you treat me well, I will only treat you better. Wei Huan was stared at by Mu Zhong, so he smiled with his mouth corners hooked to break the ice. He pinched Mu Zhong's chin. Well, continue. Continue what? Mu Zhong shook and almost forgot his original purpose. His eyes were focused on Wei Huan, and then he said, your attributes are now a bit against the sky. The Iron Heart has the highest authority. Even if Wei Huan chooses to block his attributes now, Mu Zhong can easily see it as long as he wants to see it. In front of him is Wei Huan's smiling face and his detailed data. Name, Wei Huan, pseudo-artifact adds 75% to all attributes, title adds 25% to all attributes, brave adds 10% to all attributes, age, 21 years old. Gender, male. Occupation, plague spreader, sequence 6, endurance, 18200. Strength, 2290. Agility, 2020. Nether power, 43600. Nether power recovery speed, 330%. Mothadai ring adds 100%. Point beast pet status adds 30%. Book of death adds 100%. Suit attribute, plus 100%. Sister crow casts nether realm. 100%. Special status, 1. Being chased by Mothadi. 2. Being hostile to the Sky Demon Clan. 3. Being watched by him. 4. Being watched by him. 5. Being watched by him. 6. Being watched by him. Equipment spells, Magic Mist, Magic Gate, Magic Shield Dark Control Power plus 63. Number of summons plus 480,000, Self-summoning 200,000, Point B summoning 280,000, the Dark Power is more than 40,000, and the number of summons is about to reach 500,000. He is truly an army of one man. Mu Zhong stared at the data for a while, then looked away with a look of emotion, saying, so I don't have any set attributes, it's just a real weapon, except for the increase of 5 points of natural force, there is no other increase. Wei Huan raised his hand and patted the Legion badge on his chest, and the light spot flowed, and this set of enchanting equipment was blocked. He was only wearing a simple and neat virtual uniform, which made him look heroic and majestic. Wei Huan liked this set. No normal man would think it looks good when wearing such fancy clothes, not to mention that he was the commander of the Legion, so he couldn't wear such strange clothes. This set of clothes was only liked by Mu Zhong, and it was only shown when the two were alone, but generally speaking, they would not stay on Wei Huan for more than 3 minutes, especially the exaggerated earrings. He was really worried about pricking Mu Zhong's face. Mu Zhong said, the nether stones are so big. I made them into earrings and put them on you. I can't make them into 2 balls, right? Bare ears or buns? That's ridiculous. You are the commander of the army. When Mu Zhong saw Wei Huan hiding his clothes, he looked away with regret. Then he said, in short, although it is not difficult to obtain real weapons in that world, it takes some effort to get the set bonus like you. At least you have to ensure that the energy stones come from one place, so that they can be entangled and stimulate more energy. Then, Mu Zhong took out the totem he was wearing, and Wei Huan looked at it curiously. The data of the two people was displayed in the glasses. Golden Nether Totem. During the existence of the totem, at 400 Nether power / 5 seconds, Mu Zhong was surprised. There are levels? He immediately took out several other totems. Black Iron Bloodsucking Totem. During the totem's existence, add 200 bloodsucking / 5 seconds. Silver Holy Light Totem. During the totem's existence, add 300 Holy Light Healing / 5 seconds. The comparison is very obvious. Challenge World divides totems according to the level of the same equipment. The one with 200 points is Black Iron, the one with 300 points is Silver, and the one with 400 points is Gold. By analogy, 100 points is naturally Bronze, while Platinum is 500, Diamond is 600, Pseudo-God is 700, and God is 800. Of course, the totem was made by Mu Zhong, and he knew how the system rated it just by looking at it. It has to do with the material, the effort he put in, and his understanding of the sculptor. In addition, the Netherworld totem that he carved so carefully, with almost all the elements carved on it, is only a gold level. It's not just a matter of materials, but also because his professional level is indeed a bit low. Mu Zhong told Wei Huan his guess and said, "Don't look at the 200, 300, there won't be such a perfect number in actual use, it will only be around this numerical range, but everyone believes in the system, and it should be distinguished in this way in the future." Wei Huan said, "You can call Xia Yu over and learn more." Mu Zhong smiled. "No matter how much I know, it's limited. It's not like you. If you really want to achieve the artifact totem, there are two possibilities, the Netherworld and nature." Wei Huan looked at him. Mu Zhong said what Wei Huan wanted to hear. "I know you better than I know myself." Wei Huan smiled. "If you have any doubts, ask me." Mu nodded. "Of course, when have I ever been polite to you?" The two smiled at each other, and then chatted for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, they went downstairs again. They called William and Mu Diheo to eat a meal of monster meat cooked with orange juice, and finally waited for all the important crew members to come back. Captain Shui, Jacques, Kritiv, and others who were sent out to carry out the mission all rushed back as soon as they got the news. Wei Huan's chariot flew down along the world tree, and chariots along the way flew into the chariot like young swallows returning to their nests. When they finished their meal, there were more people in the chariot, and those who should come back also came back. Captain Shui, Captain Wang Ming, Lu Xiaotian and others came to meet them, still smelling the smoke of bloody battles, and the traces of battle left on their armor were their medals of honor. Jacques was walking towards the side with Mu Zirwei, the twins and others, also dressed neatly, 100 meters behind him. They were clean and elegant, with upright figures, like the white feathers on the bow and arrow, elegant but murderous. In addition, there were Kritiv, Cousin Mu and others, who followed Wei Huan early in the morning, following Wei Huan, who was imposing and majestic like a mountain even if he just stood casually. Their backs were straight, and their smiling mouths could not hide their pride. The three parties gathered. Captain Shui saluted. Commander Wei, the close combat team reports. Jacques saluted. The long-range team reports. Wei Huan looked at everyone in front of him, then nodded. You guys go to the meeting with me first, and the others can rest. Yes. The seawater in the deep sea world has now been absorbed by the world tree as nutrients. With nearly 1/3 of the seawater gone, a large area of space has been exposed on the sea surface. The human race's heavy city is built on the sea surface, on the thickest branch of the world tree, and it has now begun to take shape. In the past period of time, 2 groups of people have come and gone, and the total number of humans in this world has reached about 220,000. Not all of them are combatants, there are also many who are engaged in logistics and scientific research. So far, all those who have come here are legions from various countries, and no social people have entered yet. However, it is said that a small number of social people will be arranged to enter in the 3rd batch. Although these people are not in the Legion, they are chariots of corporate groups that have inextricable ties with the Legion and the country. They work for the Legion, and the Legion will also promise them benefits. Letting them come in early is to make economic layout. Sooner or later, this place will be open to civilian convoys and ordinary lone wolves. Wei Huan's chariot has passed the heavy city without entering. The chariot went a short distance down and plunged into the sea. The feeling above and below the water is obviously different. Moreover, this level 6 world is not for human enjoyment, so it is full of elements that humans do not like. Dark, cold, and depressing. However, after the level 8 headlights are turned on, all these negative factors are driven away. It looks like diving in the shallow tropical sea. The water is so clear that you can see far away. The originally weak light is like the sun at noon, shining from the water surface, illuminating far away. Continue to walk down along the world tree. After only 100 miles, you can see the light on the tree branch. The chariot slowed down and saw that the light was flickering, sometimes long and sometimes short, which was using light language to inform them that the road ahead was safe. Safe chariots passing by the lights can see more than 10 chariots parked here, neatly parked on the branches near the trunk of the world tree. All the lights are on to illuminate their way. You can vaguely see the soldier saluting behind the windshield in the chariot. Then, every 300 kilometers down, there is a sentry post. Every 3,000 kilometers, there is a base. There are no sentry posts until you go 20,000 miles deep. Here, deep in the seabed, high-level sea beasts will frequently refresh, and ordinary chariots cannot guard here, so they are mainly patrolled. After the human chariots came to the 6th level world, they were upgraded with radars by the Heart of Steel, which can see far away, and any crisis can be known about half an hour in advance. After passing the last human sentry post, Wei Huan's chariot continued to dive down. At this point, even the level 8 headlights can hardly illuminate the clear and calm. This has nothing to do with the color of the seawater, but a huge number of sea beasts, who also choose to live on the world tree. The hideous sharp monsters hiding behind the leaves, the octopus monsters entangled on the branches, and some of the liar survivors, who have escaped the net, will also entangle in the corners of the world tree that they don't care about, luring any tribe passing by to hunt. The garrison will come down every day to clean up, and every month the main battle team will be organized to come down for a big cleanup, especially the survivors, who must not be allowed to grow up again. Fong William said. Cleaning the roots of the world tree is the job of the garrison, and the pioneers under Wei Huan are mainly responsible for opening treasure chests and exploring ruins. The deep sea area is not small. Wei Huan opened the protective shield and summoned the ghost crow to move forward at full speed. It still took most of the day from the last human outpost to the jelly-like substance on the seabed. During this time, Wei Huan and his team had been in a meeting, talking about the problem of the god corpse and the problem of the monster world. As they chatted, the screen kept popping up notifications about obtaining supplies. Until a platinum treasure chest was opened, the housekeeper asked Wei Huan as usual whether he wanted to solve it before moving forward. Wei Huan said, "Let's solve it together when we get there." Fong William heard this and said, "I know the harvest there is great, but now even platinum-level monsters can be group-killed. It seems that the harvest is really great." Wei Huan nodded. The endless netherworld stones, the qualitatively transformed tomb, and the 4 pseudogod-level undeads were indeed a great harvest. Su Qingqiang said, "There is a diamond-level treasure chest about 7 days away, and a platinum-level relic about 9 days away. Are you going to open them this time when you come back?" Mu Zhong asked, "Not on one side." Su Qingqiang nodded, "Not on one side, 2 completely opposite directions." Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan shook his head. "Let's go to the monster world first, and find our direction in half a year. After that, whether we find anything or not, we will come back to open the treasure chest." "Okay." Wei Huan paused and said, "After that, I plan to go to the 7th level world." "You are not." Mu Zhong hesitated. Wei Huan said, "There are still 2 worlds to the 9th level world. We can't stay in the 6th level world forever. The higher level world must have better materials." Then, Wei Huan paused and said, "We must go to the Dark Beast world again as soon as possible." Chapter 314. Mu Zhong nodded. "Yes, we slowed down to prepare for the 9th level world, which is equivalent to giving the Dark Beast Lords time to develop. Even if we don't need the supplies, we should go to their world to destroy and prevent them from continuing to develop." "Yes, you are right," Wei Huan said. Others nodded. "Indeed, this is the safest way." Commander Wei is still thoughtful. "We are slow because we want to be slow, but it doesn't mean that the Dark Beast Lords can develop slowly. This time we must kill them quickly. It is best to kill the Dark Beast King, and let the Dark Beast world be completely chaotic." Speaking of which, do you remember the last time you went there? The mission of the Iron Heart? You mean the twin mountains of the pillars of heaven, the ditch of the abyss of the earth, the shadow of the world, and the brilliance of the stars? Yes, if we go there again, this mystery should be solved, right? Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other, and saw new goals in each other's eyes. Yes, there are still so many things to do. These secrets of the Dark Beast Plain are probably not simple. Unconsciously, the chariot has passed through the sea layer that was densely covered with the remains of the tricksters, and arrived at the area on the seabed covered with sticky substances. Now, without the tricksters to help the god corpses hunt instinctively, it is much quieter here. Those sticky substances look like they have been sleeping quietly on the seabed for billions of years. There is a kind of quietness that is almost suffocating. There is silence here. Even the challenge world cannot refresh monsters here. At a glance, there is only endless stickiness. But now, the world tree has taken root here, and the roots have been firmly embedded in these sticky substances, and it regards the sticky substances that humans are afraid to avoid as a kind of nutrient, making it much thinner now. If it weren't for the netherworld's aura escaping this time, I would have thought that the world tree was already absorbing the corpse of the god. Mu Zhong looked at the scene in front of him and said, "So, this thing is just a body bag. God? If entering the 9th level world can be called a god, then by then, can we also reach this level after death?" Deputy Captain Kritiv muttered to himself. Su Qingxiang laughed. "You've thought too much." In the heavenly palace where Monkey King made a fuss, there was also the Jade Emperor and 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The 3 pure ones, and the fairies of Yaoqi are 2 different kinds of life. Do you understand my analogy? It's just I understand. Kritiv said, "I have read the 4 great classics of Yin State, and I have also read Shanhaijing and Liaozhai. I didn't expect that the monsters recorded in Shanhaijing would actually exist. Yin State civilization has a long history, and has never been interrupted for tens of millions of years." Su Qingqiang was beaming with joy. "That's right, Yin State is the only ancient civilization left on Blue Star today. Some historical biographies seem to be nonsense, but in fact they were witnessed and recorded by our ancestors." Su Qingqiang began to talk about Yin State mythology, and he was so off topic that he forgot what he was talking about before, so Kritiv chatted with him. Mu Zhong listened to the conversation between the two and said to Wei Huan, "As for achieving the body of a god, I'm afraid you are the only one in the human race who has the greatest hope at the moment." Wei Huan said, "It's not that easy. The death god of Sequence 9 is just a nominal title, not a real god. If I want to become a god, I must obtain the laws, so as to nourish the godhood, and finally achieve the body of a god. Billions of people are walking this path, but how many of them can reach the end in the end? It's really difficult, but there is always hope." Mu Zhong said, and thought of something. "You mentioned the godhead. I have been thinking, could the stone of life we got be the godhead? Didn't Ironheart say anything?" "No, it seems that the guess is wrong, or it's not the right time yet." While talking, Mu Zhong's expression froze, and he pretended to listen attentively. Then his expression became a little strange. He looked at Wei Huan and wanted to say something, but he found that the people around him had become quiet at some point. Su Qingqiang stopped talking to Kritiv, and everyone was looking at him. Mu Zhong paused, nodded, and said with a serious expression, "You guessed it right. Ironheart just told me that it is the Godhead. I said it. What is the stone of life? This is not the Godhead. Could it be a stone?" Su Qingqiang muttered, and as he exhaled a puff of smoke, he said with a beaming face, "Now I know what a stone is, not a godhead. I want to become a god." Mu Zhong smiled. "You are worthy of our brother Chang. I am so excited when you say this." Su Qingqiang's eyebrows flew. "A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I don't want to become a god. I work so hard every day, and I go through fire and water. What's the point? Isn't it just for this last moment?" Captain Shui hesitated and finally said, "Brother Chang, I don't know if I should say this. With your development path, you will become a demon in the end." "Uh-huh." Everyone laughed, but they were not laughing at Su Qingqiang's delusion. Demons are equal to gods, and achieving the status of a demon god is the same as achieving the status of a god. It's just that such a prospect is really gratifying, and the mood is soaring that even a small thing can't help but laugh out loud. Su Qingqiang didn't care, and laughed arrogantly. "I want to become a demon, so what? Even if I die, I want to be like this corpse, to create a world, so that those bacteria-like challengers will be afraid of me, fear me, and respect me, and finally change their shapes to cater to me helplessly. This life is worth it." Su Qingqiang's words made everyone excited again, and the future prospects are endless. As they talked, time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, they walked a long way along the unusually thick tree root, and finally reached their destination. "It's here. Moody Heo came here in person not long ago, pointing to the location of a tree root and said, 'This tree root is much thicker than other tree roots. It is just a root at the end, but it is almost as thick as the main root. I don't know whether this is good or bad.'" Mu Zhong said, "Leave it to Ironheart for analysis, maybe it can open a mysterious branch line." At the same time, under the gaze of everyone, Wei Huan's army of undead had been sent out. The most intelligent and good at swimming crypt beast queens are the most useful. A pink crypt beast, and a pure red-faced hugger arrived at the root system under the protection of a large number of their own kind. After a while, many grandchildren came over with a piece of bark 5 times bigger than it, offering treasures. As it approached, everyone standing on the balcony felt a strong underworld air shrouding them, as if a vicious death was staring at them, ready to swing a sickle to cut their necks at any time. Only melee professions that have been fighting with the army of undead for a long time can ignore this chill that penetrates into the bone marrow. However, Su Qingqiang still raised his eyebrows and said, "You've become stronger again? It's only been more than 10 days since I left. It seems that I have to go there as soon as possible." The grandchildren are extremely smart. Their IQ has reached the level of human children in their teens. In addition to not being able to hide their thoughts, they are also very good at flattering, competing for credit, and taking initiative in battle. It rushed over, with a green light like an eye flashing, and finally handed the bark directly to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong took the bark and smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, Chong Zhong." Gurgle gurgle. The grandchildren deliberately made cute sounds, twisted their buttocks, and then left. Face huggers are a group of dark beasts that are half a level lower than ghost crows. They are the juvenile population of crypt beasts, but even if this princess is taken out alone, I'm afraid that ordinary level 6 monsters can be easily killed by it. Mu Diheo watched the red-faced hugger leave with admiration, and then turned to look at Mu Zhong expectantly. Mu Zhong had already given the bark of the world tree to Ironheart. It took only a few seconds for the answer to come out. Mu Zhong said to Mu Diheo, "The world tree is very healthy, it is just too well nourished." Mu Diheo breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Zhong continued, "These nutrients come from the god corpse. It is normal for such changes to occur. Eventually, the nutrients will enter the trunk and be sent throughout the body, and the world tree will grow more vigorously." Mu Diheo nodded and asked again, "What about the netherworld energy?" Mu Zhong said, "After death, the netherworld energy will naturally condense, but this god corpse should be the god of life, and his godhead is the godhead of life, so it can nourish the world tree. The netherworld chi will gradually weaken as the nutrients of the god corpse are absorbed, but the netherworld chi released during this period may form ghosts in this sea area, and may breed some evil spirits. I have some insights in the monster world, and I can make some sacred purification totems to stay here to ensure daily purification. At that time, just send angels down regularly to strengthen the purification. This totem is a good thing." Mu Diheo, who was relieved, talked about the totem. It is equivalent to a new expansion of the use of power, and it can be used as a war reserve. It's a pity that only you can do it. In this way, your cultivation will be delayed again. The focus of family members must be different, and Mu Diheo looked at him with heartache. Mu Zhong smiled and looked at Wei Huan, saying, "Wei Huan will help me find a way, and the busyness is only temporary. I will practice when everything is sorted out smoothly." Mu Diheo didn't say much, just exchanged glances with Wei Huan, and then looked away with relief. As he left, he saw a strange big thing flying over. How should this thing be described? From the back, this thing has 2 pairs of black wings. The wings are tangled with muscles and are still wriggling. At the same time, under the wings, there are 9 fluffy and tangled long tentacles, which can be hundreds of meters long. They look like a pile of muscle tissue without skin, but they can dance up and down flexibly, and they look weirdly elegant. "Ah, what is this?" Mu Diheo guessed the identity of this thing at a glance. The pseudo-god-level demon I Lord. As Mu Diheo's voice fell, the center of the wing in front of him squirmed, and then an eye with purple flames came out of the muscles, gurgling and looking at everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were slapped into the ground, passing through the endless abyss and reaching the extreme depths. There, they saw a yellow river that was floating up, and the river was full of strange ghosts, screaming and struggling, pulling their hands and feet, trying to pull them into the water. But before they could struggle, all the images in front of them disappeared again, and only the huge eyes with purple flames, like the purple moon hanging in the extreme darkness, stared straight at them. One thought is born, the underworld. One thought is destroyed, the 6 reincarnations. Probably from the fear of death, even though they knew that this was the ability mastered by the demon I Lord, who swallowed the 9-tailed fox, everyone still subconsciously avoided it and stopped looking at the eye. Wei Huan did not deliberately show everyone the illusion. In fact, just observing the demon I Lord himself would make people who saw it be pulled into the illusion of the kingdom of the dead. However, everyone has a different understanding of death, and the images they see are also different. Mu Zhong saw the 18 hells, Mu Diheo saw the netherworld, Jacques saw the abyss of hell, and Kritiv saw the flame demon realm. Illusions are born from the mind. The longer you immerse yourself in them, the more you believe in the truth and cannot get rid of it. Wave 1 has not had time to put this newly acquired ability into actual combat, and he doesn't know what the limit is. At the moment, he just needs to use the eyes of the Lord of the Magic Eye to enter the depths of this divine corpse and find the divine bones. This is also one of the reasons why he came here. Therefore, after discovering that everyone was trapped in the illusion, he hurriedly turned the eye forward again and swam towards the roots. At the same time, green fire rose from Wei Huan's eyes, and his vision had already descended on the Lord of the Demon Eye. However, he himself did not know that deep in the green fire of his left eye, there was a cluster of purple flames, burning quietly. If he stared at a person for a long time with displeasure, that person would feel as if he was falling into the abyss. Of course, on the contrary, a loving gaze would be another feeling. At this time, Wei Huan focused on sending the army of undead, following the roots all the way into the depths of the viscous substance. When they came to the black hard object that had blocked Wei Huan from continuing to explore, and thought to have reached the border, they found that there was indeed a crack drilled by the roots of the world tree. The netherworld chi came out from that crack. After only half an hour, Wei Huan withdrew all the undead army, and returned without success. Mu Zhong was puzzled. No, Wei Huan said, the crack is too small. At present, I am afraid that we have only broken a small layer of skin on this divine corpse, and it is still far from the divine bone. Mu Zhong regretted. It seems that the artifact cannot be made. Wei Huan shook his head. If we can really get the divine bone, it may not be so easy to refine the artifact. Mu Zhong sighed. I think so too. My level is too low, and I am afraid I can't control it. Wei Huan said, go back to the monster world to practice. Mu Zhong nodded. Okay, go back to practice. This time when Wei Huan came back, he did not stay in the 6th level world for too long. After handing over the pioneering work of the pioneering army to Brother Hammer and Bigfoot, who were transferred back, he drove the chariot back to the monster world. For a long time afterwards, Wei Huan stayed in the monster world, but every half a month, Captain Shui and Su Qingqiang would lead their teams out and exchange shifts with Brother Hammer to ensure the smooth pioneering of the pioneering army in the 6th level world. Occasionally, Wei Huan would come back to the level 6 world to observe the changes in the divine bone, open some treasure chests, and then hurried back to the monster world. The time ratio between the monster world and the challenge world is 2 to 1. One more day in the challenge world is equivalent to 2 days less of practice. At this critical moment of 1,000 miles a day, it is a pity to practice 1 day less. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Wei Huan stayed in the level 6 world for a total of 1.5 years. It was the world where he stayed the longest after entering the challenge world. During this period, a carnival was held. As expected, Wei Huan won the overall championship again. In addition, the captains of the main fighting force on his chariot also easily entered the top 10. This time, Von William did not achieve any results in the top 10, and all were taken by Wei Huan's chariot. Last year, he was still thinking about leaving a stutter for others, but this year Wei Huan took on everything. After all, his identity is different. As the most important pioneering army of mankind in the challenge world, only when they are absolutely strong can the people feel safe and the human race be united. In a year, under the huge pressure from Wei Huan, all countries have already put aside their national and ethnic prejudices and have a sincere desire to integrate. After all high-level resources are controlled by Yan country, or in other words, Wei Huan, and Wei Huan is a staunch supporter of Blue Star unification and the leader of the faction. As long as countries want to move forward and do not want to be abandoned by the times, they can only follow Wei Huan's footsteps. Even if there are some different voices occasionally, even if Wei Huan completely ignores and does not suppress them, these factions cannot grow at all. Blue Star unification has become the only voice on Blue Star at the moment. Once the reform begins, the changes will gradually intensify. At least, none of the people who come to the 6th level world are nationalists and patriots. And those who can go to the blessed land and cave heaven deeply recognize Wei Huan's ideas and follow him firmly. Wei Huan's reputation on Blue Star has reached its peak. After the carnival, it is the annual assessment of newcomers. Similarly, all countries still want to train the next Grey Keeper, but they still fail. However, this year, newcomers around the world have received the same treatment as the newcomers of Yan country. After entering the challenge world, they received material assistance from the Blue Star Alliance army, which not only greatly improved the survival rate of newcomers, but also gave birth to many outstanding talents. In addition, because the challenge world is no longer a desperate challenge, many people have chosen to return. The low-level world is prosperous and developing, and the challenge world has become a colony of Blue Star. The end of the newcomer challenge is the day when the assessment road of a new batch of high-level worlds is opened. After 10 days, a new batch of challengers will arrive in the 6th level world and settle on the world tree. The people who came this time, as well as some social organizations, as the vanguard of the human race, will build the initial economic system in this important world. Just as everyone was listening to this or that news, everyone's mobile phone rang again. When they opened it, everyone was excited. Notification: Human Captain Wei Huan completed the 7th level world assessment, and the mountain and sea battlefield will be opened in 30 days. Notification. Notification. After 3 consecutive notifications, the people of Blue Star were overjoyed and laughed excitedly. Entered the 7th level world. It has to be Commander Wei. It feels like we were still in the 4th level world yesterday. How come we are already in the 7th level world in the blink of an eye? These 3 years have passed too fast, with rapid changes, and many challenge tools have appeared on the streets. Don't you remember that it took us 5 years to upgrade from the 4th level to the 5th level? I remember that Commander Wei was the newcomer that year. If it weren't for Commander Wei, it might have taken even longer. Does anyone remember that when Commander Wei was still a newcomer, he contributed a crucial core material of a 5th level chariot to the country, which allowed Yin country to break through the blockade and open up the situation? I remember it clearly. It has been less than 2 years since the last time we entered the 6th level world, and humans have successfully entered the 7th level world. Although it is 1 year slower than entering the 6th level world a year, this is the 7th level world after all, and there are only 2 worlds left for the human race to reach the top. As for the upgrade from the 6th level to the 7th level, according to the previous efficiency, it would not be surprising to stay for more than 10 years. It is too fast to complete the 7th level assessment in 2 years. Some people were a little worried. Will the opening battle of the level 7 world be okay? Someone immediately joked, what can be the problem? The Dark Beast tribe couldn't keep up in the level 6 world, and now it will only fall further and further behind. Relax, there will be no problem. This time, we will directly exterminate the Dark Beast tribe in the level 6 world. I heard that the pioneering army discovered a blessed land in the level 6 world. Why not let the Dark Beast world be our subsidiary world? You are too impatient. There is still a month before the opening battle. The days of waiting are hard to endure. The people of Blue Star were talking about it, and everyone was very happy. In this world, the only person who was not so happy about this matter was probably Changle. Changle was one of the challengers sent into the level 6 world, and he was also the leader of the main combat force, completing the level 6 highway assessment. Speaking of Changle, Wei Huan probably didn't remember it. He didn't remember the assessment on the level 3 highway, when he first served as the leader of the vehicle. Many people questioned him, and were dissatisfied with him as a newcomer, which caused all kinds of waves. That assessment was extremely difficult. The number of chariots sent by the official was limited. After all, Mu Diheo was powerless at the time, and had few troops. He had to help the Mu family. In the end, with the people sent by General Dong Chujian, there were a total of 17 level 4 chariots, but they had to manage more than 8,000 social chariots. Facing the sneak attack and interception of the Dark Beast Lord, Wei Huan and Qi Jialu led 2 groups respectively, and Peng Zheng, the shit-stirring stick, made trouble in the middle. It was not easy to lead these scattered soldiers and get the final victory. Among them was a challenger named Changle. 5 friends formed a private adventure team. In that test, he was the first to fight for his loyalty to Wei Huan. What supported Changle to face the gold-level random monsters was not his ideal mission. He was not so noble. He fought so hard at that time. His mind was full of making achievements and bringing honor to the family. Wei Huan now has too many like-minded people around him, working hard for the victory of mankind. But it cannot be denied that Changle stood up bravely at that moment and fought for Wei Huan. So after completing that assessment, Mu Zhong arranged him to train in the Qinglong Corps. Now 3 years have passed, and the young man, who was full of bringing honor to the family, has become an excellent lieutenant, and one of the leading vehicles of the 4th Assessment Corps of the Pioneering Army. He came to the 6th level world, rushing to his ideals, and rushing to Commander Wei. However, Commander Wei went to the 7th level world. Chapter 315. When Changle led the chariots to the level 6 world, the portal was already on the sea. Nearly 1,000 chariots, carrying nearly 1,000,000 people, arrived at the level 6 world. Everyone was shocked by the huge tree in front of them. Pictures and videos of the world tree had actually been circulated on Blue Star for a long time. In order to show the progress and strength of the Challenge Army's reclamation, there would be a live broadcast of the battle in the level 6 world every day for the people of Blue Star to watch at will. Not to mention what the world tree looks like, even the famous heavy city can be seen clearly. However, even if the live broadcast function is advanced, it is like being there, but it is better to come here in person and see it with your own eyes. Especially after entering this world, the rich natural power filled the world, as if every breath was increasing the strength. Changle stood on the balcony in front of the car, the lieutenant epaulets on his shoulders were shining. He squinted and looked at the giant tree, his heart was excited. Finally it came. The dream of following that master is finally coming true. After sending the convoy safely to Chongqing and handing it over to the local garrison, Changle went to the pioneering corps to report without a break. The officer in charge of him said, Minister Mu said, that the new crew members on Commander Wei's chariot will report this time. We have arranged for the reception, but Commander Wei has gone to the 7th level world, and it may take some time for him to come back. Has he gone to the 7th level world? Changle's face changed and turned pale. If we want to catch up, we may have to wait until half a year after the next assessment. And that is a 7th level world. What level must our chariot reach before we can get there? The officer was very kind. He looked at Changle and smiled. Commander Wei went there only to start the opening battle of level 7. He will be back in a few days. Changle's expression was still blank. After all, the chariot could not return to the past world. He came to join Commander Wei's chariot. If the chariot was not there, it would take a long time for him to go to the level 7 world with his mere level 5 chariot. The officer knew what he was thinking, but Xiao Xiao did not explain. He just asked someone to arrange accommodation for Changle and his crew. This wait lasted for 5 days. It was the morning of the 5th day. Changle led the troops to exercise in a place in the Chongqing military camp. When he was sweating profusely, he suddenly felt a shadow covering his head. He turned his head, and subconsciously entered the combat state. He saw a monster that seemed to be bigger than Chongqing, and there was no end in sight. It just pushed aside the leaves of the world tree and fell slowly. Even though he didn't feel hostility, the fear of being enveloped by the giant still came as expected. His muscles were tense, and sweat dripped from his forehead. It's Commander Wei who's back. The pseudo-god level crypt beast is so handsome, it's amazing no matter how many times I see it. Changle, what are you standing there for? You won't forget, this is the pseudo-god level crypt beast called Dian Beast. Changle came back to his senses, embarrassed, loosened his clenched fist and said, I forgot for a moment, it's really shocking, the space fortress is only this big, right? The speaker was his deputy tank commander, looking up at the crypt beast in admiration and said, the space fortress is not as big as it, our tanks only have a large internal space, and they look like small cars from the outside, how can they be as shocked as facing this hugeness? I heard that in the battle of the demon beast world, this beast was over 10,000 meters long, and it could easily expand its body outside the planet. Changle swallowed his saliva, calmed down and reacted, so Commander Wei is on it. Isn't that nonsense? Changle immediately stuttered nervously, so we can get on the car? That shouldn't be the case, right? Commander Wei entered the 7th level world, and the chariot can only stay in the 7th level world, so he will come back on the beast now. After the deputy commander finished speaking, he looked at him and smiled. I don't see you so stupid on weekdays. You haven't even met Commander Wei yet, and you're already stupid. I'm afraid you won't even dare to speak when the time comes. Otherwise, I speak for you. Ah? That's fine. The deputy driver looked at the silly Changle and laughed until his stomach hurt. That afternoon, Changle was called to the square to wait for the inspection of Commander Wei. He stood in the most conspicuous position in the first row. When he saw the familiar person sitting on the rostrum, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. I wonder if my efforts in the past 3 years can satisfy Commander Wei? Everything that happened next was dizzy. They swore allegiance together and changed into the metals of Commander Wei's chariot. Then he and more than 70 drivers got a private meeting with Commander Wei. There were less than 100 people sitting in the grand small conference room. The commander who was famous in the human race was sitting in the chairman's seat. He was so young, but so powerful, handsome and majestic, as if he was radiating light, attracting Changle's eyes so much that he almost couldn't turn. During this period, Commander Wei spoke very little and didn't look at him. Deputy Driver Mu was talking all the time, and he didn't dare to look at Commander Wei too much. Until the end of the meeting, Deputy Captain Mu said, the purpose of opening the level 7 world is for the opening battle. But there will be quite a long time to come, and we will continue to stay in this world. You are the crew members assigned to us to upgrade to the level 8 tank, and you are our own people, so in a while, we will set off directly to the Blessed Land and Cave. You can't stay there for a long time, so you must seize the opportunity to find your own opportunity. I think you have also learned about the Blessed Land and Cave. If you still don't understand, find the old crew to ask for advice. I hope you can take the initiative to break the ice, and don't care about other people's attitudes. Your own strength is the real strength. If you want to stand firm on this tank, it is not to be arrogant and complacent, but to be strong and united. Okay, that's all sorted out, and set off in half an hour. In addition, Changle, you stay? When his name was called, Changle was startled, stood up straight, saluted and answered crisply, "Yes, General." So 10 minutes later, Changle returned to his tank with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, as if he was stepping on cotton. When he arrived at the door of the chariot, he did not go in, but stood at the door and saluted. He saw Commander Wei and Deputy Commander Mu following him, as well as the main combat power Iron Triangle of the Blue Star, General Su Qingqiang, General Shui and General Chui, and every powerful person and hero who passed by him and could be called by name, stepping onto his chariot. He was so honored that he almost died. How could he be so worthy that Commander Wei and his main battle team could step onto his chariot? It was not only a great honor, but he felt that his family tree could have a separate page today. Changle was lost in thought, and when he came back to his senses, he saw Deputy Driver Mu's smiling face, saying to him, "Changle, let's go, it's up to you to arrange it next." "Yes." Changle nodded, and continued to walk forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Entering the chariot, the 5th level chariot can accommodate hundreds of people. The chariot that looked very spacious in the past has become pitifully small with the arrival of these big men. Changle listened to Mu Zhong awkwardly. "Commander Wei and I will go to the driver's cabin, and you can arrange for the rest of the people to rest." "Oh yes. I do it, just leave it to me." The speaker was Changle's deputy driver. Compared to Changle's nervousness, his deputy driver was very generous. It was a female deputy driver, who looked very young and petite. She was a praying person. She followed Changle's chariot at first, and she also struggled on the 3rd level assessment road. Later, she went to the Qinglong Corps and performed extremely well, and was promoted to the deputy driver of the chariot. The deputy driver stayed to arrange for the others, and Changle took the 2 people who could be said to be the most powerful people in the world to his own cab. He saw some dust in the corner of the cab, and regretted not squatting on the ground to wipe it clean before. Mu Zhong saw his embarrassment and smiled. "In fact, I have been paying attention to you in the past few years. Except for the first year when you went, you have been advanced in the next 2 years. Whether it is the competition or the assessment in the Legion, you are ranked at the top. The greatest wish in your life is to follow Commander Wei and become Commander Wei's driver, right?" Changle smiled embarrassedly. Wei Huandu looked back, his eyes lingered on Changle's face, and finally spoke. "Your car will become a temporary command car, and I will take away the authority." Okay. Changle's nose was thick with excitement. "I'd give my life to you." Mu Zhong smiled even more. "I've considered you for getting on your chariot. You have to believe in your excellence. You've worked hard for the past 3 years. You've grown better than you thought and we thought." Changle was stunned. Blinking his eyes were a little red. Someone still saw his hard work day and night, and the tons of sweat he shed. Mu Zhong patted Changle on the shoulder, giving him time to sort out his emotions, and then went to the balcony with Wei Huan. In the parking lot outside the balcony, all the chariots were started and quickly lined up in a battle team, with more than 300 vehicles. Most of them are level 5 vehicles, but there are also level 6 vehicles. A fully occupied level 6 vehicle can accommodate 1,000 people, so the number of chariot members upgraded this time is nearly 40,000. Wei Huan's chariot is about to be upgraded to level 8, which can accommodate 100,000 people after the upgrade. This group of people was prepared for Wei Huan in advance. It's just that Wei Huan's chariot is now in the 7th level world. After half a year, they need to challenge the 7th level highway alone. This can also be regarded as a kind of assessment. Chariot upgrade is very simple. Wei Huan walks in front to sweep resources. Since he is one of his own, he will never be stingy. At the same time, personal combat effectiveness is also crucial. These 40,000 people, as well as another 50,000 people selected from the 6th level world, will be sent to the Blessed Land Cave Heaven for training. The half year of challenging the world is 1 year in the Blessed Land Cave Heaven. In addition to the special situation there, the strength of this group of people can at least double, and those who are lucky may even soar to the sky. Of course, there are also those who improve slowly. If they have special skills and logistics, it's fine. If the main combat soldiers do not have the talent for training, it can also be regarded as a screening, survival of the fittest, and it's better to find them early. This is why Wei Huan took the lead in participating in the 7th level highway assessment without waiting for this group of people to arrive. As for another more important reason, It was that the resources Wei Huan brought back from the Dark Beast plane were almost exhausted, and he had to go there to bring back another batch of goods. If he didn't go this time, he would have to wait for another half a year for the next assessment. At the same time, he also wanted to see how MOG was doing there. It has been a long time since I heard from MOG, and he didn't die and return to the tomb, which is really curious. Wei Huan thought so, and the convoy had been lined up. He tilted his head and gave an order to the housekeeper AI, and then all the chariots took off, flew out of the heavy city in the envious eyes of other challengers, and flew to the behemoth that had been floating between the branches of the world tree since the morning. Is Commander Wei going to Fudi Dongtian again? Everyone in his car, even the reserve, has the opportunity to go in. When will it be our turn? It doesn't matter whether I go to Fudi Dongtian or not. My life goal is to become a member of Commander Wei's chariot. You would think, as long as you join Commander Wei's chariot, what else can you lack? All the best can be obtained first. Who here doesn't aim for this? The envious eyes were seen by Changle, who was also called to the balcony. His fists clenched and unclenched, and his breathing became faster. From the perspective of pursuing faith, Changle finally stood here today. He knew that his performance today was really bad, but he couldn't control it. This was his lifelong dream. The joy of achieving his wish hit him, and he couldn't control himself. Finally far away from the heavy city, and no longer able to see those eyes looking up to pursue, Changle calmed down from the excitement and looked at the white jade platform not far ahead. Captain Mu, are we going to ride the Empress? The people of Blue Star knew the name of the Dot Beast, but this name was not impressive enough, so the people gave it a domineering name, Empress. Empress, Empress, Queen, Princess, all of these are titles for female rulers, but the Crit Beast is a matriarchal society. Although the Dot Beast is dead, its gender is indeed mother. The people of Blue Star are kind, so they named it according to its level. The Dot Beast is the Empress, the dog is the Empress, the grandchildren are the Queen, the great-grandchildren are the Princess, and the remaining great-great-grandchildren can only be called the Little Princess. Wei Huan did not comment on this. When these undeads were named, who would have thought that they could now reach the pseudo-god level, and even have fans on Blue Star? But Wei Huan was not the kind of person who would change his personality just because someone said a few words. You can call them what you want, and I will call them what I want. When Changle called the Empress, he could match it up immediately. Mu Zhong also said, yes, the point beast is pseudo-god level, and the protective shield is also pseudo-god level. In terms of defense alone, it is stronger than the 8th level protective shield of the chariot. Not only will it protect you in the middle and make you safe, but its full speed is also very fast. Changle nodded and did not ask more questions. He was in awe of the two human leaders and did not dare to say much. Mu Zhong had already regarded him as his own and explained carefully, we will go to the monster world now. 1 minute wasted here is 2 minutes wasted there. There are endless opportunities for cultivation over there. It is a pity to delay any longer. When you go there, you must not be afraid of danger. Work hard to explore your true self and true weapon. I don't want you to follow the path of your predecessors. It may be stronger to find your own path. As the chariots are upgraded, the members are increased, and the legion is expanded, more positions will be vacant, but we don't want to see the same old thing. What we should build is not an assembly line legion, but a real strong army. Changle nodded and secretly vowed that he would not fear life and death to explore his true self and find a different way to become a strong man. The back shell of the Empress's point beast was wide, easily holding 300 chariots. Then, like a balloon, the 8 long legs swayed lightly and flew out from the branch of the world tree to a place where the branches were not so dense. Then, a light film appeared to wrap it up, like a transparent bubble, shining with a dazzling colorful halo under the faint light of the challenge world. The field of vision changed, the speed slowly increased, and when he came back to his senses, he could no longer see the scenery outside clearly. The point beast was like a flexible fish that quickly shuttled between the branches, and in the blink of an eye, it was several miles away. But the car stopped at the back shell of the point beast. On the road, there was no bump at all. Changle couldn't help looking out for a long time, fascinated by this extremely agile speed. It takes nearly an hour to get from Chongcheng to the transmission channel. If you drive a level 5 chariot, it will take more than a day. The movement speed of the pseudo-god level is extremely fast. In the eyes of people with insufficient strength, it is like teleportation. Although it is still so big, it is too light and agile. During this period, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan returned to the car to chat with Su Qingqiang and others to pass the time. Changle worked diligently in the driver's room and finally calmed down from the excessive excitement. Until the speed of the surrounding scenery changes suddenly slowed down, the coastline had fallen to a very low place, and they finally arrived at the top of the world tree. There are already more than 10 blades here to build buildings, with heavy troops and some scientific researchers stationed. In the past 6 months, the wisdom of all mankind has finally been successfully developed to develop a first-generation boundary gate. Although this boundary gate is not as stable as the boundary gate of the challenge world, and the number of people that can be shuttled at a time is limited, the safety factor is much higher than that of using Starlink, and there has been no accident since its operation. Now, this group of scientific researchers are working with the driver sequence to study the second-generation boundary gate. Changle looked at the boundary gate that seemed to be embedded in the ceiling, and listened to the footsteps coming from behind. He retracted his gaze, and turned to salute Wei Huan and others. Muzhong said, "When we get here, we can't go in together. The first-generation boundary gate can only transport up to 15 chariots at the same time, and the number of people transported cannot exceed 1,000. You go with us first, and we must also make a risk plan. I have uploaded the Iron Heart to the chariot system. It will take a while before we set off. You can take a look first." Yes. Every time they pass through the portal, Wei Huan and others will make various preparations, but no accidents have occurred so far. Today's crossing was also very smooth. Entering from the boundary gate directly saved the process of flying in space. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the other side of the boundary gate. This is not a challenge world, there is no live broadcast function, and as a military stronghold, it is difficult for outsiders to see. So it was the first time I saw Changle, the legendary blessed land and cave heaven, and I was shocked when I saw the scene in front of me. The blue sky and white clouds, the overlapping mountains, and the shady green trees are quite similar to the blue star. But after taking a few more glances, I found that this place is indeed different. The mountains here are extremely high, the trees are even taller, and there are 2 suns in the sky. It is indeed a different world. The Challenge Corps also built a base on this side of the boundary gate, and it has been built into a solid wall in half a year, like a military fortress, equipped with a large number of challenge weapons. As the first batch of chariots set over, Changle's chariot slowed down and turned and slowed down according to the instructions of the command desk, and finally stopped in this huge parking lot. Muzhong said, "Get off with us." Changle naturally followed obediently. After getting off the chariot, his feet stepped into the alien world for the first time, but he didn't feel much different. He knew that this was because he was also in the protective shield. While shielding danger, the protective shield would also shield most of the elemental particles, just like a vacuum environment. Although it ensures the safety of humans, it also blocks human perception. Retracting his curious eyes, Changle looked at the person who greeted them in front. Is this Commander Fong William? Once the strongest of mankind? Although his combat effectiveness has fallen behind now, the legends he created in the past and his bravery in the front of the human race in adversity are still praised among the human race. Although Commander Wei has made greater achievements in leading the human race out of adversity, no one can deny that during those difficult years, Commander Fong bravely took the lead and held up a piece of sky for the human race. Now Commander Fong has become the Commander-in-Chief of the garrison army of the 6th level world of the Blue Star Alliance, and continues to contribute to the construction and defense of the 6th level world, but he has disappeared from the public eye for some time. Everyone said that Commander Fong's combat effectiveness has been left behind, and he is focused on construction and the army. But as soon as Changle saw Commander Fong, he knew that it was not the case. The aura of Commander Fong is not inferior to those of the main generals around Commander Wei, and even the sharp edge is hidden. Oh, that's right, Changle reacted. This world was not captured by the challenge world, so the data here could not be synchronized to the challenge world, and it became the place where the human race hid its edge. Commander Fong practiced a way to hide the edge. The human race here must have a power that the people don't know about. Once it is used on the necessary day, it will surely shock all races, right? Changle was very happy after figuring this out. This is probably something engraved in the blood of Yinhua civilization. Of course, the trump card must be hidden. Wei Huan has already talked with Fong William, and talked about the experience of this level 7 assessment. The difficulty is very low, and the Dark Beast tribe has not come to interfere. With our current strength, the elite troops will have no problem passing the 80th line. Fong William said, "What does the 7th level world look like? Is it the same as here? There are mountains and seas. As described in the classic of mountains and seas, there are continents overseas and demons on land. There are demons and demons? How is the demon defined? Dark energy? Yes." Fong William was silent, silently absorbing for a long time, and then he said again, I found an abyss at the bottom of the East China Sea. There are some abnormalities there. Maybe you need someone to take a look. How did you find it? Wei Huan asked. Fawn William said, I chased a black dragon that was good at escaping. Finally, I saw it go into an abyss and disappeared. I guessed that there might be a space rift there. They didn't dare to explore it in depth and report it to me, so I let them come back. What did the fortune teller and the driver say? Wei Huan asked again. Chapter 316. What did the fortune teller and the driver say? Wei Huan asked again. Fawn William said, the team has just been formed, and you are back. Wei Huan nodded. I will arrange for someone to go with you. Fawn William wanted to say something, but when he saw the last group of chariots arrive, and the lights of the portal went out, he said, you have been tired from the continuous battles. Do you want to rest here, or go back to your own place? I will take them back. There are 40,000 people in total. They need to be put into training as soon as possible. Okay, I will inform you as soon as there is any news. The two of them said goodbye after a few words, and Wei Huan returned to Changle's chariot again. Here, Changle listened to Mu Zhong's orders, and handed over a lot of supplies. The supplies that could feed more than 200,000 people in 2 legions were placed in more than 100 space warehouses. He could easily carry them away by himself, but these things would fill more than 10 warehouses. Although challenging the world is cruel, it has fundamentally changed the way humans survive. Half an hour after the handover of supplies, Changle returned to the car again. All the chariots returned to the back shell of the Empress's beast, left this station, and moved forward quickly. During this period, Changle has been on the balcony, watching this strange scenery tirelessly. The mountains are majestic beyond imagination. The smallest ones are taller than Mount Everest on the blue planet. There are also towering mountains that can reach tens of thousands of meters in height. The magnificent scenery can be seen from a long distance. There are continuous hills under the feet. There are many low-level monsters living in these hills. From time to time, they appear in groups on the radar of the chariot. The advent of humans is extremely aggressive. In a short time, they occupied this world, drove away the Monster King, killed high-level monsters, and became the master of this world. However, they did not kill all the low-level monsters. Instead, they protected the natives, especially the monsters in the 10,000 mountains. Challengers in the Legion were not allowed to enter and kill without a mission or permission. Those who violated the order were punished by military law and expelled from the world. This also made the monsters calm down quickly, and some humans even gained the trust of the monsters, and were followed by the monsters. Thunder struck hard to kill the high level, and then eased the division and resolved the contradiction. Wei Huan's move was both bloody and straightforward, but the effect was surprisingly good. After all, if you can't beat them, you will follow them, which applies to most intelligent races. If Wei Huan had saved his strength and fought little by little, he would only give the monsters the impression that he is just SOSO, resulting in endless monsters wanting to challenge him. Now it's like this, once and for all. This journey took a whole day and night, and at dawn, they entered a plain. This place is different from the peaceful and tranquil environment along the way. This area seems to be covered by a dark cloud, and the thick netherworld air lingers constantly, causing the grass leaves on the ground to wither and yellow, and difficult to grow, and no monsters can be seen here. The speed of the beast slowed down a little. Walking in the gray fog, Changle found that there were occasional flashes of light in front of him. He looked carefully and found that those light and dark spots were actually ghosts. Changle couldn't help but get nervous. Don't be nervous. But Mu Zhong, who was right next to him, smiled and said, have you forgotten what your boss's profession is? This is the battlefield he deliberately left to shock the monster clan. Changle suddenly realized. Mu Zhong continued, this place was 2 years ago. According to the speed of time in this world, it was 2 years ago that the bloody battle took place. The monster tribe was defeated, and 2 level 7 monsters died on the spot. The Monster King was forced to abandon this world and escape. More than 10 million monsters died in that battle, including a large number of medium and high-level monsters. After their death, their souls condensed and did not disperse, turning this place into a strange domain. Leaving here is to show strength and shock the monster tribe, and also because your boss needs to practice. As long as you are in the chariot when you go in and out of here, you are harmless. Changle nodded and looked down, and saw a huge black bull with broken horns walking slowly in the black fog. The body was extremely huge, like a mountain. Even the huge female emperor beast took 3 seconds to fly over. In its looming figure, Changle felt the oppression that was not inferior to the female emperor beast. Is that the soul of a great demon? Changle's pupils trembled, and he pointed at the huge beast and asked in surprise. Mu Zhong followed his gaze, but saw nothing. What great demon? The soul of the great demon was devoured and refined as soon as it died. The strength of the demon beast's soul left here should be around the 4th level, but if it is raised like this for decades, a 5th level demon ghost may appear. But, Changle pointed in the direction of the giant bull, can't you see it? Mu Zhong's expression gradually became solemn, and he asked seriously, what did you see? A giant bull with broken horns? Yes. Changle said, it can't be seen now. Mu Zhong didn't speak, thinking. It took half an hour to pass through the gray fog. It was not because the area was too big, but because it was close to the destination, the bees slowed down. When the gray fog dissipated, they saw the magnificent headquarters of the Pioneer Army in the morning light. The headquarters was located on a towering broken mountain, and a human-style city was built. The long city wall surrounded the city, and tall buildings could be seen sticking out of the city. When the chariot got on the platform, the beast disappeared and turned into a small, delicate and beautiful jellyfish, floating on Wei Huan's shoulder. The chariot stopped at the city gate, and everyone got off the car for the final inspection. The people and the cars separated and finally entered the city. Changle entered the city and asked the deputy driver to line up the people in his chariot, but he looked around curiously. The city was very spacious. Probably considering the future population, a large area was enclosed, but in fact there were not many people living here, so there was no excitement. There were only empty buildings standing with weapons of great lethality. There were no entertainment facilities in the city. Except for a few material exchange points at the city gate, all other buildings were for military purposes. The parking lot was full of cars, and the people coming and going after leaving the chariot were quite lively. When they arrived here, Changle separated from Commander Wei. Commander Wei and others went directly to the headquarters building in the city, while he took the crew to join the main force to report. Changle looked at Commander Wei's back and encouraged himself. He must seize this opportunity to become stronger and become a useful person in the chariot. Okay, come here and listen to me. The 40,000 newcomers all passed the final inspection and lined up neatly in the square. Changle was still in the first row, looking at the person who was speaking. Kritiv, as the deputy commander in charge of close combat on the commander's chariot, is now also responsible for the training of newcomers. Not long ago, he arranged the training of nearly 50,000 people. Now he is taking over the trial of the last 40,000 people, which is familiar to him. After gathering everyone in line, he said, next, you will be in a state without chariot action. Get on the chariot I assign, get off at different drop points, and experience this world. That's right, you have no rest time. You are the last to come, and you must race against time to improve yourself. Half a year later, you will come back to report, regardless of life or death, you can form a team, remember, there is no waste left on the strongest chariot of mankind. After a very brief speech, they were sent to different chariots by the team. After getting on the car, the only things they got were food that could support 3 days, a book on the basic knowledge of the world of monsters, and a waiver signal badge. After Changle got the supplies, he looked at the signal badge and stuffed it into the bottom of his bag without thinking. He would never use this thing. Even if he died, he would die beside the commander's chariot, rather than live in shame for the rest of his life. If it weren't for the signal badge's positioning function, he wouldn't want to carry it with him, leaving himself no way out. His deputy commander came over and said, Changle, let's arrange the crew to form a team as soon as possible. I asked, and a team of 3 to 5 people is the most reasonable. After hesitating for a while, Changle said, okay, I will help everyone form a team as soon as possible, but I won't join. What? You want to act alone? This is the world of monsters. Monsters of the same level are stronger than us. If we act alone, whether we encounter a monster tribe or a monster above level 5, we will surely die. I know, but I want to try. The deputy driver wanted to persuade him again, but he interrupted him and said, I don't want to take the path that everyone has taken, and the path I take is not suitable for most people. Do you have a direction? The deputy driver heard his implication. Changle nodded. Yes, I have found my way. Later, Changle got on a car alone, and the other chariots went to the back of the headquarters. There were large plains and hills over there, and further ahead were a group of mountains, and behind the mountains there was the sea. The Pioneer Army used this place as the starting point and drew a fan-shaped area for the soldiers to conduct trials. Don't look at it as a small area. More than 100,000 people sprinkled and it can't even see bubbles. This world is too big. As long as everyone faces it bravely, they can find their true self. 2 days later, Mu Zhong suddenly had an idea and paid attention to the location of the trialists. He found that except for most of the regular people who were training within the range, in addition, some of them ran out of the border and went to the outside world for more dangerous adventures. Among them, there were also challengers who were killed by monsters and whose beacons disappeared. The challenge world is not Blue Star. There are crises at every step here, and every step of growth is accompanied by endless risks. However, Mu Zhong's attention soon fell on one of the signals that acted alone and was in a very special location. He let Ironheart enter the source of this signal and looked at Chang'e walking in the Netherworld Ghost domain near the headquarters with a puzzled look. Later, Mu Zhong thought of something and found Wei Huan and said, "This Chang'e may have a great opportunity." Wei Huan, under his reminder, also saw the young man in the Netherworld. Mu Zhong said, when he came here, he said that he saw a huge and majestic bull ghost in the Netherworld, and one of its horns was broken. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "You mean the level 7 bull demon?" Mu Zhong nodded. "Yes, we all know that the bull demon's soul has been collected by you, and Xiong has become a pseudo-god level undead. Even the flesh and bones of the bull demon have their own places, and it should not exist in this world, but Chang'e said he saw it." Wei Huan must close his eyes to think, and when he opens his eyes again, he says, "Let's go and see." Okay. The place where Chang'e adventured is actually very close to the headquarters, but this is a monster cemetery, and Wei Huan deliberately locked the netherworld power to prevent it from escaping, so this area is shrouded in gray fog all year round. If you shuttle through it without a chariot, you will be affected by the magnetic field. Not only will you get lost, but you will also be contaminated by the netherworld power and die. The human soldiers need to be trained, and Wei Huan has never thought of sending people here. Not only because this is where he practices, but also because no one can survive here except him. No, there is also Su Qingqiang, who has eaten too many undead, and his body is full of the power of the underworld. He feels nothing when staying here. But Su Qingqiang doesn't like to come here either, because there are only ghosts here, and no warm flesh and blood to nourish him. He doesn't like it. When Wei Huan brought Mu Zhong here, the two stood on the back shell of the point beast. The pseudo-god level protective shield blocked the influence of the underworld, allowing Mu Zhong to stay here easily. But Chang'e, who was unarmed, didn't have such a thing. Without the protection of the chariot, he was just an ordinary sequence 5 martial king with good talent. Chang'e spent all his money to get a pair of silver-level boxing gloves a few years ago, and worked hard on his boxing skills. Now, even though he is a higher level, he still uses his points to exchange for gold-level boxing gloves. His short-distance boxing and kicking skills are very powerful, and his flexibility is not inferior to that of gamblers, who are good at wandering. The damage of each punch is not weaker than that of gamblers of the same level, but the warrior sequence is naturally high in defense, and those who are close to him often can't even move their hands, and are taken away by his combo of punches. Now, Chang'e is walking in the ghost den, with his remaining food on his back, wearing a pair of hard steel boxing gloves. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked down at Chang'e, but Chang'e was blinded by the gray fog and couldn't see them. After watching for a while, Mu Zhong said, "It has been 3 days, and Chang'e has not been affected at all in this ghost den. This alone is very unusual." Wei Huan nodded. After watching for a while, Mu Zhong said, "Moreover, after 3 days, most of his food is still left, but he doesn't feel hungry at all. Could it be that this nether mist was swallowed by him and turned into energy?" Wei Huan thought about it and nodded again. High-level challengers need to eat a lot of flesh and blood to nourish their bodies, but if they don't eat, they can actually survive by eating wind and drinking dew. Even if they don't eat for 10 days or half a month, their bodies will be weak, but they won't die. But Chang'e not only didn't eat in the netherworld, but he was also very energetic. He looked like he had just set off and kept jogging. However, Mu Zhong looked for a while and concluded, although he looks fine, he seems to be affected by the magnetic field and has been circling in a range. Wei Huan said, "He said he saw the bull demon? Where exactly is it?" Mu Zhong looked around and said, "Probably in that area." Wei Huan ordered the beast to fly over and search the area, but found nothing. Mu Zhong said, "You didn't find it either. It seems that this is really his chance." Wei Huan nodded, and after going back, he moved the chaotic magnetic field and opened a way for Chang'e. Chang'e, who was running around like a headless fly, immediately ran out along this road. During this period, Chang'e also looked up and looked around. Obviously, he also realized the problem, or noticed that someone had taken action, but he couldn't see anything in the gray fog. Wei Huan was about to follow him, but Mu Zhong pressed the headset and said, "I have some work to do when I go back, so I'm leaving first." Wei Huan nodded, summoned the dog to send Mu Zhong back, which was not far from the headquarters, and within his summoning range. And he continued to move forward with Chang'e. The battlefield is not small. 3,000 square kilometers is close to 1/3 of the size of the blue planet. Without a chariot, the challenger will not be able to walk through it for 2 or 3 days. Moreover, the magnetic field here is chaotic, and it is easy to get lost. Many greedy monsters enter here and cannot leave, adding another wisp of wronged souls to this underworld. Wei Huan followed Chang'e all the way, practicing while watching his trials. It took only more than a day, and he found that Chang'e gradually found the law of magnetic field changes, and he no longer needed to take action. Sure enough, he was sensitive to the power of the underworld and was a gifted person. He was determined to go, and gradually he was about to touch the area where the cow ghosts were said to appear. Mu Zhong occasionally came over and asked Wei Huan, "Is the ghost that even you can't see really a ghost? If it's not a ghost, what is it?" Wei Huan shook his head and was looking forward to it. He said, "I'm waiting." Perhaps Chang'e's success in this trial will also be helpful to him. The two of them waited for Chang'e's end, watching Chang'e stand there steadily when he arrived at that place, without any movement, just standing there. What did he see? Mu Zhong asked. He must have seen it. Wei Huan's eyes were all lit with green flames, but he saw nothing. He had refined all the ghost souls here, either turning them into ghost stones, or scattering them in the tomb to fertilize the land. Even the corpses were cleaned up, but occasionally some daring monsters would break in and be trapped here, and no monsters had ever run to the center. He even checked the deep underground. After the dog beast devoured the soul of the walking dragon, its tribe also had the ability to escape underground. Wei Huan had this ability, so he naturally had to clean up his territory. It was not enough for the face hugger to escape to the limit of his consciousness, so he sent out a hero-level big dog-headed man to extend the limit distance by another 70 kilometers. It was certain that there was no abnormality within the 140 kilometers under his feet. Could it be deeper? For safety, Wei Huan did not teleport himself in, or he should have walked down again. Thinking of this, Chang'e, who had been standing there for a long time, suddenly hugged his head, roared in pain, and rolled on the ground. His body began to bleed, and his skin and flesh seemed to be torn from the inside. In a blink of an eye, he was bloody, and no longer in human form. Oops. Mu Zhong wanted to go down, but Wei Huan did not move. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan, then at Chan Lu, and soon calmed down. Wei Huan had better eyesight than him, so he saw it before him, but he also saw it now. Although Chan Lu was torn all over and blood was gushing out, his wounds were also healing rapidly. In this process, his body became stronger little by little. Chan Lu rolled on the ground in pain, and was still screaming at first, but he didn't know whether he was used to it or knew that no one would come to save him even if he screamed again, so he gradually stopped screaming. Until later, he couldn't even roll, so he lay on the ground and was only trembling. But he didn't faint from beginning to end, just gritted his teeth and endured it. It was also because he didn't faint and his will was still there, so Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were not convenient to show up. Later, Chan Lu turned over, and was not shaking so much, and was still muttering in his mouth. Mu Zhong stared at him for a long time and asked, "What is he mumbling?" Wei Huan's vision was half on the demon eye lord, so he naturally knew what he was mumbling. He just smiled when he heard it. Mu Zhong looked at him twice, and then said, "I think he should be able to make it. Did you find anything?" Wei Huan shook his head. It was strange that he didn't find anything. This was his field, but there were things he didn't know. This also showed that he was not omniscient and omnipotent in the underworld, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Chang'e was in pain for most of the day, and finally it didn't hurt. He didn't glorify the ancestors and make achievements. He turned over and sat up, stunned for a while, and then began to tear his clothes. His equipment, the gold-level clothes and pants that he spent all his points to get, were torn like rags and were useless. Obviously, in the challenge world, even if he fought a battle with a gold-level monster, it was only damaged. He returned to the car and spent some points to repair it. Here, it was ruined after a few dawdles. Mu Zhong was also surprised. It's obviously the power bursting from the body, but it can even tear the equipment apart. No matter how fake the defense is, it's a diamond equipment made of challenge materials. Isn't the power too great? After saying this, Mu Zhong wanted to say something, but suddenly paused, and then said, "Wei Huan, look at his chest. Is there a cow?" Wei Huan had already seen it. He saw it very clearly. After peeling off the thick blood scab, he could see a huge tattoo on the left side of Chang'e's chest connected to the arm. A lifelike black cow appeared on it, and a horn was broken. Wei Huan remembered clearly that this was the appearance of the 7th level bull demon. Changle really saw the bull demon, and he got it, but what exactly is this? Changle took off his shirt and looked down to see the tattoo on his chest. He raised his hand to touch the tattoo, and after his attention shifted here, he began to feel it getting hot. The temperature rose quickly, and when it was as hot as a branding iron, the pain suddenly began to drill out, and then he really saw a ball of black smoke turning out from his chest, and finally swirling, a huge black bull with a height of 100 meters appeared in front of him. Changle looked up, lost in thought. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were also stunned. This time they saw it. Not only did they see it, but they also saw with their own eyes that the bull came out of Changle's chest and finally recovered into the appearance of the 7th level bull demon. Wei Huan became serious and no longer hid his existence. The long legs of the point beast immediately entangled it. At the beginning, the bull demon died on the long legs of the point beast and was entangled fiercely. Even though it had amazing defense, it was no match for the pseudo-god level undead. Besides, the point beast would not only entangle tightly, but the tip of its long legs was as sharp as a knife and as flexible as a hand. Facing the same enemy and the same means of killing oneself, as long as there is still consciousness, it should be afraid, resist, or attack madly. But this bull demon was being entangled and just looked at the beast, as well as Wei Huan and Mu Zhong on its back. His eyes were clear and pure, just like Changle, who was still slumped on the ground. Chapter 317. The beast tightened a little more, and the bull demon did not resist. Wei Huan thought about it, let the beast loose, and then said to Changle, "Take it." Changle nodded, tried twice, and the bull really turned into black mist and returned to his body. The same bull demon pattern appeared again on his chest and arms. "Let it out," Wei Huan said. Changle obediently let the bull demon out again. Then he stood up and looked at Wei Huan eagerly. "Commander Wei, what is this?" Wei Huan said, "Your true self, and it is very high quality." "Aw, really?" Changle smiled foolishly, and was immediately happy. Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan, "Did you figure it out?" Wei Huan nodded, "Almost right." "What is it?" "A kind of will, an unyielding will. This is not the bull monster, but on this battlefield, the unyielding will it left behind is the strongest, and the remaining will attracts the same beliefs around it for a long time, and condenses this belief." Speaking of this, Wei Huan looked at Changle. In fact, if we talk about unyielding will, he believes that many people in his team have it. His drivers are the strongest elite soldiers on Blue Star, and what they lack the most is belief. So the reason why Changle can get this belief is not because he is the only strongest one, but because he does have the talent of the Netherworld. But before he guessed it out, Wei Huan ordered Changle, "Let it devour the power of the Netherworld." "Ah?" After a moment of stupidity, Changle gave the order according to Wei Huan's request. The bull demon really began to devour the Netherworld power around it. At the same time, its body began to grow gradually larger until it was more than 3,000 meters high. It had eaten up all the Netherworld power around it, and it could not eat any more. Changle raised his head and opened his mouth. Wei Huan became more and more certain of his idea and ordered Changle again with certainty, "Take it." Changle took the bull demon back without hesitation. Then, as if he had drunk a mouthful of strong liquor, the heat instantly rose to his head. The whole person was like an inflated balloon, growing a circle, more than 4 meters tall, with swollen muscles and dark skin. The fullness of power even spread to his hair, stretching his hair like a sea urchin. Changle's eyes were red from the power. He looked at Wei Huan like a mad bull, but he could see his calmness and restraint. When he spoke, his voice was buzzing, as if his throat was pressed by a boulder. "Commander Wei, I want to try my current ability." The black bull tattoo on his chest was shiny black. "Okay." Wei Huan agreed, and a portal opened behind him. A level 6 two-headed hidden demon flew out and rushed straight towards Changle. Changle hit the claws of the two-headed hidden demon, grabbed its wings, and slammed it to the ground. The earth shook, a 5-meter-long pit was smashed, and the two-headed hidden demon became a meat pie, and its body dissipated and went directly back to the tomb. With one move, the level 6 two-headed hidden demon died. And he was not hurt at all when he faced it head-on, and the claws of the two-headed hidden demon did not even leave a white mark on his chest. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and in addition to surprise, there was also a deep joy in his eyes. Wei Huan's seemingly expressionless face actually raised the corners of his mouth slightly. But at the same time, the army of undead poured out of the portal like a heavy rain and rushed towards Changle. Changle completely released himself, and the earth shook. The attacks of the undead were useless to him, but he could kill the dead spirits with one blow. He punched and kicked one by one, killing countless undeads until he felt a pain in his back, felt dizzy, and fell to the ground. The army of undead surrounding him also dispersed. Wei Huan, who reappeared, looked at his faded tattoo and said, "Magic Pattern Warrior, this is the name I gave it. The strength when it explodes is related to the level of the magic pattern. When the magic pattern is full, you can fight 300 level 6 two-headed hidden demons alone, but when the magic pattern power disappears, you will fall into a weak period until the magic pattern is full again. This road is not bad, it should be said to be very strong, but it also borrows some external objects. You still need to understand it carefully. Don't let yourself fall into danger." Chang'e lay on the ground exhausted, but he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't dare to think about fighting 300 level 6 undeads alone in the past. Even if it was one-on-one, he might not be the opponent of Commander Wei's undead. Even with the help of external objects, he was satisfied. Mu Zhong had arrived at this time, using the power of nature to heal Chang'e's back, and smiled. "Do you remember what I said? There are opportunities everywhere here. Don't follow the path of your predecessors. Congratulations, you have created a new branch profession." Chang'e's eyes were hot with laughter. "I remember. Thank you for reminding me, Boss Mu. It was your reminder that made me take this step. I really succeeded." Mu Zhong put away his hand that was healing the wound, patted his back, and then said, "Your trial is not over yet. You should cultivate this profession well in the remaining time. I will wait for your good news." "Yes." Chang'e nodded heavily. Mu Zhong stepped on the back shell of the beast and returned to Wei Huan's side. The two of them soon disappeared in the gray fog. Looking back at Chang'e, he had stood up happily and summoned the bull demon again, but this time the bull demon was less than half a meter tall and lay on the ground without moving. No matter how he urged, it would not swallow the power of the netherworld, which made Chang'e jump anxiously. Mu Zhong retracted his gaze and said, "It seems that when this bull demon is not charging, it is his weak period. It is so strong when it explodes, I am afraid that this weak period is not short." Wei Huan nodded. "Strength is relative. If you want to explode, you must bear the punishment." Mu Zhong said, "It seems that the main team can open another team. Many soldiers in this trial have obtained good true selves, and their strength is not bad, but the true self obtained by Chang'e is indeed among the best. By the way, you call him a magic pattern warrior." Wei Huan's expression did not change. "I read such a thing in online novels before." "A profession." Mu Zhong smiled. "You have read novels?" Wei Huan looked at him helplessly. "I didn't come out of a stone. I went to the same university as you." Mu Zhong still smiled. "I know, I just find it incredible that you still have time to read novels. Our Commander Wei, shouldn't you have been learning poetry and songs since the day you opened your eyes, dared to go to the stubborn tomb when you go to school, and have been invincible in the world when you were young?" Wei Huan raised his hand and hit Mu Zhong's back of the head. He glanced at Mu Zhong for less than 2 seconds, and he couldn't help laughing. 1 month in the challenge world is 2 months in the monster world. During this period, Wei Huan went to the abyss of the North Sea and did find something unusual, but he didn't act rashly. Now he has other more important things to do. So apart from this, Wei Huan has been practicing in this world and paying attention to the trials of the newcomers. The trial was difficult, with many accidents and radicals, and indeed some injuries, but most of them were fine. Not only did they survive successfully, but almost all of them found their true selves or had some other adventures. However, there were still 4 months before the end of the trial, and Wei Huan could not stay here. He had more important things to do. Most of the old members of the Pioneer Army headquarters left that day, leaving only Cousin Mu with a group of logistics to continue the trial. The 735 people who passed through the gate stood behind Wei Huan, stepped on the point beast, and landed directly in the Legion base on the side of the 6th level world gate. Soon after being welcomed into a building that had been prepared long ago, they all disappeared. They returned to Wei Huan's chariot. The chariot stopped in the void space, and a few people were left to take care of it, mainly to take care of the buds of the world tree. Even though it was known that the world tree was tough and even 100 miles of mountains could not crush it, such a rare treasure still needed to be carefully taken care of. In the end, the old man stayed. The old man is old and his cultivation is very slow. Compared with the adventures in the monster world to search for his true self, he prefers to be under the breath of the world tree, make a cup of tea, pick up a book, and a day will pass. The world tree is also slowly adjusting his body. The white hair on his head is much less than when he first got on the bus, and he looks a lot younger. With the old man looking after him in the car, Wei Huan is also very relieved. This trip will last for more than a month. The 735 people returned to the car and appeared directly in the small square of Central Park. For a while, the slogans of the queue continued, but Wei Huan looked at the old man who came after hearing the news. There were two people beside the old man, both of whom were scholars. When they saw Wei Huan, they smiled from a distance and said, "I guess you should come back. There are only a few hours left before the opening battle. I just didn't expect that there is no time to waste. Don't you plan to go back to Blue Star to take a look?" Wei Huan said, "The opening battle is over, and we have to go back even if we don't want to." The old man looked at him and everyone else. "It seems that the monster world has greatly improved you. It has only been 2 months, and there have been significant changes." "Yes, so this time we came out, and we waited until the end. Since you know what will happen in the end, you might as well slow down and dig deep to accumulate strength. Your choice is right." "Yeah." While the two were talking, the queue had been completed, and the captain came to report, and Wei Huan stopped talking. Facing the crew who followed him all the way, Wei Huan didn't say much. Everyone knew what they were doing this time, so they just disbanded on the spot. Disbanding was not a rest, but a quick return to work. Within 10 minutes, everything in the tank was running normally, as if they had never left here. Wei Huan took a nap at the last moment to recuperate. When the Challenge World sent a notice, he suddenly opened his eyes. As if he had never fallen asleep, his eyes were clear. Notice. The mountain and sea battlefield is about to start. Countdown 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the last number sounded, Wei Huan and his deputy commanders entered the commander's room together and stood together. They saw white light flashing in front of them, and their vision was briefly confused. When the scenery reappeared, they appeared in a mountain and sea map. The opening battle mountain and sea battlefield, as always, was not big. Both the enemy and us were like being put into a cage for fighting animals, located in a corner of the square battlefield. Wei Huan ordered the tank to fly high on the spot, and he could see the distant mountains and the sea on both sides. It seems that if they follow the normal procedure, they should fight with the dark beasts in that mountain, and the seas on both sides will be used as tactics. The two sides will fight with wisdom and courage, and finally fight to the death, with both sides injured. After looking at it for a long time, Mu Zhong's voice sounded in his ears. "Commander, the army has been reorganized." Wei Huan then retracted his gaze, and fell on the corner above the left. This position is always reserved for Mu Zhong, and can be opened at any time. "Okay." Wei Huan then looked down and saw tens of thousands of chariots lined up neatly, painted in different colors according to the country, and the engines roared at this moment, ready to fight. Even if everyone guessed that the dark beasts might not have time to take care of this opening battle, or that they knew they couldn't kill them, and had already retreated, the most ideal situation for this opening battle was that they could not see the enemy after entering. But the lion also uses all its strength to fight the rabbit. Even if the human side is sure to win this battle, they still have to act cautiously. Each country also sent its elite troops, including 5th, 6th, and 7th level chariots, and the total number of participants exceeded 2 million. This number is the highest in history. Who doesn't want to fight in a favorable battle? Some civilian organizations and private chariots have signed up to get a piece of the pie, but the registration qualification for the big battlefield is in the hands of the official, so these idiots are not allowed to get in. Even so, this number is indeed large. Therefore, after they entered the battlefield, they spent a full 10 minutes connecting the team, confirming the command vehicle and other preparations. Now, it has been barely completed. Wei Huan received the report, looked at the endless convoy under his feet, and said, "Let's go." "Yes, let's go!" The live broadcast room was already full of people, and 99% of the cameras were locked on Wei Huan's chariot or himself. It's been a long time since I last saw Commander Wei. That's right. When he was exploring high-level treasure chests and ruins, Commander Wei would broadcast live. Now that he has passed the assessment road of the 7th level world, we know that he is becoming more and more low-key. His style of doing things is indeed becoming more and more low-key, but what he does is not low-key at all. Every major move of the pioneering army is inseparable from the shadow of Commander Wei, but I can't see him. I miss him so much. It's a pity that I can't see my idol once every 1 or 2 years. I'm married and have children, but Bai Yuedwang still occupies the most important position in my heart. We are also married and have children. My wife and I are both super fans of Commander Wei. We have common topics. Commander Wei's actions deserve full admiration. No, wait, this is the whole army. Have you launched an attack? Why don't you send out a reconnaissance vehicle to take a look? What are you looking at? Do Dark Beast Lords dare to come? If they come, they will wipe out the whole clan. They haven't even passed the level 6 Lord assessment, let alone the level 7. How did you know? There is no notification when a level 6 Lord appears. Random challenge. Stupid. Can't you read some military news? After the last level 6 assessment, the technology of our blue star has been changing with each passing day and developing rapidly. This time it won't be bad either, right? Rub your hands. I sat up in shock, and it turned out that I was the invader. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young Wakaka. Go! This time the atmosphere in the live broadcast room has completely changed. The gap between the enemy and us is obvious. Who doesn't like a sure-win battle? Everyone is as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Wei Huan also led the human army to attack Huanglong in such cheers. It took half a day for the chariot to cross the mountain and reach the other side. The terrain was almost the same. After more than 4 hours of going forward, there was no trace of the Dark Beast clan. From the big map, they almost compressed the encirclement to 1/3 of the corner. Finally, the first Dark Beast Lord's territory appeared. Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief and understood that in the eyes of the Dark Beast King, ordinary Dark Beasts were just tools to be used at will. Therefore, even if they knew that the Dark Beast clan could not stop Wei Huan in this opening battle, they could not just open the door and let them pass through. Even if it was an ineffective blockage, they had to do it. These Dark Beast Lords were sent to build the territory to die. Even if Wei Huan understood, he had no mercy. He crushed the enemy on the way forward and did not care whether the opponent was too weak. Moreover, he always remained alert, and the battle line was very wide. The army of undead was always within his summoning distance. Even if these lords could not even trip his feet, they stood in front of him and pushed down all the territories within the attack range. These Dark Beast Lords were assigned by the Dark Beast King. They knew they would die, but did not retreat. After seeing many monsters that ran away when they could not defeat them in the monster world, it was difficult for Wei Huan to say whether this swarm civilization was good or bad. At the moment, it was a bit pathetic, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before nightfall, Wei Huan led the convoy to the base camp of the Dark Beast camp smoothly. It was exactly the same as the last time I saw it, a large black square, paved with black square tiles with dark patterns, and in the middle of the square was a four-sided triangular tower. After entering the base camp area, the people in the chariot will be forcibly removed. The original intention of the challenge world may be to have a more brutal hand-to-hand combat here, to test the actual ability of both sides. Unfortunately, Wei Huan pushed all the way here without any decent resistance, and even the shadow of the Dark Beast could not be seen here. Wei Huan parked the chariot outside the Black Stone, and called 100 challengers to get off the car. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. These 100 people are going to go to the Dark Beast plane with him. Combat power is secondary. The key is to have strong enough survival ability. In addition, in order to transport more supplies from there, everyone carries 10 space warehouses. If he doesn't get enough this time, his name will be written upside down. Wei Huan gathered the people, and was about to set off, only to find that Mu Zhong fell behind. Mu Zhong was obviously talking to someone through the virtual screen. When he saw him looking over, he ended the conversation and walked over. Without waiting for Wei Huan to ask, he said, "A general asked if I could give some of the top 100 rankings this time. I refused. The top 100 are 100 warriors, who are going to adventure in the Dark Beast world. Although the rewards are not very good, they will be recorded forever on the merit wall of the challenge world. What qualifications do those who are just sitting there, and eating for nothing have to ask for it? Even if it is a political factor, it is not their turn to ask for it. Who are they?" Wei Huan asked this, and he seemed to want to settle accounts. Mu Zhong shook his head. "Everyone is greedy. They shut up when I refuse them. It's not worth mentioning." Wei Huan said, "Don't be patient. You can be domineering and decisive with me here." Mu Zhong was very happy, and his eyebrows and eyes were curved with a smile. "With you here, no one dares to say a harsh word to me." "That's good." Mu Zhong and Wei Huan got out of the car together. The army of the undead had occupied the square inside and outside, and surrounded it tightly. Although the sea water was not blocked, the feeling inside and outside the square was different, and there was indeed an obvious ban. Wei Huan took another look at the chariots surrounding the square. In the lights that flashed one after another, and wished them a triumphant return, he waved his arm, and walked towards the dark four-sided triangular tower. The passage in the tower was straight, and there was a black stone door at the end. The stone door could not be opened remotely by using the undead, using abilities, or using various methods. If the challenger came in person, He only needed to push it lightly with his hand to easily push it open. After pushing it open, there was a water curtain behind the door, separating the scenery in the room, and the shadows were unclear. Wei Huan looked back at the people behind him and reminded, "Follow me closely." Then he stepped into the water curtain. Sure enough, at the moment of passing through the water curtain, the familiar scene happened again. Challenge World announced that the human race won the opening battle and issued a large number of rewards. Yin Country, as the country with the greatest contribution, still obtained a super rare resource this time. But now everyone obviously doesn't care about these little things. Compared with the little supplies rewarded by Challenge World, it's not as good as going to the Dark Beast World. When the notice of winning the opening battle was repeated 3 times, and it was quiet, Wei Huanjing stepped into the middle of the room and looked at the gate that showed 700 hours left. He stepped on it, the light fell, and the expected scene appeared at the same time. The voice, that couldn't be distinguished between men and women, echoed above his head. "Congratulations to the 100 warriors for starting the brave challenge and obtaining the qualification to go to the Dark Beast World. You will challenge to survive for 700 hours and 04 minutes in a world full of enemies. Please note, this challenge is extremely difficult. Do you accept the challenge? To accept, press yes. To refuse, press no. This choice is one time and cannot be repeated. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Wei Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly the same as the last time. That was fine. If there were any changes, it would be bad. Then Wei Huan said, "Yes." As his voice fell, the 100 carefully selected heroes, who entered the tower, all turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. In the live broadcast room, the audience was still not satisfied. "We won too quickly. We entered the venue at 6 in the morning and broke through the base camp before it got dark at night. It was simply as fast as flying. Hee, ho ho ho, ha ha ha, little Anan, we are back again. Just be good and pose for convenience. Commander Wei is so powerful. With his leadership, the human race will surely prosper. The Dark Beast clan is no longer a threat. Commander Wei, take us to the Sea of Stars. Pray for Commander Wei and the heroes to have a safe return. Pray together." Dark Beast Plain. Wei Huan and his men landed. At first glance, everything seemed normal in the Dark Beast world. As a real world, this world has light and darkness, climate change, and a variety of world terrain. Of course, if you go outside the world, you can also see the cosmic nebula. The Dark Beast Plain is a universe. For humans, it is probably impossible to explore the distance in their lifetime. The Challenge World can not only capture it easily, but also captures countless. It is hard to imagine how powerful the Challenge World is. If it is some kind of natural law, it is fine. If there is someone behind it, it is terrifying. Chapter 318. Now that Wei Huan is revisiting his old place, he is not in a hurry to set off. According to the old rules, the army of undead is released first, and then he waits for Mu Zhong to redetermine the tasks for the 100 people. At the same time, he begins to try to contact MOG. This perception finds that MOG seems to be much stronger. In his soul thread, MOG is like a raging flame. Even though it is far away, the sky where it is surging with huge energy, as eye-catching as a burning cloud. In comparison, the fire of life of other undead connected to the other end of his soul thread is as weak as a firefly. Only the pseudogod level point beast that has walked a distance can barely compete with MOG. What happened to MOG in the past year and a half? Even without him, can he upgrade to the pseudogod level? Even stronger? Wei Huan's first reaction is whether he can still control it. It's no wonder that he is suspicious. The army of undead is his foundation. If he says that being strong will get rid of his control, then his hard work in cultivation until now is a joke. Therefore, the point is not that the undead are so strong, but that they will never get out of his control. Wei Huan had a hard time restraining the urge to summon MOG back now. Of course, he couldn't pull him back to the tomb at such a long distance, but if he summoned him by force, it would definitely affect MOG. It was because he didn't know what he had experienced in the past year and a half to become so strong, so he had to be more cautious to avoid affecting MOG. Let himself divert his attention from MOG. Wei Huan looked at the people behind him. Everyone was in place, and Mu Zhong sent a team of 20 people out, and the team leader was Brother Hammer, one of the 3 giants of the chariot. His passerby talent has reached the pinnacle of cultivation in the monster world. It can block anyone who is connected to his breath within his field of vision, including the undead. This ability is best used to explore the way ahead, and will never be discovered or attacked. The rest of the people stayed with Wei Huan on the back of the point beast, waiting for their shifts, and they still had to practice for the rest of the time. The practice can never stop. They are the group of people who walk at the forefront of the human race, representing the strongest group of human forces, and are also a yardstick to be measured and compared at any time. Of course, Wave 1 is not worried that they will be lazy in practice. Those who can come out of the billions of people and come to his side are all beings with superb character and talent. Along the way, they met many ordinary tribes of the Dark Beast tribe, and all those who appeared on the route were eliminated. Although they are just some small tribes, they are either owned by the tribe leader or the place where the tribe is located, and there will be some good resources. The Dark Beast tribe is not good at technology, and cannot refine most of the materials here, but natural materials and treasures are born in places where spiritual energy gathers. Living in such an environment can prolong life and strengthen the body. Wei Huan came here with a plan to plunder materials, so he carried a lot of space warehouses, and more than a dozen warehouses were full of collection robots. In addition, the face huggers assisted them, and often the places they swept were barren. However, Wei Huan only collected resources on the route. After all, it was more important to find MOG as soon as possible, and the collection of hundreds of tribes here was not as good as the collection of a Dark Beast King. This time it was very smooth. There were no accidents in 5 days, but he never encountered the territory of the Dark Beast King. Su Qingqiang brought plenty of cigarettes this time, as if to make up for the bad luck he had here last time. He kept smoking these days. When he stood next to Wei Huan frowned. This smell, Su Qingqiang didn't care, but just said, "Do you remember how long it took us to meet the Dark Beast King last time? With MOG's guidance, we marched quickly for 2 days. It's been 5 days? I thought that this time I would be able to find MOG soon, kill the Dark Beast King, and then go to explore those secrets. We can only stay here for 30 days, and 5 days have passed." Wei Huan turned to look at Su Qingqiang. "What do you think of those secrets? Of course, we should go to the place we went to last time again, and we must start from there." "Tianzhu Shuangshan?" "Yes, Tianzhu Shuangshan, my portable system has a map, and I see that your direction is getting further and further away from Tianzhu Shuangshan." Wei Huan also noticed it. This time they teleported to a corner of the Dark Beast world, far from the center. It happened that Tianzhu Shuangshan and Moji were in the same direction, so they came all the way here, but the route began to diverge since yesterday. Wei Huan decided without hesitation, "Go find Moji first, don't forget the business." Su Qingqiang nodded, "We've been waiting for you to say this, so we won't bother. By the way, how long will it take to find that kid?" Wei Huan looked ahead and said, "Less than a day." They chatted idly for a while, and it was noon. The sun was blazing, and the Dark Beasts didn't like the sun, so they hid in the dark and slept. Sometimes Wei Huan flew over a group of Dark Beasts without knowing it. This time period is often the calmest and safest time. But Wei Huan, who was chatting, suddenly changed his expression, his eyes became a little weird, and then the green flame in his left eye jumped, as if he was staring at something. Su Qingqiang asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something good?" Wei Huan didn't say anything, but his expression was indeed a little puzzled. But after thinking for a while, he smiled again. Su Qingqiang was even more curious. "What are you doing? You're laughing so hard." The last word was swallowed hard. Wei Huan naturally wouldn't bother with him. As brothers who had shared life and death, Su Qingqiang's jokes were sometimes even more excessive than this. He didn't want Su Qingqiang to worry, so he shouted, "Pay attention, I need to speed up and be alert." Mu Zhong rushed over and asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Huan said, "If I'm not mistaken, MOG is picking us up." Su Qingqiang said, "MOG is in front?" "TSK, I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him a little." Wei Huan said, "No." "Aw no? So what?" Su Qingqiang was impatient, biting his cigarette, but with his teeth, and his eyebrows stood up. Wei Huan sighed and gestured with his chin, "See for yourself." Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang looked in the direction he pointed. On the top of the mountain on the way, there were more than 100 two-headed hidden demons flying. They were very conspicuous in the air. Under them were piles of bright red, bright yellow, or cut into the same size branches and trunks, minerals and mud, almost filling the top of the mountain. The two of them stared at the supplies that would take 2 or 3 space warehouses to store, and they understood what it meant to welcome them. The Dark Beasts could not communicate with the human race and language, nor did they share the same schedule. Their cultivation attributes were completely opposite, and they were completely contradictory and hostile to each other. They would kill anyone they saw. But this pile of materials that the human race would be interested in, and only a few hundred two-headed hidden demons were sent here to guard. Even a fool could see that this was a deliberate welcome. Wei Huan's level 6 two-headed hidden demon surrounded the 100 living two-headed hidden demons, preventing them from moving at will. Now, with Wei Huan's order, they were driven away again. Then he looked at the materials again. It was indeed what they needed. MOG was really smart. No one told it what to do, but it knew to collect these things. But this kind of intelligence made people a little worried. Mu Zhong was so smart that he was close to a demon. He knew what Wei Huan was thinking by looking at his expression and said, "You should know better than anyone whether your summons are under your control. Don't think too much." Wei Huan nodded, asked several undead leaders to come over, and took a space warehouse to collect the piles of materials. When Mu Zhong saw Wei Huan let the undead leader go, he knew that he still had doubts about MOG. This was Wei Huan's weak spot, and he couldn't touch it. The space warehouse returned to Mu Zhong's hands. Mu Zhong asked Heart of Steel to count, and soon the data was transmitted to Wei Huan. Mu Zhong changed the subject and said, "These are all super rare materials, just piled up like this. What has MOG been doing for the past year and a half? Has he become a mine owner?" Wei Huan's eyebrows jumped after seeing the name and quantity of the materials. The value of this pile of things is almost half of what he got last time. Moreover, the 100 two-headed hidden demons he drove away did not fly far after leaving. Instead, they stopped and waited for them after flying a distance, as if something happened. When they saw that they did not move, they flew back again. This move is easy to understand. Wei Huan set off again, following the two-headed hidden demons, and walked more than 500 kilometers. There was another mountain in front. This mountain was extremely high, with snow on the top. It was a snowy mountain. On the top of the snowy mountain, there was a pile of ice and snow-attributed supplies. The two-headed hidden demons were waiting here, waiting for them to collect. Behind the snowy mountain, there was a lake, and the lake contained water-attributed supplies. After that, there were volcanoes, dense forests, and swamps. In a short period of time, Wei Huan obtained multiple times the supplies he had last time. The space warehouse he brought was almost full, and he could go home directly. From the initial excitement to the numbness now, many people have speculated, did MOG kill the Dark Beast King and become the king himself? How many Dark Beast royal families did he kill? Or did he dig through the Dark Beast world? It saves us the time to collect, and we can directly explore the secrets. There was a lot of discussion behind him, but Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and did not comment. Obviously Wei Huan had been worried, so he was not in high spirits. He stood at the front of the Dark Beasts, and had been standing there for a long time. There are more Dark Beasts. Mu Zhong observed the changes under his feet. He looked for a while and emphasized, a lot. At the end of his observation, Mu Zhong said, and it seems that the small tribes have merged. Look at the Zayuroma running on this plain. Are there millions of them? Zayuroma is a group of Dark Beasts, but he has never seen millions of them gathered together. The plain under his feet is vast, and the Zayuroma seems to be spreading a black blanket on it, as if welcoming or escorting. He ran with them for a while, but they were too fast, so he stopped until he could no longer see them. Going further, they saw some other tribes, which were more numerous than other places. There were two-headed hidden demons all over the sky, flying monkeys living in trees, and dog-headed people living underground, digging countless pits in the hills. There were too many of them, and they were simply too dense. This was what they could see in this direction. There were no idea how many there were in other places. If not 2 billion, there must be 1 billion. But they had gone so deep, and they were afraid that they had reached the core of this territory, but they still couldn't see MOG. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan in confusion. Did MOG really get rid of control and hide from Wei Huan? Wei Huan finally sensed MOG's thoughts. The distance was too far before, and he didn't know what MOG was thinking. He only knew that this guy was always very excited, and it was a bloodthirsty excitement. As the distance got closer, the crazy feeling became clearer, and it made people worry whether it was in some kind of frenzy. But at this moment, Wei Huan's consciousness entered the defenseless brain of MOG. What he saw were corpses everywhere, blood flowing like a river, the figures of the Dark Beast Kings unwilling to fall, and countless Dark Beasts who surrendered after a call from a high place. At this moment, Wei Huan understood everything. After understanding, his heart, which had been lifted up, also returned to its original place. Without a beginning or an end, Wei Huan suddenly said, "You are right." Mu Zhong looked at him puzzled. Wei Huan's tense mouth corners had relaxed, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. He said to Mu Zhong, "My summons, I should know the most." Mu Zhong knew what he was talking about this time, and then quickly reacted, "What did MOG do?" Wei Huan looked at the groups of Dark Beasts under his feet. At first, he didn't understand why they lived together against their habits, nor did he understand why he didn't find the Dark Beast royal family along the way. It was all because Moji is fighting to support the war. These are his Dark Beast tribe, and the people of his territory. Even with this guess, Mu Zhong was still surprised after getting a positive answer. So many? I'm afraid there are more than 2 billion. Wei Huan nodded, and it's still fighting in the front at the moment, so it didn't come. At this point, Wei Huan's eyes were full of fire, with a bit of urgency. Now, help it win this long-awaited battle. That's right, Moji is leading its tribe to attack the territory of the Dark Beast Lord for almost 3 months. When the master left, he gave it 2 orders. The first is to continue to control more Dark Beasts and develop power. The second is not to let the Dark Beast tribe develop at ease and create trouble for them. Moji is very smart. It soon discovered that these 2 orders are actually the same thing. As long as it continues to attack the territory of the Dark Beast clan, it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So since its master left, it has been fighting in this world without stopping for a moment. One after another, the Dark Beast kings were killed by it. It took over the remaining tribes of these Dark Beast kings and reorganized them into its own Dark Beast army. It looted all kinds of supplies along the way, fighting to support the war, and set off an endless war in this Dark Beast world. Until its strength could completely crush and easily flatten the territory of the Dark Beast kings, it finally forced these Dark Beast kings to join forces. The 3 Dark Beast kings secretly formed an alliance, and billions of Dark Beasts gathered in the territory ahead. When they came out in full force, they almost killed it on the spot without any defense. Of course, it is not afraid of death. With the Master's gift, it will not die. But if it dies, it means that it has not completed the Master's order. The fire of death will burn its soul, and disobeying will never appear. Besides, once it dies, the soul network it has controlled in the past will collapse, and the Dark Beasts will be out of its control, which also violates the Master's order. In order to continue to capture cities and territories, and to survive, Moji's invasion speed has to slow down. It has been fighting with the territory of the 3 Dark Beast kings in front for 3 months. It has more than 3 billion Dark Beast tribes, and now only 1.8 billion are left. In addition, there is news that another Dark Beast king has sent troops to support this territory, which means that the army will arrive in the next few days. By then, the number will be several times that of its current troops. It is possible to go out of the city to counterattack, or even chase and kill it. Moji is not afraid of death, but it cannot die. The Master's order is above everything else, and it must persist. But really, I don't know how to continue so as not to disobey the Master's orders. Just when it was about to fail, and thought that it might have to return to the tomb in disgrace and face its master without face, the Master's thoughts suddenly came to this world one day. At that moment, Moji only felt that the east was dark. Its omnipotent demon-like Great Master would use darkness as a cloak, step on the flames of the netherworld, and bring billions of dead souls to sweep the world like a natural disaster and plague. Moji. An infinitely majestic voice sounded in his mind. Moji, who was commanding the Dark Beast to fight, shuddered all over, and then said excitedly, "Master." The army of the undead appeared faster than expected. When the netherworld chi that exuded the same breath and was deeply attached to it rolled over from the horizon, the first thing Moji saw was a huge, overwhelming black netherworld phoenix. Its feathers were long, as if covering the whole world. Wherever its wings reached, the netherworld chi surged like a huge wave. Gray snow fell, and covered the entire battlefield. The Dark Beasts fighting on the battlefield, whether the enemy or the enemy, were covered with snow, just like the skin was stained with poison, and the flesh and bones were corroded in an instant, and the pain was extremely severe. The weak ones were corroded by the netherworld chi on the spot, and died into a pool of rotten water. Moji did not feel sorry for the Dark Beasts that followed him. He did not think that he and the Dark Beasts were of the same clan from the bottom of his heart. Even if they looked similar, they were born in the land of the dead. It was the Master who lit its death fire. It knew clearly that it was a clan of the undead. However, these Dark Beasts were its tools to accomplish its mission, so it ordered them to retreat. The faster they ran, the stronger Dark Beasts would survive. At the same time, unlike the painful howlings of other Dark Beasts, it looked up and felt the power of the netherworld wrapping it up again, just like soaking in a pool of just the right temperature in the cold winter, so comfortable that it almost wanted to roll around. This was its tribe. Its fellow tribesmen were finally here. The netherworld phoenix roared past, rolling up the endless wind and snow between heaven and earth, rushing straight towards the enemy camp, circling in the sky. Then the overwhelming 2-headed hidden demon zombies came in the wind and snow, like hungry wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep, pouncing on the group of dark beasts, who were still barely resisting the invasion of the netherworld, and easily tore them apart. The sound of iron hooves rumbled from the ground. The skeleton wolf army was guarding on both wings, and the central army was the Shio-Roman zombie army, which was of the same blood. They coordinated with the demon Eye Lord, covering the sky and the earth tightly, and surged like waves. In fact, the number of this undead army was not large. Compared with the battlefield with hundreds of millions of people, the number of only 70,000 or 80,000 was huge, just like the difference between a lake and the sea. But these undead were powerful, and each one was not inferior to the high-level dark beasts of the same level. There were also those undead transformed by high-level dark beasts. In terms of individual strength, they were not worse than the dark beast royal family. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. But on the other hand, even if an absolutely elite force faced an enemy thousands or hundreds of times its own number, it could still strike hard and kill them easily. The arrival of the undead army was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It easily cut the dark beast army that had been chasing Moji, and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop into countless pieces, and wipe them out easily. Then it pushed back all the way, and reached the city of the dark beast royal family. It was only a matter of time before the city was broken. Moji bared his teeth happily, his face full of bloodthirsty excitement, just wanting to go down and kill happily. But just as it was about to attack, a strange undead attracted its attention. It was an undead with scales on its body, and its 3 heads looked a bit like dragon heads, and even had a pair of dragon horns. It looked at it, and its expression gradually became ferocious. Almost the moment it saw it, Moji realized what this thing was. It screamed ho ho ho, and ran wildly on the ground. Looking at the guy who could fly, its eyes were red with anger. It just screamed, but the guy didn't stop to fight it alone. It couldn't fly, so it looked around angrily, and finally shot out the wooden stick in its hand like a javelin. Wei Huan and others, who happened to come over, saw this shot that was like a sky-breaking blow. The terrifying power, when it left the hand, the wooden stick had already turned into a sharp edge that could split the sky. It was a power that could even tear space apart. From bottom to top, it came in an instant, and swallowed up the Shiroma that evolved because of eating the black dragon's soul. The swallowing light did not dissipate for a long time. Where the sharp edge reached, even a huge hole was poked in the sky. Could it be that emoji really did it? Mu Zhong's face changed drastically, and his eyes were full of disbelief. When he looked at Wei Huan in surprise, his neck even made a slight crisp sound. Moji attacked the army of undead. Could it be that what he was worried about really happened, that it rebelled? But when Mu Zhong saw the expression on Wei Huan's face clearly, his heart, which had suddenly jumped, suddenly returned to the distance. In fact, Wei Huan's expression was too calm, even with a hint of joy, which was completely different from the worries he had before he came. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong spoke again. Wei Huan comforted him. It's okay, it's just the instinct to fight for the leader of the tribe. Yes, Moji took action, of course, because there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. How could a mere deformed legendary hero be qualified to lead the walking corpse Shio-Rong tribe? Even the undead tribe, who have no thinking ability, have class instincts, not to mention that Moji has long been enlightened and has always been the leader of the walking corpse Shio-Rong. Now that it is gone, such a strange Shio-Rong has appeared in the tribe. No matter what, just do it first. Moji was indeed the leader of the undead that Wei Huan was afraid of at first. This Shiroma, who had already stepped half a step into the pseudo-god level, was hit by Moji and died directly, and returned to the tomb. This Moji had not only reached the pseudo-god level, but also walked a long way, and was already the strongest undead in Wei Huan's hands. Chapter 319. Wei Huan's attitude made everyone who saw the scene relax. Although I don't know why Emoji would take action, it is obviously not a big deal. It is reasonable. Looking at the boss's expression, it is obvious that Emoji is still trustworthy. Fuck, it's a bit fierce. Isn't it just a bit fierce? Breaking the sky with one strike, what are you thinking? The boss always thinks that his attack force is insufficient. With Emoji, he needs another attack force. Speaking of which, I miss the days when I fought with Emoji in the siege. As soon as everyone relaxed, they started chatting. They talked one after another, and it didn't seem like they were about to go to war. But when the little dog-headed people took their positions, hooked their hands and smiled in front of them, everyone's casual attitude was swept away, and they immediately entered the battle state and jumped into the little dog-headed people's mouths. The next second, they appeared directly in the territory of the Dark Beast Lord. The intensity of the battle was upgraded again. The Dark Beast King's Dharmadhatu appeared. There were actually 5 Dark Beast Kings in this small town. However, the brave warriors more than a year ago were not afraid of these Dark Beast Kings, not to mention that they have now cultivated in the Demon Beast world and have made great progress. There is no need for the 3 giants to take action, and no need for the assistance of the undead. Just one person can easily fight against the Dark Beast Kings in the Dharmadhatu. Some of them suddenly became huge and turned into a 1,000-meter giant. Some of them were covered with flames and flew rapidly in the sky, and some of them were like meteorites falling with their hands and feet, and some of them raised their hands and waved lightly, and the souls of large numbers of dark beasts were harvested. The human race is very strong now. Since the discovery of the blessed land of the demon beast world, the human race seemed to have jumped out of the track arranged by the world of challenge and evolved better. This higher level of evolution is like the crushing of low-level civilization by high-level civilization. The world level of the Dark Beast clan was originally lower than that of the human race. Now even the strength of the power they control is not as strong as that of the human race. The people who were teleported behind did not have time to take action, and the 5 Dark Beast Kings in the state of Dharma were killed. The end of the battle can be called neat and tidy. From the appearance of Wei Huan to the killing of the 5 Dark Beast Kings, it took only about 10 minutes in total. The territory that had blocked MOG for 3 months collapsed and ceased to exist. Moreover, this thunder attack also retained a large number of dark beasts. Without the control of the Dark Beast Kings, these dark beasts were like balloons without ropes. They lost their direction for a while, and stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. MOG was familiar with the way, and took in all these dark beasts. As the number of dark beasts it controlled increased, its strength was also slowly increasing. Wei Huan finally understood why MOG was so strong. Perhaps it was because the Dark Beast clan became stronger in a different way, or perhaps MOG was special. In short, when it controlled more dark beasts, its strength would also rise. Its individual strength had long surpassed that of the Dark Beast clan, but it was stopped this time because the Dark Beast clan joined forces. At the same time, when MOG was controlling the new Dark Beast clan, Wei Huan also entered its soul and watched its memory. Mu Zhong was right. MOG was his summoned creature, and he knew best whether there were any problems. Now looking at MOG's unguarded memory, its experiences during this period, including the purity presented in its simple little brain, its cognition, and its actions, all showed its loyalty from beginning to end. Moreover, Moji did not know how to complain, nor was he afraid or confused, but these memories did reveal the loneliness of fighting alone in this alien world after leaving the undead clan. It was somewhat pitiful. After patiently waiting for Moji to receive the Dark Beast, Mu Zhong had already led his men to plunder this territory. Wei Huan called Moji to the back shell of the point beast, and looked at it carefully. As the level increased, its body became smaller and smaller. It was originally the size of a normal horse, but now it has shrunk by 1/3. You should know that the body length of an adult Shiroma is more than 7 meters, and Moji is even smaller than a young horse in its tribe. However, although it is small in size, its aura is not weak at all, and its appearance is getting more and more cute, with 3 chubby little heads, just like a toddler. This 3-headed and 6-armed creature is just like the legendary Neza. When Moji came near, he also obediently crawled at Wei Huan's feet, and his 3 little faces were full of dependence. Wei Huan squatted down and touched Moji's head, and then touched its little face. Wei Huan always regarded the undead as his ability and tools, and rarely invested his feelings in them. Only a few elites could get his special look, and Moji was the most beloved among them. This guy was different from the beginning. Moji made a purring sound in his throat, and put his face into Wei Huan's palm with enjoyment. Wei Huan, who was just touching casually at first, touched it for a long time. Then he raised his hand, put the souls of the 3 monsters in his palm, and handed them to Moji to let him choose. The 3 souls were the 7th level Pegasus, the 6th level 7-colored deer, and the 6th level 3-headed dragon. These great demon souls were specially left by Wei Huan for Moji to merge with, and each one was extremely suitable for Zyro evolution. However, considering that too many fusions would cause genetic collapse, Wei Huan only allowed Moji to choose one. Moji, who originally wanted both, first looked at the Pegasus, but quickly turned his eyes away and looked at the 3-headed dragon. There was a struggle on its face, and after hesitating for a long time, it took the 7-colored deer. Wei Huan did not say much, but just collected the rest and let it eat the 7-colored deer. The 7-colored deer is considered a lucky beast in human legends, and there are not many such magical beasts in the demon beast world, and they are extremely rare. After Wei Huan discovered the characteristics of the 7-colored deer, he immediately decided to leave it to Moji, And Moji did not disappoint him, and made the most suitable choice among the three-headed souls. Of course, if Moji wants to become the strongest warrior, the three-headed snake and the 7-level Pegasus are also suitable for it. But if it wants to control more dark beasts and increase the Sea of Soul, the 7-colored deer with the ability to consolidate the stability of the soul is the best choice. Wei Huan was not sure whether it was his expectations that influenced Moji's choice. It was obvious at the beginning that it wanted to go the warrior route, and wanted to be like the leader of the Shiroma that it killed as soon as it met, with scales and a ferocious appearance. Unfortunately, Wei Huan didn't like it very much. Moji finally chose the 7-colored deer. After the evolution was completed, a pair of furry antlers grew on the 3 heads of Moji. The breath on his body was soft, and his appearance became more and more cute. Why is it a 7-colored deer? Su Qingqiang watched for a long time, and smoked 2 cigarettes. Finally, he couldn't help asking. Wei Huan said, "The ability of the colorful deer is to command." Su Qingqiang pointed at the pair of antlers and said, "So there are 6 more antennas?" Wei Huan was amused. "Maybe." Su Qingqiang looked at the furry antlers on the child's head, and was so cute that he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "You are surrounded by a lot of things that are beautiful because of their ferocity. It's rare to see such a good-looking one. I want to take it home, because it's so well-behaved." Moji doesn't like to be touched by anyone other than its owner. It bared its teeth at Su Qingqiang, even though they had fought together in the past, and many of its fighting instincts were learned from this human, but it didn't get close to him, and didn't like him touching it like this. Su Qingqiang, who was almost bitten on the hand, was not angry. He just looked at it with a smile like teasing a naughty puppy and said, "Will this kid go with us this time?" Wei Huan shook his head. "I'm afraid there is not enough time." "How pitiful. Your master won't take you away. He doesn't want you. Come with me," Su Qingqiang said with a green tea face. "Ouch." Moji opened his mouth and successfully bit Su Qingqiang's finger. Blood spurted, and a finger was almost bitten off. Su Qingqiang pulled his hand back without changing his expression. "You don't know what's good or bad, you fool." As he spoke, his bitten finger was restored to its original state. He didn't care about the blood dripping down his wrist, and continued to poke the hairy antlers with the hand holding the cigarette. "We found a good place, with good food, good drinks and fun, but you fight here every day. Don't you think your master is partial?" Moji didn't care what he said. If he wanted to touch it, it would bite him, but from beginning to end it never left Wei Huan's side, and even unconsciously stuck to Wei Huan's legs, inadvertently relying on him. Wei Huan naturally didn't care about Su Qingqiang's instigation. After this, he had a clearer understanding of the loyalty of the undead. Even Moji, who was obviously intelligent and able to act independently, was like an arm to him, and there was no possibility of betrayal. Moji might have to stay here. During this period, only 12 members of the Dark Beast Kings died, and 5 of them were killed when Wei Huan arrived. In other words, there are still 263 Dark Beast Kings and a Dark Beast King in the Dark Beast Plain, and it is still early to destroy this tribe. With Wei Huan's current ability, it is not difficult to kill the Dark Beast Kings, but the difficulty lies in the limited time he stays in this world. The Dark Beast Kings are scattered everywhere, and it takes a long time just to travel. In addition, he has to take time to explore the secrets of this plane, so the matter of killing the Dark Beast Kings and grabbing territory will eventually be handed over to Moji. Moji did a good job during his absence. Now Moji is stronger, and I believe it will be better next time he comes. Su Qingqiang teased Moji for a long time, and Wei Huan, who noticed Moji's dependence, was not in a hurry to leave. The 3 of them stayed like this for a long time, until Mu Zhong came back from looting. What's next? Mu Zhong also looked at Moji with strange eyes, and was also touched by Moji's cute appearance, so he raised his hand to touch him. Moji, who always bites people, didn't bite him. He smiled at Wei Huan, stroking the hairy antlers with his fingers, and then said, "The space warehouse we brought here is almost full. I thought we had enough preparations this time, but I didn't expect that we still didn't prepare enough." Mainly Moji helped a lot. It collected all the resources in the conquered territory, saving us a lot of trouble. After speaking, Mu Zhong glanced at Moji, who puffed up his chest knowing he was being praised, and finally said, "But in this way, I'm afraid we don't have to fight the Dark Beast King clan anymore. Moji did such a good job this time, and we can leave everything to him in the future. Maybe we should go to explore the secret." Moji shook his head, and shook off Mu Zhong's hand. Wei Huan also knew that it was almost time to separate again. Moji didn't feel reluctant. Staying here to continue to disrupt the Dark Beast clan was its mission, and it regarded it as its only goal. There is no separation in the world of the undead, but it is indeed not as lively when they are separated as when they just met. After MOG collected the dark beasts brought by the 5 dark beast kings, the number of dark beasts he led exceeded 3 billion, and these were only the dark beasts on the battlefield. If he went to the territories of these 5 dark beast kings to plunder, the number of dark beasts that did not participate in the battle would be even greater. This number of leaders exceeded the maximum value that a dark beast king clan should lead. Wave 1 also learned from MOG that the number of dark beasts that the dark beast king family can control does not exceed 2 billion at most. It is not that there are not enough dark beasts, but that the network that the dark beast king family can support has a limit. If the number exceeds a certain number, they cannot control it. But the 7-colored deer that Wave 1 sent to MOG this time is the treasure to expand the soul and heart sea. MOG now controls 3 billion dark beasts easily, and there is no pressure to it several times more. The number of dark beasts controlled is closely related to MOG's strength. Now MOG is like a snowball. The stronger its own strength, the easier it is to attack the dark beast king family, and the more dark beasts it can control. As soon as they separated, Wave 1 was already looking forward to the next time he came. What level would MOG reach? Will he become the first god-level undead under his command? God level. Although he knew that this god level was different from the gods, who could become a world after death, it was just a level division, and did not have a godhood, but Wave 1 still looked forward to the appearance of a god-level undead. If there were god-level undead, I dare not say about the 9th level world, but I am afraid that the 8th level world could be walked sideways, right? Go to Tianzhu Shuangshan? Mu Zhong asked Wave 1. Wave 1 nodded. Mu Zhong said again, I remember talking about it yesterday, whether it would delay the exploration of the secrets, but I didn't expect that this would be a shortcut. We have 24 days to explore the secrets of this world. What do you think the so-called secret is? Wave 1 shook his head this time, and then looked at the cube floating on Mu Zhong's shoulder. Mu Zhong followed his line of sight, and looked at Ironheart, sighing, this guy won't release his eagle until he sees the rabbit. If we don't move forward, he won't say a word. But if we can contact that mountain this time, I think he will give us some clues, right? Wave 1 said, that's the only way. After no longer needing to collect supplies, the speed of advancement increased. They traveled overnight, and headed for Tianzhu Shuangshan. At noon the next day, when they were still some distance away from Tianzhu Shuangshan, Wave 1 found the traces of the Dark Beast King family. Since he saw it, he killed it by the way. The siege took a short time, and the time was delayed by collecting supplies. The space warehouses they brought were full, and Mu Zhong had to reorganize them. It took a lot of time to free up a space warehouse, but there were still a lot of less important supplies left that could not be taken away. Including Wei Huan, when they left, they looked at the supplies that they could not take away, and they felt as if a piece of meat was cut off. The space warehouse is still not prepared enough. Yes, next time let me carry it tens of thousands. I am not afraid of being tired. It's too painful to see the supplies can't be taken away. This won't work. What if there are more scarce supplies in the place we are going to next? Let me say that the previous space warehouse was also made by Boss Mu. How about letting Boss Mu make some more? Do you still have to worry about this? Boss Mu has already started to make it. Mu Zhong did start to make space warehouses after he separated from MOG, but the space warehouse was extremely cumbersome to make, and it could not be made in a short time, so the containers in his hands seemed too tight. Mark anything you see along the way. Don't rush to take it away. You can't take it away before I make more space warehouses. Mu Zhong brought a portable studio, 100 square meters of space standing on the back shell of the Point Beast, and also used as a lounge for him and Wei Huan. Now Mu Zhong was sitting among a pile of parts, talking while making a space warehouse. Space warehouses are not difficult to make, but the materials are scarce and many precious materials with space properties are needed, so the price is high. Now that most of the day has passed, he has completed half of it, and soon, he will no longer worry about the materials that cannot be taken away. Wave 1 destroyed the territory of the Dark Beast King family. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the short term, he planned to go to the lounge and complete today's training. He chatted with Mu Zhong for a while, and then entered the professional temple. Challenge time 1 month has passed, and his tomb world has not changed much. There are a total of 88 tombs, including 5 intermediate tombs and 1 advanced newborn tomb. The souls of the monsters in the real world nourished the tomb. Wave 1 divided the tomb into different levels according to the different levels of netherworld power. The high-level newborn tomb mainly contains his elite undead, and most of the undead have been upgraded to level 6. They live in this tomb for a long time, and will be nourished by the tomb, which is much stronger than other tombs. In fact, if Wei Huan was really cruel and slaughtered the entire monster world, the level of his tomb world would have been higher. After all, he is a human with hot blood, not a real demon invader. He only took the part that he could tolerate at his bottom line, and did not slaughter and indulge his desires. Now there are many new souls in the newborn tomb, all of which are monsters killed by him, and they are gathering their spiritual consciousness in his tomb again. Although restricted by Wei Huan, no matter what they looked like in their lifetime, they can only be reborn as existing undead species in this tomb world, but the dark beast undead transformed by monsters are naturally stronger. For example, some level 5 or 6 monster undead that have not been eaten by Wei Huan's undead, and have not been crushed to nourish the tomb, can often reach the hero level at birth, and become very strong after a little training. The key is that these monster undead reborn in the tomb are naturally ignited by Wei Huan's fire of death, and only pledge loyalty to Wei Huan, and Wei Huan can assign them at will. In addition, Wei Huan also paid special attention to the Xiaoron leader, who was killed instantly by Emoji. Fortunately, the undead does not need to worry about the mentality. After finding that it has no other injuries, Wei Huan was relieved. Emoji is naturally the leader of Xiaoron, and even with its strength, it can serve as the deputy army of the undead army. Emoji has the ability to command large-scale group battles. When it completes the mission and returns, this position belongs to it. But Moji is not here after all. The Zayuroma tribe needs a leader, and this Zayuroma, who ate the black dragon, is qualified. After staying in this tomb for a long time, when I returned to the outside, I found that the wind had started outside. The violent wind blew the mountain into an arc, like a fong bending outward, ferocious and terrifying. Wei Huan put his hands behind his back and observed for a while, confirming that this time it might really work. The last time he walked into this area, the point beast's protective shield was blown into turbulence, but this time, there was no reaction at all. He looked at the mountain that soared into the sky in the distance, and he should be able to reach it this time. And no matter how mysterious it is, there is a limit. There are just 2 worlds that exist as a challenge to the race. With his current strength that can go to the 8th level world, he will not continue to be trapped by the natural changes of the ordinary world, right? Wei Huan is confident that this exploration will definitely be rewarded. As for what can be gained after the gains, Wei Huan has also had many guesses, but he always has to do it to confirm his ideas. We're almost there. Su Qingqiang came over, accompanied by Brother Chui. Team Shui was on duty now, but the environment here was bad, and they couldn't leave the beast, so Team Shui led people to form a circle outside the beast's back shell. The 2 stood half a step behind Wei Huan, also looking into the distance, and said, "It won't take half an hour to reach the limit we reached last time." "It won't take half an hour." Mu Zhong also came out of the studio. "It was difficult for us to walk against the wind last time, but this time we will be much faster, and we can reach it in 10 minutes at most." Then, Mu Zhong looked at the sun that was already setting in the west and said, "Maybe we should rest here for a night. I'm worried that something will happen at night." Su Qingqiang recalled, "Didn't we stay overnight last time?" Mu Zhong said, "No, we left before dark." "Is it okay?" Su Qingqiang felt troubled when he thought about waiting for another night. Mu Zhong said, "We have waited for many times, so we don't mind a day late." Then the 2 looked at Wei Huan at the same time, obviously asking him to make a decision. Wei Huan looked up at the protective shield that did not move at all, and the speed that was almost reduced under the headwind state, and he said, "Kutan, be careful." Su Qingqiang was beaming with joy. Mu Zhong smiled indifferently. When he was with a group of soldiers, who were always excited, he would naturally consider more possibilities, although most of the time it was just groundless worries. He was just used to it. Besides, Wei Huan was not a reckless person. He made the decision after observation and confirmation, and Mu Zhong was naturally convinced. After deciding to continue moving forward in a few words, Wei Huan released 2 pseudo-god-level undead. One was the Nether Phoenix transformed by Sister Crow, and the other was the Demon Eye Lord who advanced to the pseudo-god level after eating the nine-tailed fox. Pseudo-gods can face such strong winds, so for safety reasons, the task of exploring the way was given to them. Sister Crow has the ability to travel through the void, but this wind is obviously not only blowing in this world, but also affecting the void. Sister Crow's speed is limited, and cannot move at a speed close to the speed of light. The Demon Eye Lord is more difficult to move in such an environment. As a spiritual undead, it has no better way to face the wind, and can only fly hard with its wings. Wei Huan saw that the 2 undead were not suitable for such an environment, but he insisted on letting them go forward. He took the brave team to ride the point beast and maintain the farthest summoning distance. Gradually, the distance exceeded the last time, and it was closer to the endless mountain, as if it could be touched by raising his hand. Wei Huan stared at one place, and did not retract his gaze for a long time. Chapter 320. However, at first, the two undeads were really struggling. Later, Sister Crow slowed down and flew above the Lord of the Magic Eye, covering the Lord of the Magic Eye with the Netherworld. The Lord of the Magic Eye, who had obtained the power of the Netherworld, not only became faster, but the 9 muscle tails behind him transformed into an illusion of nothingness to cover Sister Crow, and also weaken the wind. Without Wei Huan's orders, the two undeads knew to cooperate with each other to move forward. Their IQs were greatly improved, and they also had the ability to act independently. It seems that the pseudogod level is indeed a special level. The change in the level of life also led to enlightenment. This kind of evolution is not a bad thing. At least MOG proved that no matter how smart and wise they are, they still rely on him in the depths of their souls, are controlled by him, and regard his orders as everything. Wei Huan was very happy to feel the wisdom shown by the two undeads. He let them try to cooperate more tacitly. At the same time, Wei Huan's eyes fell on the Lord of the Magic Eye and looked at the mountain again. This mountain is extremely tall and steep, as if it was carved by a god, showing a smooth and tight texture. There are no plants on the mountain, let alone living creatures. Instead, there are many curved mountains at the bottom of the mountain, some of which are even bent and attached to the ground, but there is no sign of breaking. This toughness is too strong. By maximizing the vision of the Lord of the Magic Eye, Wei Huan finally understood where the wind came from. Just below the Tianzhu Twin Mountains, there are many deep pits in the middle of these curved mountains, and the strong winds are sprayed from these deep pits. Wei Huan wanted to look into the deep pits, but suddenly felt dizzy. He retracted his vision, and was a little surprised. Obviously, those deep pits are very unusual. With his current strength, he can feel dizzy. This is definitely not real dizziness, but an attack of some energy on him. His eyes slid down, from the Tianzhu Shuangshan Mountains to the bottom of the mountain. These wind holes surrounded the mountain. I am afraid that the first hurdle to approach the mountain is to solve these wind holes. After walking forward for a while, the sun had fallen behind the mountain, and the sky and the earth became much darker. Wei Huan and others finally approached the nearest wind hole. Looking closer, they found that the outermost wind hole should be the smallest, but it was also ridiculously large, with a width of about 3 kilometers and a standard circle. The wind hole has no other lethality, but it sprays out huge wind. At this distance, even the beast's protection shield has some fluctuations, which shows how strong the wind is. Wei Huan stared at the wind hole for a long time, then looked at Mu Zhong, and his eyes fell on the cube on his shoulder again. Mu Zhong shook his head. Wei Huan frowned slightly. We have come here, but there is no new prompt. Should we go further inside? Between the two options of going deep into the wind hole and getting close to the mountain, Wei Huan decided to go to the mountain first. The underground vision is unclear, and we don't know what the situation is. The mountain is in front of us. If something unexpected happens, they just need to release their strength and escape with the wind. I agree. I agree too. Boss, just make the decision. Don't ask us. We will follow you wherever you go, and never leave you. Wei Huan nodded, and ordered the beast to bypass the wind hole in front, and continue to go to the mountain. When they got here, the atmosphere was actually very depressing. Everyone was a little nervous. It was really that the environment here made people uncomfortable. The huge and endless wind holes were spread all over the ground like an abyss, and there were also many curved and prostrate Langya mountains. The dark color had no living creatures. Except for the hideous shape, there was the boundless hurricane. It was really not a place where humans should stay for a long time. The most important thing was that when they stared at the wind holes, they would have a bone-chilling fear, as if their souls were being pulled in, which was extremely uncomfortable. Just like Wei Huan's idea, with the current ability of each of them, they would not easily feel fear. You must believe in your intuition, and things that make them think that they are difficult to deal with must be handled with caution. Wei Huan ordered the point beast to avoid the wind hole and walk along the edge. Fortunately, the wind at the edge was smaller, but it had to go around and around, and the speed could not be increased. In this way, the sky was dark before they knew it. But in their eyes, the night was like the day, and they didn't care about the night and the day. Gradually, midnight was approaching, and they were about to reach the mountain before they knew it. As we got closer, we felt it was even bigger and more majestic. The mountains in the monster world were already big enough, but they were not even 1% of this mountain. It towered into the clouds like a pillar of heaven. No wonder it was called the Twin Pillars of Heaven. After walking all night, We are finally almost there. Mu Zhong stood beside Wei Huan and said, I thought the wind would be stronger as we got closer to the bottom of the mountain, but in fact, it was much smaller as long as we avoided the wind holes. I see that the protective shield has not moved at all. It is very safe. Wei Huan nodded. The Iron Heart has not given any further instructions. I am afraid we will have to encounter this mountain. It's almost there. We should be able to reach the front of the mountain before 12 o'clock. Mu Zhong glanced at the time. Wei Huan also looked at the time. It was less than 10 minutes before midnight, and the mountain was within reach. 7 minutes later, the dot beast finally floated in front of the mountain wall. The wind here should not be strong, but Wei Huan and others did not leave the protective shield easily. He sent the big bear with the strongest defense to see if he could dig something down from the mountain. The big bear has no tasks recently. It is fat and strong after being nourished in the initial tomb every day. A thick black hair is draped on its body like armor. Its body is 20 meters in size. This is its smallest form. A pair of horns on its head are facing forward, and it looks very difficult to mess with. Roar, roar, roar! The big bear roared and retreated. With a run-up and a sudden leap, it rushed out of the protective shield and pounced on the dark mountain in front. Wei Huan and others opened their eyes wide in anticipation, and couldn't help holding their breath. No one noticed that time quietly flowed and came to midnight, which was exactly 12 o'clock. When the time came, the strong wind that was gushing out of the vents disappeared instantly, and then the fallen mountain slowly straightened up bit by bit. This feeling was extremely strange. After all, they were mountains, towering and motionless mountains. Their swinging was like something with excellent flexibility, such as hair. Team Shui and others, who were in charge of the alert, were curious about the progress ahead, but they still paid close attention to the movements around them. Then, they saw this change with their own eyes. Boss! Team Shui hurriedly spoke to remind Wei Huan. Wei Huan turned his head and looked over. Without Team Shui saying much, he saw something unusual. He was about to say something in confusion, when suddenly those mountains that were slowly rising suddenly lowered down at a faster speed than before. Wei Huan's face changed drastically, and he just opened his mouth, little. But before he could say more, the point beast they were riding suddenly lost control, and fell to the nearest wind hole under their feet. It felt like he had been using all his strength to go against the wind, fighting the wind in front of him, but suddenly the wind direction changed, the wind rushed from behind, and he felt like he fell forward because of the wrong force. The point beast also fell like this. Wei Huan and others could not control themselves, and followed the point beast into the abyss, falling, 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 as if they were riding an elevator at the speed of light, going straight to the center of the earth. The point beast tried to resist, but it was useless. Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand tightly, resisting the power of the stalled fall, until black flames rose around him, and he finally controlled himself. Then he silently chanted in his heart, and the point beast suddenly became bigger and bigger, and in a blink of an eye it was tens of thousands of feet high. He tried to use this method to get the point beast stuck on the rock wall of the wind hole, to stop its momentum of falling. Finally, the long legs of the dot beast successfully grabbed the wall of the pit, and the speed gradually slowed down during the pulling, and finally stopped. Be careful. Protect the boss. Hold on tight, and don't let go. The others were also the best among humans. Although the incident happened suddenly, they all reacted quickly. Some people's fingers turned into vines. While wrapping around the back shell of the dot beast, they also pulled their companions around them. Others grew wings and rescued several people while flying. Some also used magic to stabilize the people around them. In a short time, everyone stabilized. Wei Huan also pulled Mu Zhong and stood steadily on the back shell. He was surrounded by thick black flames, and his cold face made him look powerful without anger. He looked up at the road he had come from. The wind was blowing down, pulling them to go deeper. Since leaving the 5th level world, his ability to foresee the future has disappeared. Even if he has been very careful, he will still be involved in trouble from time to time. The last time he was involved in the monster world, although it added a paradise for mankind, but later he thought that if it was not him, but anyone else, or if he was not strong enough, the result would not be like this, and the monster world would become his grave. Now, he has once again encountered an accident that is out of control. I don't know if he can turn danger into safety this time, and turn a disaster into a blessing? Stand firm, let's leave here. Wei Huan ordered the beast to climb up. Although the suction is strong, it is not impossible to get rid of it. Wait for Wei Huan. Mu Zhong stopped Wei Huan and said in surprise, the Iron Heart has updated the task. We finally found a breakthrough. Wei Huan heard this, and his face, which was as heavy as water, was better. Sure enough, His intuition was right. He felt that this vent was abnormal, and even dangerous from the beginning, so in order to avoid danger, he made another choice. However, facts now told him that he had to go through this journey. What does Ironheart say? Shared with you. Then, Wave 1 saw the updated task information. After entering the Dark Beast plane again, this time, the monster-killing tasks issued by Ironheart when he came to this plane last time disappeared. Only one main task remained, which was to explore the secrets of the Dark Beast plane. Main task: Secrets of the Dark Beast plane, unfinished. Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan, unfinished. Explore Dun Ditch, unfinished. Explore World Shadow, unfinished. Explore Starry Star, unfinished. Now this main task is still there, but the task of Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan has finally changed. Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan, unfinished. Side 1, enter the depths of the passage. Side 2, collect ancient divine crystals. Side 3, find a way to refine weapons. As we all know, this Heart of Steel has rebelled against the world's main system and is devoted to humans, or to Mu Zhong. It announced new tasks, not so much to embarrass them as to guide them, especially these 3 side tasks, which are simply telling them that there are good things in the depths of this passage. Wave 1 raised his eyebrows and went to see Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong nodded and smiled. It seems that I have to hurry up and make the space warehouse. Wave 1 said again, send the tasks to everyone. Mu Zhong smiled. Yes, good news should be shared. With the update of the tasks, the brave team, which was still nervous and confused a second ago, instantly glowed with new vitality. The mission has been updated. Did you see it? So we're going to fall into a pit. If you told me earlier, I would have jumped earlier. The ancient divine crystal sounds awesome. Brothers, keep your eyes open and don't miss out on the good stuff. Ha, I knew there was something in this pit. I'm not saying this in hindsight. These air holes are unusual. If we hadn't been careful, we would have come in earlier. Refine weapons? What weapons? For a while, everyone chatted excitedly. Wave 1 also said to Mu Zhong, then continue to go down? Mu Zhong nodded. Okay, let me go. Wave 1 was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he had been hugging Mu Zhong very tightly. In the moment of crisis, he subconsciously hugged him, as if he was holding the most precious treasure, and he couldn't bear to let him get hurt. But now that he was reminded of this, he felt a little hot in his ears. Mu Zhong smiled beside him. Thank you, otherwise I would have really fallen down. It was too sudden just now. Yeah. Wave 1 nodded, thinking that they were already an old couple. Why should they be so polite? Mu Zhong secretly admired Wave 1's rare shyness. He really liked it. He was very authoritative in front of everyone, and his style of doing things was almost cold, but he would be different in front of him. Wave 1 quickly guessed Mu Zhong's thoughts. In fact, he did not hide his own thoughts, and his deep feelings were all in his eyes. He held Mu Zhong's hand tightly for a while, and then restrainedly let go. Turning around again, the awe-inspiring Commander Wei appeared in front of everyone again. His whole body was emitting black flames, and everyone in sight fell silent. Everyone took their positions, and no longer talked wantonly. Wave 1 felt that the dark power was consumed too quickly, and he no longer kept the body of the Point Beast huge. After the Point Beast's body returned to normal, it adapted to the deceleration and floated down with the wind like a dandelion. Occasionally, when it senses that the speed is too fast, its long legs will swing, as if it is in the water, and the speed will slow down. And after no longer fighting against this suction, the protective shield also stabilized. For a while, they were temporarily safe in this passage. Wave 1 summoned Sister Crow and Dog, letting them shrink and surround him. One flew over his head to perform the Netherworld domain, and the other floated on his shoulder, sprinkling a little bit of Netherworld chi. His Netherworld power began to increase rapidly. However, in this state, Wave 1 was not allowed to approach. Even a strong man like Captain Shui would be corroded by the Netherworld chi if he approached. Mu Zhong could only stay away and stay with other team members, which was convenient for arranging tasks and was protected by everyone. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down from the excitement, and Mu Zhong also began to continue making the space warehouse. This flight lasted more than 2 hours. Soon after Wave 1's Netherworld power was fully restored, everyone clearly felt that this passage seemed to be coming to an end. Although the passage was dark, it was not dark in their eyes, but it was gray and they couldn't see too far, but they could still distinguish that the vertical passage gradually appeared in an arc, and they were flying horizontally. While flying, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of them, which was very eye-catching in the darkness. But the flying speed was too fast, and before everyone could react, the light fell behind them, and disappeared in an instant. Su Qingqiang was the first to jump out. Is that the ancient divine crystal? Is it? Others also reacted. I guess it is. That's right, this place is the same, it glows, whether it is or not, catch it first. Ancient divine crystal, the name sounds amazing. When was the ancient times? 10,000 years ago. What is the ancient times 10,000 years ago? Those monsters in the 7th level world are things from 10,000 years ago, that is, the mythological era. Before the mythological era, there was the wilderness era, and finally the ancient era, okay? Ancient things, if you ask me, are not ancient without 100 million. 10,000 years of mythology, 1 million years of wilderness, and tens of millions of years of ancient times. No, Blue Star is 4.6 billion years old, and the ancient times must be counted in billions. The two people argued like this, and others listened attentively. After all, who wouldn't be curious about this unknown thing? The key is that it is closely related to the benefits they are going to get next, so naturally the more awesome the better. At this moment, light appeared in front again. Here it comes! Someone howled, and everyone subconsciously tried to get it. However, only a few people could do it. 2 wise men and 3 hunters tried to shoot down the starlight from a distance. There was also a team member who was parasitized by the 6th level Vine King in the monster world, and he swung out the vines to catch the starlight. Some people wanted to jump out and get it directly, but were stopped by Wei Huan. Don't move. Wei Huan stopped these people who were not afraid of death. It was also because of this delay that everyone saw that no matter the arrow shot out, the magic, or the vines thrown out, they were instantly annihilated as soon as they left the beast's protection shield. My goodness, is it so scary outside? Captain Shui shrank his neck. With this strength and speed, who can get it? Everyone realized how bad the situation outside was. The reason why they could still laugh and joke here was because the boss was strong enough. Wei Huan slowed down the beast, and when the starlight appeared again, everyone could see clearly what it was. The starlight floated in the passage, ignoring the strong wind, and it was actually a butterfly flying lightly. Of course, this couldn't be a butterfly, and even if it was a butterfly, it wouldn't be an ordinary butterfly. A butterfly wouldn't be able to fly easily in such an environment. It was as if it was born here. In addition, it was not small, more than 2 meters tall, and its wings emitted light, so it was impossible to see its specific appearance too clearly. The butterfly seemed to have discovered that they were slowly approaching, and it flapped its wings and was about to fly away. Wei Huan ordered the 2-headed hidden demon to rush out and catch it. However, as soon as the level 6 2-headed hidden demon flew out of the protective shield, it was swept by the wind. Even if it struggled hard, it was unable to resist the wind and was soon blown away. In less than 10 seconds, these 2-headed hidden demons flew out of the summoning distance and returned to Wei Huan's tomb. At this time, everyone knew how strong the wind was outside, and they acted more cautiously. After all, no matter how strong their bodies were, if they could not resist the power of the wind, they would be blown away from everyone and it would be difficult to gather again. Mu Zhong asked, "Are you not approaching because you are worried about the butterfly's means of attack?" Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong said, "You have always been cautious. It must be extraordinary for this butterfly to survive freely in such an environment." This time, Wei Huan sent the leader of the Xiao Rome, who ate the black dragon, to attack again. He has a total of 5 pseudo-god level heroes. Mog is not here. Sister Crow and the demon I Lord have no hands and are not good at catching. The big bear is not good at flying. The remaining point beasts have to protect them and cannot easily get close to danger. Now only the Zayuroma leader can move. The Zayuroma leader, who has merged with the black dragon, stepped into the air. Although he was also engulfed by the wind after leaving the protective shield, he fought with all his strength and finally arrived in front of the butterfly with difficulty. But before it could make a move, the butterfly flapped its wings and appeared 100 meters away in the next second, actually dodging. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. It can still run, it's not easy to catch it. Although he said so, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's expressions were normal. Mu Zhong chuckled, raised his hand, and tapped the earring lightly. With a ding sound, the Zayuroma leader, who was extremely difficult to move in the wind, seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and rushed to the starlight butterfly and hugged it. Fortunately, although this starlight butterfly can hide, it is not very agile, and it has no means of attack, so it was hugged by the leader of Xiao Luoma. The moment it was hugged, the starlight butterfly instantly became smaller, and the pair of starlight wings disappeared. When the leader of Xiao Luoma came back, there was only a piece of light golden stone nearly 1 person tall in his arms. Xiao Luoma is very large, and this stone is not big when it is held in both hands. It was handed to Wei Huan respectfully. Wei Huan stopped Mu Zhong from touching it. Black flames rekindled on his body. Just as he was about to touch it, Captain Shui stopped him again. "Boss, I do it." Su Qingqiang also said, "Let him do it, he's tough." Captain Shui was too lazy to pay attention to Su Qingqiang, and pushed Wei Huan and others away a little further before touching the crystal stone. In fact, at this moment, no one was sure what it was. Fortunately, they still have the heart of steel, and the things are simply artifacts that challenge the world to walk. As Captain Shui's fingers touched the pale golden crystal, the tasks before everyone changed. Main quest: Secrets of the Dark Beast Plain, unfinished. Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan, unfinished. Side quest 1: Enter the depths of the passage. Side quest 2: Collect ancient god crystals, completed. Ancient god crystals come from ancient gods, and have the effect of accelerating cultivation and stabilizing the soul. They can be cultivated directly, or refined into pills for consumption, or added to high-level weapons, and refined together with materials to increase the strength of the weapons. Subtask 1: Refining Yuanshan Pill 0/1, 5G of Ancient God Crystal, 20G of Tongqing Grass Powder, 1 Ningjing Fruit. Subtask 2: Refining Dushin Pill 0/1, 10G of Ancient God Crystal. Subtask 3: Refining Yusin Pill 0/1, 5G of Ancient God Crystal. Subtask 10: Refining Gumming Pill 0/1, 15G of Ancient God Crystal. Subtask 20: Refining Tongsheng Pill 0/1, 5G of Ancient God Crystal. Subtask 28: Research and develop new pills related to Ancient God Crystal. Subtask 29: Refining weapons related to Ancient God Crystal. The task list that suddenly popped up shocked everyone. Seeing that it was more like a task description of the pill than a task, everyone looked at Ironheart as if they were looking at their adoptive father. Damn it, Ironheart is simply a leaky little cotton jacket that challenges the world's main system. Just when everyone was shocked to the point of losing their voices, another side quest popped up. Side quest 30: Try to directly refine and absorb the ancient divine crystal for 10 minutes 0/1. When this quest was issued, Ironheart almost said directly, "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and eat." Good guy, it's really a leaky little cotton jacket, his heart is biased. "I do it." Captain Shui spoke directly, raised his hand, and pressed the ancient divine crystal and said, "I try first." After saying that, he closed his eyes and started practicing without thinking about anything else. Everyone knows that he is using himself to explore the way for his companions. Ironheart is out of challenging the world. Although he has been on the side of humans so far, he is not of my race, so he must act carefully. Captain Shui sacrificed himself to explore the way for everyone, and everyone waited quietly until 10 minutes later, when the task system jumped and the 30th branch task was completed. Captain Shui also slowly opened his eyes at the same time. Captain Shui said with a strange look on his face, "I can't say, maybe 10 minutes is too short, but I don't see anything abnormal at the moment. Boss, the effect of this thing is unknown, and I don't know if there are any sequelae. I will take a few people to try it for 2 days. You and Boss Mu can use it after it's okay." "It's okay," Wei Huan wanted to say. Captain Shui said faster, "Your safety is of great importance, you must take care of yourself." Mu Zhong also advised beside him, "It's only 2 days. In these 2 days, old Shui will try to see what this thing is for. You have to cooperate with me to get more ancient crystals. Let's not talk about other things. This thing must be extremely precious. You can't get it if you leave here." Since that was said, Wei Huan would not be so stubborn as to take risks. He let them protect themselves in this way, and he controlled the point beast to continue moving forward, trying to collect as many ancient crystals as possible before the attribute blessing of the Xiao Luoma leader disappeared. Now that the characteristics of the ancient crystals are known, it is not difficult to collect them, but there are not many of them, and each time you have to fly for a long time before you can meet the next crystal. Soon 2 hours passed, the blessing time of the Xiao Luoma leader ended, and then there was a 15-hour weakness time. With the improvement of Mu Zhong Shaman's level, the weakness time was reduced a lot, but the reduction was not zero, and it was not possible to continue fighting. After taking back the Xiao Luoma leader, Wei Huan simply stopped using other undead to capture the ancient god crystal. After finding the ancient god crystal, he directly let the point beast fly over and put it in the protective cover, so that he could rub it. The efficiency of capturing was instantly improved, and soon there was a small mountain of ancient crystals behind Wei Huan. Now Wei Huan is standing here without practicing, and he feels that his soul sea is also being nourished, just like dry skin is stained with thin water vapor, which is a comfortable feeling. Wei Huan took another look at the task description. This ancient divine crystal has the effect of stabilizing the soul and accelerating cultivation. It seems that, in the later stage of cultivation, the direction of cultivation has gradually involved the soul from the strong physical body. With a strong soul, there will be more netherworld power, which will be more powerful when used, and it will be easier to perceive the law. Finally completed. Mu Zhong held 3 space warehouses in one hand, walked out of the studio with a smile, and came to Wei Huan's side. When it was finally completed, the Iron Heart allowed me to integrate some ancient divine crystals. Guess what happened? Wei Huan guessed. The space has become larger? Mu Zhong shook his head and extended his hand. Focus on this. Wei Huan listened to him and focused on this, and immediately noticed the difference. He was surprised. Isn't it the same as the system warehouse? It is more advanced than the system warehouse, and does not need to rely on the chariot. Mu Zhong said, raising his hand and gently pushing, and a space warehouse in his hand disappeared. At the same time, a space warehouse floated above Wei Huan's Sea of Soul. Wei Huan's mind moved, and he took out his weapon, the Ring of Mafati, from the space warehouse he brought with him. It was a death knife. The sickle alone was more than 1 meter long, which was extremely inconvenient to move on weekdays, so he would put the weapon in the space warehouse when he was not in combat. It's just that this space warehouse is external, and there is a risk of losing it. Now he put the Ring of Mafati into the space warehouse just now, and then put it into the Sea of Soul. This is just a thought, and the Ring of Mafati can be easily put in or taken out. As for the things stored in the Sea of Souls, unless he dies, others cannot take them away, and it is even more impossible to lose them accidentally. Good stuff. Wei Huan is now well informed, and there are few things that can move him, but this space warehouse with a little ancient divine crystal has shocked him greatly. It is mainly inferred from this that if the equipment and weapons made with ancient divine crystals can also be stored in the Sea of Souls, can't they also be stored in the Sea of Souls? Moreover, the Sea of Souls is extremely vast, and can hold hundreds of millions of space warehouses. Do we still have to worry about insufficient storage in the future? I am afraid that he alone can take away all the materials of a world. No. Mu Zhong smiled and interrupted his fantasy. The Sea of Souls is of great importance. It is the foundation of spiritual cultivation. Too many things cannot be piled up in it. 2 or 3 is fine. More is harmful to us. Also, although this space warehouse looks only the size of a palm, it actually has a larger space than a basketball court. Such a large space is dangerous to put in the Sea of Souls. We cannot put too much. After speaking, Mu Zhong threw his hand, and the remaining 2 space warehouses in his hand fell into the hands of Su Qingqiang and Brother Chui respectively. The 2 had smelled the smell of good things and came over. Su Qingqiang and Brother Chui took the space warehouse, and knew how to use it. The next second, the space warehouse disappeared in their hands, and at the same time, the weapons they habitually carried disappeared on their bodies. Su Qingqiang also set his equipment in, but he felt cold. He looked down at the yellow maple leaf briefs he was wearing, and silently put his equipment back on. Okay, this thing is good. Su Qingqiang concealed his embarrassment, lit a cigarette and said calmly, I've tried it for you. You can put it on directly when you take it out. Well, that's it. Mu Zhong suppressed his laughter. Thank you, Brother Chang. Then he looked at Wei Huan and said, it's getting more and more like a god. Wei Huan thought about it and nodded, indeed. The legendary method of changing clothes with a raised hand is exactly the same as the ability they have now. Mu Zhong said again, you are right, just a god. We all have the opportunity to become gods as long as we keep going. Brother Hammer on the side put away his door-like axe, but his back was cold, and he was not used to it, so he took out the axe silently and immediately looked relieved. The 2.0 version of the space warehouse made everyone excited again, and they couldn't help but speak freely. Is it possible for me to carry a house with me? You only care about eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. You want me to put 3 missile vehicles in this warehouse, and add missiles that challenge technology. It's the era of mythical weapons. Thermal weapons have long been outdated, okay? I personally prefer to put some hidden weapons, such as the rain of pear blossom needles. Whoever dares to hit me, I will spray him in the face. You might as well put manure, which will definitely have a full effect, ha ha ha. While talking and laughing, they walked forward a long way. The hood wind was not small, but everyone had already adapted to this environment. The ancient god crystals were also very easy to capture. Wei Huan didn't need to control it. The beast went to capture it by itself, and the ancient god crystals on the back shelves soon piled up again. However, Wei Huan also found that after more than an hour, the ancient god crystals that were cultivated by Captain Shui and other 5 people were obviously smaller. It seems that the consumption of this thing is also large. Not to mention supplying all mankind, it is obviously far from enough for the main force on his chariot. Keep catching. The more the better. They walked for another hour, and when the sun and the clouds were changing and the dawn was just coming, the whoosh wind became smaller. Wei Huan did not relax, he said. Be careful, the wind direction may change again. Everyone get ready first. There will be a bumpy crisis when the wind direction changes. Mu Zhong reminded everyone. Everyone prepared in advance to stabilize themselves. Even Captain Shui and others temporarily stopped practicing. Sure enough, just after these few words, a strong wind suddenly blew in front, and even if the beast was prepared, it was blown away for more than 10 seconds before it stabilized and moved forward with difficulty against the strong wind. Everyone looked at the deformed protective shield and realized that they had gone so smoothly last night because they were traveling with the wind. Now that they were against the wind, they found that the shield wind was extremely strong. It was difficult for the point beast to move forward, and the speed slowed down too much. It was difficult to capture the ancient divine crystal under such circumstances. They tried many times to encounter the ancient divine crystal, but they were easily avoided by the big butterfly. Mu Zhong had to say to Wei Huan with regret, "It seems that we have to wait until nightfall, and with the wind to catch these guys." Wei Huan nodded. From 12 midnight to 6 a.m., you can capture the ancient divine crystal during this period. Yes, we have taken advantage of it. It would be strange if we could really pick such a natural treasure. We can take it because we are strong enough. This Dark Beast clan has occupied this world for billions of years, but they are guarding the treasure mountain and cannot take it away. Wei Huan said confidently. Mu Zhong nodded. That's right. If it weren't for the beast shield, none of us could go this deep. Speaking of which, do you think there is any deep meaning in this time? Wei Huan shook his head. He had thought about it when he said it, but he couldn't think of any reason. Mu Zhong murmured, 12 o'clock midnight to the next morning. Is it like this every night? Is it a natural phenomenon similar to the tides of the blue star? Or something else? Finally he said, it seems that this is the real secret that Ironheart asked us to explore. Only by going deeper into this passage can we get the real answer. In this way, they slowly went against the wind during the day. If they encountered the ancient divine crystal, they could get it with more effort, but it was a waste of time, and was far less smooth than catching it at night. But they came here for supplies, especially for such rare supplies as the ancient god crystal. It would be a pity to miss any of them. During the whole day, they could get about 1/5 of the supplies at night. When it was 12 o'clock in the morning, the wind direction changed, and they moved forward quickly to capture all the ancient crystals along the way. Day by day, the number of ancient crystals increased a little bit every day, and before they knew it, they filled up a space warehouse. However, when thinking about its comprehensive uses, this amount was far from enough, and more was needed. 5 days. It's been 5 days. We have taken a lot of ancient crystals, but we have no clue about the other 2 tasks. Yes, we are in the process of reaching the depths of the passage. What I care most about is the weapon tempering. Me too, how to temper. During the day, Boss Mu tried to use the ancient divine crystals to integrate into our weapons, but there was no prompt to complete the task, and the weapons did not have any special effects. But the dagger that Boss Mu refined yesterday, which was melted with ancient divine crystals, can be put into the Sea of Souls, although it is just an ordinary weapon. Will we get the answer when we reach the end of the passage? Maybe. This time, I came to the Dark Beast Plain. It was easy and a bit painful. I was traveling every day, and there was no battle. The key is to travel in such an environment. I don't know why, it makes people a little irritable. Huh? I thought I was born with blessings, but didn't know how to appreciate them. It turns out that you are the same? I asked others. Soon, Wei Huan got the news. Because everyone has been in such a dark and depressing environment for a long time, their emotions are a little off, and a vague desire to destroy is spreading among the team members. Mu Zhong frowned and said, everyone can stand loneliness, and everyone has extraordinary willpower. They will never be abnormal because of the boring environment. Do you remember that before we came in, we felt a sense of restlessness when looking at the wind hole? Perhaps we have been affected by this energy unconsciously these days. We must find a way to deal with it. Wei Huan said, I know what you said, but it's just your feeling, I don't. Mu Zhong reacted quickly. Are you saying that the degree of influence is related to the degree of development of the Sea of Soul? After all, Wei Huan is the strongest soul among them, and because of his dual profession, his soul is the best among them, so this feeling is not obvious. The obviously violent people in the team are some melee professions, who don't pay much attention to soul cultivation on weekdays. Wei Huan reminded, see how Captain Shui feels different from everyone else. Maybe there is a reason why Ironheart reminded us to practice with the ancient god crystal. Mu Zhong was surprised and looked at the black cube on his shoulder and said, if this is true, then I really misunderstood it. The black cube floated quietly, like a wrong child. Sure enough, Wei Huan's direction was correct. Captain Shui was the first meat tank of the human race. He had always practiced the strength of flesh and blood, and never paid attention to the soul, let alone practiced it specifically. Now that he has been deep in here for many days, others are restless, but he doesn't feel anything. He just uses the ancient god crystal to practice every day. In his words, after practicing like this, he feels refreshed and his brain is smarter. Of course, the most important reason why Captain Shui is so devoted to practice is to explore the way for Wei Huan, and use himself to explore the side effects of such a practice method. Now Mu Zhong saw that Captain Shui and the people who practiced with Captain Shui were not affected, so what else did he not understand? He divided the people into groups of 5, each with an ancient divine crystal. In addition to routine duty, all the members began to practice. In Wei Huan's view, this matter was just a small episode. There would always be some accidents during the adventure, and it would be fine as long as a solution was found. Later, he realized that if they did not use the ancient divine crystal to practice, while strengthening their spiritual consciousness, they would quietly change their own aura. Not to mention reaching the end of this passage, just walking forward for a few days, they would be eroded by energy, swayed by emotions, easily irritated, and even kill each other. After all, this is S territory. The heart of steel is indeed crucial. But now, Wei Huan and others inadvertently eliminated the crisis. Mu Zhong knew that there were still many secrets of the heart of steel that had not been dug out, so he built a space warehouse while connecting with it. Wei Huan didn't know when he set his eyes on the wall of this circle of the passage. The first time he noticed it was during a change in wind direction. During the brief 10-second quiet period, Wei Huan inadvertently set his eyes on the nearest wall, and vaguely felt that the wall seemed to be moving. But before he could confirm, the wind blew over, and he no longer had this feeling during the journey. Later, when the wind direction changed again, Wei Huan confirmed that the wall was indeed moving, like a biological tissue, in short, not the mineral material he thought at first. Wei Huan didn't know why, but he suddenly grew up before being sucked into this passage. He inadvertently looked back, and saw the Langia mountain that was shaking like hair. Half a day later, the wind direction changed in the early morning. Mu Zhong and several people with excellent eyesight called by Mu Zhong waited to observe the abnormality of the wall with Wei Huan. In order to observe more clearly this time, Wei Huan summoned the pseudogod-level demon I Lord and brought his vision to it. The wind stopped. The moment the whistling wind disappeared, Wei Huan's face changed drastically. Boom! Boom! At the same time, someone beside him shouted, "Yes, this wall is alive! I can hear a heartbeat." What heartbeat? Why can't I hear it? Listen carefully, it's a heartbeat, or something. Anyway, this is not the ore tunnel we thought it was. I seem to have made an abnormal sound. Boom! Boom! Wei Huan narrowed his eyes, and looked at the wall with an unpredictable expression. The wind blew again, and the whistling wind covered all the abnormal sounds, and naturally hid the boom sound that was not very clear. Wei Huan turned his sight away from the Lord of the Magic Eye, and looked at Mu Zhong with a serious face. Finally, he concluded, we seem to be in the body of a huge and boundless living creature. As Wei Huan said this, his task list changed again. Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan, unfinished. Side 1, enter the depths of the passage, completed. Side 2, collect ancient divine crystals, completed. Side 3, find a way to temper weapons. Steelheart obviously told them in this way, "Yes, you are right. This is the truth I want you to explore. You are indeed in the body of a boundless and huge living creature." Mu Zhong's Adam's apple slid, and he thought of a possibility. In the ancient god crystal, and the body of a living creature, is it possible that we are now in the body of an ancient god? Wei Huan's expression froze. In this way, everything makes sense. If it wasn't in the body of an ancient god, where did the ancient god crystal come from? If it wasn't an ancient god, why couldn't they even walk in its body? And this living wall, the faint heartbeat, all indicate that they are in an infinitely huge body. Ancient god? Does that mean that the entire Dark Beast world is actually in the body of a giant beast? What is the Dark Beast clan? Are they fleas on the body of this ancient god? No, that's not right. They should only be bacteria. Wei Huan calmed his pounding heart, and knew that he shouldn't be too surprised. After all, It's not the first time he has encountered the fact that the body of a god is a world. The sixth level world is the world that appears on the body of the gods. Also, when he sank into the abyss of the netherworld for the seventh time, he saw the Lord of the netherworld, which was like a universe. Isn't it bigger than this? But this is a living god after all, and he is walking in its body. These shield winds may just be its natural breathing, but they are already powerful. It is hard to imagine how powerful he needs to be to surpass such an existence. The further you go on the road of evolution, the more you know how small you are. This colorful world is really big. After having such speculation, Wave 1 did not dare to act rashly for many days, for fear that he would attract the attention of the ancient gods if he was not careful. With his current ability, I am afraid that even if there are 10,000 of him, he will not be able to defeat such an existence, right? Of course, not daring to move is one thing. He still did not hesitate to take the ancient god crystals, and because he guessed the truth, he figured out how to do the third branch task. Tempering weapons. But now is not the time. Chapter 321. This mission was well prepared. They completed the opening battle in one day, and successfully entered the Dark Beast Plain. After 5 days of marching, they joined Moji. Thanks to Moji, they filled the space warehouse with supplies. It can be said that the remaining 24 days were all for exploring the secrets of this world. It has been 22 days since they separated from Moji. In 22 days, they filled 6 warehouses with ancient god crystals, and also refined 24 ancient god crystals. It can be seen that the consumption was so great that even on their chariots, they could not use them casually. Such precious supplies, one less one, and it is unknown when the next time will come, so naturally the more the better. Unfortunately, this ancient god crystal is like the stone of the ancient god. They dare not touch the ancient god casually, and can only pick up some scraps on the edge, so the benefits they can get are very limited. Even though they have followed the whole procedure like an assembly line, the amount collected every day is still not much more. Now, there is less than a day left before returning. In addition to reluctance, everyone's face is also full of preparation. Their faces are very tight, and their eyes are focused, because they are going to do something extraordinary and risky next. Finally, this day has come. Even though I know there is danger, I still have to do it. I have to go, and not doing it will affect my Tau heart. That's right, if we don't even dare to try, our cultivation until now is too aggrieved. Everyone sat on the back shell, some closed their eyes to rest, some adjusted their state, and some took out their weapons to polish them, talking like this while doing their own things. As time passed, the time for them to leave this world was approaching. However, the atmosphere between them did not relax, but became more tense. The inward wind seemed to weaken a little. Although it still looked so earth-shattering and terrifying, after staying in such an environment for a long time, one could always feel the difference. The wind is weaker. Damn, I don't know how long it has been flying in this guy's nostrils. It hasn't flown to the end in more than 20 days. How big is this thing? It may not be in the nostrils. I think it is in the blood vessels. We are just circulating back and forth. Next time we come, we must go deeper to see what this guy is. Brothers, the wind is about to stop, get ready. Everyone stood up and looked at the wall of the passage in front of them. Half a day ago, the point beast had been attached to this wall and did not move. Its protective shield was tightly attached to the faintly pulsating wall. If you get close, you can even see it breathing. The slight ups and downs revealed a dazzling dim light, and the ups and downs of the waves were like the peristalsis of the intestines. After watching for a long time, even if you have absorbed a lot of ancient divine crystals, you will still feel dizzy and restless. The wind stopped completely. Everything was in cacophony. Everyone seemed to have received a signal, and suddenly jumped up from where they were, rushed out of the protective shield, waved their weapons, and slashed at the wall fiercely. Ah! Ah! Using all the strength in his body, he was afraid that this attack would not succeed. Wave 1 also stood on the edge of the back shell, with black flames condensing around him, his arms extended deep outward, and the ring of Mafati appeared in his hand. Wow! He swung the ring of Mafati forward fiercely, and the iron chain at the end of the tail was extended, like a black poisonous snake, biting up. Tempering, that's how it should be. Wave 1 said this, his eyes were focused, and he used all his strength. Puff! The sickle of the ring of Mafati stabbed into the wall fiercely, and the blade was completely immersed, reaching deep inside. The light golden, sticky liquid like honey, slowly flowed down the handle, winding all the way to the iron chain. Looking at the others, all of them stabbed the weapons in their hands into the wall. Even if Mu Zhong's staff was not very sharp, as long as it fell in the right place, It could catch these honey-like liquids. As the golden liquid gushed out, the rich power similar to the ancient divine crystal also overflowed, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. Refinement, that's the only way. Mu Zhong said, using weapons to fill up with the blood of the ancient gods, and using the life force to change the attributes can be called refinement. Heart of Steel, speak. As Mu Zhong's last word fell, everyone saw that the last side quest in front of them had finally changed. Side quest 3, find a way to refine weapons, completed at the same time. Explore Tianzhu Shuangshan, completed. One of the 4 quests in the main line was finally completed. Or the team members hanging on the wall, or the team members who remotely control the weapons, including Wei Huan, all laughed. Refinement of weapons means attacking the ancient gods. After this answer was guessed, many people found it incredible. After all, this is an ancient god. No one can imagine what terrible things will happen when attacking a being that may have lived for hundreds of millions of years. But after trying all possible methods and still failing to complete the tempering task, the final answer was only this one. Wei Huan also hesitated whether to take the risk, and discussed it with Mu Zhong and everyone, but he was the one who made the final decision. He wanted to be more thorough and cautious. In fact, this time was just an attempt, and it would be okay next time, or he would be stronger next time, and not so afraid of the counterattack of the ancient gods. But after thinking about the reasons, he still couldn't get past this level. Everyone was right. Not doing it is safe, but it loses the enterprising spirit and affects the Tao heart. The human race has worked hard and fought its way out of the desperate situation, and it is precisely because of a heart that refuses to admit defeat. As the beacon of the human race, they are at the forefront of the sharp edge, and they must preserve this indomitable momentum, cut through the thorns, and break the obstacles ahead to achieve perfection, choose this last moment and go all out. Whether it succeeds or not, at least there is one thing to prove. They once swung their weapons at the gods. Just thinking this way, the future will be fearless. Whoosh, the wind that disappeared blew again, and it was more fierce than before. The walls of the passage surged violently, pressing towards them like waves. For tiny people like them, it was like the end of the world. There was no escape, no escape. But everyone looked at each other, and then a bright smile appeared in their eyes. Teen Shui shouted, "The wind is strong, hurry up. Let's go, see you later. See you in the car." As soon as the voice fell, the last second of Brave Challenge was reset to 0, and everyone disappeared instantly. The walls collided fiercely, causing the earth to shake, like the destruction of a planet, with terrifying power. However, there was no one in this passage anymore, leaving only a wound with golden blood flowing, telling that it had been attacked by humans as weak as ants not long ago. In the tent of the Dark Beast King. The Dark Beast King, sitting high on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. His originally dark eyes turned golden, just like the color of golden blood, full of divinity. As it opened its eyes, the invisible veins of the Dark Beast King spread out like a spider web, and the chaotic signals spread outward, spread. For a moment, the entire Dark Beast world seemed to have paused. The old Shiroma, the newly born two-headed hidden demon, the feeding running wolf, and the ghost crow flying in the air just stopped in place. Spread. Until the golden eyes reflected a two young Shiroma with a pair of hairy antlers. The golden eyes full of divinity stayed on Shiroma for 0.1 seconds, and then moved away. When the network spread to the extreme, the entire Dark Beast was covered by it, but its eyes looked up, looking at the endless sky. His eyes saw this universe, the next universe, the next universe, through countless longitudes and dimensions, through time and space, as if he saw the end of time, and the center of space, until the end of life, he vaguely saw a vague existence. The ancient gods' mumbling overflowed from its lips, like fear itself. No one knew what it was whispering, and those who heard the sound just fell into boundless fear, and then exploded into a ball of blood. But such a being only murmured this, and finally retracted its gaze that was looking straight into the sky. As the eyes that were full of mystery opened and closed, the golden light receded little by little. The eyes of the Dark Beast King returned to black again, and at the same time, the slightly trembling earth also calmed down completely. All things in the solidified world returned to normal. The running wolf continued to eat, and the ghost crow continued to fly. Only Emoji looked up in confusion, wondering uncertainly, was time just paused for a moment? Then why can't it move? Wei Huan was successfully teleported back to the chariot. Mu Zhong, who was also teleported to his side, went to count the number of people as soon as he teleported back, and Wei Huan stayed to check the harvest this time. Mainly for himself. In these 30 days, he recruited more than 30,000 running wolves. After Brother Yagong became a half-step pseudogod, he had the ability to strengthen the defense of the Wolf Legion and the wind control technique that could quickly send the Wolf Legion to different battlefields. These two abilities instantly brought the Wolf Legion, which was about to be eliminated, back to the position of the main legion. Even if the Wolf Legion can only be used as cannon fodder, it can only be valuable cannon fodder. At least it can play a role in restraining the enemy in battle. Now that there is an opportunity to use this type of army again, Wei Huan decided to expand the number of Wolf Legion again. Now it has reached 90,000, and his total number of summons has reached 230,000, and the number of beasts has reached 310,000. Once this number is fully launched, it will be a vast battlefield with no end in sight. In addition, he walked in that passage for more than 20 days. Except for the first 5 days out of caution, he also practiced with the ancient god crystal afterwards. Now, the biggest change on his personal panel is not his increased nether power to 54,000, but his dark control power to 71 points. It is indeed very powerful that the nether power can be increased to the sum of the cultivation and improvement in the monster plane in the past year and a half in just 30 days, but compared with the dark control power, at least he now finally knows how to increase the nether power value. Dark control power is not very powerful now, but it makes Wei Huan easier when conquering the tomb, and the undead will not resist his control. But Wei Huan knows that the real use of dark control power is not just this. Compared with its real use, controlling the undead is just a byproduct. It's all because dark control power is actually law control. He cultivates the way of the netherworld, walks the road of the dead, and controls endless undead, and these are all laws of death. Dark control power can also be said to be the datization of his mastery of the law of death. 71 points of darkness control is of course not capped at 100 points. This is just a small step for him to practice the law of death and embark on this path. However, from the time he opened this attribute to today, all his law attributes came from equipment, not from himself, and he didn't know how to practice and improve. So this seemingly only increased darkness control by 8 points, but it became crucial. It shows that Wei Huan found the way to practice the law. He can comprehend the law of death through the ancient divine crystal, and the power of the law is the source of all things, and the beginning of everything. In the War of Gods, the gods who practice the same law together, whoever masters more laws will be stronger. God, it should be the end of cultivation. The so-called Great Road competition is like walking on a single plank bridge. If you grab one, others will have one less. There is no future for you or me. Every extra understanding of the law is crucial. These 8 points of dark control should be the biggest gain of his trip in Wei Huan's opinion. Then Wei Huan looked away, and looked at the Mafati ring that he had been holding in his hand since just now. At first glance, you can find the change. The weapon that was originally pitch black and seemed to be able to swallow light is now shining with a faint golden light, showing a texture that implies divinity, and the luster is extremely attractive. At the same time, the attributes have also changed. The original weapon description is Pseudo-Demon Mafati Ring, Fragment, all attributes increased by 75%. Dark Control plus 3. Curse from the Abyss. Once it is targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. Now it has changed. Slaughter God Mafati Ring, Fragment, all attributes increased by 75%. Dark Control plus 3. Law Comprehension plus 5%. Description 1. Curse from the Abyss. Once it is targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. Description 2. It once hurt the ancient gods, and the weapon tempered by the blood of the gods has undergone a qualitative change. When used, it will carry the power of the law, and it can increase the speed of law comprehension when carried. Description 3. It will be easier to advance to a divine weapon. These descriptions are all from Heart of Steel, which has explained the changes of weapons after forging with divine blood as detailed as possible. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's voice sounded from the virtual screen. He said, "Everyone is back. Our weapons have all become killing god weapons, with the opportunity to advance to artifacts, and can also increase the control of the law." Wei Huan withdrew his attention from the weapon description and nodded. "I saw it." "Okay, then let's go back to Blue Star first according to the original arrangement?" "Yes, but the time spent on Blue Star should be shortened." "Okay, I will arrange for someone to go first now." After a few words, the two did not end the call, but just turned the screen aside and continued to be busy with their own things, only occasionally saying a few words when they thought of something. They have been like this for the past few years. This trip to the Dark Beast Plane was indeed full of gains. Except for the ancient god crystal, all other supplies were handed over to Mu Zhong for processing, and Wei Huan did not ask. The supplies that were extremely precious in the eyes of others were common in his eyes. This trip to the Dark Beast Plain was like driving a truck to pull a load of cabbage back, which was nothing for him. Wei Huan protected Blue Star, but his attachment to Blue Star was not deep. He had no important people on Blue Star. The only living blood relative, Wei Jihong, would disgust him when he thought of him. There was no need to kill that man, but there was no need to meet him again. So when Mu Zhong stayed on Blue Star to deal with the material problem, Wei Huan returned to the challenge world. For the next half a month, he explored the advanced ruins in the 6th level world. The reason for doing so was that he wanted to meet Mafati again. His weapon was not complete. Now it seemed that at least one part was missing. It was always necessary to put it together. But after entering the 6th level world, Mafati never appeared again. Even if Wei Huan entered the diamond level ruins, he still could not see Mafati's shadow. Could it be that this world is suppressed by a corpse of a god, so he cannot enter? Wei Huan guessed this way. Mafati is a demon god, and should be a god beyond the god level with divine nature. After all, his tentacles can penetrate countless worlds, which is not something that ordinary people who have cultivated to the god level can do. If Mafati does not appear in this world, there will be fewer world restrictions in the 7th level world, and it will become more difficult to get the final parts at that time. After Wei Huan explored 2 high-level ruins in succession without success, he returned to the World Tree and escaped directly into the void. When the time came, the crew who returned to Blue Star on vacation returned on time, and Mu Zhong, who was busy with Blue Star affairs, also came back. The two separated for half a month this time and talked for a long time, especially Mu Zhong, who told everything about the big and small things after the separation. After hearing Wei Huan talking about Mafati, Mu Zhong asked, "Are you going to the 7th level world? Artifacts are different from pseudogods. I also tried to refine weapons in Blue Star this time. I thought that with the materials from the Dark Beast Plain, plus the materials we obtained in the monster world, and now with the ancient god crystal, I would definitely be able to create an artifact. But it's not that easy. You see, it's far from an artifact. In the judgment of the Heart of Steel, it's not even as good as the pseudogod level." As he said this, Mu Zhong took out the small dagger he tried to refine. Wei Huan took the dagger. It felt heavy, and had a good texture. It looked good in appearance. There was a faint ancient god luster on the weapon. As he scanned it, the attribute panel of the dagger also popped up. Ancient God Agility Dagger Attack, 12,000 to 15,000. Agility, plus 533. Critical Hit, plus 22%. Law Attack, 1%. Law Comprehension, 1% Source. Human Mu Zhong. Wei Huan looked at it for a few more times before saying, "Above diamond, below false god." "That's right." Mu Zhong nodded, "But if we are willing to spend the materials, and have a strong enough pilot, we should be able to refine a pseudo-god level weapon. I have calculated that the materials we brought back this time can be used to create 25 to 30 pseudo-god weapons, but..." Mu Zhong paused, shook his head and said, "But if it is not a pseudo-god, but this level, let's call this series Ancient God Weapons. If we only create Ancient God level weapons, we can create more than 400 or 200 sets of equipment. Is the difference so big?" Wei Huan was a little surprised. Mu Zhong nodded. "Yes, there is a huge difference between the pseudo-god level and the ancient god level. This is because we have plundered 2 worlds and accumulated materials for thousands of years. I think even if we have enough ability and enough materials, it is estimated that one plane can produce a divine weapon, which is already the limit. Wei Huan can accept this. After all, it is a divine weapon. If there is no power of a world and thousands of years of accumulation, how can it be called a divine weapon?" Mu Zhong sighed. "I thought I had gained enough this time, but in fact it is still limited." Wei Huan laughed. "We think everything is too easy." "Easy. That's right. Speaking of intermediate materials, there are actually the most. This is also the stage when our human race has the largest number. Improving them is to improve the overall strength of the human race. In fact, we can't belittle ourselves. We have done enough." After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he asked Wei Huan, "What do you plan to do with these high-end materials?" Wei Huan closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the armrests of the tables and chairs. After a long time, he said, "Refine 10 pseudo-god level weapons, 1 for each sword, spear, halberd, staff, and shield. Submit them to the country for arrangement. The rest will be given to Su Qingqiang, Captain Shui, Brother Chui, and you. Customize a pseudo-god level weapon. The remaining weapons will all be made into ancient god weapons. The main force on our chariots must be equipped with ancient god weapons, and the extra ones will be taken out." Mu Zhong thought about it and nodded. I can understand that you only make 10 pseudo-god level weapons. Such weapons can protect the country. It would be inappropriate to have more. But even Kritiv and Jacques are only equipped with pseudo-god level weapons. Should Captain Fong customize a pseudo-god level weapon and send it to him? In fact, I don't need it. Wei Huan interrupted him. Whether you use the pseudo-god level staff is one thing, and whether you have it is another. You must have it. Mu Zhong was stunned, and then chuckled. Okay, I understand, then Kritiv and Jacques. If you are not on the front line, don't compete for weapons with those who risk their lives in front of the battle. Their pseudo-god weapons will be directly distributed as welfare. Well, it is fair to judge by military merit. Wei Huan knew that some people would be dissatisfied with this distribution. When it comes to interests, nothing can be perfect. But he didn't care, because he believed that rather than being swallowed by jealousy and forced to leave the chariot, the people on the chariot would not be so stupid as to not know what the best choice is. If you feel it is unfair, adjust your mindset first. After the arrangement, Cousin Mu knocked on the door and asked, "Can we set off?" Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong said, "Yes, let's go back now. The newcomers in the monster world have just finished their trials. I don't know if there are any good seedlings this time." Cousin Mu smiled and said, "The chariot is level 8 and can accommodate 10,000 people. It is necessary to promote some middle-level cadres." Mu Zhong said, "I have a few good candidates." "Who are they?" "Let's talk about it when we get back." Then Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and smiled. "Let's go back to the monster world." Chapter 322. Wei Huan's chariot was upgraded to level 8 before going to the level 7 world. At that time, he had just received the last materials and the assessment was approaching, so he took a group of people to the level 7 world without waiting for the vacant chariots to be upgraded. The whole process went smoothly. Now even the opening battle has been fought, and a large amount of materials have been obtained. At least in the next 3 to 5 years, humans will not lack materials. The only trouble is the rules of the challenge world. After the chariot enters the high-level world, it cannot come back. Only people can return to the low-level world. In addition, people who have completed the assessment cannot participate in the assessment again, so the strength of the 90,000 people who will fill the vacant chariots of Wei Huan is very important. They must have the ability to face the assessment alone. Fortunately, personal strength is not easy to improve, but as long as there are materials for the chariot upgrade, a second high-level chariot can be piled up. Chariots of sufficient level are enough for humans to hide in the shell and complete the 80-line assessment at the minimum. Of course, in order to prevent any accidents and to keep the wealth within the family, Jacques' chariot did not follow Wei Huan's chariot. Jacques will be the leader of 90,000 people on the 7th level assessment road and lead them through the assessment. And those priceless materials were used to upgrade Jacques' chariot without any regrets. This time when Wei Huan went to the Dark Beast Plain, Jacques did not go. Not only did he not go to the Dark Beast Plain, but he also could not participate in the opening battle because his progress was not synchronized with that of Wei Huan's chariot. However, after Wei Huan came back from the Dark Beast Plain, Jacques' chariot picked him up here, accompanied him to 2 high-level ruins, and went to the bottom of the sea. Now, he picked up all the returning people and went back to the monster world together. With the full support of Wei Huan, Jacques' chariot has completed the upgrade of most of the 7th level components. Now there is only one anti-collision fence and tires outside the car that have not been upgraded. With the addition of a whole car upgrade, there are only 3 steps left to become an 8th level chariot. Although the Point Beast has strong combat power and fast movement speed, in terms of comfort, it is of course better inside the chariot. Although Wei Huan was searching for Mafati's traces and running around, he also took a good rest in this half-month. Now that all the members are here, the chariot sets out from the heavy city on the world tree and goes directly to the boundary gate at the top of the tree. Soon, the chariot passed through the boundary gate and arrived at the monster world. Wei Huan does not plan to leave this monster world in a short time. This world is a big treasure. Even he still has a lot of room for improvement, and the overall strength of mankind cannot be improved in just 1 or 2 years. Instead of starting the train in the end, and the tail is too big to fall off, it is better for him to stay here to accumulate strength and wait until the overall strength is improved a few points before considering entering a higher level world. As long as he thought of the existence of ancient gods as terrifying and huge as the Dark Beast world, Wei Huan was extremely awed by the 9th level world. Who knows if there will be a 10th level world above the 9th level world? And who knows if these ancient gods will show up and interfere in the battlefield of all races in the 9th level world? There is another point. The Dark Beast world is on the body of the ancient gods? What about our blue star? As the 2 opposing parties, don't we have a backer? The crew members, who came back together all learned about their experience in the Dark Beast world. When Lu Qingji came to deliver the meal, he said with an unhappy face, "Why do they have such a big backer, but we don't? Our blue star is just a ball. And the most important thing, don't you find that the blue star is very small? Smaller than any other world. Why don't we have a backer, and we look like we are born with defects? Does God have to be so partial? This idea is quite interesting." Wei Huanjing and Mu Zhong were having dinner, so he asked Lu Qingji to sit down and chat with him. Blue star is indeed small, but it may not be really small. After we defeated the Dark Beast again and again, the challenge world rewarded us with a large piece of land. Now Blue Star is 3 times larger than before. Mu Zhong guessed, "If we can win every opening battle from the beginning, I am afraid that by now, even if the area of the planet cannot reach the level of the Dark Beast world, it can be close to half." Lu Qingji disagreed. "Are these lands given to us? Or are they folded and returned to us? The wool comes from the sheep? Otherwise, how can it be so tight?" After thinking about it, Lu Qingji said, "They must have bullied us humans because we have no backers, so they plundered us and gave us back as rewards." Mu Zhong said, "How can Blue Star not have a backer? Equipment above platinum level has suffixes, whether it is the stars, the great magician, or the titan, they are all our backers. The Dark Beasts don't have such equipment. They can only recruit heroes through the Hero Temple, and these heroic spirits come from the challenge world." And Mu Zhong suddenly looked at Wei Huan and said, "Speaking of which, I almost forgot one thing. Do you think Changle's ability is to recruit heroic spirits?" Wei Huan likes to listen in at this time. He was stunned when he was suddenly asked, and then he thought deeply. Heroic spirits naturally belong to the way of death, but heroic spirits are composed of unyielding wills, enjoy the fireworks of the world, and have a righteous spirit. They are the light side of the way of death, which is exactly the part that he has not been able to grasp and comprehend. During this period, he had indeed been thinking about what Changle had obtained. Why couldn't he understand his netherworld talent? Now that Mu Zhong reminded him, it suddenly became clear. Mu Zhong didn't know that he had casually awakened Wei Huan, so he continued to talk to Lu Qingji. "Besides, I always felt that Blue Star was extraordinary, revealing the secrets that were not inferior to the Dark Beast plane. If you were an outsider, such as the Dark Beast clan, and you arrived at Blue Star, you would find that there were myths and legends about the advanced world everywhere on Blue Star, and they have been passed down for thousands of years. What would you think?" Lu Qingji tilted his head and blinked, then cursed blankly, "Fuck. Don't tell me that our Blue Star is the birthplace of gods, the original star, etc. I'm so proud of it." Mu Zhong smiled and continued, "And I've been thinking, Blue Star is. Aren't there some secrets waiting for us to explore?" He looked at Wei Huan and said, "So this time when I went back, I also thought of this and arranged people to explore. I wonder if there will be any gains." Wei Huan was still immersed in the recruitment of heroes. He just nodded when he heard it, and then casually said, "There is also the East China Sea Abyss. The boundary gate should be built. Find someone to explore it." Okay. Back to the headquarters. Although Wei Huan had many ideas, he did not put them into action. The most important thing at the moment was to wait for the trial results of the new members. It was related to the important composition of the future tanks. Even if Wei Huan didn't care about it, he could only do this part himself. So the first thing Wei Huan did when he returned to the headquarters was to open the trial map, ask the AI, and check the trial situation. Half a year later, a total of 88,300 newcomers participated in the assessment. The first batch of 46,500 people had completed the assessment a month ago, of which 46,229 had completed the assessment, and 222 had failed the assessment. They chose to withdraw from the assessment for various reasons, and had been sent out of the monster world. In addition, 41 people died and 8 were missing. A mortality rate of 1 in 1,000 is actually very low for the challenge world. After all, those who can be selected to come here are all favored by heaven. They have good strength and intelligence. As long as they don't covet merit, there will be no big problem in dealing with monsters of level 4 or 5. And among these 46,229 people, almost 45,000 can reach the strength of one-on-one with monsters of the same level without being defeated. After all, the human race is inherently weak and has changed their ways. They only started to come into contact with extraordinary powers 11 years ago. After losing the chariot, they were weaker than monsters of the same level at the beginning. At this level, Wei Huan divided them into B level or C level. Another 208 people realized the A level true self, and in just half a year, they had a leap in strength and had the ability to fight 10 of the same level. 5 people obtained the S level true self, and could easily kill higher-level monsters one-on-one. Finally, there were two people who actually awakened the SS-level true self. Wei Huan asked AI to retrieve the information of these two people. The photos looked familiar, and then he saw the names, and Wei Huan suddenly realized it. One of the women, Wei Huan had seen her a few years ago, and traveled with her for a while. She was the life angel Jiangyu, who was called the Teen Destroyer in the previous life. Before Xiaoyu, Jiangyu was originally scheduled to be advanced on his chariot, but Wei Huan upgraded the world too fast, and Jiangyu had other arrangements at the time, so she couldn't get on his chariot. In the end, Xiaoyu became the ace nurse on his chariot. Now that he has stayed in the 6th level world for a long enough time, the people in the 2nd level have a chance to catch up. Among them is Jiangyu. Jiangyu signed up silently, passed the review, and then silently participated in the assessment. The destined one is obviously destined to be extraordinary. In the previous life, Jiangyu turned into an archangel after his death. He stood in front of the wall of the Dark Beast King for 3 days and 3 nights, burning his soul and sending down sweet rain. He saved countless dying lives. Wei Huan was also a beneficiary, but in the end, the human race was completely destroyed by the Dark Beast Lord. She finally sighed and died. Now that Wei Huan has changed the fate of the human race, Jiangyu naturally does not have to die. After she came to the monster world, she awakened the angel true self and had the ability to enter the archangel state at any time and heal a huge amount of blood in a range of 300 by 300 cubic meters for friendly forces within a radius of 10 miles each time. In other words, she can continuously heal Wei Huan's melee assault team from 10 miles away. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, and the enemy is not too strong to kill Su Qingqiang and others in seconds, they will not die with her around. This ability is extremely powerful. It is simply a magic weapon on the battlefield. One person can protect an army. However, the ability Jiangyu used is a sacred magic, which may not be compatible with Wei Huan's dark undead army. It's a pity. Wei Huan sighed in his heart, and set his eyes on the information of the next newcomer, who awakened the SS-level true self. After seeing the other party clearly, he also felt a little sad. Wei Huan has never seen this person in this life, but he is not unfamiliar with him, because this person was very popular in the previous life. For a long time, the media news was full of this person's name. Frank Garland. A member of the awesome Garland family, he was the one who won the rookie championship in Wei Huan's world in the previous life. Because of his outstanding appearance, strong family background, and his noble birth, he was regarded as the dream lover by young girls all over the world. After winning the rookie championship, Frank Garland disappeared for 2 years, like other rookies. After accumulating the gains of becoming a challenger, he returned to the challenge world again. At the same time, Frank Garland had no problem buying chariot materials or awakening potions because of his wealthy family background. So when Wei Huan got news from him again, he was already a young captain in Osum in the 4th level world. At that time, Wei Huan had just graduated from A level and returned to the challenge world as a newcomer of Gaga. He started his struggle from the 2nd level world, which was naturally incomparable. After that, Frank Garland's name often appeared in front of Wei Huan. He defended the city in the challenge world, participated in the land reclamation, and went to the battlefield to fight. The year he was promoted to lieutenant colonel, the human race had been suppressed by the dark beasts, and the military situation on the battlefield was particularly urgent. Young people from various countries were sent to the battlefield. Frank Garland served under Jacques. Although he was not as famous as Jacques and became the pillar of the human race, he was also famous, and was an excellent general, who fought for his mission in faith. In the end, he naturally sacrificed on the battlefield and slept with the millions of heroes. Humans are actually very bad. When there are no external enemies, they create conflicts and fight themselves to death. But on the other hand, when the external enemies are strong and the human race is about to be destroyed, countless heroes will stand up and turn into a flesh and blood wall to stand at the forefront. At that time, there was no difference between countries, no ethnic barriers, and they only had a name left: people. Jiangyu's stay or departure is reserved for the time being. Frank Garland will assign him to the combat team led by Kritiv, and he can report today. Wei Huan made arrangements directly. Mu Zhong nodded on the side. Frank is a level 6 gardener, the king of the forest. At the same time, in this trial, he also obtained the recognition of the spirit of nature. The changes in the 6 forms have all reached the king level. Although his combat power is not as good as Brother Chang, his defense is not as good as Captain Shui, and his concealment ability is not as good as Brother Hammer. He is not weak. Relying on the druid's transformation ability, he can easily control a battlefield. As the 2T of the team's actions, 2 attacks are more than enough. In this way, the fault tolerance of our main team has also been greatly improved. After saying this, Mu Zhong paused and said, I didn't expect that the people of the Garland family would come. The wealth of that family is amazing, and the secret control of Osum is no less than that of the Hodgson family. Obviously, they can be a rich and noble person in the back. People, but they chose to come to our pioneer army. And this Frank Garland is the legitimate heir of that family. Speaking of this, Mu Zhong frowned. Compared to his obtaining the SS level true self, I am more concerned about his identity being able to pass the review. Don't rush to arrange it, I will find out who nodded first. Wei Huan said, Uncle Mu. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. My dad, how do you know? Wei Huan said, with such a special identity, it is impossible to send it up without Uncle Mu's nod. You can go and ask, but this person should be fine. Mu Diheo has always been an upright and fair person. Besides, he is not only guarding the chariots of his son and half-son, but also the gate of the human lighthouse. Such a place, such a crucial position, must not have any personal feelings, even political considerations are not so important. Loyalty is always the first factor. Frank Garland will appear here. Mu Diheo must have thought it over carefully and confirmed it. And in Wei Huan's heart, he also trusts Frank's character. No matter where he comes from, or where he was born, he judges people by their deeds. When the human race was in danger, Frank would not run away even if he died in battle, and died with shock. Such a person is firm in his heart and simple in nature, and is worthy of reuse. Besides, he strongly advocated Blue Star unification. As a representative of the powerful family of Osum, Frank's inclusion in the car also has some political advantages. Of course, the former is the key point. Just 2 hours later, Wei Huan met this person, who left a deep impression in his memory. Frank, with blonde hair and blue eyes, is a very orthodox image of Osum, and Jacques also has such characteristics. Of course, these two people are completely different. Jacques is elegant, tall, thin and handsome, and looks more like the heir of a big family. Frank is fit, with a firm and confident look, sunny and healthy. It is said that he was the captain of the rugby team in college, good at many sports, and of course very strong in fighting. While Wei Huan was observing him, he was also observing Wei Huan. Then he said, in the past 3 years, I have flown to Yin country several times, wanting to meet you, but I never met you. Wei Huan was sitting behind the commander-in-chief's desk. Seeing that he didn't even move his posture, he kept sitting upright on the back of the chair, raised his eyebrows, and asked him, What do you want to see me for? Frank said, At first, I wanted to see the person who beat me, then I wanted to see the selfless person who I couldn't understand, and then I just wanted to see the person who changed the fate of the human race with his own strength and led the human race to the end. After saying this, Frank raised his hand to his chest and knelt on one knee on the ground, using ancient etiquette. His blue eyes stared straight at Wei Huan, with admiration in his eyes. He said, I hope to use my surname, my actions, including my life, to be loyal to you. The Garland family will be your most loyal supporter, the sword in your hand, and your shield. Wei Huan stared at Frank in silence, without saying a word. He didn't seem to be surprised that this happened. Smart people always know how to choose, not to mention that he has stood so high. If those families are still arrogant and think they can still be detached, they will only be abandoned by the times. In the past, Osum has always been confronting Yin country. Even if Wei Huan has come to this point, there are still some ancient families who are still resisting. Of course, it is also possible that these families are not like Frank, who has the determination and ability to walk up to Wei Huan and surrender to him face to face. It is difficult to see Wei Huan now. But it must be said that Frank, as the first Osum family to express his position, does have a different weight in Wei Huan's heart. This is a good start, representing the surrender of the ancient forces. If there is one, there will be a second one. Moreover, since Frank has surrendered with his family, the Osum issue is no longer a problem. In order to fulfill his promise today, he will definitely lobby Osum and major European families including Tula and Fince. Slowly, Wei Huan's idea of unifying the Blue Star will eventually be realized. From then on, there will be no more countries on the Blue Star. Once the population of nearly 4 billion is uniformly deployed, trained and fought, the battlefield of all races can be reached. Wei Huan really didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. Kritiv rushed over after hearing the news and took Frank away. Frank has strength and talent. Wei Huan has a good impression of him, and his family is the backing. Now he only needs military merits to truly gain a foothold in this chariot of the human race lighthouse. Wei Huan decided to take Frank with him on all recent missions. After all, the chariot will increase by 90,000 people, and many new management positions will be added. People like Frank should have a place for him. After that, Wei Huan met 5 S-level newcomers, 2 of whom were from Yin country, and the others were from other countries. After all, Yin country was the first country to train new talents, and now it has reached the time of accumulating strength. So in terms of talent selection, the number of Yin country can match the sum of other countries. As for the 208 A-level newcomers, they were left to Mu Zhonglai to meet. After all, although this level is considered 1 in 100, the advanced challengers on Wei Huan's chariot are all 1 in 100, which is nothing in Wei Huan's eyes. If they are really capable, and have made a name for themselves on the chariot, Wei Huan will know about it sooner or later. At that time, meeting alone will be a trivial matter, just like Frank has already started targeted training, which is a very normal thing. 5 days later, the assessment of the second batch of newcomers was also completed. This time, there are 40,000 candidates, 122 deaths, 530 eliminations, 88 A-level awakenings, 2 S-level awakenings, and no SS-level awakenings. The overall quality is a bit worse than the first batch. After all, the first batch selected to enter the 6th level world are the best of the best, a group of talents accumulated for 10 years to challenge the world. Then 50,000 people are selected from those people, which is the top talent among thousands. Therefore, the second batch cannot compare, and this situation is bound to be worse than the previous batch. After all, talents are bound to be limited. However, in this batch, there is a true self who is evaluated as SSS level. When Wei Huan saw Changle's name, which was placed in a folder and handed to him, he was also wondering why Changle was SSS level. The report said that Changle obtained the heroic spirit of the 7th level demon. In the magic pattern state, his personal combat power can reach the level of the 7th level demon, that is, he can fight a bunch of 6th level demon beasts relatively easily. This point has also been confirmed. Wei Huan personally tested it at the time. In the magic pattern state, Changle can fight 306th level 2-headed hidden demons alone. In addition, Changle also has a 9th state, which is a semi-explosive state. He can ride on the bull monster for a long time. He has a long endurance, and will not easily become weak. His combat power can almost reach the S level, that is, the level of being able to kill monsters across levels. However, the report also mentioned that the reason why Changle was evaluated as SSS level was because he was also a netherworld system, controlling the battle of heroic spirits. In Wei Huan's netherworld domain, his combat power will be further improved, and there will be no side effects. Wei Huan is very strong now. The netherworld domain has a lot of lethality for people from other systems. In his domain, only strength can hold him tightly. The members of the main team with outstanding talents can be relatively calm, but they can only cooperate and be compatible, not completely compatible. As for the young newcomers, I am afraid that in Wei Huan's netherworld domain, it is good enough to be able to protect themselves, let alone fight. Therefore, Changle, who has a very high quality of true self, and is also a netherworld person, and can thrive in Wei Huan's netherworld, is extremely extraordinary. SSS level, this kid is really going to ascend to heaven in one step. Chapter 323. When Mu Zhong saw the report, he smiled. Remember when I came here, I told Changle that there are opportunities everywhere here, and it is not uncommon to take off overnight. At that time, I wanted to encourage him to go his own way, but I didn't expect this kid to really fly for me. It seems that our second main force can be organized. With Changle as the leader, in cooperation with Frank and Jiangyu, and finally with some players, who are strong enough and have tacit cooperation, we could also have a little more freedom. Wei Huan said, what is the situation in the North Sea Abyss? In just a few days, the boundary gate will be built, and we will know when the time comes. When it is built, go there, take Changle and Frank and the others with you. Mu Zhong stopped laughing. Are you serious? You should ask other people to do things like exploring the way. You are in a different position now, so don't put yourself in danger easily. Wei Huan said, I can only go if I go. The environment that others can't face is nothing in my eyes. Everyone's life is life. But your life is related to the future of the human race. This matter still needs to be considered in the long run, Wei Huan. Mu Zhong interrupted Wei Huan before he said, listen to me this time. I will arrange for someone to go there. You should practice well first and don't take risks. Wei Huan opened his mouth and closed it again. He knew that what Mu Zhong said was right, but he didn't like it. After the newcomers' boarding ceremony, each group took their own people to train. Previously, the assessment was about personal potential, and now their team awareness will be improved. In addition, Wei Huan also hopes that they can have the belief that the tank is my home before they actually get on the tank, instead of training them after getting on the tank. In addition, Changle and Frank, who were expected by Wei Huan, and several other S-level newcomers, who needed to be trained separately, were taken away by Wei Huan and taken to the monster cemetery for special training. Changle needed to learn how to maximize the battle within the scope of the netherworld. It would be even better if he could comprehend new abilities through cooperation. Frank and others must adapt to the power of the netherworld, at least to exert 100% of their strength within their own domain. Wei Huan's chariot was naturally led by Wei Huan. All the battles were carried out around the army of undead. The main battle team had long been accustomed to the coldness of the undead, so they just took it as a refresher. But when cooperating with these newcomers, except Changle, everyone else was affected by the power of the netherworld. Either their strength was reduced, or illusions occurred frequently. It was considered a good performance if they could use 1/10 of their strength. Frank stood in the middle of the cemetery, with sweat all over his head. Skeleton hands stretched out from the dark ground under his feet, grabbing his trouser legs and climbing up. He looked up and saw the death god occupying his entire field of vision in the sky. The eye sockets of the skeleton were burning with green flames. The flames were spinning, stretching, twisting, and turning his body as if there was a suction force, and laughing strangely. Frank knew that this was just training, but he was still suppressed by the netherworld and couldn't breathe. In the end, he had to turn into a tree man who could only heal and had no fighting power, using the power of nature to constantly clear the obstacles in front of him. But there was no need to think about fighting. He didn't dare to stop at all. The death god above his head never disappeared, holding the sickle and waiting for him to be careless, and then chopping him off. Okay. A deep voice sounded, and then the sky cleared up, and the white bone palms on the ground disappeared. Even though he was still in a gray fog, Frank felt like he had arrived in heaven and escaped. Then he looked up and looked at the person standing on the back of the burrow beast, floating in the air. He could not hide the horror in his eyes. He had never underestimated Wei Huan's strength, and knew that there was a huge gap between them. Otherwise, how could Wei Huan lead the human race out of adversity and become the uncrowned king of Blue Star? But when he really saw Wei Huan's strength, he realized that his previous cognition was still too narrow. He could not see the world outside his own knowledge, so he felt that even if the gap was big, it would not be so outrageous. In fact, he is the bright moon, and he is the firefly. He is the cloud in the sky, and he is the mud under the ground. With the strength of the vast ocean, he is just a small lake. What qualifications do he have to compare with him? He just casually used the netherworld, and he didn't even see a large army of undead, but he was already defeated. It's just the first time. I don't have any expectations for you, but I hope you can adapt as soon as possible. The battlefield doesn't wait. Wei Huan said lightly. His expression was very calm. Frank stood up from the ground in a mess. He was a bit of a germaphobe, but now he didn't care about the mud on his body. He was still fighting the fear in his mind. On both sides of him, the people who were training with him couldn't even stand up again. There was also a thin man who seemed to be caught in a nightmare and couldn't get out. He closed his eyes and kept howling. Ah! 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 With howling sounds in his ears, Frank really didn't know whether he should be glad that he could at least get up, at least not lose his composure. It would be great if everyone was like this, but when he looked up, he saw the other side, which was a completely different training state. A man with a dark body, well-developed muscles, and open hair was tearing apart the 6-level two-headed hidden demons with his hands. Those two-headed hidden demons rushed out of the portal like a line, surrounding the man, but their attacks could not hurt the man at all. Instead, they were torn into pieces after being caught. The man screamed and panted hoarsely, fighting 10 and 100 at a time, as cruel as a demon king. 10 minutes of rest, we continue later. Wei Huan's voice called Frank's attention back. Frank's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, trying to drive away the horrible scenes in his mind. Finally, he took another look at the man fighting frantically over there, and took his thoughts back, and stopped looking. Wei Huan's eyes also moved away from Frank, and looked at Changle, who was in high spirits. Changle in the magic pattern state was extremely crazy, and was also a very typical berserker, but unlike Su Qingqiang who was recovering blood, he was a high defense and high attack type. His combat power was not much different from Su Qingqiang, but his weakness was also obvious, with a weak CD. Changle's weak CD was that the magic pattern energy was exhausted. The bull demon spirit he obtained was like a high-powered power bank. Once it was used up, he could not fight until it was fully charged again. Wei Huan thought about it, and came up with an idea. Changle's current problem is that he can only charge once, and then consume once, walking between the two ends of having and not having, which leads to the appearance of a weak state. What he should help him with is not to expand his capacity, but to awaken a way to charge in battle. Under his domain, the whole world is full of the netherworld power that Chang'e needs. It would be a pity if he cannot make good use of this advantage. Moreover, Chang'e, who has weaknesses, has what qualifications to be the captain of the second team. He must have the absolute strength to stand on his own like Su Qingqiang, otherwise he might as well arrange someone from the first team to lead the second team. Wei Huan has high hopes for Chang'e, so he is naturally stricter with him than with others. As his mind moved, a running wolf, with white bone armor all over its body, covered with bone spurs, and more than 7 meters long jumped out of the portal. Brother Diao's anus came in front of Chang'e, making a whoosh sound of attack in his throat, and then suddenly jumped and rushed towards Chang'e. Since the level 6 two-headed hidden demon can't achieve the training effect, let's arrange the elites to take action. Only a battle of equal strength can truly stimulate the awakening of combat talent. I hope Chang'e can learn the ability to absorb the netherworld in battle as soon as possible, otherwise he will suffer in this training. After arranging Chang'e, Wei Huan looked at Frank and the other 6 people again. Sister Crow was floating in the void. The netherworld domain was shining again. Gray snow appeared out of thin air and enveloped everyone. The next second, another shrill scream sounded. Of course, there were also people who stabilized their minds and were adapting quickly. Wei Huan didn't pay too much attention to them. Sister Crow couldn't bear it while she was still in the void. In the real battlefield, Sister Crow would fly out and hover over her head. At that time, the power of the netherworld domain would be more than 10 times greater. If such people can't adapt to the power of the netherworld, there is no need to stay on the front line. But before looking away, Wei Huan glanced at Frank, who had stood firm this time. It should be said that he was not an ordinary person, and he should be praised. Frank, who was born in an aristocratic family, could withstand such pressure and had good perseverance. After a day of training, Wei Huan felt a little troubled. His limited life was delayed for another day. But such cooperative training really requires him. When Mu Zhong came over, Wei Huan spoke first. Next, I will teach one day every half a month, and let them train in the monster tomb at other times. You can make some netherworld totems, and throw them in. Now the netherworld power in it is not enough. Mu Zhong nodded in agreement, and then said, the boundary gate has been built today. I arranged for Brother Hammer to take Bigfoot and the others over. Now they are preparing to set off. Do you want to say a few words to them? Wei Huan nodded. Of course he had to say it. Going to the new world is an extremely risky action. If it weren't for Brother Hammer's passerby talent being really excellent, Wei Huan would rather go by himself. Mu Zhong led Wei Huan a few steps forward, and then he remembered something. Jiang Yu has been waiting to see you. Wei Huan actually saw it, because Jiang Yu was waiting in front. When she saw them passing by, she slowly walked to the middle of the passage, obviously determined to have a talk. Commander Wei. Jiang Yu stopped Wei Huan. I'm Jiang Yu, I want to ask. I know. Wei Huan interrupted her. Your awakening ability is very strong, which is very important to our human race. So Commander Fan will send a car to pick you up tomorrow at the latest, and he has more important arrangements for you. Jiang Yu said, is it because my sacred system is not compatible with your attributes? Why can Xia Yu stay? Wei Huan stopped completely and looked at Jiang Yu. Listen to the arrangement. Jiang Yu pursed her lips and saw that Wei Huan's eyes were firm. There was no room for negotiation on leaving. This conversation was over. When Mu Zhong retracted his gaze, Jiang Yu was wiping tears, but Mu Zhong just followed Wei Huan closely and didn't say anything more. Getting on Wei Huan's chariot did have extraordinary significance. This might be the ultimate goal of every aspiring person. He was not surprised that Jiang Yu would cry with regret because she couldn't get on this chariot. But it's not suitable. Xia Yu herself is not a battlefield treatment system. She exists as a chariot doctor, and her single-body healing skills are very strong, and can also involve the Sea of Soul. After entering the Battle of Gods in the later stage, this ability is very useful in their high-end car. In addition, heaven is in her hands. In the past few years, she has obtained the key to the 6th day. She is an angel with 5 pairs of wings. It can be said that even if a person has died less than half an hour ago, Xia Yu may be able to save him. Of course, the premise is that she cannot be crushed to pieces, or her soul cannot be destroyed. So compared to Jiang Yu's awakening, which is more suitable for the intermediate battlefield and improves the ability of soldiers to heal external injuries, Xia Yu must be more suitable for their chariot. So instead of leaving Jiang Yu and letting her hinder each other, with Wei Huan's netherworld power on the battlefield, it is better to put her in a more needed position. But for Jiang Yu, maybe boarding this chariot is her dream. The shattering of dreams is inevitably sad and uncontrollable. Mu Zhong stopped thinking about it. There is no regret in life. It is terrible that everyone can have everything they want. The headquarters was not built on the nest left by the demon tribe that day. Wei Huan was worried about any legacy issues, so he postponed the reconstruction. In addition, he arranged for face huggers to explore deep underground. For this reason, he teleported several times, and went 500 kilometers underground to ensure that there were no legacy issues before building the headquarters here. The reason why the Human Pioneer Army built the headquarters in the Demon Beast world here is, of course, because this is the holy mountain in the hearts of the demon beasts. He occupied this world, so he naturally had to conquer the natives of this world, and occupying the holy mountain was the only choice, directly using actions to show that their human beings ruled this world as the destiny. As for whether the demon beasts will coexist peacefully with their human race in the future, it is not his concern. He only needs to be strong enough to make the human race strong enough. No matter how stubborn the demon beasts are, they will eventually bow their heads in the great waves, generation after generation. At that time, the human race had its own arrangements, and he either died or stood at the top. There were countless similar small worlds, and it was not his turn to worry about such trivial matters. He has never been a person who covets power. Even the current management matters are troublesome for him, and he handed them all to Mu Zhong. I believe that this habit will not change in the future. They walked in the headquarters that had been built into a modern Blue Star style. The long corridor was mainly silver-white, with black and gold auspicious cloud patterns. It has both the classical charm of Yin country and the sense of modern technology. Walking through the long corridor, everyone who met along the way stopped to salute him first, and after he left, everyone continued their work. Wei Huan's prestige in this base is naturally the highest, and everyone is proud to be looked at by him. When we arrived at the hall, we saw Hammer and Bigfoot and others who were about to set off. There were a total of 30 exploration teams, but they were also the team with the highest survival rate. If they were to die unexpectedly during the exploration, it would not be a man-made disaster, but a natural disaster that would not recognize their relatives. Wei Huan has tested Hammer's passerby talent, plus the thief's concealment, space shuttle, and other abilities, and no race can ignore this talent at present. In a way, passerby is simply a kind of space law. Hammer has the natural ability to distort space, which makes him physically disappear from this world. In addition, it also involves some spiritual laws. In short, once the law is involved, it is the root of all things in this world. No matter how brilliant life is, as powerful as gods, they can only become the strongest on the basis of the law. Wei Huan has been practicing till now, and has also begun to study the laws, and has also strengthened his soul and heart. Now that he is practicing again, he has completely exceeded the limitations of the physical body, and is walking on another path. Therefore, he can clearly see through the mysterious nature of Hammer Brother's passerby talent. So, after seeing Hammer Brother, Wei Huan didn't say much, but just threw a space warehouse to him. When Hammer Brother took the space warehouse, he knew what was inside, so even with his calm mentality, he couldn't help but get a little excited at this moment. Then, he flipped his hand, and a giant axe with a faint golden light and cold light appeared in his hand. The shape of this giant axe is almost exactly the same as his diamond axe. Even the pattern at the handshake position is the same, all because after adapting to a weapon, it takes time to adapt to a new weapon. Since it is a tailor-made weapon, it is natural to consider that he can use it directly after getting it. It's just that the weapons have the same appearance, but they are completely different in use. As Hammer took the giant axe in his hand, the giant axe was connected with his breath, and the golden light like the desert flowed, starting from the axe and disappeared in front of his eyes, and gradually even Hammer disappeared. This is truly escaping into the dimensional space. In the past, Hammer was born with the ability to use space, but he couldn't control it independently. Now that he has this weapon, he has the key to enter and exit the dimension, and can truly control the rhythm of the battle. In addition, with the ancient god crystal integrated into it, this battle axe is unmatched and heavier than a mountain. Not only is the damage amazing when it falls, but it is also blessed by the power of the laws of the ancient gods, which is extremely powerful. Hammer danced with the weapon twice, and everyone in the hall stood still, watching with bated breath, with envy on their faces. This is a pseudo-god level weapon. Even Commander Wei's Mafati ring is only pseudo-god level. Such weapons, I'm afraid they can really kill gods, right? Wei Huan said, keep a low profile, pay attention to safety, and don't be arrogant. Brother Chue nodded. The heavy axe in his hand seemed to be made of foam. He deftly made a few axe flowers, and finally put the axe behind his back, I know. In addition, the thieves team on the Bigfoot side also changed the ancient god weapons. But not all of them changed. Among them, 11 people had followed Wei Huan to the Dark Beast world. Their own weapons were not bad. At the last moment, they were tempered with the blood of the ancient gods and reached the level of the ancient god weapons. Mu Zhong replaced the weapons for the remaining people, and then recounted the supplies they carried with them. Thanks to Mu Zhong, the space warehouse that can be stored in the soul is really useful, and everyone no longer has to worry about food and accommodation when they go out. Mu Zhong also told everyone, be careful. Whether the mission is completed or not is secondary. If you stay alive, you can live a little longer. Bigfoot smiled, don't worry. Since we can awaken the gambler sequence, we are not the kind of people who are born to be reckless. We will definitely live a little longer. Mu Zhong patted Bigfoot's arm and smiled. This time, Jacques' chariot took them there. Jacques, who was waiting on the side, looked at the scene with a smile, and his eyes fell on the giant axe of Hammer Brother. Although there was envy in his eyes, there was absolutely no jealousy. He knew how dangerous the frontline soldiers were. Let alone just a pseudo-god level weapon, he would not say much even if he made a set of pseudo-god level equipment for Hammer Brother and others. Besides, he had already got an ancient god level pistol yesterday. He couldn't let it go and had been playing with it all night, and he was very satisfied. Let's go, boss Mu boss. Jacques nodded, the journey is long, and it will take 3 days to drive at full speed. When we get there, we can just catch up with the completion of the boundary gate. We will set off now. Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong smiled, go ahead, thank you for the trip. The team got on Jacques' car. Wei Huan watched them leave, and suddenly asked Mu Zhong, where do you think there are other heroes? Mu Zhong thought about it and said, Western Suburbs Cemetery. Wei Huan was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Yes, the Western Suburbs Cemetery is full of martyrs of our human race. True heroes will inevitably become heroes, unyielding will, and continue to protect the blue planet. It's just... You want? No. Mu Zhong understood. You want them to rest in peace, right? Or do they still exist because they want to continue fighting? Fight together with the younger generations, and witness the final victory of the human race. Wei Huan still shook his head. The dead are just tools to me. I will look for the heroic spirits again. I will go to the Western Suburbs Cemetery to pay my respects when I return. Okay, so you are not at the headquarters these days? Yes, I am walking around. Don't stay too long. Come back early. Mu Zhong said, remember to stay connected? Wei Huan nodded, walked out of the gate, summoned the beast, stepped on it, and flew away in a blink of an eye. After Wei Huan came to this world, he did not run around. He decided the address of the headquarters, and built the headquarters of the Pioneer Army. He was like a sea-stabilizing needle, and settled here. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Big and small things cannot be separated from him and Mu Zhong, so he cannot move around unless necessary. In fact, even now, Wei Huan is not suitable to run around. But as the strongest person of the human race, his first task is to improve his strength. Since he wants to do it, Mu Zhong will naturally not stop him. He will only take over all the things and be busy himself. Mu Zhong's cultivation speed was indeed greatly delayed by the chores. When Wei Huan thought of this, he thought of the life fruits in Denton's or Shi Hengjuan's hands. He didn't know if he had eaten them. This thing would be very beneficial to Mu Zhong's cultivation. If he could get all of them, it would be great. If not, where should he go to find the same level of natural treasures for Mu Zhong? It was with this idea that Wei Huan searched for the heroic spirit while looking for possible treasures. The legendary monsters such as the nine-tailed fox and the nine-eared dragon could appear. He didn't believe that there were no treasures in this world that were born from the condensation of the world's spiritual energy, and were helpful for cultivation. The Shirwan Mountains were designated as a restricted area, restricting human challengers from entering. Wei Huan was naturally not within the restrictions, and went straight in that direction. Chapter 324. Of course, he did not lose contact with Mu Zhong. Challenge technology is very advanced, and the signal layout in this world is very simple, so Wei Huan said he was out practicing, but in fact he was always connected with Mu Zhong, and he knew everything about the headquarters. Occasionally, when he saw some beautiful scenery, he would let Mu Zhong come to see it, watching the mountains and rivers during the day and the stars at night. The two have been together for more than 3 years, and they are still used to seeing each other all the time, and they don't want to be separated, nor will they get tired of each other. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Wei Huan came out of the professional temple, and was still on the back of the beast in the wilderness. Mu Zhong's screen suddenly jumped out and enlarged. Seeing that he opened his eyes, he hurriedly said, "Wei Huan, something happened." The smile that had just risen on the corner of Wei Huan's mouth turned cold again. Mu Zhong said, "Last night, the gate of the North Sea Abyss was opened. Brother Chui and his team were attacked when they entered. 6 team members died on the spot, and the others retreated. They said that the Sky Demon clan had already laid out their plans there, and they might launch an invasion war against us soon." The Sky Demon clan. Wei Huan recited these 3 words in his heart. His brows tightened. The Sky Demon clan knew that there was a space channel in the sea, and it didn't seem to be very surprising. The Sky Demon had ruled this world for who knows how long. So long that the monsters forgot that they were the masters of this world and respected the Sky Demon as the Monster King. He was not surprised that it could know the secrets of this world. However, what surprised Wei Huan was what Mu Zhong said next. Across the channel is the Dark Energy World, where the demons of Western mythology live. They have gathered at the entrance of the channel, and may attack at any time. Mu Zhong spoke quickly, saying, "I have already gone there with my men. You must come here immediately. The main battle tanks are all in the level 7 world. We can only hold on for a short time. Then we won't go." But Wei Huan said this after hearing this. Mu Zhong's anxious face suddenly froze, and then his eyebrows rose a little bit. Wei Huan continued, "It's not Blue Star. What if we temporarily evacuate? We can just fight back later. Don't let everyone die in vain. It's not worth it." Mu Zhong was silent for a few seconds, then smiled. "Only you can make such a decision." Of course, Mu Zhong didn't want to die. If things couldn't be done, he would leave naturally. He said, "The number of teleports that the portal can send at a time is limited. As long as the layout is appropriate, we should be able to stop it for a while. They know your strength. This action will not be as simple as occupying the monster world. I am worried that once we retreat, it will be difficult to regain the lost land. You should know that we will not let ourselves be involved in a long-term war. After all, the development of the challenge world is the key. Once it is determined that the consumption of the war is too great, both you and I will choose to retreat to the level 7 world. It's just that we are also very useful in this world." Wei Huan was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Be careful and save your strength. I will rush over as soon as possible." "Yes." Then neither of them spoke again. Wei Huan rushed as fast as he could. In order to go faster, he also invested in the dark power, so that the speed of the beasts could be faster. Mu Zhong was mobilizing troops. Because most of the old drivers did not have chariots, he had to let this group of newcomers go to the battlefield. Chariots are just tools. On the road of cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself, but in war, more help is good. Moreover, the demon tribe is also a challenger. They probably have gifts to challenge the world. At the same time, they come from the 9th level world and cannot be underestimated. Wei Huan quickly got the information of the enemy on the opposite side. The camera carried by Hammer Brother recorded all their experiences after passing through the boundary gate. It was a dark and desolate world with flowing lava and no sunlight, just like a dark world buried deep underground. One volcano after another rose from the ground, and the red lava meandered on the ground. Monsters gathered on the vast land, so dense that you could not see the end at a glance. These monsters have different shapes, but most of them are black and red. They look like human skin with various patterns on their skin, which looks extremely complex and gorgeous. However, their appearance does not conform to human aesthetics at all. Their faces or shapes can be called hideous. The pair of big horns on their heads are just like the demons in movies, TV shows, and storybooks. The video not only recorded the scene in front of it, but also recorded 3 extremely unique forms flying in the air, just a few hundred meters away from the boundary gate. They can be distinguished from the demons at a glance. The reason why they can be seen as the celestial demons is naturally because they have already met one of them, the snail monster that occupied the demon beast world and called itself the Beast King. However, this time, it is no longer fighting alone, and it has 2 other celestial demons around it. The appearance of this group is actually easier to distinguish. They all look a bit like humans, but they have 2 or 6 tentacles on their bald heads, which are spread out like Wi-Fi antennas. The lower body is either a snail or a shell. In short, it is the body of a mollusk. And they have a faint fluorescence on their bodies. Wei Huan didn't know it before, but after contacting the ancient gods, he found that these sky demons might have some connection with the ancient gods. This silver light flows with divine power, showing a faint pressure, naturally high above, overlooking the world. In the video, the 3-headed sky demon turned around, obviously surprised by the sudden appearance of Brother Chui and others, and then the demon beast king Tianyao, who had met once, took action. Technological means cannot capture high-level battles, and every move affects the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Wei Huan only saw that the sky demon waved his hand, and Brother Chui flew out, and some of the gambler team members who were traveling with him died on the spot. Retreat! Brother Chui immediately gave the order, and at the same time, he should have used his passerby talent to make the sky demon lose its target while protecting everyone. However, the strength of this demon was far superior to that of Hammer. Although it was shaken, it quickly locked onto the target again. With another strike, another team member fell on the spot. Then the scene blurred, and Hammer and others returned to the demon beast world. The first reaction was, destroy the boundary gate. Correct judgment, even if the boundary gate is expensive, but in the face of war, nothing matters. Hammer destroyed the boundary gate on the spot with his giant axe, leaving the construction team that had been on duty on this side, including the construction of the boundary gate, looking at each other with puzzled faces. And the group of people who fled back in embarrassment had no time to grieve for their companions. They looked at the space crack that was still there, and became more and more obvious even though the boundary gate was destroyed, and reported to the headquarters with an ugly face. This happened just 20 minutes ago. Although Wei Huan did not go to the boundary gate, and was looking for natural treasures for Mu Zhong under the guise of cultivation, he also paid attention to the time when Brother Chui and the others went to the other world, so he entered the professional temple and calculated the time. He originally planned to send Brother Chui and the others off after the cultivation. Unexpectedly, it seemed that their departure time was slightly earlier. Just 10 minutes before and after, such a big thing happened. From the video, all the judgments made by Brother Chui were correct, especially the timely destruction of the boundary gate, which provided time for them to deploy troops. This is probably why Mu Zhong must go there, and there is still a chance to stop the invasion of the demon army led by the Tianyao clan outside the space rift. However, it is the Tianyao clan after all, and it has reached the end of challenging the evolution of the world. The liar remnants, who once caused the destruction of the human race, are like a pile of real seaweed in the eyes of these Tianyao clan. The destruction of the liar remnants with a wave of their hands and feet even made the liar remnants imprint their terror in their DNA, and pass it down from generation to generation. For such a tribe, mastering the boundary gate technology is the foundation, so even if the boundary gate is destroyed, it is easy for them to come over. This battle is not easy to fight, especially when it takes at least 3 days for Wei Huan to rush over. In order to reduce the casualties on the human side, the best way is to retreat back to the headquarters, and then join the garrison sent by Commander Fong to fight. But in that case, as Mu Zhong said, they will be forced to get involved in a meaningless tug-of-war, and invest too much energy in this irrelevant world. While analyzing the current situation, Wei Huan connected with Brother Chui and discussed the next plan with Mu Zhong. Soon Commander Fong also connected. Commander Fong said, "We have sent someone to notify the level 6 world. Reinforcements will arrive soon. How strong are you in the fight with the demons?" Brother Chui shook his head. "We didn't fight. The Sky Demon clan attacked directly. 6 of us died. I and the rest of the people evacuated back." Mu Zhong said, "The ideal situation is that the two connected worlds are a similar level, but the demon clan has been preparing for a long time. I think they have gathered all the high-end combat power. With the 3 sky demons, it will be difficult to fight." Wei Huan said, "Use the level 7 forbidden spell scroll first, and wait for me to go over." Brother Chui and others set off at 7 o'clock in the morning of the challenge time, and then escaped back at 7:02. The boundary gate was destroyed at 7:04. Mu Zhong, who received the news at 7:05, began to deploy the front line in front of the space rift. At 7:10, all the engineering personnel in front of the space rift were evacuated. At 7:15, Mu Zhong completed the reorganization and the vanguard set off. Wei Huan woke up at 7:18 and received the news. Wei Huan rushed all the way, not sparing his nether powers to hurry on. The body of the point beast grew to 1,000 meters. In this state, it would consume 10 points of Wei Huan's nether powers per second, but the maximum speed could reach 6,000 kilometers per hour. Wei Huan summoned Sister Crow again, and at the same time took out an ancient divine crystal to absorb and refine. These methods could help him recover his nether powers, and ensure that he would have enough fighting power after arriving at the destination. Less than half an hour later, the space crack suddenly spewed out energy, which was a sign that the space channel was in use. Jacques acted decisively, and fired a level 7 forbidden spell scroll 10 kilometers away. With a loud boom, the space channel was affected, and the transmission over there was interrupted. But the power of the level 7 forbidden spell scroll was so great that it destroyed all the underwater creatures within nearly 10 kilometers around the space rift, including underwater volcanoes and underwater canyons, and set off a tsunami of more than 12 levels. Half an hour later, the tsunami reached the nearest coast, and the huge waves of 100 meters swallowed everything and killed countless lives. Wei Huan didn't feel bad about it, and praised Jacques for his decisiveness. It was just that the time before and after was less than an hour, and the second spaceship came from the other side of the space rift again. Wei Huan understood that the war had begun. Just to stop the other party from teleporting over, they would fall into endless consumption, or the other party just made a random touch, but they had to drop a level 7 scroll, because they couldn't afford the consequences of the other party really teleporting over. The Sky Demon clan is also a challenger, and an intelligent life form. The tactics that humans can use are also used by the relatively stupid Dark Beast Lords, not to mention the winner of this challenge, the Sky Demon, who has already stepped into the 9th level world. It was just a bluff, and the opponent used it very smoothly. Even if Jacques later changed the scroll to the 6th level, it still has the effect of destroying space transmission, but this kind of containment is destined to not last long. Commander Fong said, "Just now I asked the engineering to do an experiment. If the boundary gate is open to the maximum power, it can completely ignore the destruction of the space channel, and still force it to come." Mu Zhong frowned. "Can you come through the unstable space channel?" Commander Fong said, "If you are strong enough, or you are a space system, you will definitely be able to come." Mu Zhong nodded. It was true. It seemed that the enemy was mainly harassing, but they could come at any time. As long as some strong men blocked Jacques' delivery, the enemy's army could easily come. Passive defense is always limited. "Can't this space channel be completely destroyed?" Mu Zhong asked. Commander Fong said, "Our side is destroyed, but the enemy's technology is higher than ours, and they can come at any time. So why haven't they come yet? It's been half a day since they were exposed." Mu Zhong's last sentence hit the point. Yes, since the enemy is so strong and has been preparing for so long, the army has pressed to the front of the teleportation gate, and the secret of the garrison has been exposed. Why haven't they come yet? With the intelligence of the Tianyao clan, they would not fail to think that after their existence is exposed, the human race will definitely respond immediately. Once their defense line is formed, the casualties of the war will double. Or they are not ready yet. Mu Zhong said, "They were exposed very suddenly. They must not be ready yet, but we can't put all our hopes on the other side. We still have to build the defense line as soon as possible during this period. That's the only way. Let Jacques continue to observe. Don't stop the level 6 defense scroll. Our main force has not arrived yet. We need to send the message that we are here to the other side." Okay. Time passed by minute, and another 6 hours passed. During this period, Wei Huan and others were connected and kept talking. Mu Zhong didn't have many advanced chariots. The advanced chariots of the old drivers followed them to the level 7 world and never came back. Now the chariots in the monster world are all driven by newcomers. Most of them are still only level 5 chariots, and a small number of them have level 6 chariots. Actually, this is not a big deal. Wei Huan has a lot of supplies. When they need to participate in the level 7 highway assessment, they can be allocated to upgrade. Level 8 chariots may be difficult, but upgrading more than 10 or 20 level 7 chariots is not a big problem. But no one expected such an emergency to happen at the moment. Even if Mu Zhong has selected 10 chariots for upgrading, it will take time. At present, they can only upgrade while traveling. Night fell unknowingly, and everyone was worried about whether the Tianyao tribe would attack at night. The monsters in the dark energy world like to act at night, and perhaps they are waiting for this moment. Mu Zhong specifically reminded Jacques, "You should keep a close eye on it at night." Jacques nodded, his eyes flashing with golden light, like a majestic eagle. The long night was extremely difficult to endure. The challenge army and Wei Huan traveled all night, not daring to relax for a moment. However, after a night, the morning light fell on the earth. The weak and unenlightened monsters woke up and looked for food, and the world was still peaceful. The Sky Demon and its demon army did not come. It seems that they are not ready yet. Mu Zhong looked at the rising sun and breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss Mu." At this time, a voice sounded. When he spoke, everyone realized that since yesterday, there has been a person connected to their channel. It was Brother Hammer. Brother Hammer suddenly said, "I don't think they are not ready yet. Is the transmission channel fixed? There can only be one entrance and exit? Is it possible that there is another exit?" Mu Zhong looked stunned, and then thought deeply. Fong William was also startled and surprised. "Why do you think they are ready?" Brother Hammer said, "It seems that they should be ready for battle. Since they have been exposed, they have not launched the attack yet. This is unreasonable. I just heard from Bigfoot that the Skyworm is like a termite in space, which can drill many holes in space, so... Mu Zhong also figured it out, and sighed. That's even more troublesome. If it's true, they must have gathered in a corner we can't see. Commander Fawn also nodded. That's right, and it's even more likely. Our foundation in this world is too shallow. Once they come out in full force, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete. My suggestion is to stop the current action and send out reconnaissance troops to collect intelligence. At the same time, you and I will join forces to ensure that we won't be wiped out in one fell swoop. Mu Zhong also figured it out. That's right, go to your place to join forces, backed by the 6th level world gate. Whether it's reinforcement or evacuation, it's our greatest confidence. Besides, we can't bet on whether the Tianyao tribe can enter our challenge world, and we can't afford to lose. After the two said this, they looked at Wei Huan, waiting for his final decision. Wei Huan, what do you think? Mu Zhong asked. Wei Huan already had the answer in his mind, and nodded. Okay, you stop marching immediately, turn around and join Commander Fang, and everyone in the headquarters should withdraw. That place is just a boring symbol, not important, and it is easy to be surrounded, and no one will be able to escape. Okay. Mu Zhong nodded, then let's act now. See you at the garrison camp. I won't go. Who knew Wei Huan would say this? Mu Zhong was stunned, and in the eye contact, he quickly understood Wei Huan's idea. Sure enough, Wei Huan said, it's not my style to passively wait for a beating. This kind of defense can only be said to be unbeatable. If the opponent comes out from another channel, it means that the North Sea channel is safe. I will go over, and you will hold on. In the end, you will definitely win. Mu Zhong hesitated. Wei Huan said, this is a war. There is no 100% safety. I am willing to take this risk, which means that the gain is also the greatest. The Sky Demon clan is hostile to our human race. If we can take advantage of their underestimation and kill one or two of them, we will be relieved when we reach the 9th level world. Success is achieved through carefulness, and wealth is sought through danger. Where can there be peace and tranquility in this challenging world? Mu Zhong was silent. In places that the camera could not capture, the nail of his thumb kept poking at his palm, and the bone knots on the back of his hand were jagged. After a while, he loosened his hand and said calmly, You are right. Although setting fire to the backyard is a risky move, if it is you, the probability of success is very high. This is also the only way for us to win easily. Wei Huan's mouth curled slightly, and he nodded to Mu Zhong in approval, and then he looked away and looked at Brother Chui. You and Jacques and others stay where they are, and go to the demon world with me again. Brother Chui smiled honored and nodded, Yes, sir. The hasty response was completely organized after a day of turmoil. Once the plan was made, it only needed to be executed. Everyone went to the garrison base where the boundary gate was located in an orderly manner. At the same time, the defense of the garrison base was also continuously strengthened. Another day later, Wei Huan, who was galloping, arrived at the bottom of the East China Sea and successfully joined Jacques and Brother Chui. At the same time, the satellite signal sent out by Mu Zhong captured traces of suspected military operations in the swamp plain in the west. The destination they set out for was the Broken Peak Holy Mountain, where the headquarters of the Reclamation Army was located. However, at this moment, the headquarters had been deserted, and not even a hair was left. Before they separated, Mu Zhong said, I knew they would sneak attack the headquarters of the Reclamation Army. The Sky Demon clan has been standing on the high ground for a long time, so how could they allow themselves to be defeated by the weak human race in their eyes? Of course, they will stand up from where they fell. In this case, I will use the trick to bury a lot of good things there, hoping to directly blow up these Sky Demons and demons. It would be great if the war could be ended directly. After saying this, Mu Zhong looked deeply at Wei Huan. Be careful, I wait for you to come back. Wei Huan nodded. Bigfoot and 5 gamblers stood on the balcony at the front of the car, using the unique spatial ability of the Sky Bug to stabilize this space channel. Not long ago, the space channel had another fluctuation, as if the other side was about to teleport over. Wei Huan ordered Jacques to play the show to the end, and used a level 6 forbidden spell scroll to disrupt the opponent's space teleportation. It was as if they didn't know that the demon army had already rushed to their headquarters from the swamp plains in the west. All is fair in war. Before the war officially begins, what matters is the layout, the eyes that can see through the opportunities, and the courage to do what they are about to do now. All judgments are just guesses before they are confirmed. It is also possible that they will face the encirclement and suppression of hundreds of millions of troops this time. Perhaps the demon army that invaded from the swamp plains was the deliberate deception of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the real main force is in front of them. Or, just like they are now divided into two groups, the Heavenly Demon Clan may have gathered high-end combat power on the other side of the portal. No matter how you guess, as Wei Huan convinced Mu Zhong, there is no 100% safety in war. When you are calculating the other party is also calculating you. It is always a risk. If they don't want to hand over this world, they must win this battle, and they must win beautifully, so that these heavenly demons know that even though they are all human beings, there are differences. Let's go! Wei Huan nodded, and gave the final order. Chapter 325. Under the guidance of Bigfoot and other 5 sky bugs, Jock's chariot slowly moved towards the space rift. At the same time, Wei Huan stood on the balcony, and the 10 portals had been opened. The undead elites were waiting behind, waiting for their turn, and were fully prepared. Without the boundary gate, it would be much slower to cross the space rift. They walked in the void of space, and could not distinguish the direction. Only the professions that practiced the laws of space could feel the subtle difference. It was not a coincidence today. When they crossed the space, they happened to encounter space turbulence. Or maybe it was because they continued to destroy this space, so such space turbulence occurred. For this reason, a total of 23 sky bugs all left the chariot, risking the risk of getting lost in space, and finally successfully led the way, leading them through the turbulent area without any danger. When the space was stable, and the exit of the space rift appeared, Wei Huan asked all the team members to return to the chariot. "We be there soon." The returning Bigfoot pointed to the barely detectable black mark in front and said, "It's there." The entrance is relatively small, so not many people can cross at a time. Wei Huan nodded and stared at the black crack. He felt the dark energy pouring in from the other side, and knew that he had entered this strange world. After thinking for a while, he summoned the point beast, but not to carry them, but to throw out the space channel first. The space channel was very unstable, without the boundary gate, and the exit was also very narrow, but since they had already entered this world, the point beast would not force its way back to the tomb, because of the space problem. And a point beast is a legion, so sending it first is the best arrangement. After successfully sending out the point beast, Wei Huan also wanted to throw the demon I Lord first. It would be better if the entire undead army was summoned here, so there would be no need to worry about falling dead. Bigfoot saw his intention and hurriedly said, "Boss, we must leave here directly." He quickly explained, "We don't have the ability to travel in space now. We can only travel in space now, which means we can't stop yet. Once we stop, we will be lost in space." Wei Huan was indeed not very familiar with space. He nodded and signaled Jacques to let the chariot continue to move forward. However, to prevent any accidents, he still threw the demon I Lord in front of the car and crossed over first. The chariot followed closely and crossed over. However, his vision saw the true face of the other world first. Just like the scene in the video, this is an underground world like an abyss. The sky is dark and there is no light, and naturally there is no starlight. The volcano with smoldering heat is the source of light, so the whole world is obviously red. The air is full of the stench of sulfur and dark energy. This is a dark power that burns and incinerates everything. It is different from the cold and sharp netherworld power that Wei Huan has cultivated. It can't be said to be very comfortable, but it won't restrain him. On the crisscrossing magma, there are many demons running, jumping and walking. At a glance, the number is no less than 100,000, and there are also some demons that look very powerful. These powerful demons are burning with black flames. Some are in human form, and some are in beast form, but most of them look ferocious like beasts, and there is a pair of black horns on their heads. Wei Huan also discovered that the more magic patterns they had, the stronger their aura was. There were at least hundreds of such demons. However, compared to the army, that seemed to number hundreds of millions in the video, there were far fewer. Wei Huan didn't know for a moment whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. There were fewer demons here, so Mu Zhong was under great pressure. I hope the traps left by Mu Zhong can clear a wave of demons. Moreover, the defenders had a great advantage. In addition, they were backed by the boundary gate and could evacuate at any time if they couldn't win. Wei Huan was not very worried. So what he needed to pay more attention to at the moment was how to find the enemy's pain point as quickly as possible and kill them so that they had to change their plan and return to help. That would not only solve the crisis on Mu Zhong's side, but also bring them closer to victory. These thoughts seemed to be many, but they were just Wei Huan's thoughts for a moment after seeing this world. He had won many battles. When it came to such large-scale world wars, no one in the world of mankind had more experience than him. So while thinking about this, Wei Huan had already ordered the beast to release its descendants. The dog, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren flew out first, and more burrow beasts flew out from their abdomens quickly, and these burrow beasts released face huggers again. The number doubled terribly, and in a blink of an eye, the sky and the earth were filled with face huggers flying in the air, like a white ocean, surrounding the huge burrow beasts as high as the sky and the earth, and rolling forward. A battlefield of this magnitude is enough for the point beasts to deal with. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed the demon army that stayed here at the first time. The demons let out a piercing roar, and in the continuous howling, the demon army actually gathered together in an orderly manner and rushed towards the burrow beast army. The two forces of black and white collided with each other, and instantly entered into a life and death struggle. Wei Huan also gained a basic understanding of the strength of these remaining demons through this battle. They were almost at the same level as the demon beast world, with an average strength of 5 or 6, and most of them were 5, which was no match for the army of crypt beasts. However, there were also several high-level demons, whose strength should have reached level 7. Ordinary crypt beasts and face huggers were no match for them. They had tough skin and powerful strength, and a kind of fighting skills that looked quite pleasing to the eye, so wild that Wei Huan felt like he was seeing Su Qingqiang fighting. Su Qingqiang relied on his strong blood-sucking ability to fight on the battlefield, and gradually developed his own way of killing. Every move he made was full of strength, and every punch was chic, and every kick could kill. This kind of fighting skills obtained from killing, every punch hit the flesh, was extremely powerful. And these big demons actually had a similar feeling. Wei Huan's level 6 crypt beasts and face huggers could not withstand a single blow from their killing skills, and they were shattered into white bone fragments, which were scattered all over the ground. However, ordinary level 6 undead were not their opponents, and they were not opponents of the elite queen system. Guzi just brought his grandchildren and great-grandchildren to throw out a few green death nets, and the big demon that was just so cool suddenly became a dish and was hunted. Among them, a face hugger with a body as red as amber crawled around in the big net, and its movements were particularly eye-catching. The big demon skin that ordinary face huggers could not tear apart could be easily left by it, and it chirped around the big demon, and the demon blood flowed all over the ground. As soon as it left, the army of undead rushed forward, tearing the big demons to pieces and killing them all. But no real level 7 demons were seen. I guess they were taken to the main battlefield. There were only a group of demons who were level 6, but not level 7, and they were no match for Wei Huan. The army of face huggers was huge in number, and extremely powerful. They had the ability to confront this garrison, not to mention the Nether Phoenix, that was constantly hovering in the alien space and unfolding the Nether Realm. In addition, there was a demon eye with 9 muscle tails behind it. Within its sight, the enemies it stared at would have hallucinations. Sometimes, just a moment of slowness in watching the opponent's attack would be fatal. With the assistance of 2 pseudo-god-level undead, the army of face huggers took only 10 minutes to occupy this area and kill all the demons. Not a single one was left alive. The small chariot slowly fell from the crack in the air. When it landed on the land, the army of the undead had been completely wiped out, and there were only countless corpses in the lava-covered underground. Wei Huan stood on the balcony of the chariot. His eyes fell on the body of the nearest big demon, and he stretched out his arms to grab it. In the void, a shadow was caught by him and held in his palm, but the shadow bumped around in his palm, but he couldn't get out. Wei Huan raised it horizontally and looked down. In the black flame held in his palm, there was a soul with a thick tail behind it, with a strong body like a human, but a face with bared teeth like a beast, flying around in his palm like smoke, waving its teeth and claws. Wei Huan thought of something, and threw the soul of the big demon to a Shuroma. Shuroma received Wei Huan's order, and ate the soul of the big demon to merge. The next second, the aura on his body became stronger, and he evolved from an ordinary Shuroma into an epic undead in the blink of an eye. His aura became stronger, but his appearance did not change. He just looked stronger and more majestic. His skin was dark, as if it could drip oil. While the dark energy was circulating around his body, he could see the flickering light like black lightning. This is the power of destruction. Shuroma's destructive power has increased. The power of destruction is a kind of law power. Shuroma is born with the power of destruction. He is more aggressive when facing the enemy. Even some defenses that other undead cannot destroy, Shuroma can easily do it with the blessing of the power of destruction. However, the Zayuroma itself is a low-level race in the Dark Beast world, and after becoming undead, even the intelligence that was not much to begin with has been lost. Therefore, since Wei Huan recruited them, their destructive power could not be improved through training, but could only be improved through each advancement. Now, this Sayuroma has eaten a level 6 upper-class demon, which not only improved his level and made him an epic hero, but more importantly, his destructive law has been significantly improved, and is higher than that of the legendary Sayuroma after eating the Black Dragon's soul. Yes, eating demon beasts can strengthen the body. If you eat demons with the same dark energy, you will naturally increase your control over the dark system. Different worlds will give different evolutionary directions. If they are all the same, what is the need for the demon race to occupy them? I just don't know what the Sky Demon clan can get from these two worlds. Wave 1 originally intended to let Shiroma eat the soul of this big demon, and then send it back to the tomb to crush it and nourish the land of the tomb. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Since it can be improved directly, it is better to be faster directly. He now needs higher combat power. The enemy is a demon army of hundreds of millions, which is 100 times the number of the undead army in his hands. The human wave tactics are doomed to fail, so he can only adopt a high-quality elite strategy. Wave 1 caught some more souls and fed them to Shiroma, but did not stay for too long. Jacques told him, "They are moving." Wave 1 nodded, fed the last big demon he caught to Shiroma, and ordered, "Let's go." The chariot flew in one direction, and the point beast behind it quickly shrank and turned into a small white jellyfish as big as a fist. It swam to the chariot, and finally stopped on Wave 1's shoulder. At the same time, the Nether Phoenix had stopped at the other shoulder of Wave 1. Two pseudo-god-level undead spirits released a strong Nether Chi to help Wave 1 recover his Nether power. Others could not stand it, and moved far away. Even the main team, that had been with Wave 1 for a long time, could not get close to Wave 1 at this time. Not even the fallen elf Jacques, who was also a dark spirit. But Jacques could at least stand on the balcony. His face was very tight, his eyes were golden like eagle eyes, his vision was unfocused, and he looked at an unknown place. He said, "A big demon led 12 demons to the same direction. Follow closely." Yes. Wave 1's left eye was still beating with green flames, and the demon I lured was parked on the roof of the car. As his eye, he could see farther. However, the level of those demons is not low, so they cannot follow too closely, and the demon I lured is temporarily useless. The Ghost Crow army has been released, but compared with the intelligence, it is definitely not as good as Jacques with the Eagle Eye ability. The Ghost Crow army is not smart enough and lacks an intelligence analysis. In this strange world, every second counts, and a second slower may produce endless changes, not to mention waiting for the Ghost Crow to go back and forth, which is more than a second slower. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The chariot just followed the 13 demons they deliberately let go from a distance, waiting for them to lead them to any place. Either the place where the demon king of this world is, or the space cracks opened by the 3 sky demons. It's better than them rushing blindly in an unfamiliar place. However, after following for an hour, Wave 1 realized that these 13 demons might not be going to the place where the sky demon is, so he hesitated. The sky demons led the demon army to the monster world. I wonder if Mu Zhong can hold on. Boss. Jacques suddenly spoke up. He also realized the problem. The sky demons can send over 100 million demon armies to another space rift in less than a day. That place should not be too far away. We are moving fast now, but an hour has passed. I am afraid we are going to another place. Wave 1 pursed his lips, thought for a few seconds and said, "Keep following." Boss Mu? We can't find them if they don't go. Wave 1 said this in a deep voice. It's not so easy to enter the challenge world. Jacques thought about it, and it made sense. The challenge world has its own challenge rules. If the lives of other worlds can enter and exit other challenge worlds at will, the challenge rules will become a joke. There may be more than one powerful tribe, like the Sky Demon tribe, in the battlefield of all races. Otherwise, the battlefield of all races would have had a result long ago. Since the Sky Demon tribe knew where we came from, but did not enter our challenge world to cause trouble, I think they can't enter even if they are strong. Jacques analyzed to the end and became more and more convinced. Boss Mu and Commander Fong are in the garrison base, guarding that space channel, which is an invincible position. Wave 1 didn't say anything. This was a place he had thought of a long time ago. The reason why he was still hesitating was naturally because he was worried. After calming down, Wave 1 said, "Keep an eye on them. If they separate, tell me." Yes. A day passed in a blink of an eye. The demon world does not have sunrise and sunset, but the chariot has its own time. The time system of this demon world is the same as that of the monster world, which is 1:2 times that of the challenge world. At the same time, it felt like the world was about the same size, just like the back of the monster world, one in the light, one in the dark, one above, one below, just like a pair of twins. Perhaps this just proves that light and darkness coexist, and time and space run in parallel. But this big demon has not reached its destination yet. From the rapid run at the beginning to the stop and go now, Wei Huan has gradually become a little impatient. Bigfoot offered a plan. Boss, do you want to try Soul Search? Wei Huan looked at him in confusion. What Soul Search? Why didn't he know there was such ability? Bigfoot said, aren't all the monsters and ghosts coming out? In the past, I watched novels and TV dramas, in which they all played killing people and searching their souls, saying that the souls could not hold on, and would be destroyed, but you would know what you want to know right away. Wei Huan was silent, because he didn't know how to do it. The further he went on the road of the netherworld, the more he found that there were still many parts that he didn't master. He could neither recruit heroes nor search souls. But he was not in a hurry. Just like a small tree growing, it was destined to sprout branches at a certain stage, and this was the stage he had to go through before he could flourish and finally grow into a towering tree. So after a few seconds of silence, he nodded. You can try. The 13 demons in front naturally could not be alarmed, so Wei Huan slowed down the chariot, found a demon's nest, killed the strongest demon in the nest, and detained its soul in his hand. He just turned his consciousness into a thread and pierced into the soul of this demon, and the soul of this demon stiffened and trembled, struggling in pain for a while, and then the soul quickly expanded, like a balloon pop burst. Wei Huan was slightly stunned. Bigfoot said, everything is difficult at the beginning. I will go down and hunt demons for you. Bigfoot has the ability to teleport. When he sees a demon lurking in the mountains with a strong aura, he teleports over and kills it instantly. 3 seconds later, he appears in front of the chariot again and delivers the warm body of the demon to Wei Huan. Wei Huan raised his hand and detained the soul of the demon in his hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, his consciousness turned into a thinner thread and pierced into the soul's body. After a few attempts, the soul still couldn't withstand his probing and exploded in his hand. When his attention turned back, Bigfoot was already waiting in front with his sky bug squad, carrying 3 demon corpses. Boss, you concentrate on research and leave the hunting work to us. Wei Huan detained 3 demon souls and said, thank you. Bigfoot smiled and said, just give me your orders. For a while, everyone in the chariot had their own things to do. Jacques followed the 13 demons and controlled the chariot to go faster and slower to keep following. Bigfoot led people to hunt demons for Wei Huan and helped him to research the method of soul searching. Wei Huan had never used it before, and the challenge world had not taught him, but it did not mean that he could not use it. He could control and explore the same way of playing with souls. Once he successfully mastered the method of soul searching, he would no longer be afraid of the secrets of the strange world. As for Brother Hammer, he would always stay by Wei Huan's side. As the last line of defense, he would not move easily and dare not slack off. For a while, everyone had things to do. Although they were a little tired, the time was not so difficult to endure. Otherwise, Wei Huan, who had nothing to do, would always think of Mu Zhong, another battlefield, and whether he was right or wrong. This is wrong. Since the decision has been made, it cannot be easily changed. He has been in charge of the army until now, relying on his decisiveness that others can hardly flatter. No matter right or wrong, he will not let himself regret it. He knew that Mu Zhong would be fine, but he was still worried. Unconsciously, Mu Zhong had been integrated into his bones and blood and could never be separated. Therefore, even if he knew that he was fine, he still had to rush back as soon as possible. Only when he saw Mu Zhong's safety with his own eyes could he feel relieved. He had to find out the mystery of this soul as soon as possible and find the location of those memories. In this way, Wei Huan devoted himself to the research in his hands. All 23 sky insects went out and brought him the bodies of the dead demons non-stop. From day to night, and then from night to day, the sky insects worked non-stop. Their faces were haggard and tired, and Wei Huan also stood on the balcony for a day and a night. I can't say I was tired. If it weren't for the urgent time, it would feel good to immerse myself in research and explore secrets bit by bit. Wei Huan was still concerned about the situation on another battlefield at the beginning, but now that he was completely immersed in it, he forgot the passage of time. This feeling is like practicing. If you sink deeper, you will enter a certain state. Until he reached the extreme of concentration, the last seed of enlightenment that was buried deep in Wei Huan's soul suddenly exploded. Wei Huan felt that his head suddenly became clear, and the thread of spiritual consciousness that was already extremely thin and could not be thinner suddenly flew out like a flower that exploded, and spiritual consciousness that was countless times smaller than nanometers flew out. These spiritual consciousnesses were like catkins, dancing without wind, slowly spreading out, and then fiercely under Wei Huan's control, piercing into the demon's soul in his hand. The demon's body suddenly stiffened and trembled, and the soul began to expand exactly like before, as if it was about to explode. But during this process, countless broken images appeared in front of Wei Huan's eyes, like a revolving lantern. It worked. The demon's soul could not bear the pain of being stirred and spied on, and it exploded with a puff, and the soul disappeared. Wei Huan shook his head, and caught off guard. His soul was also slightly shaken, and his head hurt a little. Boss? Brother Chui appeared and spoke with some concern. Wei Huan raised his hand to stop Brother Chui from helping him. After he stabilized his soul, the headache quickly subsided. After he stood firm again, his eyes flashed. Go kill those 13 demons, they are no longer needed. The soul-searching technique has been completed, and there will be no more secrets in this world for him. Chapter 326. The demon world is located on the back of the monster world. Just like twins conceived by the same mother, although in the same womb, they are in two different wombs. They have the same origin, the same energy limit of the world, that is, the same world level, and the laws involved are different in light and dark, but they actually come from the same source. In other words, this world should also have an 8th level demon king. However, considering that the bird ghost in the monster world has been dead for many years, it is obviously killed by the Sky Demon clan, and it is not necessarily that the 8th level demon king in this world can survive. It is also through the comparison of the two worlds that Wei Huan vaguely knows why the Sky Demon clan wants to occupy these small worlds, and how they become stronger. It is like a cuckoo bird occupying the magpie's nest, occupying the resources of the small world, plundering the world's luck, and helping itself grow. However, how the Sky Demon clan cultivates to become stronger is not the point now. The point is that after Wei Huan read the memory fragments of the 13 demons, especially the big demon, he has a basic concept of this world and knows where the space rift chosen by the Sky Demon clan is. It was not far from where they came from. Following these demons, they were already too far away. They could go back, but Wei Huan looked at the destination of these demons and had a new choice. These guys chose to flee in this direction because there were 2 level 7 demon kings guarding the base camp of the Sky Demon clan, and it was not far away. There was a gate in the base camp for the Sky Demon clan to leave this world. Once it was destroyed, they would not be able to escape in a short time. Cut off the retreat, and catch the turtle in the jar. The last time he let the Sky Demon clan escape, he was unhappy for a long time, and if he hadn't let the Sky Demon escape, there wouldn't be this time's disaster in the demon realm. Wei Huan thought so, and made up his mind. This time, he wanted to cut the grass and wipe it out. Next, because he had the memory fragments, knew the basic information of the demon realm and the Sky Demon, and knew the world map, he no longer had to keep speed, and went forward at full speed. The speed of the Jacques level 7 chariot was very fast, but not as fast as the speed of the point beast in the state of Wei Huan's blessing of the dark power. Wei Huan summoned the point beast, and added a layer of protective shield. He rushed all the way, and it took only half a day to reach the demon mountain that appeared in the memory of each demon, or the holy mountain. Like the holy mountain in the demon beast world, in the demon realm full of high mountains, this demon mountain is extremely majestic and strong, but it was cut off by an unknown great force. However, because it is not low in height and too flat, it is completely different from the plateau. It is extremely prominent when viewed from a distance, and is also regarded by the demons as a symbol of the supreme power of the Demon King. They are all broken mountains. Is there anything special? Jacques also saw the broken mountain early and asked in confusion. Wei Huan shook his head. He didn't know, and he couldn't see anything from the demon's memory. He just didn't know if the next level 7 demon to be hunted would know. No one knew the reason for the appearance of this special terrain, but the war was imminent. Wei Huan's undead army descended from the sky. Under the siege of 4 pseudogod level undead, the 2 level 7 demons were no match at all. Half an hour later, Wei Huan was already standing in front of the boundary gate of the demon clan, holding the souls of the 2 demon kings in his hands, thinking, "Do you want to go over there?" Brother Chui couldn't help but show up and say, "The situation over there is unclear. Is it the place where the Sky Demon clan comes from? I'm worried. I won't go over there." Wei Huan shook his head. He still had so much potential, and was growing by leaps and bounds. There was really no need to risk going to the unknown world. Even if he was curious and wanted to know what the future would be like, he would not go over there, nor would he let his team members take risks. "What about you?" Brother Chui asked in confusion. Wei Huan moved his eyes away from the boundary gate, and looked at the souls of the 2 demon kings in his hand. These 2 level 7 demon kings were tall and strong, with curved horns on their heads and red magic patterns on their black skin. They were very powerful in combat. Although he won easily, the loss was not low. The big bear that fought with them in close combat was already a pseudo-god level undead. How amazing was his defense! He was killed by them once and returned to the tomb. Not to mention other undead, non-heroic undead couldn't even get close to them. They were crushed and killed by their domain. Only legendary undead could leave wounds on them. Wei Huan sent out all the high-level undead, and also Hammer Brother, Bigfoot and others to take action, so that the battle could be ended in a short time. It's a pity to use such powerful undead for soul searching. He wanted to eat them. Maybe he could add 1 or 2 pseudo-god level undead heroes. However, at the same time, he still had many questions, and only such powerful souls could withstand the pain of his soul searching, persist longer, and be able to spy on more secrets. So from the beginning, he was not entangled in whether to enter the boundary gate, but whether to eat these 2 demon kings. But soon, Wei Huan made a decision. Secrets can be explored, but increasing strength is the hard truth. Next, he will face the 3-headed demon. It will be more difficult to win, so he must act cautiously. Destroy the boundary gate. Wei Huan gave the order, turned and walked out, summoned 2 two-headed hidden demons, and gave them the souls of the 2 demon kings at the same time. In the demon beast world, there has never been a demon beast that can match the 2-headed hidden demon to merge, so the undead army that he relies on most has never been a high-level undead that can support a world. Now the attributes of the demon race and the undead belong to the dark system. Although the fusion cannot strengthen the body, the improvement of strength is very obvious. In this way, there is no need to consider whether it is suitable or not, just eat it. The lucky ones of the 2 two-headed hidden demons devoured the souls of the demon kings respectively, and the dark energy poured into their bodies, making their already strong bodies even stronger. At the same time, the red magic patterns that only the demon race has appeared on their bodies. Their auras rose step by step, and soon reached the level of legendary heroes. Wei Huan looked at them expectantly, waiting for the birth of 2 pseudo-god level undeads. But it was obvious that after reaching the legendary level, the 2 two-headed hidden demons advanced slowly. Soon one of them stopped evolving, and was stuck at the half-step pseudo-god stage, which was a pity. Wei Huan looked away with regret, and looked at the other 2-headed hidden demon. Fortunately, although its evolution was slow, it did not stop. After watching for a while, Wei Huan suddenly realized why there was a difference between the 2 identical 2-headed hidden demons. The fire of death in the soul of the evolving 2-headed hidden demon was extremely strong, and the thread of wisdom hidden in the depths of the soul was also sprouting and growing little by little, and began to jump under Wei Huan's attention. Just like the birth of a new life, the process of the heart from nothing to something, and then beating is indescribably wonderful. And this sense of wisdom actually exists in every elite and heroic undead. They are stronger than other undead. Obviously, it is not accidental. They are different. At this moment, it is this unique wisdom that allows this 2-headed hidden demon not only to absorb the energy of the demon king's soul, but also to comprehend the true power of the law through this process. The most obvious thing is that on the face of this 2-headed hidden demon, on the dragon-like face, an eye-like magic pattern slowly appeared between the eyebrows. This is something that the other 2-headed hidden demon does not have. The newly appeared magic pattern emerges very slowly from shallow to deep, but when it completely appears, this 2-headed hidden demon is like finally pushing open the door, and the breath suddenly surges, completely stepping into the pseudo-god level. Congratulations, boss, you got another pseudo-god level. Bigfoot was the first to come forward to congratulate. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. The other sky bugs followed suit and congratulated. Jacques felt it and said, this pseudo-god level 2-headed hidden demon seems to be a little special and very strong. It has an eye growing between its eyebrows? Wei Huan looked up, and his eyes met the new eyes. He soon realized the peculiarity of this 2-headed hidden demon. The 2-headed hidden demon is born to hide, and has 2 heads. The front head is a dragon head with heavy defense and attack. It has a bloody mouth and is very good at biting. The back head is good at hiding, and has a strong poison. It is a snake head. Now the snake head behind it has disappeared. It did not disappear like changing the color of the scales to mimic, but disappeared directly from the root into the other dimension. Under its control, it can appear anywhere around it at will. It is more hidden and more poisonous than before. However, this is only one of the insignificant changes of this 2-headed hidden demon. What really shocked Wei Huan was that this two-headed hidden demon actually had a Sea of Soul at the location of his magic eye and magic pattern. Although it was very small, and could not be compared with his own Sea of Soul, it was indeed a breakthrough from nothing to nothing. The appearance of this Sea of Soul seemed to provide this two-headed hidden demon with the ability of self-suggestion, allowing it to improve its original combat power again. In short, it is explosion. First level explosion, second level explosion, third level explosion. Every time it explodes, the original attributes will be doubled. Although this doubling of attributes is very common, it is the most useful. Until now, Wei Huan cannot do without the assistance of fortune tellers and shamans in battle. And this two-headed hidden demon can explode after it has been blessed. Even if the crazy explosion will definitely bring great sequelae, it does need such a powerful existence to break the deadlock on the necessary battlefield. The third-order burst of pseudo-god level high-level dark beasts with full attributes is still a bit scary to think about. Although I haven't tried it, I think there are not many people who can beat it in a 1v1 battle of god level washdown, right? Wei Huan was very satisfied with the way the pseudo-god level two-headed hidden demon advanced, and left this enlightened two-headed hidden demon outside, becoming one of his companion spirits. The soul sea of this two-headed hidden demon also showed the most real joy and admiration. It began to have its own emotions, but always followed the rules of the dominated to the dominant, and would never betray or refuse, even if it was shattered to pieces. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the single eye between the eyebrows of the two-headed hidden demon, and then he looked at its other head hidden in the void. After thinking for a while, he decided to name it Big Head. Wei Huan was very satisfied, and Big Head dared not be dissatisfied. He really hadn't named the undead for a long time. For him, naming his tool was of great significance. This was not only a recognition of identity, but also meant that this undead would often appear beside him, and always be by his side. Even the half-step pseudo-god Shiroma, who ate the black dragon, was not qualified. After leaving Big Head outside, Wei Huan took back most of the undead army, leaving the demon corpses all over the ground. He detained a level 6 undead to search the soul, wanting to see if he had missed anything. Unfortunately, the level 6 demon itself did not know much, and coupled with its lack of strength, it could not withstand too long of soul searching, so Wei Huan did not get any useful information. It seems that he can only go back first. Before leaving, he took another look at the corpses on the ground, wondering if such a battlefield could give birth to heroes. Heroic spirits are the branch of the undead that he has never understood. When this war is over, he will immerse himself in research. 3 minutes after they walked out, there was a sound of shaking the earth behind them. Shock stood at the main output position of the war platform, and released 5 level 7 forbidden spell scrolls. The sky fire that tore the sky came down, wrapped in blazing flames, pierced the sky, and fell directly on this broken mountain. A thunderous roar sounded, and under the billowing smoke, there were debris all over the ground. The level 7 forbidden spell scroll could not destroy this broken mountain. The foundation could not be shaken at all, but the nest built on it was destroyed. Once the raging fire burned the bodies of the demons, the billowing smoke completely dyed the sky black. Wei Huan left without looking back, ordering the beasts to hurry up. Perhaps the sky demons had received the news and were sending troops back, or perhaps they knew nothing and were still besieging the garrison base. But no matter which one it was time for a close fight. Enemies who dared to swing their swords at the human race must be made to know what fear is. What does a 100 million army mean? It would take 2 years for a person to count 100 million at the fastest speed. After the advent of the challenge world, the total population of the entire European plate was only a little over 100 million. If 100 million demons stood close together, it would be really endless. Wei Huan had been in the demon world for the 4th day, and the 100 million demon army that was teleported to the monster world had not yet completed the entire army's crossing. The sky demons were obviously worried that they would be exposed if they waited too long, so they arranged a vanguard of more than 200,000 elite troops to go to the Holy Mountain first. They had already explored it. After occupying the Holy Mountain, the human race also built a headquarters there. If they could achieve a surprise attack by surprise, not to mention killing the human race that controls the undead, as long as they could kill a large number of other human challengers, the battle would be half won. The human race is not a multi-species, but it is by no means rare. Its strength is not particularly strong, but of course, it is not particularly bad. Its physical strength is SOSO, its spiritual laws are SOSO, and it is a mediocre race in all aspects. It was beaten on the royal battlefield, and could only hide and grumble in the dark. As long as the thought came to his mind that he was defeated by such garbage, and the world he controlled was taken away, The Sky Demon felt a great shame. It didn't even dare to report this to its leader, and only asked 2 friends for help, but was also ridiculed. This made the demon hate the human who dominated the undead. It must kill him. I will stay to reorganize the army, and then I will meet you. You lead the vanguard to surround and kill the human. You must let him know how powerful the demon tribe is. The snail demon said this to its companion, and handed it a team of 3 level 7 demons and hundreds of level 6 demons. This time is different from the last time. It has been integrated for a year and mobilized all the powerful demons in the demon world. It is prepared and takes the initiative to attack. It even uses the means that the demon tribe can only use when facing a powerful tribe, and it vows to kill this group of humans. The demon tribe has no voice. All communication comes from the signals released by the tentacles on the top of the head. The sound of the sound resonates silently in the other party's mind. There is no language difference, no racial gap. This is a more advanced way of communication. Watching his fellow tribesmen leaving with 200,000 elite demons, the Sky Demon looked at the narrow passage at the exit, and at another fellow tribesman, who had been standing by the passage for a day, eating and expanding the passage bit by bit. The Sky Demons are rare in number, and are a naturally powerful race. Even if their plane is captured by the challenge world, they can easily reach the end of the challenge and become one of the powerful tribes in the meat grinder like battlefield of all races. If they were not so few in number, they would not be one of them, but the only one. They are feared and avoided by all races, walking on the battlefield of all races, like a fish in water, and have never been provoked by the humble human race. Together. Watching the army go away, the demon came to the honeycomb-like space channel, raised his hand, and a ray of light fell on the edge of the channel, and the little space barrier expanded little by little like the leaves eaten by snails in the vegetable garden. After 2 cycles of sunrise and sunset, with the cooperation of the 2 demons, the space channel that can shuttle through the world finally became a little bigger, and it can accommodate 1 more demon to come out. It is also a very energy-consuming thing for the demons, who are naturally good at finding small worlds and digging space channels, to dig out such a large space channel in a short time. The other demon is relatively docile, and not as strong as the snail demon. He listens to its orders obediently, but the continuous use of his talent has reached the limit. It did not communicate, but after expanding the space channel to this extent and confirming that it could add another demon, it suddenly stretched its body and drilled into the space channel, finding a pit to nest inside, and the snail shell dragged by its tail tightly blocked the entrance of the pit, and it looked like it was closing the door to visitors. Although the snail demon was angry, it did not say much. Their demon clan was rare, and 1 died and 1 lived. Without external forces to kill, there were only 9 of them in total. The 9 heads had obvious differences in strength. Some were lazy like this, and some had already stepped half a foot on the road to becoming a god. But no matter how big the difference in temperament, character and behavior was, there were only these 9 demons in the world, and they were the closest tribesmen. Expanding the transmission channel would not be accomplished in a day or 2, nor could it be completed by 1 demon. The snail demon simply reorganized the demon army. For an army of 100 million demons on the march, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are huge problems. All the monsters in the surrounding mountains have been eaten clean, even their young ones. Hunger, and the boredom of not moving for a long time have made these demons more and more violent, and even using its talents it is almost impossible to suppress them. No matter what, as long as the group of humans is killed, it is too lazy to send these demons back to the demon world, and let them fend for themselves here, and hunt at will. Anyway, the law of the jungle is in line with the law of nature. Imagining the chaos of the world in the future, the pleasure of revenge arises spontaneously. Just as he was fantasizing, his heart suddenly trembled. Vaguely, it seemed to feel the shaking of the earth, but when he looked carefully, nothing happened. With its strength, it would not have an illusion. If it has this ominous feeling, something must have happened. It silently recited the name of its companion in its heart and called it. Are you there? Are you okay? What happened? After a long while, the companion roared in his mind. It's a trick. The hateful humans set an ambush. They heard me. This group of garbage actually heard me. The snail demon was shocked. What? At the same time, the demon world. A white skeleton like jade, a ghost that looks like a jellyfish, is floating in the air, seemingly graceful and slow, but moving forward at a very fast speed. It passed through the land full of lava volcanoes, flew over the dark and poisonous swamp, crossed the sea of fire where birds could not cross, and finally saw the tail of the demon army. 100 million is a huge number. It took only 3 days from the discovery of them in front of the transmission channel to Wei Huan's arrival in this world. In fact, He only needs to fly in the right direction for 10 minutes to see the figure of this army. But the 13 demons he followed at the beginning went in the opposite direction, causing him to go around in a big circle and spend another 6 days to get back. Now, the retreat route of this group of demons has been eliminated, and the only thing left is to catch the turtle in the jar. Wei Huan looked at the demons gathered here, with no sympathy in his eyes, only strong murderous intent. It just so happens that the souls of the 100 million demon army can be used to nourish his tomb. Go! Wei Huan gave an order in his heart, and the two-headed hidden demon Big Head, who had been sitting beside him, like a cat, opened his mouth and yawned very vividly, stretched his waist, and finally ejected and flew out. At the same time, the demons at the tail of the army felt a little strange, and looked up at the sky in confusion. A ball of snow fell from the gray sky, and it was cold and painful when it fell on the body. He used his hand to catch it, and it was gray snow. The demon world has no 4 seasons. At most, there will be acid rain and fire from the sky, but there has never been such a thing as snow. They can't even realize what cold feels like. Some demons even stretched out their long scarlet tongues to lick the gray snow. The fragile oral mucosa instantly felt severe pain. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, as if the battle had begun. A black shadow fell from the sky with a bang. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly. In the circle where it was, hundreds of demons turned into mincemeat and died. Then it rushed forward, like a sharp blade cutting through tofu, and easily cut the demon army into a large section. When it turned back, it was unknown how many demons died on the spot. After a period of chaos, the terrible killer finally stopped. It turned out to be a monster with a sturdy body, a dragon head, red magic patterns all over its body, and a magic pattern eye between its eyebrows. But it's not a demon. What kind of monster is it? Chapter 327. The demons could not sense the breath of their own kind from it, only a cold and foul smell. However, this magic pattern is a symbol of strength and status in the demon world. High-level demons kill low-level demons. It is the law of the jungle, and the law of nature. The weak do not deserve to live, but it is different. Just when the demons were in doubt, and did not know how to act, there was a rumble, and a huge monster fell from the sky. It was covered with long black hair, and a pair of horns on its head, one of which was broken. Its body was as big as a mountain, but it was like a bear, and there was a raging green flame in its eyes. Without waiting to stand firm, it rushed forward, and the demons turned into meat paste wherever it passed, and there was no power to stop it. Finally, under this series of changes, a high-level demon of level 6 reacted. It roared like an enemy, and its body glowed red, and it took the initiative to meet the monster that looked like a cow and a bear. Under its howl, the demon army woke up from their dreams, and the howl of battle sounded, which spread far away in an instant. Then the demon army showed their claws and teeth and rushed towards the enemy. Roar, roar! The howling demon's voice suddenly stopped. It lowered its head stiffly and looked at its chest, which was still sizzling at the edge after being pierced. A large mouthful of black blood spurted out from the corner of its mouth. It looked up blankly, and finally in a trance, it saw the huge eyeball that had flown to its head at some point. The huge eyeball had 2 pairs of wings made of black muscles, and 9 tails entangled with black blood vessels. Its appearance was extremely evil and strange. He just looked into the eyes, as if he was dragged into the underworld by the flames burning in the eyeballs. The underworld spun down, penetrating the endless world, with countless corpses floating in it, wailing, screaming, and clinging to each other, grabbing at him. It was unable to struggle, and was dragged into the underworld until it was submerged, and the last bit of consciousness also dissipated. A high-level 6th-level demon who dominated the demon world was killed in an instant, without even a trace of resistance from beginning to end, and fell directly to the ground. As its body fell, black blood flowed out, winding down all the way, and it was unknown how much blood of the demon clan gathered along the way, and finally formed a lake. Wei Huan's vision fell on the Lord of the Demon Eye, looking down at the battlefield where blood flowed like a river, with no emotion in his eyes, only indifference. The pseudo-god level undead attacked powerfully, breaking the defense of the demons and destroying their psychological defenses. Then the half-step pseudo-god brother Tao Gang and the black dragon Shiroma led their tribes and attacked with a large army. They attacked all the way and encountered very limited resistance. The demon tribe had obviously sent the powerful demons to the demon beast world early. Although the remaining demon army at the end was large in number, it was vulnerable. Wei Huan could easily hunt down demons of level 7, let alone these old, weak and sick demons. Wherever the undead scourge passed, no grass grew, only green flames burned rapidly, forming a piece and reaching the sky. Bigfoot brought the sky bug into the battlefield and harvested the lives of high-level demons. Jock continued to drive the vehicle and provide remote assistance, and when necessary, he would use a level 7 forbidden spell scroll. Brother Hammer always silently guarded Wei Huan, concentrating on his work. Wei Huan stood beside the back shell of the dot beast, and with a casual scoop, countless souls were in his hands. He crushed these souls, and finally turned them into pure death energy, and threw them into the tomb. The tomb was nourished, and the netherworld soil on the ground became more and more active. Those netherworld soils that originally liked to cling to Wei Huan's feet even turned into densely packed ghosts crawling, twisting, and entangled in extremely evil. Until a certain moment, Wei Huan suddenly came back to his senses, and found that his initial tomb was actually spreading outwards. I don't know when it started, and it was only half the distance from the nearest tomb. So, in the end, will these island-like tombs eventually connect into one piece? Such mergers and integrations, until the islands become continents, can he advance to Sequence 7? Wei Huan stayed at Sequence 6 for nearly 2 years. Although he was not in a hurry to upgrade, he focused more on understanding the law of death. But not in a hurry to upgrade, and not finding a way to upgrade are two different concepts. He had always thought that as long as he continued to occupy the tomb and controlled enough undead, he could advance to Sequence 7. It was not until the upgrade door appeared in front of him that he realized that he had been wrong all along. The initial tomb is his foundation. If the foundation is not well maintained, how can he thrive? Fortunately, he has never given up nourishing the initial tomb. Now, with this war, the initial tomb has finally undergone a qualitative change and opened the door to Sequence 7. Gravekeeper Sequence 7, Disaster Apostle, advancement is not far away. Wei Huan hated this war at first, thinking that it hindered his cultivation and made him worry about Mu Zhong. Whenever he calmed down, he would think about it. Occasionally, when he thought of some bad results, he gnashed his teeth in hatred for the Sky Demon clan and wished to tear them into pieces. But now, he suddenly realized that everything was not so bad. This crisis was also an opportunity, and it made him understand what the Gravekeeper was. The Gravekeeper was never a messenger of peace. He played with the undead and controlled the zombies. Even the most powerful life could be easily controlled by him after death. How could such an evil existence advance step by step? Just look at the Plague Spreader of Sequence 6 and the Disaster Apostle of Sequence 7. All of them are guiding a disaster that sweeps the world. Only war and death are his future. He wants to bring war to every world and to the battlefield of all races. He will use countless heads and dead souls to build a throne, and use curses and plagues to condense the jewels on the crown. He must exterminate all races before he can sit on the throne and lead the human race to transcendence. Peaceful development, deep cultivation, this may be the path for others, but he is destined to be reborn to start a war among all races. Other paths are no longer suitable for him. The path to becoming stronger is right in front of him, and Wei Huan has no reason to be soft-hearted. What's more, he is facing an enemy, a group of enemies, who want to destroy the human race. Mercy should not be placed on the enemy. The undead army pushed forward like a bulldozer, leaving corpses all over the ground. Wei Huan followed closely, and refined the undead, nourishing his tomb with the souls of these alien races, feeling the process of himself becoming stronger little by little, but obviously, this feeling is great. Done? It worked. In the garrison base, watching the base successfully detonated in the video, the ground was full of demon limbs and broken arms, and cheering. Since the day they evacuated the headquarters, they have been waiting for so many days, and finally they have waited for the expected sound, and killed a large number of demons without any effort. The number of level 7 scrolls left by Mu Zhong in the headquarters is so huge that it almost emptied all the points they have accumulated over the years. But the effect is also very gratifying. A rough estimate is that at least half of the 200,000 demon army will leave their lives here. Mu Zhong said. The demon army assembled a demon army of 100 million, but only sent a part of the demon army to attack our headquarters. I think this group of demon army should be an elite force, like the special forces. Half of them can stay here. This ambush is a big win. Commander Fong William nodded beside him. Commander Mu's ambush this time is very good. Not only is the location of the buried scroll clever, but the timing is also good. It can make the demon army lose 100,000 elite soldiers, which will definitely play a vital role in the future war. Mu Zhong nodded and was about to speak, but his eyes suddenly condensed. Fong William looked over in confusion, and then the smile on his mouth disappeared. I saw that from the ruins, a strange object like a white tree seemed to grow, and it grew to a towering level in a blink of an eye. Looking from a distance, I found that it was actually a demon. This demon also has a human form on the upper half of its body, with hands but no feet. Although it is naked, it is not difficult to look directly at because it has no gender characteristics. Rather, it was because of its overly smooth skin and that silvery body that it had an inexplicable magical quality. It was completely naked without hair, and on its bald head there were 3 pairs of tentacles, 1 large and 2 small. The tentacles were shaking, and a pair of dark eyes that looked too big on its face were staring straight at the screen, as if it knew which camera they were looking at it through at the moment. Those eyes were too dark, and the depth inside seemed to hide the dark universe, making people seem to sink into it when they looked at each other. Be careful. Mu Zhong reminded, a little worried that this Tian Yao tribe had the same ability to create illusions as the already stubborn nine-tailed fox. Even if they didn't, such a pair of eyes was extremely creepy. What's more, this tribe seemed to have some ability to directly enter the human mind and speak, so it was not surprising that they had mental attacks. I'm fine. Fong William said, I don't feel anything strange. Mu Zhong said, technology products can really block spiritual attacks very effectively. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon seemed to realize this, and then it suddenly stretched its entire body out in anger, flattened it, covered the entire sky, and pounced down. Most of the screens went black in an instant, leaving only a few cameras that survived, filming the broken mountain from a distance. There was also a demon on the broken mountain that had spread its body like a piece of cloth, watching it retract its body and shrink rapidly. Send it over again, Mu Zhong ordered. Fong William said, I'm afraid it will be destroyed again. Try it. The camera was controlled to fly towards the broken mountain again. This time, before it got close, a demon flew up and destroyed the camera. It seems that you are not allowed to watch it, Mu Zhong said, and he stopped sending the few remaining cameras over. He just said, just keep an eye on the movement from a distance, especially within 1,000 kilometers of the base. Fong William said, they will definitely come. Mu Zhong nodded, yes, they will definitely come. Fong William said, they want revenge. Mu Zhong said, how can they tolerate being defeated by the human race who looked down on them? This time, we were able to ambush successfully because they looked down on the human race. Maybe they looked down on us, or maybe they didn't take the lives of the demons seriously at all. Whatever the reason, it won't be that easy next time we meet again. The two of them were silent for a long time, and their thoughts surged in their hearts. What they didn't say was, I'm afraid they can't stand the 9th level sky demon. If they don't want to retreat and challenge the world, they can only look to Wei Huan. The pioneering army and the garrison have a total population of 130,000. How can they fight against 100 million demons? Even if Wei Huan came, the human sea battle they were proud of would have no advantage in this battle. But they just believed that as long as Wei Huan was there, the human race would not lose this battle. Wei Huan bit the tail of the demon army, surrounded and attacked from the rear, and the demon army had been fighting for 3 hours, and they did not encounter any effective resistance. The high-level demons had all arrived in the front, and those left behind were just cannon fodder. I think the Sky Demon clan was dispensable to these demons, but a 100 million army always looked impressive, and a mosquito was still meat no matter how small it was. This is good, a wave of people gathered together to help Wei Huan practice. The life in the challenge world has no soul, including the blue star captured by the challenge world, and the dark beast plane. Although it seems that they have left the challenge world, they have no souls at all after being killed. This is also the fact that many people could not accept after knowing the truth. They thought they were still fighting against the challenge world, but in fact they were already a member of the challenge world. No wonder humans would be recruited by the Dark Beast Lord after death. In fact, their souls were no longer their own and were played by the challenge world. Wei Huan is the only gravekeeper of the human race. For the first 6 levels, he only needs to practice step by step in the professional temple sent to him by the challenge world. Now that he has reached sequence 7, he should jump out of the framework of the challenge world and find the real direction of practice. At sequence 7, many professions have the ability to travel through space. Even if there is no world tree to open the passage to the real world, they will sooner or later come into contact with the real world. As long as Wei Huan wants to become stronger, he is destined to descend on every world like a disaster with absolute malice. He never thought that he was on the side of justice. He didn't care even if he destroyed the world, as long as the human race survived forever. He held countless souls in his hands. He didn't even look at these struggling souls. He clenched his palms tightly. These souls screamed miserably, and turned into pure netherworld energy. Together with their majestic energy, they watered the tomb. The netherworld in the tomb world was thick. The netherworld on the ground seemed to have turned into a group of dead souls, struggling to crawl upwards, wailing to break free from this endless hell. The army of the undead was unmoved. They trampled on the dead souls, passed through the gate to the present world and came down to fight for their masters. The wailing was everywhere, the eerie air was eerie, and the scattered dead souls gathered again, crying and crawling away. Climbing through the netherworld fog, climbing onto the body of the dead soul, crawling out to the extreme, but was destroyed by the dead soul behind him in the next second. Layer after layer of eternal endless, the area of the tomb also expanded little by little in this process. Finally, when Wave 1 once again spread the power of the netherworld on the tomb let out a joyful cry of awe. It was those ghosts of the netherworld who finally caught something to rely on in the void. The two tombs were finally connected. The ghosts of the netherworld screamed shrilly, as if they wanted to escape from the dead, and as if they wanted to devour each other, pulling more ghosts down to sink together, spreading rapidly. Soon, the tomb was devoured. The army of undead recruited by Wei Huan on the tomb was unmoved, but after the ghosts of the netherworld rolled up their feet, they casually raised their hooves and shook them, and easily threw them off. However, Wei Huan was limited by time and limited netherworld power. Except for the initial tomb, he did not recruit all the undead on other tombs. So these undead souls, who were not recruited by Wei Huan, were swept up by the ghosts of the underworld, but they fell easily without any struggle and turned into muddy monsters. The ghosts of the underworld were still spreading. Suddenly, a grave mound bulged up in the underworld, and then broke open. Black arms stretched out from it, pushing the underworld up. It was Shiroma. The green fire in its eyes had been ignited, like a corpse sleeping in a grave being awakened, looking loyally at the sky, looking at their only master. Shiroma was alive, Bidlang was alive, and the skeleton hidden cat and skeleton violent bear, which Wei Huan didn't care about at all, and was too lazy to waste his underworld power, were all ignited with the fire of death after the underworld rolled over, and became Wei Huan's summons. Hundreds, thousands, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of undead souls awakened and crawled out of the graves. With those pairs of green eyes, they looked at the sky. And Wei Huan did not consume a single bit of his dark power. Wei Huan looked at the changes in his tomb, the awakened undead souls, and the undead souls in the underworld that were still spreading outward. He completely understood what plague and disaster apostles meant. Wherever the filthy land reaches, it is the underworld. More undead souls poured out from the portal, including skeleton hidden cats, skeleton violent bears, and many unupgraded primary skeleton running wolves. These undead souls reincarnated from the filthy land, as the lowest level existence in the undead army. Although their strength is not enough, their power is amazing. They kept pouring out, and truly connected Wei Huan's undead army into a piece, turning it into a sea of natural disasters. Maybe they gathered dozens or hundreds of them, but they couldn't kill an ordinary 4th level demon. But anyway, their resurrection didn't need to consume Wei Huan's dark power. They come from the impure land, and the impure land will naturally reincarnate them, but they will obey Wei Huan's orders 100%, and once again burst out from the kingdom of the dead, sweeping the world. Too many. Even Wei Huan's men were stunned. Although Wei Huan never said how many undead he had, as Wei Huan's closest main fighters, they still knew the number. Wei Huan could recruit about 200,000 undead, and more than 300,000 beasts. 500,000 elite undead were enough to deal with most battlefields. But what are the undead that appear now? A bunch of scum, real cannon fodder, but the problem is that there are too many of them. After the 10 portals were opened, they kept pouring out without stopping for a moment. Even though too many scum undead died in the hands of the demons, the portals never stopped. And this absolute suppression of numbers is not without some effect. The demons were separated by the cannon fodder undead. A few or a dozen of them gathered together. Once they were attacked by elite undead, they would be doomed. The elite undead could move freely in this undead scourge, but the demons could not. They were tied up, and would always be bitten by the cannon fodder undead when fighting with the elite undead. Their attack power was not strong, but they were extremely disgusting, which distracted their attention. The battlefield was obviously moving faster. Boss? Jacques looked at the undead densely packed on the battlefield. The battle line had been pushed 50 kilometers ahead. The dense white skeletons made his scalp numb. But Jacques' face was filled with a look of joy. You have made another breakthrough. Wei Huan nodded. I have a clue about sequence 7. Congratulations, boss. Jacques was really happy. This breakthrough feels very obvious. Solid accumulation leads to a sudden burst of energy. Wei Huan said. Wei Huan did not think this was a fluke. Without his understanding of Sequence 6 for nearly 2 years, and his research on the laws of the netherworld, even if he was given such a huge power to nourish the tomb, he would not be able to reach this level all at once. Although his cultivation is different from other people's sitting cultivation, it requires killing and conquering, and requires a large number of souls, but it also has to be a gradual process. The reason for such a breakthrough today is the result of the past 2 years of cultivation. As the ghosts on the initial tomb devoured the nearby tombs, he occupied 4 tombs in a circle. After the 5 tombs were connected, it looked like a small continent, and the land under his control was all over the continent, so the continent was completely under his control. There were no more uncontrolled undead on the continent. Even those undead he had not recruited were ignited with the fire of death after being swallowed by the land, and were driven by him. This also increased the number of his summoned undead to 800,000. If the undead controlled by the beasts were added, his number of undead had completely exceeded 1 million. Even if the newly added undead, at their original star level, were cannon fodder, they would be too big to take up space, but they were too numerous, and did not need to waste Wave 1's dark power to revive them. The most important point is that this newly appeared initial continent, affected by the land, also has the effect of nourishing the undead. Over time, even if Wave 1 did not send them to the undead ranch to feed them, they would upgrade their levels over time, and gradually transform from cannon fodder to a powerful regular undead army. Wave 1 was really happy, and he was not soft-hearted in collecting souls. Now that he had connected 4 large tombs, he had a world the size of 5 large tombs, divided into 2 parts, outside the tomb and inside the tomb, which together were larger than the land area of Yin country. However, Wave 1 also found that it was not so easy to expand outward. On the one hand, after the area became larger, the energy required for expansion was huge. On the other hand, although the dirty land would automatically reincarnate the cannon fodder undead, it would also consume the stored energy. This consumption may not be much, but it cannot spread out quickly. If you want to connect to the next circle of tombs, you may have to kill all 100 million demons before it is possible. Only 6 days have passed, and most of the demon army has completed the crossing, especially the high-level demons with strong strength and more energy, who have basically reached the other side of the transmission channel. The remaining here is not enough for Wave 1 to upgrade again. Not enough, I want more. 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 Suddenly, Wave 1's brain, which was almost insane due to power, suddenly woke up. Slowly blinking, the green flame in his left eye burned. From the eyes of the demon eye lord, he saw the snail demon that was twisted and enlarged, and was killing people more than 10 kilometers away. It's finally here. Chapter 328. The large number of deaths of the undead reminded Wave 1 of the emergence of a powerful enemy. He had to temporarily put aside the absorption of souls on the battlefield and focus on the crucial battle. The cannon fodder troops stopped occupying the transmission channel. The undead, who died on the front line, resurrected and appeared again, fearlessly rushing to the front line again. At the same time, the pseudo-god level and legendary undead heroes, who fought on their own, began to gather in one direction and fight together. Wave 1 never underestimated the Tianyao clan. After all, this is a clan that conquered back from the end point. The challengers who can reach there are probably at least Sequence 8. The Tianyao clan is a clan with extremely strong individual strength. Each of them is Sequence 9. It is not surprising that they even set foot on the road to God. With Wave 1's strength, he needs to be careful when facing Sequence 8, not to mention that this may be a Sequence 9 Tianyao who has returned with a group of level 6 or 7 demons. Boss, be careful that Tianyao is back. Jacques also discovered the changes in the battlefield ahead. Wave 1 said, you cooperate with the undead army to use the forbidden spell scrolls. There are not many forbidden spell scrolls left. How many are left? There are only 4 level 7 scrolls left, and only 3 level 6 scrolls. Wave 1 looked at him, and really didn't expect that there were only so few left. Jacques explained, Boss Mu wanted to leave scrolls to set traps. I didn't take too many, and there are many places where scrolls are needed along the way. Wave 1 raised his hand. I know. Then, Wave 1 said, throw 3 level 7 scrolls and blow it up. Jacques didn't say much, raised his ancient god-level pistol, and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row towards the void. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 3 level 7 scrolls appeared out of thin air in front of the battlefield, above the head of the demon. The rolling meteor shower fell, crashing to the ground with a roar. In the smoke, Wave 1 heard a strange and arrogant laugh in his mind. Human, you are dead. I found you. He. Die. Die. As its voice gradually distorted and lost control, a huge figure seemed to come from the sky, with a pair of big black eyes on its head comparable to a planet, laughing strangely, pressing down towards the position of Wei Huan's chariot and stretching out his hand. Wei Huan responded calmly. Under his command, the point beast suddenly grew larger. Its tall figure passed through the barrier of the world and reached the same size as the demon, and then slammed into it fiercely. The dot beast has always been Wei Huan's trump card. It is the undead he relies on most in advanced battlefields. Its body is over 10,000 meters long, and its pseudo-god level power is already very terrifying. However, the dot beast has no advantage against this sky demon. It uses its long legs to wrap around the sky demon, and the sky demon's slippery and soft body does not feel any pain at all, but seems to have no feeling. Only sharp objects can leave shallow scratches on its white body. The dot beast is a pseudo-god level hero. It attacks with all its strength, but it can only leave this little scar on the seemingly soft body of the sky demon. It can be seen that the defense of the sky demon is really terrible. Moreover, the soft and slippery body cannot be wrapped at all. In the sound of chirping, more meat leaks out from the gap of the dot beast's long legs, not only squeezing out the dot beast's entanglement, but the meat is also wrapping in the opposite direction, and it is actually going to swallow the dot beast in reverse. The dot beast fought hard and released its descendants. The dogs, grandchildren, etc. of the queen's line all took action and fought madly around the sky demon. Scars were left on the body of the sky demon, but the progress of devouring was not slow but fast. Soon, less than half of the body of the dot beast was still visible. Hee. Human. A strange laugh sounded in Wei Huan's head. Jacques asked worriedly, "Do you want to leave here?" Wei Huan did not speak, but just stood there quietly, watching the dot beast being devoured, and the last bit disappeared. "I'm afraid it won't be long before it will be resurrected in the tomb. But even if it is resurrected, it will be useless. Wei Huan has consumed a lot of dark power to support this equally matched battle, and he can't do the same again." Wei Huan, who always suppresses others and has almost never been in adversity in war, did he really lose this time? When he met the Sky Demon clan, whose individual strength was stronger than his and whose army was larger than his advantage was gone. Finally, the Sky Demon's swollen belly suddenly deflated, and the point beast was completely killed by it. The victorious Sky Demon lowered his head and looked at Wei Huan from outside the sky, with his overly large and overly dark eyes full of teasing. "Come again? Hee. Come again. Human, you are dead." In the muttering sound, the Sky Demon's head also pressed down little by little. It was obviously not in a hurry to kill Wei Huan. It just wanted revenge and wanted to get happiness in the process. But Wei Huan stood motionless on the balcony of the chariot, staring at the Sky Demon. Then he laughed. When he laughed, the demon was stunned. "What are you laughing at? Human, you deserve to die. I will kill you. Destroy all human race. No! I will control you and make you forever sink under the control of my race. Are you scared? Fear. Ha. It's all your fault, it's all." Wei Huan talked to the demon in his mind. "Are you done?" He looked at it deeply. "It's been a long time since I saw a villain who talks so much nonsense. Is it because he is sure of winning? Or is he just stupid?" Finally, he said, "You are in a situation now. There is a saying in our Yin country, which is to take care of the head but not the butt." The demon was stunned at first. Then his expression stiffened. At the last moment, its face twisted, and its huge body, which was just so arrogant, suddenly shrank down, accompanied by an extremely shrill howl. At the same time, in Wei Huan's green flaming left eye, he clearly saw the air bugs that had easily done the explosive exercise, leaving the bloody body. The Sky Demon was coming back, and they would surely die if they stayed. But at the same time, the undead were not afraid of death. The triple explosive two-headed hidden demon, as a strong attacker, had already drilled into the body of the Sky Demon and wreaked havoc. Even if the skin and flesh of this Sky Demon were tough, what would it matter? Destroying from the inside was always the easiest. Not to mention, there were more undead, who were not afraid of death and rushed in together, and they could always take a bite. The black dragon Shiroma was making clouds and rain inside, and thunder continued. The nether phoenix came out of the void, transformed into the purest nether chi, and flew like a sharp blade. Roar, roar, roar! The big bear roared, and pounced forward with both claws, and large chunks of meat were pounced off by it. There were also many level 6 two-headed hidden demons, who got in whenever they could. As long as they could dig out a piece, so many two-headed hidden demons would dig out a large chunk of the flesh of the demon. Ah! A shrill scream came back from the horizon, and the muscles of the body twisted and contracted, shrinking rapidly. The ordinary undead, who were not in a hurry to dodge, were directly crushed to death by the meat, and the undead leaders took the opportunity to dig twice, and finally were squeezed out unwillingly. The demon, who had returned to its original size, looked down and saw that the part connecting its body and the snail shell was broken by 1/3, and it twitched in pain. Damn it! Damn it! It looked at the group of undead fiercely, and raised its hand to kill them, but the pain came, and its hand fell down in pain before it could be raised. Damn it! Where are the level 6 and 7 demons it brought? Doesn't it know its own weaknesses? It has clearly protected itself, so how could it let these undead get close to it? The demon looked around fiercely, gritting his teeth in anger. The demons he brought to protect him were separated by a group of garbage, undead, with a sea of numbers. The crackling sound was mixed with the howling of wolves. These low-level undead that it had never looked down upon, and it didn't know what means they used to separate and isolate it. The number of demons was huge, and the tribe was not large, so it was also a tribe that was good at teamwork. But in the eyes of the anal digger, who had formerly taken military classes and participated in countless territory wars and world wars, it was really nothing. This time, the wolf army performed meritorious service again. Ayo ayo. Brother Diao's anus howled, and the wolf army ran in an orderly manner. Even if many died in this process, the demons were separated further away in the short time that the heavenly demon was watching. The heavenly demon looked at the undead around him, and the fear he had felt before came again. Facing this group of obviously low-level undead, he always had a premonition of death. This was also the reason why he retreated after one blow when he fought with this human race last time. With only one person, he seemed to be no match for this human race. Although this human race was not of high level, he had many means, and the several leader undeads in his hands were indeed quite powerful, all of which could hurt him. One careless move. Come help me. The snail heavenly demon roared in his mind, and called his companions. The reason why he came back this time was not only because the demon world helped him, but more importantly, he asked his companions for help. With the 3 demons working together, this human being could be easily killed even if he was twice as strong. But, damn it! No matter how it called, its companion, who was hiding in the pit of the space channel and blocking the hole with its back shell, did not respond. The demon looked at the undead that was pressing forward with a fierce look, and it lowered its head to look at its wound that had begun to heal, but the pain remained deeply in its mind. For some reason, it suddenly became afraid again. The undead took 1 step forward, and it took 2 steps back. The undead took 2 steps forward, and it took 7 or 8 steps back, then turned around suddenly, dropped everything, and got into the space channel. The fleeing demon passed by the pit sealed by the shells, and punched it hard in anger. In the end, he was still afraid of the other party's silence, and had to continue to run away. It doesn't matter, it has another companion. As long as they meet, they will be invincible in this world. Wei Huan watched the fleeing demon and did not chase him. This time he also defeated the opponent, but it does not mean that his strength is really stronger than the opponent. In these 2 consecutive battles, he just had some advantages, and the demon turned around and fled. If it really stayed and fought hard, with its 8th or 9th level strength, Wei Huan would only win a miserable victory. This demon cherishes his life very much and does not give himself a chance to take risks. Boss, what's next? The big feet that had withdrawn were wiping the blood on his body. The blood was black and red, and there was also silver white. The former was the blood of the devil, and the latter was naturally the blood of the demon. Bigfoot had the ancient god weapon in his hand, and the demon was talking before he attacked, which gave him enough time to attack. Not only did he kill the demon, but he would leave a wound on its body. There were more than 20 air bugs that exploded one after another, and the ancient god weapons fell in the same place, leaving a huge entrance and exit for the undead leader to enter and exit. The undead were not afraid of death, and the damage caused by entering the body was the source of the demon's screams. If it reacted a little slower, I'm afraid that the part of the demon's body connected to the snail shell could be cut off by the undead that exploded. Boss, did you see it? It was less than 3 seconds after it shrank, and the wound was about to heal. Shock's eagle eyes were still monitoring the battle on the front line, and he was also confused. Wei Huan nodded. I see. If this demon only has the ability to grow bigger and command the natives, it may not be able to gain a foothold in the battlefield of all races. Its strong healing ability should also be one of its advantages. Bigfoot heard this and said, speaking of the slugs that come out of the mud on rainy days, they can't be killed even if cut by a knife. This guy obviously has the characteristics of a soft-bodied creature. Shock also said, and during this period, you also let the undead attack the snail shell. It can be said to be unbreakable. It seems that the defense is also very strong. It also escapes quickly. Bigfoot added at the end. Wave 1 searched the demons at hand, and did not give much useful information about the demon. This demon can enter and exit the real world. It is not difficult to occupy a world with its ability. Tens of billions of demons did not even react effectively, and were controlled by it, so ordinary demons have no understanding of it. The stronger the strength, the more you will know about it. Thinking of this, Wave 1 said, there was originally a demon king in this world, but after the appearance of the heavenly demon, the demon king disappeared. Shock nodded. If the heavenly demon wants to dominate the demons, it must kill the strongest one first. After speaking, Jacques looked at Wave 1 in confusion. Why did you mention this? Wave 1 said, the soul of level 8 is a good thing. After saying this, he seemed to have made up his mind. No matter how pity it is, I have to leave a level 7 demon to search the soul. As Wave 1 finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on the battlefield in front again. After the heavenly demon escaped, the 2 level 7 demons, and more than 10 level 6 demons he brought with him were slowly drowned in the army of undead. Wave 1's dark power was insufficient, and he did not forcefully attack this group of elite demons, but used siege tactics, preparing to grind them to death bit by bit. Sister Crow and Dog Beast were summoned back to help him recover his nether power. It had been a long time since his nether power was so low, and it had fallen below the safety line. After a day of grinding, his nether power was restored, and Wave 1 sent Dog Beast and Sister Crow out to end the battle. So far, in 2 days and 2 nights, Wave 1 killed nearly 20 million demons, killing countless evils, and there was a layer of killing intent around him that was usually only seen in close combat. Wave 1 majored in the netherworld, which was cold and gloomy. His temperament was also extremely cold and sharp, and the whole person was very cold. For a moment, I didn't know if the red eyes looked even crazier. However, the rough guys on the chariot didn't care about these. It had been 8 days since they found that the Sky Demon clan was preparing for war. Everyone had been suffering a lot in these 8 days, especially the battlefields of the past 2 days, which were not ordinary tiring. But it was far from time to rest. Most of the 100 million undead army are on the other side of the space channel. Their compatriots, their comrades, and their planetary planes are all on that side. That side is the real battlefield. Bigfoot asked, Boss, we can contact Boss Moo and his men by passing through this channel. I can go there to hide and understand the situation. Wave 1 asked, How sure are you? Bigfoot said, 90%. I will take 2 lurking people there, and we will definitely complete the mission. Wave 1 nodded. He also wanted to know the situation over there. Although this demon came here to go crazy, there is a high probability that Mu Zhong is fine, but we have to be sure before we can rest assured. Bigfoot and his men left quickly, and Wave 1 also ordered the chariot to go directly to the bodies of the 2 level 7 demons. One of the 2 demons is big, and the other is small. The big one is over 4 meters tall, and the small one is about 2 meters tall. They are both in human form, with extremely developed muscles. The small one has a pair of demon wings, and the big one has 4 arms. The most different thing about them from other demons is that the magic patterns on their bodies are complicated and almost gorgeous. Even when they are dead, those magic patterns are bright red. Unlike the Sky Demon Clan, the Demon Clan obviously has gender differences, but they have no shame, so the whole battlefield is a little hard to look at directly. Of course, you will get used to it. In addition, the corpse whose soul was captured by Wei Huan will decay faster, and soon turn into a pool of foul-smelling corpse water. Occasionally, body parts that condense the power of demons will be left, such as a horn, a nail, or a piece of skin. Wei Huan has no time to take these demon essences, and there is no need. If he wins this battle, the human race will naturally enter the demon world, and these can be collected back. Even if the human race is defeated and temporarily evacuates, they will come back sooner or later. Perhaps a heroic spirit or an evil spirit can be born here. Any result can be expected. So at the moment, the most important thing is to strengthen oneself and further shorten the distance between oneself and the heavenly demon. But whether it is absorbing the soul of the 7th level demon or burying all the souls of these tens of millions of demons in the dirty land, it cannot achieve the effect of quickly improving strength. Only the 8th level demon soul that gathers the world's luck and is brewed by the whole world can bring him a qualitative leap. Because the point beast has not devoured any souls so far. If it can really find the soul of the 8th level demon, the improvement of the point beast's strength will also make Wei Huan stronger immediately, and quickly narrow the gap with the heavenly demon's strength. The first 2 times, the demon was afraid of his life and didn't want to fight him, but there will always be a day when he has to fight to the death. As a strong man who has returned from challenging the end of the world, Wei Huan dare not gamble his life with his luck. Wei Huan turned his hand and looked at the two level 7 demon souls in his hand, one large and one small, with his eyes narrowed. Level 7 demons should be able to withstand his soul-searching technique for a longer time, right? Moreover, level 7 demons are already strong in this world and no more secrets. From them, we can definitely get news about the level 8 demon. 32 level 7 forbidden spell scrolls were launched at the same time, and the huge killing power took away the lives of 50,000 elite demons on the spot, and the rest were also injured. The combat effectiveness of the 200,000 elite demon army has been reduced to at least 30%, and it may not be possible to do anything in a short time. Mu Zhong set a large number of unmanned cameras to the direction of Broken Mountain. Although they could not get close, and were destroyed by demons from time to time, he had the support of the level 6 challenge world, and the entire human race, and a large number of resources and driver sequences to assist him. In addition, unmanned cameras were the basis of handmade technological items, and he could easily make tens of thousands of them a day. Even if they were destroyed, he would not feel bad, as the materials could be collected and used again. Under such intensive control, although detailed intelligence could not be detected, the movements of the demon army were still very clear. Mu Zhong successfully ambushed the demon army, which made the garrison base happy for a long time before calming down and continuing to prepare for war. On this day, Mu Zhong was checking the camera in his hand in the conference room. This was an unmanned camera upgraded to the 12th generation, which was delivered to him. Yes, engrave the dark energy magic pattern on the outside of the camera to make it difficult for the demon to detect. Although it is not allowed to get close, it can indeed reduce the loss of the camera. Mu Zhong looked around and put down the unmanned camera in his hand, looking at the veteran, and said, "The driver of Sequence 7 will be promoted to the Master of the Stargate, and will have the ability to control space. Once it involves the law, it is really difficult to see through. Veteran, you are our strongest driver, and have already walked on the road to the Master of the Stargate. You still have to seize this direction. The battlefield now needs it, and time waits for no one." The veteran nodded. "I have some clues, and I got inspiration from the boss's magic eye lord. If the next generation of the machine goes well, maybe it can add the ability of perspective, and then we can interpret more information." Mu Zhong nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, veteran. Make a batch of 12th generation machines, and put them on the front line to try the effect first." "Yes." Mu Zhong wanted to talk about something else, but suddenly his expression was stunned, and then joy appeared in his eyes. He said, "Just connect it." Then Mu Zhong's eyes were fixed on one place. Obviously, he was looking at the virtual screen that only he could see. The veteran heard him say, "Bigfoot, how is your boss? Is the operation going well? The boss has sent a message." The veteran took a look at the expression on Mu Zhong's face, and walked out of the door, with a calm heart. It seems that everything is going well for the boss. If the boss is going well, the sky of their pioneering army is still there, and the lighthouse of the human race is still on. It is so solid, and he is also motivated to work. The veteran left, and Mu Zhong didn't pay attention. He was concentrating, and wanted to know the situation of Wei Huan. It has been almost 9 days since they separated and lost contact. Even though he believed that as long as it was Wei Huan, he could deal with any danger and face any environment, but he was still worried. Separation is like missing half of the body, uncomfortable everywhere, and tormented everywhere. Mu Zhong listened to Bigfoot's report and nodded. Although his eyes were serious, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's good that he is safe and sound, and it's good to get news from him. Then Mu Zhong said, "No problem, I understand. Tell him, he can do whatever he wants, I will cooperate." Chapter 329. The portal to the swamp plains of the monster world. Located on the demon world side. 7 days have passed since the end of the war. About 20 million demons died here, including many level 5 and 6 demons. What's more terrifying is that 2 level 7 demon kings died here. There are only 9 level 7 demons in this vast demon world, and all of them dominate one side, and are synonymous with terror. These level 7 demons are entrenched in one side, and the kings do not meet each other. Occasionally, several neighboring demon kings will fight, and the chaos will cause turmoil in the demon world, with countless casualties. But in the past 6 months, the 9 level 7 demons suddenly put aside their prejudices and gathered together with almost all the intermediate and above demons in the territory, forming an army of hundreds of millions of demons. In this army, level 4 or 5 is just the threshold to join. Level 6 demons, which are rarely seen on weekdays, are just small managers here. The army is led by 9 level 7 demon kings. The most powerful demon kings on weekdays also cooperate sincerely, and live in peace here. Only the strongest in the demon world, the demon lord, can do this. What kind of demon is the demon lord? In fact, the demons don't care. They have no social structure, no civilization inheritance. Fighting, eating and endless battles are the fate of every demon. In the face of survival crisis, they are full of thoughts except how to make themselves full, and how to become stronger. So who is the demon lord? What does he look like? How strong is his combat power? It is not something that the little demons, who have difficulty even surviving, should worry about. They only know that powerful demons will emit terrifying auras from a distance, and they will run away and hide as soon as they sense it. Powerful demons will hunt demons weaker than themselves, but will not hunt demons much weaker than themselves. After all, there is too little nutrition. Even in this primitive forest-like social form of wild beasts, Wave 1 searched the souls of so many demons, but still did not find any useful information about the demon lord. He only knew that there was indeed a demon lord in this world, who was the only 8th level monster created by gathering the essence of heaven and earth and condensing the power of the world, and he knew nothing else. Now, Wave 1 gave up the opportunity to improve his personal strength and search the souls of 2 7th level demon king level demons. Fortunately, the first demon he searched knew the information he wanted to find out. At that time, Wave 1 summoned the point beast and rushed to the location of the demon lord at full speed. In a blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. This entrance near the transmission channel has been quiet for 7 days. The Tian Yao who left with the demon army was worried that Wei Huan would be blocked here, and did not dare to come back without full preparation. Of course, Wei Huan didn't chase after him. Many little demons, smelling the fishy smell, ran over and ate the corpses of the big demons that would scare them to death just by passing by. Some little demons were lucky. When they passed by some sticky and smelly corpse water, although they didn't find any edible food, they found a lot of broken limbs and arms that condensed the essence of demonic energy. The brave ones died of gluttony, and the timid ones died of starvation. After the little demons left with their gains, they quickly changed their fate at the bottom of the food chain with the power of the big demons they had obtained. After the other little demons found out, they also plucked up their courage and walked further and further into the middle of the battlefield. This is a group of small demons with dark skin, less than 1 meter in height, sharp noses and monkey cheeks that look like big rats. They are called inferior demons in the demon system. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain in the demon world. They survive to this day by relying on their super high reproductive capacity, and their number is the largest. They are chirping and looking for food to eat on the battlefield. They have stayed here for a long time. Compared with other areas full of black water, although they can get demon essence but cannot fill their stomachs, the inferior demons think that this place where they can eat the corpse of the big demon is the real treasure land, and they are complacent. They often surround the corpse of a big demon in groups of 3 or 5, tearing and swallowing. They occasionally cooperate, but most of the time, they will fight as long as they are approached. This also makes the place where the inferior demons are messy, and their noise can be heard from a long distance. After several days of smooth eating, they have forgotten that this place is dangerous. Even a place where big demons die in large numbers, they regard it as their home. After eating, they even dare to take a nap. In a corner of the restaurant, more than 20 little demons less than half a meter tall are chasing and playing. Their mother is swallowing food in big mouthfuls not far away. Occasionally, she can look up and see the weakest little demon being bullied by other children and dying. This makes her very satisfied. This kind of life is really good. She can eat enough food every day, and she and her children don't have to go hungry. This is her happiest baby. And this kind of food with sufficient energy makes it stronger every time it eats. Maybe one day it can become the queen of the area where it is and command more demons. If it were like this every day. But just as it was thinking this, a strange breeze blew by, making its sparse and hard hair sway slightly. Before it could raise its head alertly, the huge mountain of food in front of it suddenly began to shrink and turn black, and finally seemed to melt, and quickly disappeared in front of its eyes. As for the stench, it didn't have time to smell it, and it saw 3 little inferior demons hiding opposite the corpse and eating. These 3 little inferior demons are its children, and it can tell them apart. But the instinct to eat took over at this moment, and it screamed shrilly, jumped over, and bit the 3 little inferior demons that snatched its food to death one by one. In the demon world, eating is above everything, even its offspring. Unless it is full or willing to give up its food, any act of stealing food will be regarded as provocation. The overly excited cry of the inferior demon mother and her act of biting 3 little inferior demons to death calmed down the other children, who were bullying the weakest inferior demon. They all stopped their actions and looked at their mother with excited and bloodthirsty eyes, and gradually calmed down. It was at this moment that they realized that the area they regarded as a paradise had changed at some point. The piles of food all turned black, and some had melted into black water, becoming inedible and emitting a stench that even demons would find disgusting. The inferior demons were not smart enough to understand this incredible change, but their survival instinct told them the danger. The inferior demons who were happily chasing just now ran towards their mother with squeaks. And their mother ran even faster. The only one left in this area was the little inferior demon with broken hands and feet that was bullied. The little inferior demon was also afraid. It turned over and wanted to escape, but it couldn't stand up. It struggled to crawl forward in the stinking black water that covered its instep. As it crawled, it suddenly felt a hard lump on its hand. A strange energy surged out of the hard lump, which relieved the pain on its body. The strange feeling made it stop in fear and fish the object out of the black water. It turned out to be a red skull. Almost subconsciously, it covered the skull on its head, and a coolness rushed into its brain, as if it had cleared the fog in its head, and it became particularly sober from its confused state. At this moment, there was a boom and the earth shook. The little demon was so scared that he turned his head and saw the direction where his mother and brothers were running away. The dust was raised all over the sky, and the ground in a large area suddenly became 3 inches lower. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he knew with a clear mind that no demon could survive in the face of such power. Even the leader of the demon clan couldn't survive. They all died. The one who attacked was. He raised his head suddenly and saw a small white dot in the sky. He squinted and looked carefully, and he could see that it seemed to be a powerful existence floating in the air like a spider demon. Even though the other party tried his best to restrain himself, he still felt the horror. His teeth were clicking and his hands and feet were moving around. He used his strength several times before he finally propped up his limp body and ran out like crazy. Boom! Another sound, and from another direction, there was a sound like the one that killed its mother. It was so scared that it dared not go over, and could only run in another direction. During this process, it did not notice that the skull on its head was red and shining, with a strange light flowing. At the same time, the red light also spread downwards, covering its body, making it run faster and faster. However, in the eyes of the elephant, no matter how fast the ant is, it is not worth mentioning. When some terrible pressure came, it realized very clearly that it had been attacked in the same way, and it could not escape, and it was going to die. Then the thoughts were cut off, and the chaotic brain seemed to have nothing. It lost its perception of the body, and only knew that there were many thoughts, like seawater pouring into its spring-sized brain. It felt very uncomfortable, like a balloon that was inflated. It was obviously extremely thin, and should have burst long ago, but it still existed. Is it still alive? No, it is dead, but its consciousness is still alive. Not only is the consciousness still alive, but at the same time, it is filled with more consciousness, making noisy sounds in its head. Food. Food. I'm so hungry. Kill. No, don't kill me. War. Killing. Invasion. Ah. Fragmented consciousness, every second and every moment, resounds in its consciousness, thousands of different voices, simple and strong, repeating, arguing, and conflicting. It feels like it's going crazy, but it still exists. Every moment, non-stop torment. It seemed like 100 million years had passed, or maybe not. The chaotic voices in its head had become fewer at some point, and only 2 voices were getting louder and louder. Kill! 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 War! 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 These 2 voices seemed to have killed the other voices, and then they began to fight each other, like 2 armies facing each other, neither giving in. The little demon could not stop or avoid it, and it was repeatedly hit by these 2 voices, like a deep scratch on a tree. The deep marks could never be erased even if it grew up. War! Kill! War! Kill! War! Kill! The 2 consciousnesses finally merged into one, becoming the only will of the little demon. That's right, war! Kill! Where is the war? Kill, kill, kill! Huh? At this moment, in a world where it was left with only repeated sounds, a different sound suddenly rang out, as crisp as a crack split from a dull shell, the birdsong in the morning in a quiet forest, and the laughter in the dead of night. So abrupt. Is this a heroic spirit? The same voice sounded, and it opened its eyes, and looked in the direction of the voice. However, It only saw a palm, as big as the whole world, and it easily grabbed it. War, kill! Strange. Wei Huan looked at the soul in his hand. It was different from other souls. It was so solid. The tiny parts of the body even seemed to have flesh and blood and were still alive. But he was absolutely sure that this was a soul. A different soul. Could it be a heroic spirit? But why is it an inferior demon? Wei Huan muttered to himself in confusion. Heroic spirits were something he had never explored, and he had no accurate answer for this unique soul. But since he had discovered it, there was no way he could let it go. He threw the lifelike inferior demon soul into the tomb world and circled it with dirty soil, just in case. Then Wei Huan looked up and looked at the transmission channel in front of him. After leaving for 7 days, he came back. He got what he wanted, and finally had the confidence to deal with the celestial demon again. Now was not the time to be distracted, and the next battle would probably be a tough one. What's the situation over there? Wei Huan asked. Bigfoot replied behind him, after you left, I have been guarding this passage and have been going back and forth 3 times. The passage is very stable. These demons are like termites, digging a passage between the 2 worlds. There are demon troops stationed in the passage. In the past few days, the demons have also sent many demon troops to explore, but they are only sporadic movements. The demon army over there set out 5 days ago and headed towards the base. But the journey is long and the demon army is large in number, so it is still far from the destination. Boss Mu asked me to tell you that I have done what you asked, so you don't have to worry. Wei Huan listened carefully and nodded. It's almost time to go back. Boom! 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 The demon army was suddenly ambushed halfway, and the magic bullets buried in the ground were detonated, sending more than 3,000 demons home on the spot, and nearly 10,000 demons were injured to varying degrees, causing this terrifying army to stop marching. 5 miles away, the camera flying high in the sky transmitted the scene of the explosion back to the base of the human garrison. The garrison AI instantly calculated all kinds of data of this ambush through the upgraded clearer camera. From the number of deaths to the number of injuries, how many were lightly injured? How many were seriously injured? All were clear. Finally, it was marked that this plan achieved the war goal of 0.003%. This number can be ignored. Xue Dui and Su Qingqiang and others, who saw this number together, were all regretful. Xue Dui even murmured, 0.003? This is not even a tickle. But they used all their strength to make this batch of magic bullets. There are only so many people who can make magic bullets with enough lethality. They make them day and night, plus the energy consumed, and the people sent out to risk burying this batch of magic bullets. It can be said that they used so much effort, but the final result was very unsatisfactory. Although I know that homemade magic bullets are not as good as the forbidden scrolls sold in the mall, but with such a large number, killing so many demons, the gap is too big. Captain Xue looked at Mu Zhong and said, Boss Mu, I think there is still time. Otherwise, as I suggested before, I will go back to participate in the random challenge now. I promise to bring you 2 level 7 scrolls a day, not to mention more. I can issue a military order. After that, he didn't wait for Mu Zhong to speak, and continued, I will lead 1 team. Lao Su will lead another team. It's a pity that Lao Chui is not here. Otherwise, we can go to the new kid. He is good, his ability is very strong. We all go to the random challenge, and it will be no problem to send back 5 a day, right Lao Su? Su Qingqiang, however, put his feet up on the desk, smoking and glancing at him, then he exhaled a puff of smoke and said, no. But he didn't intend to keep him in suspense, and continued, you haven't been here these days, so you don't know our vicious plan. You don't need a knife to kill people. It's a different era now, and you're still fighting and killing on your own. Aren't you tired? Huh? Captain Xue, who was assigned to go back to Challenge World to collect supplies these 2 days, was stunned. He thought about this over and over in his mind, but he didn't quite react. These words and phrases are only used when scolding people, right? Mu Zhong held his forehead and laughed. Brother Chang, how can you talk like that? You participated in a good strategy. Isn't this scolding yourself? Su Qingqiang said, as long as it is a war, any strategy is just to me and vicious to the other side. I am not wrong. And I like the word vicious. Do whatever it takes, plan and strategize. What era is it? And we still talk about fair competition. Captain Xue will be confused if you say that. How about you explain it? I am too lazy to explain. Just look for yourself. Captain Xue was indeed watching. The enlarged screen in the conference room showed a relatively clear picture, but even so, it was a bit eye-straining because of the distance. But he could see that at the explosion site, It was in chaos, but the area around the demon army was very calm. The number of the demon army was too large. After spreading out, it was all over the mountains and plains. The width spread over 100 miles, and the length was 600 miles. The end of the team had not set off yet. Therefore, an ambush that could only kill 3,000 demons was just a small amount of normal daily losses for this demon army. Besides, the Sky Demon clan sees demons as tools, and will not cherish them. If they die, they die. At most, they will be angry for a while. How can they really anger the Sky Demon clan? Besides, the current strategy is not to anger the Sky Demon clan. Captain Shui knows this, and it is also the most important requirement in the message sent by Wei Huan. The 3 Sky Demons are powerful. If they were not cautious and unwilling to leave the demon army to act alone, in fact, the 3 gods who return from the end of the world would not be able to be stopped by humans. So Wei Huan was worried that if they were angered, they would rush over regardless of anything. Under such a terrible attack, it would not be easy to escape even if there was a passage behind them. What's wrong? What is the strategy? Tell me. Captain Shui looked at it for a while, and indeed could not see anything unusual. He was so anxious that his face turned black. Su Qingqiang wanted to say something, but he saw the changes in the video with his sharp eyes. He sat up straight after patting the armrest, pointing at the projection screen excitedly and said, "Here it comes, I won't say it first. Look, see what strategy we are using this time?" Captain Shui could only look at the projection screen again, and this time, he saw the changes that Su Qingqiang wanted him to see at a glance. The uninjured demons in the surrounding circle, like sharks smelling blood, suddenly rushed towards the group of ambushed and injured demons in the middle. The circle in the middle quickly became a mess, and the demons fought and devoured each other. At the same time, on one side of the video, the statistics of AI began to jump. Death count, 3030, 3300, 3800, 4500. The numbers jumped wildly, and the fighting was also intensifying. 5,000, 7,000, 1000, 15000, Captain Shui looked at the number that suddenly jumped to 10,000, and then quickly jumped to 15,000, and his mouth opened in surprise. He seemed to understand a little. Su Qingqiang smiled like a villain who had succeeded in his evil plan and said, "Since 7 days ago, Boss Mu has arranged people to chase away or hunt down the monsters within 1,000 miles around the demon army. For nearly 7 days, they have hardly eaten. The 3 armies have not moved, but the food and grass have been set first. These demons don't understand this, and don't care about this. They just think that if the demons are chased into this world, they will pose a threat to us. But in fact, the demons that have been hungry for 7 days are a group of sharks with red eyes. The smell of blood can make them crazy. The bombs we buried are not weapons, but baits. The purpose is to lure them to kill each other. You see?" Su Qingqiang said complacently, and the others who knew the plan also had smiles on their faces. Even Captain Shui and a few people around him missed the plan because of other tasks. They suddenly realized it after hearing the words, and then they were shocked. "This is a good plan." Captain Shui nodded. Su Qingqiang laughed. "Vicious, right?" "Vicious," Captain Shui said with relief. "Too vicious." The bomb that killed 3,000 demons was indeed nothing, but the bait thrown into the shark pile was exchanged for several times, or even dozens of times more. Just as he was talking, the demons, who were bloodthirsty and extremely hungry, had already died in this chaos, more than 40,000 in number. And the battle was further expanding, and the temptation of the bloody smell to the hungry demons had not stopped, luring the surrounding and farther demons to move, smelling the smell of food in the air, and drooling all over the ground. The demons were not orderly civilizations, they were not even civilized. Even the dark beasts, who were also the law of the jungle, knew how to develop and cultivate, and knew that each dark beast king could control a limited number of dark beasts, and different dark beasts in the territory also needed different territories to survive. But the Sky Demon clan, who only used demons as tools, obviously did not want to understand the social structure of the demon clan, nor did they want to go to the trouble of finding food. They were able to live in peace until now, all because of the pressure from higher level demons. Level 7 demons suppressed level 6 demons, and level 6 demons were scattered in various parts of the army to suppress weaker demons. Only with such layer-by-layer management, the brutal and disorderly demons have been living in peace until now. However, the surface of this calmness was already in danger, and the order could collapse at any time. What Mu Zhong and others needed to do was to break this calmness, and throw a stone into the seemingly calm pool. The stone caused ripples, which were still spreading outward. In the chaotic area in the center, the number of dead demons reached 80,000. This number was even higher than the damage caused by the 30 level 7 forbidden spell scrolls buried by Mu Zhong in the headquarters of the Pioneer Army. Ha ha! Captain Shui laughed distortedly. Okay, that's it. It will soon break 100,000. Hee. Su Qingqiang laughed ferociously. Even the magic pattern laughed out. The taste of the devil is like chewy beef tendon. Not bad. This plan is very vicious. Ha ha! Don't praise me. Don't. Hee. Mu Zhong held his forehead and looked at Chang'e, who looked innocent and even a little scared, and comforted him. Don't be afraid, they don't eat people. Chang'e, Chapter 330. The military mutiny that was about to happen was stopped by the appearance of the 7th level Demon King. The demons were in a mess, and although their eyes were red with hunger, compared to being killed immediately, facing the 7th level demon that fell from the sky, they were still willing to restrain their nature and give up the fat meat in their mouths. The order of the demon army was quickly restored. Captain Shui, who saw this scene through the video, stopped laughing and sighed. What a pity, less than 100,000 demons died, and the war mission has reached 0.01, which is still far from the goal of annihilation. Then, Captain Shui sat up expectantly and said, what other strategies do you have? Tell me, or how about this trick a few more times? I will take people to buried bombs. Mu Zhong said, even if it succeeds again, the effect will not be as good as this time. After this experience, the Sky Demon will definitely make targeted arrangements. It will realize the importance of food and may not give us another chance. Can we try again? But we have no magic bullets anymore. Oh! Captain Shui slapped his thigh in frustration. Seeing that Captain Shui was really worried, Mu Zhong explained, although we can't use the same strategy again, the goal of this operation is not just the current ones. The problem of the demon army is always there, that is, lack of food. Even if the high-level demons can go to farther places to find food, it is limited. The sharpened knife will definitely fall again. The high-level demons will not disappear after devouring the low-level demons. As long as we control the food, this army will continue to lose people. Captain Shui understood this truth as soon as he heard it. Then I will lead people to chase the monsters. Okay, now the demons know our plan, and it will be very dangerous to go out and act. You must be vigilant, and don't force yourself. I know, leave some demons hanging. I will only drive away the big ones. Okay. Su Qingqiang said, don't be careless. I know. Captain Shui stood up and stretched. Let's go. Then he left with his people, and soon more than 10 tanks left the base. Su Qingqiang retracted his gaze, pressed his forehead that had been beating since morning, and said to Mu Zhong, what do you think is the purpose of our cultivation? Mu Zhong was puzzled. Save mankind? Su Qingqiang shook his head. Mu Zhong said, facing the challenging world? Su Qingqiang still shook his head. Mu Zhong said again, strengthen your body? Su Qingqiang shook his head and finally said, no, it's to control your destiny. After practicing to a certain level, after involving the law, it seems that you can vaguely touch the line called destiny. I don't feel very good today. I thought about it, and there are two dangerous points. One is that the demon comes to the base to cause trouble, and the other is to cause trouble to Lao Shui, especially Lao Shui. I want to go and see. Mu Zhong looked at him deeply. Are you sure? Su Qingqiang sneered. How can you be sure? If you believe it, you will have it, but if you don't believe it, you won't have it. But since I am worried, I can't calm down. If there is nothing wrong in the base, I will go there? Mu Zhong said, okay, but let Do Lin do a divination before leaving. I don't believe in that thing, and the divination master is not reliable. 10 answers a day. Then you still believe in intuition? I believe in intuition, because I believe in myself. Su Qingqiang thought, scratched his head, okay, I go find Do Lin. Mu Zhong was on the balcony, and saw Do Lin being held by Su Qingqiang. The child was already 10 years old, but he still hadn't grown much. He still looked like a child, and jumped around a lot every day. But he was probably the youngest strong man in the human race. Do Lin had been living in the monster world for the past 2 years. Even when Wei Huan and the others went to the Dark Beast Plain, he didn't follow them. Do Lin absorbed the starlight of the real world every night, and his strength improved so fast that Mu Zhong couldn't see through him. I'm afraid his current cultivation progress is lower than Wei Huan, who has 7 enlightenment seeds, right? When Do Lin reaches sequence 7, he should go back to Blue Star to have a look. Thinking like this, Mu Zhong's eyes fell on Do Lin, and he saw that after he used his professional ability, the starlight flashed around him, wrapping himself and Su Qingqiang. After a while, the starlight on Do Lin's body reached Su Qingqiang, and the strong light was dazzling for a moment before the light faded away. Seeing this, Mu Zhong retracted his gaze. He still had things to do, and it was time to rest. But he turned around and took only 2 steps when Su Qingqiang's message came in. Su Qingqiang said solemnly, "Do Lin's divination this time, the bonus is less than 1. Mu Zhong's feet stood still, and then he said, "Butler, let Do Lin come to see me." Wei Huan was walking in the space channel. This space channel was winding and twisted. Walking in it, it looked like a bite from a bug, one bite after another, and every step was different. There were forks in the channel, but most of them only took a few more steps to reach the end. Bigfoot checked and found that the space behind was very unstable. Obviously, these half-channels were not for making mazes, but were limited by the abilities of those celestial demons, and they could not leave from here. Therefore, the passage was winding and twisting, with people going up, down, and back. After walking for more than half an hour, Wei Huan finally felt the familiar breath of the monster world. Although the monster world is a bright plane, it is full of natural forces. Even a dark energy practitioner like Wei Huan can benefit from this world. After a long time, he naturally remembers the laws of the world, so he is familiar with it. When he got here, Wei Huan could directly feel the breath of the monster world in the correct main passage, so he never got lost again. He just had to leave along the main passage. Just where he had just walked past, there was a fork in the road. If he walked less than 100 meters further inside, he would find that at the end of this passage, there was a white shell that flashed with colorful light, like a snail, motionless. This was naturally the sky demon that was called here to be a cow and horse, and was tired and sleeping because of digging the passage. It had been sleeping here for more than 10 days without moving. Wei Huan did not find the other party, and the other party did not find him in his sleep, so the two sides passed by each other safely. Soon, Wei Huan returned to the monster plane. Standing in the familiar world, looking at the extremely messy land that was once occupied by demons, he finally turned his head to look at the space channel, and said, "Find a way to destroy this channel." Bigfoot nodded, yes. He didn't know what method there was, but he could try it. Wei Huan immediately contacted Mu Zhong. The mentally retarded intelligent AI sent a signal to Mu Zhong to request a call according to Wei Huan's order. The communication was answered almost immediately, and the face of Mu Zhong, whom Wei Huan had been thinking about day and night, appeared in front of him. As soon as the call was connected, Mu Zhong said, "Wei Huan, the worst situation has occurred. The two demons have joined forces to attack the base, and we are resisting. You are back just in time. If you don't come back, we may have to evacuate." The smile that Wei Huan had just raised disappeared again. Then he asked, "What's the situation?" Mu Zhong said, "There was some damage at the beginning. After the protective shield was put up in time, the two sides are in a stalemate. We have sent the people from the Logistics Research and Development Department away first." "Okay, I know, I will go back immediately." Immediately. Mu Zhong said this, and then realized something, his eyes widened. At the same time, the big foot that was destroying the space channel was stopped by Wei Huan, and a total of 25 people came to Wei Huan. Wei Huan said, "Your next task is to create slaughter in the demon army. Mu Zhong has been implementing the strategy of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. You must use the characteristics of demons that they will kill each other, stimulate their instincts, and expand the results of the battle. I am leaving. You will be fighting alone next. Be careful, and I wish you good luck." Brother Chue nodded. Jacques said, "I will arrange it carefully." Bigfoot patted his chest and smiled. "Sneak attacks and fighting behind enemy lines are my old business, don't worry." Wei Huan finally looked around at the few people, and the robe on his body was shining. The next second, a magic portal appeared in front of Wei Huan. Diamond-level spiritual power robe, a gift from the Great Wizard, has 3 magics on it. Magic Mist, Magic Gate, Magic Shield among them. The Magic Gate can allow Wei Huan to travel to any place in the same world instantly. As long as the coordinates are set in advance, he can travel between 2 places instantly. It was a coincidence. Before, humans had only 2 bases in the demon beast world. Sometimes, in order to avoid the trouble of running between the 2 places, Wei Huan left the coordinates in both places. Last time, he happened to leave the coordinates of the Magic Gate in the garrison base. Such an instant rescue, not to mention that others could not think of it. Even Mu Zhong almost forgot that Wei Huan had this trick. When Wei Huan opened the portal, Do Lin was sweating profusely and performing his third judgment. This time, it was completely different from the previous 2 times. The starlight in the sky seemed to gather actively, filling one side of the scale with stars shining. Do Lin smiled happily, and his little man jumped up from the other side of the scale, throwing these endless starlight into the sky. I judged. Great victory. As the starlight fell right in front of him, a portal opened, and Wei Huan, who walked out of it, was hit by the stars shining all over. Dou Lin was about to burst into tears when he saw Wei Huan appearing in front of him. Wow, he had never used a judgment lower than 1. It was so difficult without Brother Wei. As soon as Wei Huan came out, he was hit on the head by starlight. Although he didn't feel anything, he still became nervous at that moment. Fortunately, he soon saw Dou Lin standing stupidly in front of him. Doesn't Dou Lin eat? Why doesn't he grow taller? If I remember correctly, this kid was over 1.8 meters tall in his previous life. Does he not know how to raise a child? Brother Wei. Dou Lin rushed over and hugged Wei Huan's thigh. The demon is coming. Wei Huan's body was slightly shaken by the collision. He looked up while touching the child's head. Through the thick protective shield, he saw 2 celestial demons wreaking havoc outside the city. The 2 celestial demons looked very similar. It was almost impossible to tell which one was which just by looking at the head. To distinguish the celestial demons, one might have to study the shells they carried. However, it didn't matter which of the 2 celestial demons was which. The key point was that the 2 celestial demons joined forces. He had to make enough noise to scare the 2 celestial demons away. The celestial demons were very cautious and afraid of death. They appeared here because they understood Mu Zhong's strategy, and because they were sure that Wei Huan was not here. Wei Huan would investigate them, and they would also investigate Wei Huan. Naturally, they understood that Wei Huan's strength was far from the overall strength of the human race. As long as he was not there, no matter how many human races there were, they would still be at his mercy. If this base can be destroyed and the passage occupied, Wei Huan, who is still in the demon world, will become a rootless duckweed, and can only wander between the 2 worlds. It will be much easier to surround and kill him then. The Tianyao clan is not very interested in the human race. There are many human civilizations on the battlefield of all races, but they are all very low-key and declining, not worth mentioning. And this branch of the human race, without this necromancer, is just so strong. Therefore, both for revenge and to curb the future development of the human race, this overly powerful human must be killed before he grows up. The layout of the battlefield of all races has become larger and larger because more and more races have joined the game, and there are also many races with special talents. Now it has even reached the 7th level world. There are also tribes stronger than the Heavenly Demon Clan in the battlefield of all races, so the Heavenly Demon Clan is not interested in striving for the highest position and becoming a god. The road is too narrow, but there is only one end, and they know it well. But they can accept losing to other tribes. But it does not mean that they can tolerate the human race climbing over their heads. Besides, it is also very interesting to think about killing geniuses halfway. The 2 heavenly demons both carry snail shells, but the heavenly demon that Wei Huan is familiar with has a pure silver snail shell, while the other one has a silver base, but with patterns. The pattern looks like a human skull, but it has 3 horns. The heavenly demon clan has the same ability, and their shells are extremely hard, and their bodies can change and twist. Not only can they become as big as the sky in an instant, but they are also incredibly powerful. Except for sharp weapons, their soft and tough bodies are almost not afraid of any blows. But even if their bodies are cut, they still have amazing healing power, and they can heal even if they are cut into several pieces, which can be regarded as having half an immortal body. Of course, half of the immortal body means that it is not really immortal. There are only 9 of the Sky Demon clan. The stronger they are, the longer they live, and the more afraid they are of death. Only the short-lived species will fight desperately, and the long-lived species know that as long as they live long enough, they will eventually get what they want. Over the past thousands of years, they have outlasted batches of victorious challenge civilizations, and finally reached the top of the pyramid. The strongest sky demon among them has now taken half a step on the road to becoming a god. Kill these humans. Block the passage. Stop that human. Can't grow up, can't. Kill the genius. The 2 demons were connected in mind, and at the same time, they transformed into giant hammers that fell from the sky and hit the base's protective shield. The protective shield was turbulent and difficult to resist, and it could break at any time. The base was full of fragile humans, fleeing in panic, and chariots started one after another, flew into the gate and escaped. Every second of delay means hundreds less humans killed. The silver-white demon used all his strength and beat madly, and the rebound of the protective shield made it extremely uncomfortable. The demon-faced demon suddenly gave up the attack. It stood upright in the air, and the 6 tentacles on its head shook. Then it opened its mouth. The black mouth was so big that it could swallow its own head in one bite, and it screamed silently. All the humans in the base screamed, fell to the ground, and screamed in pain. It was as if blood clots exploded in their brains one after another, so thick that it was suffocating, and they gushed into the sea of souls layer by layer, as if blocking their brains. For a moment, they could not think of anything, forgot to escape, and could not resist, but just screamed in vain. Wei Huan had just arrived here, and had not yet understood the current environment, when he suddenly heard the explosion in his mind. He staggered and held his aching brain. Fortunately, his soul sea was strong, and after the dull pain, he quickly found himself and stood firm. He just looked up again, and there were people holding their heads and falling to the ground. Doulin was right beside his legs, gritting his teeth and rolling his eyes. Wei Huan suddenly looked at the two sky demons above his head, his eyes sharp. He had rushed over and wanted to make a plan. Facing an opponent stronger than himself, it was the most irrational to face him head to head, but now there was no time. The only way to interrupt their mental attacks was to attack the sky demons. The portal was about to appear behind him. But at this moment, a dazzling light appeared earlier, and then a rich sacred power enveloped the earth. The ability that Wei Huan was about to use stopped abruptly, and he looked at the 9-story heaven that appeared in the sky. The white clouds covered the temple, and the angels spread their wings, holding weapons, and emitted sacred light. On the 6th heaven, Xia Yu, with 4 pairs of wings on her back, her black hair flying, transformed into a fighting angel, took a step forward, and her eyes were sharp. The sacred power could not stop the racial talent of the Sky Demon clan, but Xia Yu was in charge of the 6th sky, and she was best at the power of the soul. She then sacrificed the professional training ground heaven, and the mental attack of the demon-faced Sky Demon was 70% to 80%. Most of the attack was blocked, and the soldiers who were about to lose their minds gritted their teeth and cheered up, turned over and stood up, and continued the previous task. It doesn't matter if they evacuate, protect, or meet up with teammates to start a life-and-death battle. Wei Huan dodged and entered the main building of the base. This main building looks like a building similar to that of Blue Star, but in fact, the interior is also a chariot. After entering, the influence of the spiritual damage of the Sky Demon clan and Xia Yu's holy heaven on Wei Huan was mostly gone. The Blue Star human race is originally a short-lived species, and it comes from the Blue Star of the Dharma ending age, so the foundation is really weak. The chariot given to the Blue Star human race by the Challenge World has indeed always played a vital role in this civilization competition, and now Wei Huan has felt its magic. Even the magical power of the 9th level Sky Demon can be blocked, forming 2 spaces inside and outside. It seems that the chariot is indeed extraordinary. Wei Huan silently felt his condition, and black mist rose around him, and he quickly flew towards the combat meeting room. Doulin was held in his arms, and was getting better quickly. He didn't roll his eyes anymore, brother. Rubbing the child's head as a comfort, Wei Huan sped up a bit. The soldiers along the way saw the flying black fog and recognized who it was. Is Commander Wei back? It's Commander Wei. Commander Wei is back. It was just such simple repetitions, but they brought confidence. The steps that were a little flustered just now all slowed down at the same time, and the tense faces also relaxed. Don't stop the movements of your hands. Commander Wei is back. This battle is very stable. Do your job well. An officer said loudly. Yes. The challengers around answered with a louder voice. The black fog blew into the headquarters, like a gust of wind. All the people in the headquarters were there. Unlike the slightly flustered outside, the atmosphere here was serious and orderly, and everyone was concentrating on their work at their posts. Mu Zhong, Commander Fong and others were in front of the circular conference table in the middle. They were looking up at the virtual screen projected on the conference table. They were disturbed by the noise of Wei Huan rushing in and looked over. Boss! Wei Huan! Everyone stood up excitedly, watching Wei Huan dissipate the black fog, and couldn't help showing a happy smile on their faces. But Wei Huan's eyes fell on the virtual projection screen they were watching before. The virtual projection screen projected the scene outside. It was only when he came in that the base's protective shield was broken. However, after the base's protective shield was broken, it also rebounded the attack. The body of the silver snail shell demon was cut off half, and one arm was gone. But it was obvious that the silver shell demon didn't care. It just opened its dark mouth in anger and held it back. Its severed arm was growing back little by little. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared and grew bigger in an instant, turning into a black bull demon that was over a kilometer tall. It fiercely rammed into the chest of the demon-faced demon, who was still performing a mental attack. The demon-faced demon twisted its body, and the Black Bull demon slid out by rubbing its body, without really hitting it. But it was lucky enough to interrupt the demon-faced demon's mental attack. Xia Yu, who blocked most of the mental attacks, stood on the sixth heaven, her body swayed, and she propped the angel spear in her hand on the ground, barely avoiding falling. Even with the help of the power of heaven, it was still too difficult for her, who was only at the 6th level, to stop the 8th or 9th level demon. Below the kingdom of heaven, a young man with black hair was showing off his might. On his sturdy body, a black bull head was slowly emerging, covering half of his chest and half of his shoulders. This bullhead magic pattern was the Black Bull spirit that had just rushed out and successfully interrupted the magic face of the demon. This young man was naturally Changle. After Changle became a magic pattern warrior and controlled the bull demon spirit, Wei Huan had high hopes for him, and was training him as the captain of the main second team. If the demon had not suddenly attacked with a large army of demons, they would still be training in the monster cemetery. He was far from being able to take charge of his own affairs. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent now. Facing the two demons that attacked together, Changle had to take action. Of course, his strength was limited after all, so he had a special mission to take the lead. Here, the attention of the two demons fell on him. Now without the protective shield, the base was completely exposed to the demon, and Changle naturally had no protection. But the young man held his head high, and was not afraid. Instead, his black hair exploded, and his body grew rapidly. At the same time, black hair like that of the bull demon grew on his body. His momentum was increasing, and it had exceeded the level of level 7. Scum! Come on! Changle mocked. Chapter 331. The celestial demon's attention was indeed on him, and they could understand the meaning of this national curse through mental resonance, but they were not angered, and their eyes were full of disdain. They could kill humans with only level 7 strength after the outbreak with one hand. For so many years, in the world controlled by them, there were at least 900 level 7 combat forces, if not 1,000. What does this count for? Changle felt that they were a little distracted, so he raised his middle finger and cursed, "Come on! Come and kill me if you have the guts! Just 2 insects. What celestial demons? Scum! Garbage!" The 2 celestial demons sneered, obviously not caring about Changle's ridicule. One of them continued to shake its tentacles, which was a sign that they were about to launch another mental attack. Xia Yu stabilized his body, gritted his teeth, and took another step forward. The other one raised its newly grown hand high and slapped Changle fiercely. The huge palm fell down as if it was afraid of a mosquito. Changle clenched his fist, and the roots of his teeth were bleeding. Boom! But the falling palm changed direction halfway and hit his body and feet. The ground trembled violently. Hee. The silver sky monster smiled and looked at Changle with curved eyes, as if he saw through him. Changle was not hit, but became more nervous. Then, Captain Shui roared from under the palm, "Hack you! I was just passing by, you hit me!" Then, Captain Shui's voice was louder, "Brothers, do it!" The signal sounded, and various magic beams, bullets and arrows were fired from the base, and the roars continued, exploding on the sky monster. The level 8 shield was destroyed, and the remaining level 7 shield was like paper in front of the demon. They had to contain the demon's attack, and wait for 2 minutes for the level 8 shield to rise again. This base must not be abandoned if it can be abandoned. You have to fight it once to know the depth. The war officially began. Mu Zhong didn't know when he came to Wei Huan. He obviously knew the scene, and was not surprised. He grabbed Wei Huan, and didn't have time to reminisce. He said in a long sentence, "They gather all their strength, and can only contain 1 demon at most. What do you want to do? Hurry up." Wei Huan said, "It's okay, I'm already doing it." Mu Zhong paused, and thought of something. The virtual projection screen split from the middle, and a second picture appeared. Right at the entrance of the headquarters, the 10 portals had been left there at some point. The undead came out of the portals. Those who could be invisible did so, and those who couldn't were walking along the wall to avoid the demon's vision. The front of the elite undead troops has left the base. These 2-headed hidden demons, who are good at stealth, move very fast even when crawling in the dark on the ground. They also bring a large number of dogmen. Their target is naturally the snail shell of the demon. After several opponents, coupled with the soul-searching technique, the strengths and weaknesses of the demon, the intelligence is gradually complete. Undoubtedly, the most vulnerable part of the demon is the place where their snail shell connects to the body. There is no hard shell protection there, and it is far away from the combat power torso. It is not clear whether the demon can be killed, but it is easy to cause damage. It depends on whether the demon will retreat this time. However, the place where the body of the demon was located was far away, and the undead could not reach it in a short time. Team Shui was about to be unable to bear it. Hee. Su Qingqiang and Changle attacked at the same time, and there were also long-range warriors, plus the chariot arrow towers attacking at the same time. However, this demon was indeed not easy to kill. Su Qingqiang used claws as weapons, and the weapons were pseudo-god level. Every move was terrible damage, but they were bounced off by the sticky liquid on the demon's body, and could only cut a bloody wound, but such damage was only a shallow scratch on the demon. The damage was limited. Changle rushed the bull demon into his body, transformed into a magic pattern warrior, and punched the demon. There was a muffled sound of dong. This concentrated full-strength attack not only did not cause any effective damage, but was bounced back at a faster speed. Su Qingqiang scraped continuously, knowing that he could not do anything with the demon's body, and looked up at the demon's head. He suddenly jumped up and climbed up along the demon's body. Before he could crawl far, a bunch of tentacles suddenly rose from the ground in front of him, lashing at him one after another. He dodged a few attacks, but was hit from behind. Turning his head, he saw countless tentacles dancing behind him. Obviously, these tentacles are also the bodies of snails. They evolved tentacles probably to deal with smaller enemies. Su Qingqiang was hit and panicked. Suddenly, his feet softened and his entire instep sank into the meat. The meat sucked him down. He struggled hard, withstood the lashing of several tentacles, dug the meat under his feet, and finally got out of trouble. But when he turned over and stood up again, he was already in the tentacle forest, and couldn't get rid of it for a while. At this time, with a clang sound, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and hit the body of the sky demon, causing the big guy to lean back. Su Qingqiang seized the opportunity, jumped out from the tentacles, dodged a few times, and continued to run wildly towards the head of the sky demon using all four limbs. From the corner of his eye, he saw Commander Fong William sitting in the air as still as a mountain, surrounded by a circle of golden light around him, and Captain Shui, who was covered in blood. The two sky demons were angry and joined forces to attack Commander Fong. Absolute defense is the power of the law, which cannot be broken even by the huge force of the sky demon. But there is a time limit after all. Su Qingqiang continued to run forward, and the familiar tentacles rose from the ground. He flexibly flipped and leaped, and finally came to the arm of the sky demon. Ah! Hee. The gorgeous black magic pattern emerged from under the clothes, like a growing thorn, climbing up Su Qingqiang's face. At the same time, 3 horns grew out of the middle of his forehead and on both sides of his brow. The middle horn was thick and long, growing towards the sky, more than 1 meter long, and the horns on both sides were bent backwards, like sheep's horns, but bent upwards. Su Qingqiang's eyes were red, and there was a green flame burning deep in his eyes. He opened his mouth to reveal his shark-like sharp teeth, and screamed "Gigi." He actually opened his mouth, and bit the neck of the demon-faced demon. With one bite, a piece of meat was torn off by him. The damage of his teeth was comparable to that of a pseudo-god level weapon, which could break the abnormal defense of the demon. Su Qingqiang succeeded in one blow and ate it with relish. Captain Shui was rescued by Commander Fong and struggled with absolute defense. Changle was beaten out of the magic pattern state with just one blow, and he couldn't climb out of the bottom of the pit for a while. As soon as they met, high-end melee fighters were killed one after another, and melee fighters in the base asked for their lives. Frank had turned into a giant bear, but was stopped by Kritiv. Captain Shui, the first tank of mankind, couldn't bear it. Now anyone who went over would be killed. Now, they had to rely on long-range and chariot attacks to resist the demon. The demon-faced demon's attention was still on Captain Shui's face. He felt that his face was extremely hateful, and wanted to tear him to pieces. Su Qingqiang bit its neck, but it didn't feel much. The damage of this bite was not even as good as that of a mosquito bite. Instead, the body's own defense mechanism came into play, and Su Qingqiang's familiar tentacles appeared again. Snap! Su Qingqiang was hit by 2 whips, and his bones were broken. But the next second, the demon meat he ate into his stomach turned into pure energy and flowed through, healing his body again. At the same time, there was still some energy left, which was absorbed by his cells. Indistinctly, his body's surface also had a faint silver color. The absolute defense lasted only 12 seconds. As time passed, Commander Fong was already smashed from midair and sank into the ground. Captain Shui struggled to stand up. His chin was covered with blood, but his eyes were full of provocation. Bastard, Grandpa is still alive and strong. Your grandmother Tian Yao said I am good, come on. Keep going! In the last few seconds, Captain Shui was still yelling, and Commander Fong did not stop him. But once the absolute defense disappeared, the two people who bore the attacks of two Tian Yaos would probably become meat patties in an instant. At this moment, a gray snow fell from the sky. The gray snow fell on the body of the silver Tian Yao, and it melted directly like real snow, but the melted snow did not turn into water, but into a ball of green flame, burning coldly and quietly. More and more snow fell on the huge body of the sky demon, slowly forming a piece. Extreme cold is also a kind of boiling heat. The sky demon felt uncomfortable, looked down at the flames on his body, smiled contemptuously, and didn't take it seriously at first. The surface of his body squirmed, and thick mucus was secreted and flowed down, and the green fire was extinguished. Just extinguishing it does not mean the end. The snow kept falling, and the green fire fell on the mucus and could still burn. The sky demon realized that something was wrong. The silver sky demon, who had fought with Wei Huan, suddenly looked up when he thought of something. Although there were dark clouds in the sky, he could not see anything. However, this could not be hidden from it. As a life of the space system, it concentrated its power in its eyes, and easily saw the black bird soaring in the other dimension. The black bird was more than a kilometer long, with long tail feathers. The rich netherworld power fell during its flight, and it actually permeated the dimension wall, and fell into this world. This netherworld power was extremely pure, and the world was cold. The heart of the silver demon also became cold. The human necromancer is here? How could it be so fast? Before using the secret technique to come here, it had confirmed that this human was in the demon world. Although it didn't know what he was doing, he had indeed not returned. Now he is here. Is it because he was teleported from another transmission channel? No, that's not right. It was also watching the other channel. Even if it really came, it would not be without any information. The ability to travel thousands of miles in an instant is not uncommon in the advanced world, but this demon looked down on Wei Huan and his tribe from the bottom of his heart, so he had some wild thoughts after being frightened, and then he reacted, no matter how he came here. The fact is that he appeared here. Should we continue to fight? The silver demon looked at his companion, and saw that it had no reaction to the nether gray snow. It seemed that he didn't know how powerful this death magician was. If the two demons fled at the sight of the wind, it would have no face to go back. The silver demon made up its mind, and decided to fight a good battle first. But at the same time, it didn't know that its sight was already wandering everywhere, both to see where the undead came from, and to subconsciously escape. Deep in its heart, it was very reluctant to fight this human. Because the silver demon's attention was divided, it was no longer on Team Shui. Team Shui and Fong William joined forces to withstand the attack of the demon-faced demon. At the same time, the demon-faced demon also wanted to use mental attacks on the humans in the base, but Xia Yu and the angels struggled to resist. For a while, it was unable to break through the defense. The attack was blocked, and the demon-faced demon found that he was ignited by green fire. The body's defense mechanism started to work automatically. Although the green flame can burn on the secreted mucus, it will also be extinguished by the mucus. The tepid means seemed boring. Although the demon-faced demon despised it, it did not completely ignore it. It knew that this was a death domain. In the battle in the domain, the person who used the domain would create the most suitable environment for himself and weaken the opponent. The rise and fall of the two may change the situation. In the battlefield of all races, only some races can obtain the domain. It is a battle skill that the naturally bad races comprehend to make up for the gap between themselves and the powerful races. Not all of them are very powerful, but there are also very strong ones. Unexpectedly, a human race with only a 6th level civilization actually has the ability of domain. The demon-faced demon immediately increased his attacks on Captain Shui and Fong William, intending to beat the two people in front of him to death before the person who cast the domain officially attacked. The sudden tense battle, and the pain of the nether fire burning on his body made him ignore the slight pain in his neck. It is the only demon with 9 heads in the world, and it is born with a strong bloodline. These guys like ants should bow down to the demon and let them die. They can't live. Boom! The full-strength attack fell again. Even the 2 tanks of mankind spurted out blood in the face of such an attack, and could not resist it at all. Boom! There was another sound, and Changle, with his black hair and black hair all over his body, fell down again, making a deep pit on the ground. He blocked the demon's attack alone, but it was only one blow. He had withdrawn from the magic pattern state under the deep pit, lying with twisted limbs, weak breath, and fainted. The demon-faced demon raised his hand, for the 3rd time. Fong William and Captain Shui gritted their teeth, and prepared to fight again. However, the gap in strength was huge. Even with pseudogod level equipment, they could not withstand the damage. It was impossible to hold on for 2 minutes until the base's shield rose again. However, the light in their eyes did not disappear, and they even gathered strength again. It was because the gray snowball explained everything. Commander Wei is back. As long as Commander Wei is here, they will not die. Hold on for a while longer, and this battle will be won. Boom! Another sound. This time Captain Shui and Fong William vomited more blood. Captain Shui vomited blood well, and his mouth was still dirty and mocking, "Your grandmother." The demon-faced demon didn't know why these two humans were so hateful. He was so murderous that he wanted to tear them into pieces. Seeing that he failed to kill them 3 times in a row, he raised his hands. For the 4th time, he must kill this annoying thing. Captain Shui wanted to stand up to block it, but he couldn't stand up. It seemed that all his bones were broken. TSK. It's a pseudogod level equipment. It's useless for him to wear it. If Lao Chui was here, he and Su Qingqiang would be able to chop this guy to distract him, so he would have time to heal. Now, I don't know if I can hold on again. Boss. Captain Shui couldn't help but howl. He felt that he couldn't hold on. He didn't want to die. Xiaoxue had just given birth to a child and returned to Blue Star for confinement. He wanted to go back to accompany his wife and watch the child grow up. If you don't take action, you die. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly blocked the light. The sun was dazzling at noon. He squinted and saw a violent bear that was growing rapidly. Boom! Bixiong's body slumped down, and he was knocked into the ground, but he managed to hold on. Brother Xiong, you are finally here. Captain Shui choked on blood, but he did not forget to mutter. At the same time, his body sank down, and he fell into a pit that had been dug at some point. He was carried on the back of the facehugger, and ran away with his 8 legs twitching. Hee. Captain Shui choked on blood, and knew he would not die. There was constant movement on the ground, and gravel and sand fell in the tunnel. There was another loud boom, and the entire tunnel collapsed. But at this time, Captain Shui and Fong William had been sent back to the base, and the prayers that had been waiting here for a long time treated them as soon as possible. The two were in great pain, but they dared not faint. They opened their bloodshot eyes, and watched the battle outside on the projection screen, ready to jump up and fight again at any time. In fact, even if Wei Huan came back, the battle situation was not so optimistic. After all, there were 2 celestial demons, and Wei Huan had not yet reached Sequence 7. Even if he was the strongest Sequence 6 in the entire challenge world, so what? He was 3 levels lower, how could he fight? The big bear barely resisted the attack of the demon-faced celestial demon, but he could not withstand a few attacks, and was about to collapse. As a last resort, Mu Zhong tapped the earrings and gave the big bear a bloodthirsty blessing, which increased the attributes tenfold, so that it could barely resist and not be killed by the demon-faced celestial demon. 3 minutes, they only had 3 minutes. Once the big bear fell into weakness, no one in this world could withstand the attack of the celestial demon. So while the big bear could still hold on, Wei Huan opened fire with full force, and also used the pseudogod level 2-headed hidden demon with bloodthirsty blessing and judgment to attack, and exploded 3 times, cooperating with the big bear to beat the demon-faced sky demon. The demon-faced sky demon was indeed unable to continue to suppress for a while, and its body could not help but shrink back, leaving the body that was almost pressing over the base for the first time. On the other side, the silver sky demon was entangled by the point beast again. Facing this defeated opponent, the silver sky demon was relatively calm, allowing the point beast to entangle itself, while, like before, sticking its soft flesh out of the gap between the leg bones and devouring the point beast in reverse. As for the pseudogod level magic eye lords, who surrounded itself and continuously shot out black rays, and the Shuroma, who released thunder and lightning with clouds and rain, the silver sky demon didn't care. The wounds they attacked were not as fast as its healing. It was just a little painful, just bear it. It wrestled with the dot beast like 2 octopuses fighting, their bodies getting tighter and tighter, even causing the silver sky demon to feel severe pain. In memory, the last time I killed this octopus like undead, it didn't hurt this much. He took the time to look down, and saw that many undead had climbed up his body. The tentacles growing from his body trapped them. Most of the undead were strangled directly, and some undead had their tentacles cut off. The tentacles were also made of flesh and skin, and each tentacle had nerves, so it was no wonder that it felt painful. It didn't matter, they were all harmless injuries. As long as he killed this octopus undead that was entangled with him, he would win this battle. This should be the strongest method of that human, right? Each time, only this undead was sent out. As long as it was defeated, that human would have no ability to resist, and would die. The silver demon gritted his teeth, ignored the increasingly intense pain on his body, and made his body softer and softer. The beast wrapped around it, and then wrapped it back little by little. The same method was used on it 3 times. Isn't it too arrogant? The demon-faced demon really couldn't do anything to the big bear, and the big head in the bloodthirsty state for a while. The 10 times of attributes, plus the blessing of judgment, especially in the direction that he is more proficient in, is even higher than the demon-faced demon. In short, the big head's 3 times burst could not defeat the demon-faced demon, but the demon-faced demon's attack was also resisted by the big bear, and he could not kill the 2 undead. The 2 sides were deadlocked. They fought all the way from the outside of the base wall, and fought 3 kilometers away. For a while, no one could do anything to anyone. But just when the demon-faced demon was a little angry after being beaten, the undead chasing it suddenly stopped and then ran towards the wall again. The demon-faced demon was suddenly left out, stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Could it be that these 2 undeads were going to join forces with other undeads and concentrate their fighting power to kill the silver demon first? There are countless planes and 3,000 worlds, and there are only 9 demons. It is impossible not to save them. After the demon-faced demon reacted, he howled and chased back. It was just very strange. It thought that the 2 undeads were going to kill the silver demon, but the 2 undeads only ran back a little and stopped again when they were 1 kilometer away from the base. They turned to face it, making provocative roars of AO AO and hoo-hoo. The demon-faced demon noticed something was wrong. It looked at the 2 undeads waiting in front and slowly stopped. This group of humans is the most cunning. They have calculated it twice. Even if it did not hurt it at all, the army it led suffered countless casualties, which made it hate it, but it also became cautious. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. What are these guys trying to do? The demon-faced demon stopped, looked around, and saw his companions still fighting not far away. It was just an 8th level undead. Was it that hard to kill? Even if it was besieged, this low-level race would just be crushed by the body and turned into dregs. After a few glances, the demon-faced demon gradually smelled a familiar smell. Perhaps the blood, which is colorless and tasteless to other races, and is like the mucus secreted by the body, is a faint fragrance under the sense of smell of the demon race. Now, the fragrance in this area is too strong to be normal. But both himself and his companions looked normal, and there was no heavy bleeding. What happened? Wei Huan had been watching the demon-faced demon. After finding that it was wrong, he hurriedly gave an order in his heart. Go up. The master's order sounded in the heads of Big Bear and Big Head at the same time, and the 2 undeads rushed up immediately. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! But the demon-faced demon, who was fighting them hard not long ago, retreated a long way, like a rubber band pulled back, briefly accumulating strength, and then suddenly released. Schwa! The body condensed and turned into a condensed point. With unstoppable speed and strength, it suddenly bounced towards its companions. Something is wrong. Chapter 332. Not good. Wei Huan thought to himself, but he also knew that he couldn't stop it. This demon should have noticed something was wrong. But how did it find out? Humans can't smell the blood of demons in the air, but such a concentration is already very abnormal in the eyes of fellow demons. The demon-faced demon didn't know why, but he had to find the problem. As it got closer to the demon, the fragrance of blood became stronger. That's right, something went wrong, isn't it? Bang! The force of the ejection hit the demon eye lord hard, and the demon eye lord exploded instantly and returned to the tomb. Wei Huan tilted his head back, and the green flame in his left eye faded. He turned his head to look at the huge projection screen in the conference room, and at the same time, he saw the truth. After the illusion of the demon eye lord disappeared, the dot beast completely showed its ferocious appearance as it advanced to the half-step god level. The seemingly harmless and elegant jellyfish body now has more tentacles, hundreds of them. Although the tentacles are still in the white bone state and still look shiny, they are covered with numerous dense hooks. The hooks are hard and green. A drop of green liquid overflows from the top of the thorns and falls on the ground, which even pierces the ground half a meter deep. And these hooks with green, liquid flowing have been actively entangled by the silver sky demon and deeply penetrated into its skin and injected drop by drop. The body of the silver sky demon has pieces of hideous and twisted green patches, which are extremely terrifying. It is poison. It is a terrible poison. That's right, after eating the 8th level demon lord, the point beast gained the ability of poison. Wave 1 had never really taken poison seriously, because his undead were not afraid of it. Almost 99% of the poisons could not work on the undead. Even if they worked, they would be cured by resurrecting in the tomb. Wave 1 had never thought that poison was that powerful, so when he finally found the soul of the 8th level demon lord after traveling through mountains and rivers, he was upset for a long time when the beast awakened, and it was poison. But the change of ideas was also very simple. One day, when he woke up from a sleep, his clear mind walked out of the dead end. Wave 1 suddenly realized that he was not afraid of poison, but who else was not afraid of it besides him? The demon lord could become the son of the world and lead the demons with the help of poison, so this poison would not be an ordinary poison. The demon lord's poison, plus his nether cold poison, how many creatures in this world can withstand such poison? In order to test the damage of the beast's poison, Wave 1 took a drop of poison and fed it to a 6th level demon. The level 6 demon didn't even last a second before dying on the ground. The netherworld fire would burn in his body for a long time, and even the ashes would be burned and completely vaporized in the world. Very scary. Such a poison attack, let alone the enemy, even the combat team might not be able to cooperate in the battle. Wave 1 didn't think that anyone in the world could solve the attack of this poison, because it has already involved the law, and it is not shallow. But Wave 1 also knew that the weakness of the poison attack was actually very obvious. Facing a powerful life, it would definitely take longer to take effect. The celestial demon was not a fool. After noticing the abnormality, he would definitely avoid the poison. The poison would have no effect if it didn't reach the body. Therefore, no matter how much pressure there was on the demon-faced sky demon, he placed the demon eye lord here, just to continue to create illusions, so that the silver sky demon could not see the thorns and the poison on the thorns. In order to hide the pain of the thorns piercing the flesh, Wave 1 did not hesitate to let the army of undead crawl on the body of the silver sky demon, just to create the scene of an ant biting an elephant. Moreover, the illusion cannot be used only on the silver sky demon. The demon-faced sky demon was also affected by the illusion, until it retreated while fighting and retreated to 3 kilometers away, and was about to exceed the illusion distance of the demon-faced lord. Wave 1 could only let Big Bear and Big Head come back. However, such an abrupt move made the demon-faced sky demon suspicious, and then it calmed down and noticed something unusual. Wave 1 looked at the colorful but still large area of original silver sky demon, and secretly said it was a pity. If this sky demon came alone this time, it would definitely die. It's just that it has experience this time. It won't be easy to kill it with the same method next time. All Wave 1 was thinking about how to save it, when a sharp howl exploded in his soul sea. It was anger, fear, and deep hatred, which set off a storm in Wave 1's soul sea. His feet were weak, and he was shaking. He supported himself on the table to stand firm. Looking at the virtual projection screen again, he saw that the two celestial demons suddenly mixed together, their heads became sharp, and they hit the void, and a void passage appeared directly in front of him. The two celestial demons, or the demon-faced celestial demon, rolled up the silver celestial demon, plunged into the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Watching them leave, Wave 1 didn't know whether he was regretful or fortunate. If he continued to kill, he might not be the opponent of the two sky demons. In order to support the giantization of the point beast, his dark power was almost exhausted. But if he persisted for a while longer, could he really kill a sky demon? Letting the tiger go back to the mountain would bring endless troubles. After all, his strength was still a little weak. If he could reach sequence 7, he would have the confidence to keep these two sky demons. What? Su Qingqiang was taken away. Mu Zhong's panicked voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Wei Huan's scattered thoughts suddenly gathered, and he looked over hurriedly. Mu Zhong looked at the space where the sky demon disappeared and thought for a few seconds, then gave an order. Let the sky bug follow and see, and the fortune teller, hurry. Don't let the space repair. Wei Huan wanted to say that he would go, but after feeling the bottom of his dark power, he didn't say anything. He had neither the ability to shuttle through space, nor the skills of hiding his body in the gambler sequence. Tracking was not his forte. The premise of his adventure was that he was confident enough, not really taking the risk. He knew his importance very well. If he really died, the blue-starred human race might also rise again. The sky bug and the fortune teller followed, and the starship pilot of the pilot sequence 6 also went with them. It happened that they took the mecha driven by the pilot sequence, 3 in a group, and flew into the space crack for more than 10 times before stopping. The 3 sequences behind them also stayed outside the space crack to maintain the space crack to prevent people who entered it from getting lost in the alien space and unable to come back. Such an orderly situation obviously had a plan for this situation before. Mu Zhong has always been the most reliable at critical moments, thinking quickly and foreseeing ahead. Mu Zhong arranged people to track him, and called a medical team to treat the wounded. It turned out that before the silver demon left, it was not just roaring at Wei Huan, it used mental blasting, and all the soldiers who were not in the chariot fell down, with a lot of injuries. Now it depends on whether Xia Yu can save them. Wei Huan has not been so embarrassed for a long time since his rebirth. This battle to defend the city, even if it is a victory, is only a narrow victory, and what kind of victory is this? It's just a pause. If the two demons come back, he may have to run away with his men. At this time, the protective shield just rose again. Mu Zhong, who was relieved, turned to look at Wei Huan. Fortunately, you came back in time. The attack and defense of the celestial demons are stronger than we expected, and we didn't know they have the ability to teleport over long distances. If you were not here, our losses would be tragic. Wei Huan said, we didn't collect enough intelligence. We must be careful that they will attack again. Mu Zhong nodded. I plan to evacuate this world temporarily. What do you think? Wei Huan's fingers tapped silently on the table, and finally raised his head and said, I want to advance to the 7th level. Mu Zhong could probably guess that Wei Huan would not leave, but he didn't expect that he would stay and advance to the 7th level. Do you have a clue? Wei Huan nodded, and told him what he had gained during this period. After the tomb was connected into a piece and turned into a continent, Wei Huan felt that he had opened the door to the 7th level of advancement, but the area of this continent was far from enough at the moment. He had to obtain more souls to fill the underworld and turn it into dirty soil. Back in the challenge world, there are no souls to harvest. If he wants to advance, the only way is in the real world. Especially the demon world, it was simply a leap born for him. If he went back, he would not know how long it would take to advance. Now there is an extremely clear road in front of him, and he would never go back no matter what. Mu Zhong's eyebrows were frowned into a river. Someone happened to call him, and he said to Wei Huan, let me think about it again. You should take a good rest. This matter is not urgent. Let's talk about it when we are calm. Wei Huan nodded, and took out an energy tank from the space warehouse to absorb it. However, with his current nether power value, even if he brought hundreds of energy tanks, he could not recover much. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. While mechanically absorbing the nether power, Wei Huan reviewed the pros and cons of this battle in his mind. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. The base has become much quieter. Everyone is busy at their own posts. Many soldiers have been sent back to the challenge world. The returning chariots have formed a long queue in front of the boundary gate. There is no news about Su Qingqiang yet. There is no news from those who went to track the Sky Demon. There was also the uneasiness that the Sky Demon might return, which enveloped the base, and the tension could be clearly felt. The only good news was that Hammer Brothers sent a message saying that the demon army had started to secretly hunt. High-level demons could hunt for food, but low-level demons were strictly controlled and could not leave the army, so they began to attack their own kind. At present, this news is not very exciting. The sudden arrival of the Sky Demon disrupted the deployment of the human side. Now that they have decided to evacuate, the benefits of the demons killing each other are greatly reduced. Go on. Wei Huan said, be careful, the whereabouts of the two Sky Demons are unknown. I remember you also saw the third Sky Demon, so be careful of its sudden appearance. In addition, if you find the movement of the demon, tell me immediately that Su Qingqiang is in danger. Yes. 2 hours later, Wei Huan went to see Captain Shui, Fang William, and the injured soldiers, and saw that Mu Zhong had finally finished his work and looked like he was waiting for him. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan stepped forward. Mu Zhong nodded, turned around and walked in front. Come. The two of them entered the smallest conference room one after the other. Mu Zhong walked to the table and waited for Wei Huan to close the door. He turned around and hugged Wei Huan. What's wrong? Wei Huan put his arm around his waist. Mu Zhong shook his head, but just hugged Wei Huan for a while before looking up and saying, you have to stay here. I can't accompany you. Captain Shui is injured. Brother Chang is missing. Jacques and Brother Hammer are not back yet. I have to return to Challenge World to take charge of the overall situation. I really want to stay, but Kritiv and my father can't bear this responsibility. I can only. Wei Huan's eyes were extremely gentle. I know everything. Mu Zhong raised his head, looked deeply at Wei Huan, and kissed him gently on the lips. He looked at every inch of Wei Huan's face carefully and said, in half an hour at most, we will evacuate all the way. I will go with them. Yes. Wei Huan continued to nod. looking at Mu Zhong's lips with lingering interest, and moved his hand around his waist upwards, clasping the man's neck, and deepened the kiss with force. It's been almost 10 days since they last saw each other. It's not that the two of them couldn't stand 10 days, but in such a crisis, every separation represents a risk. There is today, but no tomorrow. Wei Huan kissed him greedily, plundering Mu Zhong's breath, pressing against him hard, and almost losing control for a short time. But in the end, the two had to separate and tried to calm down. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong again and said, "I will wait for you to leave before I leave." Mu Zhong nodded. "Don't be too adventurous. You already know the strength of the three-headed demon. Don't confront them before you are completely sure." "Okay." Coming out of the conference room, sitting at the large conference table in the middle, Commander Fong William, who was facing this direction, looked at the hands of the two and said, "General Mu, get ready to go." Mu Zhong tightened his grip on Wei Huan's hand. "So soon?" Fong William nodded. "The chariot has started, and will soon be separated from the building." Then he stood up and looked at to Wei Huan. "I know you want to stay. I sorted out the supplies here and left you some, which should be useful." Mu Zhong said, "I have prepared it too. You can take it as you like. Do you really not need to arrange people?" Wei Huan said, "No, Brother Chui and the others have arrived here. Let them go back." "Okay." Mu Zhong nodded. "I will leave some people to split the whole into parts, mainly to maintain the smooth signal here, and wait for news from Brother Chang." Wei Huan wanted to say something, but found that there seemed to be nothing to say. It was just a separation, not that they would never meet again. It would be hypocritical to be reluctant to leave like this. "Okay, I go out first." Mu Zhong held Wei Huan's hand tightly, and then let go. Watching Wei Huan's back disappear in the cab, he closed his eyes, and opened them again, and the reluctance in his eyes disappeared, and walked towards Fong William with a serious face. "Commander Fong, get ready to leave." The chariot that Mu Zhong was in was the last to leave, and it was Fong William's 7th level chariot. The chariot passed through the boundary gate, and the base was in a state of depression. Only a very small number of people stayed. They were assigned special tasks. After saying goodbye to Wei Huan, they quickly left the base and disappeared. Wei Huan glanced at the base that had lost even the protective shield, and was also wondering if his chariot would have a greater chance of winning this battle if it was here. It's a pity that there is no if. He must go to the Dark Beast Plane, so he must go to the 7th level world. Wei Huan called out the Point Beast. The normal form of the Point Beast did not have those hooks on its long feet, and its body just changed from the original white jade color to a faint green. Wei Huan made the Point Beast smaller, and floated on his shoulder. He cast the magic door, and the next second, he returned to the swamp plain thousands of miles away. Next, he had to catch up with the demon army. Mu Zhong's strategy made the demons kill each other, and killed more than 100,000 demons. These were nutrients of the dirty land. It would be a pity to give them up. There was also Broken Mountain, the former headquarters of the Pioneer Army, where 60,000 demons were buried. They were all nutrients for him to become stronger. When he absorbed these 2 batches of energy, the 80 million demon army would become his prey, and he would follow and kill them, all for the sake of making himself stronger. Maybe the heavenly demon would hunt him, but he was not afraid. He could not kill the heavenly demon, and it was impossible for the heavenly demon to kill him. Let this extreme hunting kick off the feast of his own strengthening. 3 months later, a group of millions of demons, mainly high-level demons, were fleeing in the 100,000 mountains of the demon beast world. Wherever they passed, the demon beasts were frightened away, and the mountains were shaking. But this was not a hunt. Although the monsters seemed to be chased by the demons, and some of the slow ones were caught and eaten, most of the monsters were safe as long as they made more detours, or found a cave to hide until the demons ran past. Relatively speaking, the demons with stronger overall strength and more ferocious faces seemed more panicked. They did not forget to look behind them while running, with terrified eyes, as if a great terror was chasing them. This was indeed the case. The monsters that had escaped a little by hiding in the cave, after the demons ran past, poked their heads out of the cave, and saw the legendary human. The human sat on a white ghost that looked like a spider or a jellyfish with a hint of green, and flew over his head. There was also a black bird with a body like black smoke and long tail feathers flying around him. And a dragon-like monster whose body flickered, as if it could perform space escape, and every movement would bring an electric current explosion. Yes, that's right, it's that human. His appearance means they are safe. A rumor has been spreading among the monsters since some time. The demon king who came from another world ruled the monster world, and the human warriors drove him away. After 2 years, the Demon King made a comeback, and the demons were rampant on the earth. Only the human warriors who controlled the dragon and phoenix could fight against him. How this human came is actually not important. Did they once dominate the monster tribe? Are they invaders? In front of more hateful and terrifying enemies, it is no longer important. The demon tribe feeds on monsters. Wherever they pass, no grass grows. The monster tribe disappears by the thousands, and no one from the old to the young is left. This crisis that concerns themselves is more terrifying than the rumor that all high-level monsters died in the Holy Mountain 2 years ago. Moreover, after the human race occupied the monster world, they only moved in designated areas. The monsters in the 10,000 mountains remained the same, not suffering from life, and naturally did not care who was the master. Now, they were persecuted by the demons and forced to flee wildly. They also saw with their own eyes that the slow runners were swallowed by the demons. The bloody scene stimulated the monsters to be scared. The appearance of this powerful human was like a savior. The monsters themselves did not know when they began to worship this human. In short, when they saw the legendary figure really appear in front of them, the monsters were excited as if they saw the savior. In addition to the strong sense of security, some monsters even jumped out and wanted to show him the way. If they could join and become a member of his great undead army, it would be a great honor. Wave 1. Looking at the monsters, who always jumped out strangely, chasing him for a while, or running for a while like a guide, he also went from being puzzled and vigilant at the beginning to being clear now. In the terror of being hunted by demons, these demon beasts actually began to be grateful to him, a human who was also an invader. Not being able to distinguish right from wrong and swaying with the wind, this is the sadness of the weak, and it is also the limitation of only being able to see a little bit when looking up from the bottom. With limited vision, one can only guess, and it is not surprising that a narrow-minded person would make a stupid mistake of taking the enemy as his father. In this regard, Wave 1 did not correct, did not object, and of course did not trust. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He hunted down the demons only for the return of the human race, and for his own promotion to Sequence 7. What does it have to do with the demon beasts? What do they think, and what does it have to do with him? Wave 1 ignored all the monsters chasing him, and showing his goodwill until he caught up with a demon. Without waiting for his order, Big Head and Sister Crow flashed out at the same time. These two pseudogod-level undeads were enough to kill demons below level 7 in an instant, and they also flew fast. He released them to follow him so that he could attack at any time. The demons that fell behind were only level 5. If they were not weak, they would not be left behind by the fleeing demon army. Since Wave 1 decided to harvest the souls of these demons to nourish the filthy land 3 months ago, in preparation for his advancement to Sequence 7, he has been like a venomous snake, following behind the demon army and killing a large number of demons. Unfortunately, the three-headed demon did not appear from beginning to end. Wave 1 killed the 100 million demons and made them flee, but he did not get any news about Su Qingqiang. But he knew that Su Qingqiang should have gone to the demon world. Because suddenly one day Wave 1 found that the number of demons in the monster world increased. Later he found out that these demons seemed to be driven to gather at the entrance on the side of the demon world, and kept pouring into the monster world. Now the swamp plains in the monster world have been occupied by low-level demons, and it seems to be spreading outward. Wave 1 disliked that these demons were too low-level, and it was a waste of time to kill the first and second-level demons, so he only focused on the remnants of the 100 million demon army and hunted them down. Under his constant hunting day and night, the demon army, except for the scattered soldiers who fled, was now chasing the largest and strongest team. An army led by the remaining 2 7th-level demons, the rest were all 6th level, and only a few 5th-level demons, had been reduced to 1 million under Wave 1's continuous hunting, and there were very few 5th-level demons left. Wave 1 knew that the time to close the net was finally coming. It is not easy to capture all these millions of demons in one fell swoop. They will collapse at the first blow, and will not stop fighting at all. Wave 1 has a big appetite, and hopes to eat them all at once, so he followed this group of demons for more than half a month, setting traps little by little, just waiting for this moment today. Chapter 333. As this 5th-level demon was torn to pieces, Sister Crow and Big Head, who always came back after killing in the past, did not stop this time. Instead, they surpassed the demon army at a faster speed and chased them. The running demons looked at the familiar figure that surpassed them in horror, and their minds were in chaos. How could it be so fast? Did they lie to them before? Such an arrangement was naturally for today's layout. Besides, these demons have been fleeing in panic for more than half a month, and their speed has slowed down without knowing it, Not to mention that the 3 undeads following them are the fastest undeads, and they can easily surpass them. Now they flew to the front of this demon army in a blink of an eye and attacked a 7th level demon in the team. This demon is strong and muscular, with extremely gorgeous red magic patterns on his body, and the aura of a high-level demon is extremely obvious, and its identity can be seen in a glance. It was stopped by Sister Crow and Big Head, and the 2 pseudogod level undead attacked at the same time, and it was instantly at a disadvantage. The level 7 demon struggled to hold on, and fell into the middle of the demon army during the fight. The aftermath of the battle alone killed countless low-level demons. The level 7 demon turned over the body of the low-level demon, and saw a strange black mass on the body of the low-level demon that he had crushed. However, before he could take a closer look, the black mass disappeared again, leaving only a small pit, indicating that there was indeed something here. Thinking of something, the level 7 demon was shocked, looked around, and fear was left in his eyes. Then, it suddenly screamed "Ah!" The howling sound spread far away, all the way to the ears of an inconspicuous demon in the middle of the demon army. The demon's eyes turned around, and turned to look at the human hanging far behind them. His eyes instantly became sharp and ferocious. Then, its breath quickly grew. As its body grew, the magic pattern that was covered by its innate magical power was also revealed. This is the 2nd level 7 demon in his team. If Wei Huan didn't have the soul-searching technique, he would know that there are 9 level 7 demons in the demon world and where they all died. I'm afraid he wouldn't know that there is a 2nd level 7 demon hidden in this team. This level 7 demon is good at hiding. If you hide yourself among the demons and don't know its existence, it will attack you when you are careless. I'm afraid it will really have an unexpected effect. Unfortunately, Wei Huan didn't panic when he saw the level 7 demon flying towards him. As soon as he thought about it, a terrible abnormality occurred in the demon army. One by one, the level 6 undead suddenly appeared beside the demon army. At the location where they appeared, there was a small dog-headed man with a sly smile and a hooked hand. He had hidden in the middle of the demon army without knowing when. At the same time, the female dog-headed man beside Wei Huan had already reached the level of a half-step pseudogod. It ate a 7th level demon that Wei Huan had carefully selected and was very good at hiding, and had the current strength. The small dog-headed man it controlled had a very clean aura around him, and was also good at hiding. In the past half-month, Wei Huan had been chasing this team, and had not taken action for a long time, just to lay out the harvest at this moment. The small dog-headed man vomited out the high-level undead that they had hidden in the space in advance. In just a moment, the demon army was thrown into chaos, and fighting continued everywhere. Brother Diaogong received Wei Huan's order, and led the wolf army to surround the demons, and then cut the demon army into small pieces. Divide and surround. Wei Huan didn't want to miss such a big meal. Then, the army of undead descended like a river from the sky. In the interval of the battle, Wei Huan saw the unwilling and hateful eyes of 2 level 7 demons. Wei Huan calmly turned his eyes away, and saw a group of monsters following him several miles behind him, with their excited and admiring looks. It was fair. The high-level combat power of level 6 and 7 in the 2 worlds was completely wiped out by himself. Even if the space channel was left, the strength of the 2 worlds would be equal. Anyway, they are not of the same race, so it is not a bad thing to let them kill each other and evolve naturally. This battle lasted for a long time. The fight of trap beasts is always more difficult, and Wei Huan wanted to keep all the demon army, so it took so long. When the last level 7 demon fell, Wei Huan held its soul in his hand, looked at the corpses on the ground, and let out a long breath. After harvesting these souls, he should be able to advance, right? Raising his hand downward, his fingers became claws, grabbing souls in the void, and the large demon corpses under his feet turned into foul-smelling black corpse water. It is unknown how many years it will take for this land to return to normal. But at the same time, the tomb world and Wei Huan's professional temple, those black filthy lands that seemed to be alive, and gave birth to infinitely twisted souls, finally crossed the last trace, the other side that could not be reached for a long time, and connected the 8 tombs around. Boom! Wei Huan only felt that his strength suddenly increased, and the world in front of him became slow and narrow. His sea of soul expanded to infinity, and his consciousness suddenly expanded, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. He was like standing on the sea of clouds, looking down from a high place. Whether it was the hidden demons or the monsters chasing him, they had nowhere to hide, and were firmly controlled by him. At the same time, the 8 tombs, more than 1 million undead, were swallowed by the filthy earth, and the next second they were transformed into undead under his control, with green fire in their eyes, looking up. The increase of undead is closely related to his own strength. Not to mention how much the dark power that cannot be counted for the time being will surge. The simplest thing is that, after the dark power is increased, it nourishes the body. Wei Huan can clearly feel that his physical strength is much stronger. The increase in soul, body, supernatural powers, all represent that he has entered the next stage. Finally, he entered Sequence 7 and became a true disaster apostle. That's right, the Great Keeper has never been a quiet and disciplined profession. Just like the name of this series of advanced ones, wherever he passes by, it is like a disaster. It is not the disappearance of a few dozen lives, but the sacrifice of thousands and countless lives that can put him on the final throne. Wei Huan has no sympathy. After the upgrade, he glanced at the monsters that followed, and then used his spiritual sense to scan the demon that was panicking and hiding in the dark. He knew that if he left these demons, the monsters living in this area would probably suffer, but he didn't want to care at all. A magic gate appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it. After his figure completely disappeared, the magic gate also disappeared. Then he appeared in the monster's grave. I don't know how many monsters in this world still remember that 2 years ago, this plain was covered with the blood of monsters. Wei Huan even locked up their netherworld energy after death, and asked Mu Zhong to create a large number of netherworld totems, turning this place into the netherworld. Right next to the holy mountain in the monster's heart. Like blasphemy, it spreads more every day. After all, under the threat of demons, the things done by the human race have been beautified and forgotten. They know that this area is a restricted area, the most terrible place in the world, and they must not enter. Wei Huan located one of the coordinates of the portal in the middle of the monster's grave. After he appeared, he opened the 12 portals added after the advancement, releasing a large number of undead spirits to wander in this dark fog, both to drive away the guards, and to use their dark power to increase the concentration of the dark in this area. The next step is very important for Wei Huan. He needs to accumulate strength after the advancement to Sequence 7. For a Great Keeper, his own strength is not important. What is important is that the undead is strong enough. So after everything was arranged, Wei Huan took out the professional training ground he always carried with him from the space warehouse in his soul, undead ranch. Putting the coffin on the ground, Wei Huan opened the door of the coffin and walked in, and came to the undead ranch. The undead ranch has never stopped raising the undead, and every 5 days it will provide Wei Huan with 300 level 6 undead. 3 days are used to nurture level 6 undead, and the remaining 2 days are for the recovery of grass. This production line-like production has accumulated a lot in the past 2 years, allowing Wei Huan's undead army to have a continuous increase in level 6 undead, and even many wolves have been promoted to level 6. Today, Wei Huan walked on the land of this pasture, walked past the location of level 6 grass, and came to the level 7 grass. The trees are bigger, more than 100 meters high, and the yellow tree tumors hanging on them are also larger, with blood veins densely distributed inside, clearly visible. However, there are only 100 such trees, which is 2/3 less than level 6 grass, and the evolution of ordinary undead will take longer. Wei Huan knows that it will be a long process to advance from Sequence 7 to Sequence 8. It will take a long time just to rectify the combat power in his hands. But at the moment, he has more important things to do, so naturally he will not think too much. Ordering the pseudo-god level and legendary undead in his hands to enter the 7-star pasture, Wei Huan left the undead pasture directly, guarded outside the coffin, and focused on cultivation. He must grow up in the shortest time, and go to the demon world to find those celestial demons. There has been no news about Su Qingqiang, and the challengers responsible for tracking and looking for him have evacuated this world one after another. Many people think that Su Qingqiang is dead, but Wei Huan always believes that Su Qingqiang is still alive. Su Qingqiang ate so many of his undead, and sold his soul to him a long time ago. If Su Qingqiang died, his soul would not go anywhere, and would only appear in his tomb. If there is no soul of Su Qingqiang in the tomb, then Su Qingqiang is still alive. Su Qingqiang is an indestructible cockroach, a man who struggled from the welfare home after the apocalypse and made his own way. He is extremely strong both physically and mentally, and has a spirit of never giving up. Such a person will not die so easily. Wei Huan prefers to believe that Su Qingqiang has not appeared until now, and it should be that he is temporarily unable to escape, not that he is dead. So Wei Huan must find him and rescue him. Going to the demon world again, and finding the three-headed demon is the only way. Although Wei Huan is anxious, he is not reckless. He has fought with the demon, and knows very well that he is not the opponent of the three-headed demon, so he must become stronger before taking action. After chasing the demon army for so long, he finally advanced to Sequence 7. Now he only needs to wait for the elite undead to complete the advancement, and he can set off. Time passes day by day. While waiting for the elite undead to break out of the cocoon, Wei Huan adapts to the changes in his strength after the advancement. First, after advancing to Sequence 7, he obtained 12 portals. Not only did he increase the number of portals by 2, but each portal was also expanded to accommodate more undead. Take the wolf army as an example. Originally, 500 wolves could be summoned per second, but now, he can summon 1,500 wolves per second. With 2 more portals, the speed of summoning has tripled. This improvement is quite terrifying. In other words, Wei Huan can summon more than 90,000 wolves in 1 minute, and the entire wolf army can be in place. In addition, Wei Huan's summoning distance has also been expanded from the original 70 kilometers to a diameter of about 150 kilometers. If the area covered by him is centered, the diameter can be close to 300 kilometers. According to other experience, as his strength increases, the summoning distance will definitely increase, and it is very likely that his summoning distance will be expanded to 200 kilometers. This coverage area is the real coverage of a city. 9 days later, the first batch of ordinary undead completed the 7th level advancement, and their strength was naturally much higher than that of the 6th level. This is the 7th level. The demon world gathers the entire world, and only 9 7th level demons have been nurtured in so many years, but Wei Huan only waited for 9 days after the upgrade and got 33 7th level undead. These undead are nourished by the filthy land. Although their individual strength is not as good as that of a 7th level demon, it is not difficult for 2 to surround and kill a 7th level demon. But these 33 7th level undead are not what Wei Huan is most looking forward to. He set his sights on the other 7-star pastures. In those swollen tree tumors, there are sleeping pseudo-god level or legendary undeads. They have evolved for half of their life, and will soon break out of their cocoons. They are Wei Huan's real trump card. Wei Huan sent out the first batch of 33 undeads that evolved to level 7 to be alert, and then he completely relaxed. With these 33 level 7 undeads guarding, even if the sky demon appears, they can resist it. Since Wei Huan took the risk of putting pseudo-god level undeads into the pasture at the same time, his nerves have been tense. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. 5 days later, Wei Huan sent the second batch of 33 ordinary undeads into the pasture. It takes 5 days for the 7-star pasture to recover. That means that even if he cultivates continuously in the future, he can only get 100 level 7 undeads in 14 days. As expected, the further you go on the path of cultivation, the harder it is. It is still unknown how long it will take to reach Sequence 8. 14 days later, another day. There were 5 grasses that nurtured elite undeads, and Wei Huan went to see them. He saw 5 epic level running wolves jumping out of the tree tumors. Elite epic legendary pseudo-god god is the order of the undead grades. In the running wolf army, the strongest brother Taogang is half a step pseudo-god, but he is still among the legendary ones, so the strongest of his subordinates is only epic. These 5 epic level running wolves are the running wolf generals in the running wolf army. They play a vital role in the tactics of the running wolf army, so Wei Huan often advances them together with the brother Taogang, so that when the brother Taogang becomes stronger, he can still have powerful subordinates to use, and he will not be out of touch with the running wolf army. These 5 running wolf generals landed, and were taken out of the undead pasture by Wei Huan, leaving behind the 7-star grass they used. This time it may take 8 or 9 days to recover. That is to say, the time for the grass to recover is half of the time for the cultivation of the undead. Before leaving, Wei Huan took another look at the remaining grass that was still nurturing the undead. In the next stage, the legendary heroes will complete the advancement, followed by the pseudo-god level, and the last to complete the advancement must be the half-step god level point beast. It's just that I don't know how long it will take for the point beast to advance. Su Qingqiang really makes him a little worried. Sure enough, 20 days later, the legendary undead leaders were ripe. They were the dog-headed female beast, the legendary flying monkey, and a legendary violent bear general. The undead leaders, who were half-step pseudo-gods, did not complete the advancement. Wei Huan thought that although there was a gap between the legendary level and the half-step pseudo-god level, it would not take long for them to complete the advancement, so he stayed in the undead pasture and waited. It took 3 days to wait. On the 23rd day, the leader of the Xiao Rome, who had swallowed the black dragon, finally completed the advancement. Its ability to control the clouds and rain was improved, and the range of its ability was doubled. Enemies below level 6 could only flee and die under its dark clouds. Wei Huan was very satisfied with the improvement of the black dragon Xiao Rome. It was originally a group damage type of undead leader. This ability to kill all enemies below this level was enough to avoid being robbed by some old six in the chaotic battlefield. But why hasn't Brother Diao Gang come out yet? Wei Huan thought of something and waited patiently for another 2 days. On the 25th day, Brother Diao Gang finally came out. Its breath surged, and its body became more majestic. It actually successfully advanced itself to the pseudo-god level through this pregnancy. Unexpectedly surprised, Wei Huan looked at Brother Diao Gang's flattering appearance and raised his hand to pat its head. Not bad. He praised it rarely. Although the pseudo-god level is still unable to resist the sky demon if it is in the challenge world, it can already rely on this undead to walk sideways in the level 7 world. Wei Huan is not very interested in the level 7 world. Once he settles down this advancement, and then solves the 3 sky demons and rescues Su Qingqiang, he plans to go directly to the level 8 world. These 2 real worlds and the level 7 world can bring him less and less improvement. Only the level 8 world can definitely help him collect pseudo-god level, or even god level equipment. This set of equipment on him should be changed. Wei Huan thought so, and touched the head of the brother digging anus, like touching a big dog wagging its tail. This time, he did not let the brother digging anus leave, but climbed on the back of the brother digging anus, and sat on the flat bone left for him. Brother digging anal snorted excitedly. Not long after, Sister Crow, Big Bear, Big Head, Thought Beast, and Lord of Demon Eyes all completed their advancement and appeared in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked at the undead leaders, whose auras were much stronger, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. Although he knew that the possibility was not great, he still hoped that there would be another brother digging anal. It would be great if he could take advantage of the opportunity of advancing to level 7 to break through to a god level. Perhaps, he was just wishing too much. Wei Huan set his eyes on the last place, the only tree tumor that was still sleeping and evolving. The yellow tree tumor was full of blood, wrapped around a vague figure, and the beating heart could be vaguely seen. Wei Huan pondered and glanced at brother digging anal's big head again, knowing that this advancement would be his only chance to have a god level undead. If it didn't work this time, it would take time to have a god level undead. It was unknown how long it would take to have it. You can't just sit back and wait passively, you need to think of a way. Wei Huan thought about this for a long time, and also tried to use spiritualism to enter the soul of the beast and help it advance. But this method is useless. After trying some other methods, but to no avail, Wei Huan saw that the beast was about to complete the advancement. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for a long time. In anxiety, he set his eyes on the grass for the first time. Brother Diaogong advanced to the pseudo-god level, and I am afraid that it was not just him, who was just one step away, but the black dragon Shiroma was the same, but he did not complete the advancement, so this grass. Wei Huan once again compared the grass used by Brother Diaogong with the grass of other undead, and also used the microscopic technique of the demon Eye Monarch to only look at the difference in the slightest details. Gradually, he really noticed something different. Although the blood in the grass that had nurtured the dead was absorbed and the blood became dull, the blood in the gestational sac used by Brother Digging Anal was particularly light, which also made it take longer to recover. At first, Wei Huan thought that it was because Brother Digging Anal stayed in it for a long enough time, so the blood was naturally scarce. But looking closely, the blood was much scarcer than the 3 extra days. It was even more than 3 or 4 times. So, Wei Huan turned his head to the 6-star grass, found a complete gestational sac tree tumor, looked at it for a few seconds, and then reached into the gestational sac, grabbed the blood vessel from the root, and pulled it hard. Crunch. The 6-star grass made a strange sound, as if it was extremely resistant. But in the end, it couldn't resist Wei Huan's strength, and the blood vessel was pulled out completely. The grass also seemed to have its tendons pulled out, and it became sluggish, but it was about to die. Wei Huan felt a little distressed. There were only 300 level 6 grasses in total, and he had ruined one of them. He didn't know if it could grow back. Therefore, he couldn't waste the blood vessels in his hand. Wei Huan had no other choice but to roughly stuff the blood vessels into the 7-star grass where the beast was. The blood vessels entered the gestational sac, and as he watched, blood flowed out in strands, and soon disappeared into the original blood vessels, and finally even the 6-star blood vessels that were sent in disappeared. Wei Huan found that the durability of the 7-star grass did not increase, but the blood content did increase. Since there was a change, it was a good change. Wei Huan didn't dare to waste the already scarce 6-star grass, and instead went to pluck the blood essence of 100 5-star grasses. Since it's all done, don't stop, otherwise it's not worth it. As for the losses caused by this, if we can really cultivate a god-level undead, it won't be a loss. God level, an invincible existence at this stage. Then the three-headed demon can be killed. Chapter 334. After doing all this, Wei Huan waited silently. After the day when the baby was supposed to be born, Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief, and the remaining half-breath was released a little bit every day. Day by day, 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Now it has been 38 days since the beast entered the pasture. Worried about Su Qingqiang, and because he was in the undead ranch, he temporarily lost contact with Mu Zhong. But people should not be too greedy. Wei Huan can only guard the most important one now, and he is already considering whether to sacrifice another 6-star pasture. Finally, on this night, the pregnancy sack wrapped in the beast suddenly fell to the ground and exploded. The beast crawled out from a pile of blood vessels and muscles, and the breath that was much stronger than other undead was transmitted, instantly spreading throughout the undead ranch. Other undead, such as the brother who digs the anus and the beast who accompanied Wei Huan here, were all suppressed by this breath and had to bow their heads to show their submission. Only Wei Huan was bypassed by the aura of the point beast, or perhaps it was because of the natural relationship of the controller. No matter how powerful the aura of the point beast was, it could not have any effect on him. Wei Huan looked at the point beast floating up and flying towards him, and smiled with relief. This level is more than 10 times the strength before, and it must have entered the god level. Success, it is worth destroying so much pasture for this god level. The point beast floated over, flew over the anal digging brother who surrendered to it, and came in front of Wei Huan, with its back shell slightly tilted, and one side gently resting half an inch from Wei Huan's feet. Wei Huan raised his foot, stepped on the back shell, and sat on the throne woven by the point beast specifically for him. This familiar vision, and the completely different sense of power made him satisfied. This time, if he meets the demons again, he will kill them. The demon world seems to have no sky, but it is actually just in darkness. It is like being in a universe without stars. Without the light, it is naturally dark, and the sky is pressing down. The demon world is not spherical, but a continent floating in the boundless universe, and its shape is almost the same as that of the demon world, with each other as the light and dark sides. Wei Huan also traveled all over the demon world during this period to hunt down the demons, and then used his personal butler to draw a map and get the shape of the whole world. Now that he has arrived in the demon world, after knowing the relationship between the two worlds, it is equivalent to getting a map of the demon world. There is no light in the demon world, so the constantly erupting volcanoes, the magma flowing on the earth, the stones that emit faint fluorescence, and the rare plants that emit light have become the only light sources in this world. Demons born in such a world do not need light sources. Wei Huan is already a sequence 7, so naturally he does not need light sources. He rebuilt a demon cemetery in front of the transmission channel. The power of the netherworld is even stronger than that of the monster cemetery in the monster world. During this period, Wei Huan sacrificed countless demons with blood on this land where countless demons had died. To this day, the undead are still traveling back and forth between the demon world, bringing back countless demons to kill, and smearing blood on the land. At the same time, in this area, there are several times more netherworld totems than in the monster world. After sending a new batch of netherworld totems, Mu Zhong did not plan to leave. He said, "The enemy is in the dark, and you are in the light. The danger is multiplied. We are all your most trusted people. If we are not by your side at this time, how can you let us feel at ease to be protected by you? Let us stay. No matter how difficult the enemy is, we will face it together. Even if we die here, it is what we ask for. Besides, you are different from before. You have become stronger. With us, you are like a tiger with wings. This is your companion. This is your army." Wei Huan did not want to be a lone hero. If he did not want Mu Zhong to take risks, he would have called his army back long ago. The pioneer army he built with his own hands. If he did not fight side by side at this time, would he wait until he died to avenge himself? Only Mu Zhong, he wanted to hide him and put him in the safest place. But he also knew that Mu Zhong would not agree. From the beginning, when the Captain Mu, who had lost both legs, met him again, with a weak face, but a strong smile, he knew that he would definitely stay. So after sighing, Wei Huan nodded. "Okay, you stay with me, you understand me best, and you understand the battle situation best. I need your blessing." Mu Zhong smiled. "Just blessing?" Wei Huan looked at him. "And you are by my side. I forgive you for saying the wrong thing this time." "Yeah." After the two laughed, when they looked at the scorched earth under their feet again, Mu Zhong began to analyze slowly. The silver sky demon was poisoned. Maybe the poison is difficult to resolve, so it hid to recover. The devil-faced sky demon appeared once during the period, and obviously found that it was alone in the face of you, so it did not appear again. These two sky demons should be together, with the ability to drill holes in space, and deliberately hide. It is difficult to find them. Wave 1 nodded and said, I was wondering too, where are they? Or did they go back to the challenge world? Muzhong said, they didn't go back. Ironheart said that aliens cannot enter the challenge world that belongs to a civilization. This is the law of the world. If they really left, Brother Chong should have appeared, instead of no news until now. Wei Huan agreed. So the heavenly demons must still be in this world. But where to find them, Wei Huan had no idea. Wandering around in this world, almost stepping through the entire demon world, even using the soul search technique countless times, and even being able to perform it with eyes closed, Wei Huan finally realized something. It's probably meaningless to keep looking like this. He can't find the space borers that are deliberately hiding. These heavenly demons may not have returned to the challenge world, but they may not be in the demon world at all. They can bore out a dimensional space, and you can never find them if you nest in it. Wei Huan had to change his mind and try another method. Since he couldn't find them actively, he could only wait for them to find him. But in this case, he was in the light, and the demons were in the dark. If the three demons attacked at the same time, he might be in danger. So he had to set up a battlefield for himself that would be conducive to his performance. The first one was of course the demon cemetery. The countless dead demons gathered here to create a strong netherworld power, which could make Wei Huan's netherworld magic stronger and longer, and it really had the effect of restraining the enemy. Then he asked the pioneers to rush over. In the past 5 months, the pioneers who evacuated the monster world did not do nothing. While Wei Huan was focused on advancing to Sequence 7, Captain Shui and Brother Chui led their men back to the Level 7 world, drove their chariots, and opened up the Level 7 world. Although they seemed vulnerable when facing the Sky Demon, it was different in the Challenge world. The equipment rules in the Challenge world were different. Their pseudo-god and ancient god equipment were very powerful when challenging treasure chest monsters. Not to mention, they had chariots to assist in the Challenge world. So even though they were only at the level of Sequence 6, they could complete most of the challenges in the Level 7 world. With a large amount of high-level supplies, the most obvious improvement was the chariot upgrade. When they met again, their fleet added a Level 8 chariot and 3 chariots with upgraded Level 8 protective shields. There were a total of 4 Level 8 protective shields, plus the upgraded protective shields of the Point Beast, so the Sky Demon could knock them at will. Even if there was one more, it would be theirs if they could break the defense. At the same time, there were 2 Level 8 arrow towers. It was confirmed in actual combat before that the damage was the same as the broken protective shield, which could also cause considerable damage to the Sky Demon. The human race this time is different from the last time. Wei Huan waited in the demon cemetery. Although the time was uncertain, he knew that the demon would definitely come. Even though he knew that this was his home ground and there might be traps, the demon was proud and conceited and would not be scared away. As time passed, the crew members who went out for exploration brought back a large number of demons every time they came back. There was almost no trace of demons in the thousands of miles. If the remaining people had no tasks, they would leave the chariot construction base, both to increase the chance of winning when the demon came, and to train themselves to adapt to the power of the netherworld. Especially the second group of people who got on the bus, the best 300 warriors were selected, with Chengdal as the main and Frank as the deputy. They wandered in the netherworld most of the time every day, and had close contact with Wei Huan's undead army and cooperated in training. The training that could not be completed in the monster world before was carried out smoothly here. The Sky Demon has not appeared, but Wei Huan has almost trained this second team. This day Wei Huan was still practicing in the demon cemetery, which was eerie, and no strangers were allowed to enter within a mile around him. His personal butler suddenly twitched in the corner of his eye. After Wei Huan agreed to take him in, he saw Mu Zhong's face. Mu Zhong said, Wei Huan, they found traces of the demon in the space channel. Wei Huan immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up and rushed back, and asked, Space channel? Mu Zhong was also surprised, and the tension in his eyes could be seen. Yes, it is the space channel behind us. It was reported by Bigfoot. He walked in the space channel to comprehend the space channel, and found a hidden cave. After breaking it, he found traces of the demon and reported it immediately. Wei Huan was in a fighting posture, gather people, and set off immediately. Wait, Wei Huan, don't be in a hurry, listen to me first. Mu Zhong hurriedly said, this demon is probably not the 2 demons, but the 3rd demon that has not appeared. I have photos here, you will know when you see them. After saying this, Wei Huan's eyes jumped, and a group of photos appeared in front of Wei Huan. He remembered very clearly the two celestial demons that attacked the base. One had a crystal white snail shell, and the other had a crystal white snail shell with devilish patterns on it. In other words, both celestial demons were snail demons. The demon that appeared before him was actually a snail shell, black in color, with golden threads emerging. If you look at it for a long time, you will feel dizzy. Mu Zhong said, "This snail demon seems to be sleeping, and it has been silent for a long time. It seems that it has not been seen since the tunnel was dug. I asked someone to check this tunnel and confirmed that it seemed to have disappeared half a year ago. It closed this space. If it weren't for Bigfoot wandering around in it and accidentally finding it, I'm afraid it would have been hiding in it. What I mean by this is that since this demon is sleeping, we should not disturb it. 2 demons are always easier to deal with than 3. We can observe it first, and then make a decision." But Wei Huan shook his head directly. "You are wrong. If we don't defeat them one by one, while they are separated, we may face the possibility of a joint attack by the 3 demons in the future. This is our opportunity." Mu Zhong said, "It's not that we won't kill them, but we don't have to be so anxious. Isn't it better for us to make full preparations before we take action?" "Okay." Wei Huan insisted on listening to advice. Soon, all the people who went out for missions and training came back. Wei Huan made arrangements at both ends of the space channel and waited for the time of action to come. This battle is not easy to fight. Tianluo Tianyao is in the space channel, located between 2 worlds. Wei Huan cannot deploy the undead army in 2 different worlds, so there is only a 50% chance that he can fight easily. The remaining half will require chariots to resist and rearrange the formation. In addition, excessive attacks will also cause the space channel to collapse. Their chariots currently do not have the ability to travel in a dimensional space. But the Sky Demon may not be willing to fight with them in the world. It is likely that it will rely on the dimensional space to come and go freely. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong called all the generals of the combat departments and held 2 meetings, but they could not find a better way. Even a small number of people advocated not to disturb the snail Sky Demon. Once it is awakened, it cannot be killed. In the future, they will face 3 Sky Demons. But this is also the time for us to kill the Sky Demon separately and understand the real weakness of the Sky Demon. Mu Zhong insisted on killing the weak points we have always thought are not weak points. The Sky Demon has a strong healing ability. Even if the body is cut off, it can be resurrected. Therefore, the place where the body is connected to the back shell can be cut off. Although it can reduce its combat effectiveness, it cannot kill it. This Sky Demon is very important. Mu Zhong insisted. Naturally no one spoke. Boss Mu and Boss have always been of the same mind. He insists on Boss's ideas. Boss's choices may not necessarily be right, but as long as he takes action, the wrong will become right, so there is no need to hesitate. Just arrange the battlefield as much as possible and surround and kill the Sky Demon. After all the members arrived, Jacques used Eagle Eye Express to knock on the back shell first. Jacques had an ancient god-level gun in his hand, and the bullets he used were naturally ancient god-level bullets. He hit the shell with all his strength, which was only a little stronger than raindrops. There was a bang. The sound was not loud, and the Sky Demon did not react. Everyone was still worried, and Jacques fired 2 more shots in succession. There were 2 crisp bangs, but the Sky Demon still did not react. "Boss, how about throwing a forbidden spell scroll?" Captain Shui suggested. Critter shook his head first. This is a fragile space channel. Once it collapses, everyone inside will be in trouble. I mean the low-level scroll. The power of Jacques' shot is no less than that of a level 5 forbidden spell scroll. He will only be more powerful if he concentrates his power. Now it seems that the defense of this demon shell is really strong. The shell cannot be broken, and the flesh cannot be cut. Do we have to hammer it to death with great force? It shrinks into the shell. How much force will be needed to break the defense? Doesn't this guy have any real weaknesses? Can't be killed? It's not that it can't be killed, but our strength is not enough. If it is as strong as a god, it would be like crushing a snail to death. After the 2 finished speaking, they looked at Wei Huan at the same time. During the separation, they worked hard. They went to the level 7 world to adventure and earned an 8-level chariot, 3 8-level protective shields, and 2 8-level arrow towers. They felt that they did not drag the boss down. It can even be said that they performed very well and finally gave back to the boss once. But who could have thought that when they met again, the boss not only advanced to sequence 7, but also surrounded by level 7 undeads comparable to level 7 world silver and gold treasure chest monsters, and there was also a god level undead. The point beast advanced to the god level. Did the Empress become a goddess? Although the God level is the God level, and the God is the God, they are completely two different concepts of life. But the appearance of this God level undead has become their greatest confidence in fighting against the Sky Demon. On the contrary, they seem to be barely keeping up with the boss's speed after trying so hard. Wave 1 has been listening to the conversation between the two, nodded and said, "Let everyone withdraw. I will arrange for the point beast to go directly." The 9th level of the Sky Demon is also a God level. Although its strength does not seem to be particularly strong, it is not something that humans who are still in the 6th level civilization can fight against. Jacques is only a sequence 6. Even if he has the advantage of weapons, it is too difficult for him to fight 3 levels higher. The point beast is now everyone's hope. Everyone is very nervous when they see it set off. If they can't even shake a sleeping Sky Demon in hiding, it will be a big blow to morale. Many people realize belatedly that this action is actually very important. Kritiv asked Wave 1, "Boss, do you want to pause the live broadcast in the car first?" He explained, "The old team members are fine, but the new team members don't have enough tacit understanding after getting on the car. I'm worried about them." Wave 1 shook his head. "There is no need to be so cautious. If this group of people is not ideal, just change a group. His chariot will not be short of people. If he can't adjust his mentality, and can only accept the favorable situation, he will go back to the challenge world and someone will fill the vacant position immediately." Kritiv smiled. He liked to follow such a confident and domineering leader, as if everything in the world should revolve around him. To prevent any accidents, everyone in the space channel evacuated, and the point beast floated in with its descendants, along with the pseudo-god level demon I lured in Wei Huan's vision. When they reached the depths of the cave, Wei Huan soon discovered that the back shell of the Sky Demon was not really unbreakable. Although Jacques' bullets did not break the back shell, they still left bullet marks on it. Wei Huan ordered the point beast to climb up. On the slippery back shell, the bullet marks were just right for the hooks on the long legs to climb. The green hook hooked into the bullet hole. Although most of the venom flowed down the smooth shell, some of it also penetrated into the shell, making a corrosive sound. The poisonous mist rose, and the poisonous stinger hooked into the depths little by little. Although it was slow, it would dig the back shell sooner or later. At this moment, the shell that had been motionless suddenly shook, and then began to drill deep into the space wall. Unlike imagination, it was not frightened and angry, but it seemed to be trying to escape. This demon was different from the other two demons. But in the minds of Wei Huan and others, no matter whether it was timid and avoided the battle, or used roundabout tactics, it was undoubtedly an enemy. Be careful, is it going to run away? It may also be accumulating strength to prepare for a move. Be careful and prepare for battle. The dot beast was also urged by Wei Huan, and its strength suddenly increased. At the same time, more tentacles grew under its shell. Although it was not a space system, and could not grasp the seemingly visible space wall, it was entangled with other undead. Especially Sister Crow, who was mainly engaged in space movement, took on all the power after she hurriedly appeared on the scene. For a while, they actually used the body of the dot beast as a rope to start an inexplicable tug-of-war. The snail demon was determined to escape, and had melted more than 10 meters into the space wall. The dot beast hooked its snail shell and pulled it out with the other undead together, pulling it out 7 or 8 meters. The snail demon looked like a social phobia, just covering his head to resist. The golden lines on the shell glowed, and it suddenly drilled forward more than 10 meters. At this time, Wei Huan's other undead ghosts finally arrived and formed a line. Ayo, kakaka, huhu, they worked together to pull the snail back a little bit. Wei Huan had never thought that the god-level Sky Demon would have such great strength. All his undead leaders could not pull it back, but some of the undead were dragged in. Later, he thought that it was a space system, and could use the force in this space wall. It was normal that there was no point of leverage for his undead, only Sister Crow was involved in space. However, such tug-of-war was too meaningless. What if the Sky Demon was pulled out? We still had to fight. Instead of wasting the energy, it was better to just go for it. Jacques and I will continue to attack the Sky Demon. Wei Huan made a decision, and ordered the demon I lured to accumulate energy, and even asked Mu Zhong to use the bloodthirsty blessing on the demon I lured, in order to kill him with one blow. The terrifying energy gathered on the demon I lured, whose momentum was constantly increasing, like a substance. The 9 tails formed by the muscles and blood vessels behind it shook and stretched, filling the entire space. Black bloodshot bulged on the white eyeballs, and the green flames burned fiercely in the depths of the eyes. At the same time, Jacques aimed his gun at the demon again, just as he was about to pull the trigger. The demon didn't know whether it sensed danger, or was a coincidence. It suddenly jumped forward and drilled out a large section. It will soon penetrate this space wall and enter the space turbulence, Bigfoot said anxiously. Wei Huan shouted, blessing and judgment. Mu Zhong knocked on his earrings, and the sound of sacrificial drums came from the sky. Dolan put on his white gloves, grabbed a handful of starlight from the void, and said crisply, I judge, great victory. With the advent of the two forces, the power of the undead suddenly increased, stronger than the power of the demon to escape. At the same time, the long-accumulated demon eye monarch also fired a black beam of light wrapped in thunder. Seeing that the next explosion would be a Mars-to-Earth collision, Wei Huan was so nervous and focused that his hair roots seemed to be tense. There was silence around him, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. The moment the black beam hit the snail demon, a blast rang in the ears, and everyone in the chariot was still in a state of turmoil and dizziness. Then, the undead, who were in a stalemate with the demon, fell back with a hum sound, and bounced back like a broken rope. Although the demon eye lord in Wei Huan's field of vision was not on this rope, he was also entangled in the chaos and flew back. The field of vision was upside down and chaotic. In a trance, Wei Huan saw something hooked on the long legs of the beast, which was brought back by it. A black sheet with golden patterns? Did they pick off the shell of the demon? Chapter 335. The snail demon gecko broken tail finally escaped from the hunting of Wei Huan and others. Bigfoot led people to explore the traces of its departure through the air, and Wei Huan asked the point beast to send the snail shell back. This thing was just in front of him, and before he touched it, Wei Huan felt the rich power of the law in it. Just like birds are born to fly and fish are born to swim, and it seems to be a special breath that exists for shuttling through space. On the snail shell, every pattern seems to exude the breath of the law of space. It is not only a good material for refining weapons, but also suitable for practicing the law of space. However, it cannot be used for other purposes for the time being. Everyone looked at this snail shell with a diameter of about 10 meters, and barely a round shape for a long time, and gradually saw the door. The reason why this snail shell can be picked off is because of poison, Mu Zhong said. Wei Huan nodded. Just now, my attention has been on wrestling and attacking, but I have neglected the poison's ability to wear away a stone. When the beast exerts force, the toxin is secreted more violently. In addition, it has reached the god level, so it has the ability to corrode the shell. The two of them watched and talked, and then saw the silver mucus on the shell. Xia Yu was already collecting mucus, and said, this is not mucus, or it is not the mucus that will be secreted on the body surface. They are more concentrated and clearer than the mucus we collected before. It is the blood of the sky demon. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at her at the same time, and listened to her analysis. She said, the last time two sky demons attacked the base, how did the devil-faced sky demon discover the illusion? There has been no answer. I have been watching the video footage repeatedly for the past 6 months, and I have found a lot of research materials. I can confirm that the blood of the sky demon has something special that we humans cannot detect, but the same species can easily identify. In addition, I also returned to Blue Star and found a lot of similar snail insect data. Although it is not objective to compare the insects of Blue Star with the life of the sky demon, one thing is certain, that is, all similar snail life forms have their bodies connected to the back shell. Once the snail shell is damaged, the body will also be injured, and serious death is also very likely. Wei Huan and others naturally knew this. Human skeletons grow in the flesh, while shell creatures are just the opposite, with soft flesh wrapped in hard shells. So the shells seem to be extremely hard, but if the shells are broken, they will die. So, could it be that the weakness of the sky demon has always been in front of him, but they are not strong enough to break it? This time, when the point beast dug out this snail shell, what kind of damage did it cause to the sky demon? Was it fatal? Or was it just a minor injury? Bigfoot received the message at this time and reported to Wei Huan. The sky demon escaped and entered the space turbulence. We can't track him. What's next, boss? Wei Huan said, come back first. I thought it would be a great battle, but it ended so absurdly. Wei Huan made a wrong estimate, thinking that this snail demon was like the silver demon and the devil demon, with a vindictive and arrogant character. But this one was hiding from the beginning, and even if it was discovered, it just ran away. Could it be that the difference in the type of the back shell also shows the difference in the character of the demon clan? What are you thinking? After the battle was over, the chariot returned to the graveyard on the demon world side. After a brief rest, everyone resumed their previous work and training. Wei Huan stood on the balcony of the cab, looking at the gray sky outside the car for a long time, and even did not notice Mu Zhong coming back. Mu Zhong came to him and said, This demon is indeed a bit strange, as if it is not the same as those two? Wei Huan said indifferently. Whether it likes war or peace, warmongers, and social phobias, in short, they are all enemies. They are all aliens. Not liking war does not mean that it will not regard humans as ants. It seems to be peaceful, but it has dug this space channel leading to the two worlds. So when facing aliens, there are not so many labels. Thinking too much is just self-righteousness. Just remember that everyone except the human race on Blue Star is an enemy, that's enough. Wei Huan said, don't let anyone go out these 2 days. If the demon escapes, there is a high probability that it will reunite with its companions. The two demons have a big grudge against us, and will definitely come. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong and said, the war we have been looking forward to may happen in these 2 days. Mu Zhong nodded. I will give the order and let the teams that just went out come back. You should also conserve your energy and prepare for the war. Yes. Wei Huan's judgment was very accurate. Just 3 hours later, the passage between the demon world and the monster world had unusual movements. As the passage twisted and collapsed, 3 demons entangled and drilled out from it. This violent look was obviously coming for revenge. Wei Huan expected this scene and was not surprised at all, but it was indeed difficult to deal with the 3 demons appearing at the same time. Sure enough, they are here. Although 3 of them are here together, it's better than me looking for them everywhere. Everyone, keep an eye on Su Qingqiang's whereabouts. Su Qingqiang left for 5 months, but he was still taken away by a demon who was much stronger than him. If anyone said that Su Qingqiang was still alive, no one would believe it. After all, this was the demon who came back from the end of the challenge world. But if the boss said that Brother Chong was alive, then Brother Chong must still be alive, living in a certain world, and we will meet again sooner or later. Everyone, fight! Facing the aggressive demon, there was nothing to say. The two sides had long been mortal enemies. When they met, it was either you or I. They fought with all their strength. The 3 demons were entangled together, like a giant python, and it was impossible to tell who was who. They slashed at the demon cemetery in the air. Boom! The thick netherworld air seemed to be blown by a strong wind, and after it was blown away, 5 chariots hiding in the thick fog were revealed. Jacques' chariot has been upgraded to the 8th level space fortress, and is the 2nd strongest chariot of mankind, second only to Wei Huan's main chariot. At the beginning, it was because they considered that the chariots could not be driven back after going to the next world. They had not yet enjoyed the benefits of the real world, and would definitely stay in the real world for a long time, so they left behind 10 chariots headed by Jacques. These 10 chariots are not only the war weapons and mobile barracks of Wei Huan's pioneering army in this world, but also in the upcoming mid-year highway assessment, they will lead 90,000 new members to pass the 7th level highway assessment together. That's why there are only 10 chariots. Now these 10 chariots have become key military heavy weapons under the tense war situation. Each of them has reached the level of a level 7 chariot war fortress, and the worst ones have level 7 protective shields and level 7 arrow towers. Among them, there are 5 chariots, including the Yak chariot, with level 8 protective shields, and 2 chariots with level 8 sentry towers. Level 8 may still not be able to completely resist the attack of the level 9 Sky Demon, but it is not so easy to break it easily. The previous battles have proved that the attack after the protective shield is destroyed will also cause considerable damage to the Sky Demon. These are the confidence of the Pioneer Army to fight against the Sky Demon. Boom, a shocking sound. The level 8 protective shield really can't withstand the joint attack of the 3-headed Sky Demon, and it shattered into pieces on the ground. But at the same time, more violent energy condensed, gathered into an extremely flat and sharp energy ring, and rushed out at a faster speed. This is a defensive counterattack after the protective shield was broken. Wei Huan and others saw with their own eyes that the 3 celestial demons that were originally entangled suddenly twisted obviously. It turned out that 2 celestial demons exerted force at the same time, and sent the 3rd celestial demon to the edge of the knife. Another soul explosion caused the Sea of Souls to turn upside down. The neck of the celestial demon that was sent to the edge of the knife was directly cut off, and the huge head rolled to the ground. This change made everyone stunned. This is a kill. But before they could be happy for too long, they saw that the body that had lost its head and went soft was still moving painfully but firmly, and at the same time, a piece of new meat grew out from the broken end. The 2 celestial demons that were still entangled did not care about the situation of their companions, and obviously did not think that it would die from such injuries. Without waiting for the other side to recover from the injury, they attacked again and knocked on the 2nd layer of protective shield. But this time, without a Sky Demon, they could no longer break the protective shield in seconds. The short pause also allowed Wei Huan to distinguish one or two. One of the sky demons entangled together should be the silver sky demon, right? Wei Huan looked at its body, which was much lighter but still faintly green, and recognized its identity. So, the toxin is actually very useful. It has been 5 months, and this sky demon has not yet completely eliminated the toxin injected by the point beast. Now, the point beast is already a god. Its poison will only be more powerful. Without waiting for the sky demon to really break the second layer of protective shield, the long-range professions and chariots opened fire at full power, and the level 8 arrow tower fired at full power, hitting the sky demon, and they showed painful expressions on their faces. Boom! But the second attack fell again, and the second level 8 protective shield also shattered. This time, the demon was prepared. It shook its body, and successfully avoided the attack of the protective shield. Only the poisoned silver demon had a not-so-serious cut wound, which healed in a blink of an eye. The same cut damage. Obviously the damage of a cut is much different from that of a cut part, and the healing time is very different. The decapitated demon was still struggling on the ground, with only 1/3 of its head growing out. The silver demon was intact and attacked again with its companions. Their attack was crazy, ignoring the damage on their bodies, as if they were going to burn everything together. The hammering and mental explosions were carried out together, and the sound of the earth shaking, ghosts crying, and wolves howling was simply suppressing humans. Obviously, after suffering losses from the human race, these demons knew that they could no longer be careless with the human race. They started with a full-scale attack, aiming to defeat them in the shortest possible time. This is indeed the most correct way to fight against humans, or Wei Huan. Wei Huan is very strong, but he needs time to deploy his troops. Even if the undead he scattered out gather here, it will take a long time. If they seize the opportunity and attack Wei Huan the most violently, Wei Huan will be in a mess, and it is possible that he will be defeated in a hurry. Unfortunately, they woke up too late. If they used the same method to attack the base last time, they would not have killed only a few humans and escaped in a mess. At that time, the base did not have the defense it has now. The demons joined forces and attacked frantically regardless of the consequences. They broke one layer of protective shield, and there was another layer of protective shield. They thought that there would be no more after breaking another layer. But there was still one layer. Fighting requires momentum, and it must be done over and over again. Looking at the fourth layer of protective shield, it not only appeared in front of us, but the key is that we don't know how much time is left behind. The two celestial demons hesitated. How can these humans improve so quickly? Even if they are a challenging race with a lot of room for improvement, isn't it too short to upgrade from the 6th level civilization to a level that even they are helpless? How long has it been? For them, it's just a matter of sleeping and healing. These humans have reached the point where they can't kill them easily. The poisoned silver celestial demon first thought of retreating. But the demon-faced demon refused to give in. The two demons communicated in their own way, and soon made a decision. The demon-faced demon finally grabbed the retreating silver demon, and then wrapped the third demon that finally grew ahead, and attacked fiercely for the last time. Boom! Another blow, the fourth layer of the protective shield broke, leaving deep scars on the three wounded demons. But to their disappointment, they did not see the vulnerable humans exposed as expected. Under the fourth protective shield, there is another protective shield. Sometimes, the unknown is more terrifying. The pain swept through the brain, and it was unknown who was secretly exerting force, or whether the two demons reached an agreement in secret. The entangled three demons shrank back in a twisted posture as if they were competing. There is only this last protective shield left. Mu Zhong's expression was serious and a little nervous. They retreated. Should we retreat a little? It will take quite some time for the protective shield to recover. We can't retreat. Once we retreat, we will expose our bottom line. Wei Huan shook his head. But Mu Zhong was a little worried. Wei Huan said, "Don't worry, I won't let them get closer." After saying this, the figure of the point beast appeared and blocked between their chariot and the sky demons. The familiar figure of the point beast made the silver sky demon, who was still poisoned by him, tremble for a moment, and then gave birth to a strong anger. Just now, it had joined forces with another sky demon and wanted to stop and observe first, but its position suddenly changed. This time, it had the same idea as the devil-faced sky demon, and won 2-1, and in turn, it took the snail sky demon and rushed towards the point beast. The dot beast grew bigger and bigger, supporting the world in a blink of an eye. It had countless tentacles fluttering on its body, and its 8 long legs had ferocious hooks, the tops of which were green and dripping with terrible venom. And this time, the dot beast was not fighting alone. There was another queen of the same size beside it, which was Guzi. The dot beast advanced to the god level, and its descendants also became stronger. Guzi advanced to the legendary level, and also had a 10,000-foot Dharma image and the ability to use poison. A battlefield of this level could barely be of some use. The two mothers of the crypt beasts suddenly met the three-headed demon. The huge bodies and terrible power collided, instantly destroying countless volcanoes and lava rivers. The demon cemetery that Wei Huan had worked hard to arrange was also destroyed in half, in an instant, under the terrible destructive power of this level. The chariot even retreated a long way under the air wave, and the flying sand and rocks could not be calmed for a long time. Mu Zhong looked up and saw the 5 huge monsters fighting each other, which was like a battle between gods. He had never dared to imagine it in the past, but now, he was not only experiencing it himself, but also 2 of the crypt beasts were from people around him. Humanity has finally evolved to this moment. Isn't this the limit that humans had guessed at the beginning? But now, it turns out that there is still a long way to go, and the end of this road seems to be far away. Is the god level so powerful? Can it block the joint attack of the three-headed demon? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan was not sure. It is indeed not as difficult to resist as imagined. The point beast has the assistance of the dog, and there are a large number of crypt beasts and face huggers to support it. Can it win? Winning is impossible. Wei Huan insisted on this point, but the fighting power of the three-headed demon is not as strong as imagined. At this point, the two fell silent. It is difficult to continue this topic. All speculations are based on imagination. How strong is the demon? Does it have a backup? No one knows, and what we see now may not be true. In short, we must go all out. Finally, Wei Huan said without thinking. Mu Zhong, however, looked relieved. That's great, mainly because of the snail. It is very wrong. Our attack may work. Wei Huan did not answer, his dark eyes, and his left eye suddenly lit up green when it opened and closed. Fighting with the three-headed demon, using the protective shield on the car to resist the joint attack of the demon, he did not send out the demon eye monarch. Of course, there is an important reason. After his vision descended, he actually appeared in the space channel. In front of him was a group of wretched little dog-headed people, holding their hands and smiling wretchedly. With their mouths opened, the pseudo-god level 2-headed hidden demon big head appeared in front of him very conspicuously. After it appeared, it did not move. The light of its body circulated a circle, and then it hit its body and disappeared on the spot. However, Big Head had not enhanced its stealth ability all the way through the advancement, so if you look closely, you can still tell that the air is distorted. On the other side, Ghost Crow's sister appeared in the same place, like a tornado transformed from black mist, spinning, but when the smoke dissipated, it also disappeared in this plane, with only grains of gray snow falling. Then more undead leaders appeared, quickly filling up this small space channel. At the same time, Wei Huan's vision also moved away from the undead, and looked at the soft meat that was entangled not far away. Looking further along the soft meat, we saw 3 shells hidden deep in the space channel. 2 snail shells, 1 pure white, and 1 with a demonic pattern. 1 snail shell, black base, golden pattern. They are like the borers in the vegetable garden, hiding deep in the heart of the vegetable, gnawing at the nutrients and wreaking havoc. The snail shell is not only different in appearance from the other 2 snail shells, but also has a clear break on its back, exposing the soft meat inside, and a faint turbid yellow liquid that keeps flowing from the break. The air is filled with a smell of burnt meat that has been left for a while, which is very unpleasant, coming from the broken back shell of the snail demon. It is obvious that the weakness of the demons that have always been indestructible by knives and hammers is the shells that they carelessly put in front of everyone. It's just that the shell is too hard. Even the combined attacks of all humans could not break it before, so this fatal weakness is regarded as one of its strong parts. The more you know about the enemy, the more you know how to fight this battle. The next step of the battle has been decided, and all the eyes of the undead are looking at the snail demon with a broken shell. The snail demon who was fighting outside was reminded by the sixth sense, and sensed the crisis, and wanted to shrink his body. But the other 2 demons didn't think there was any problem. After being fully robbed of their attention by the point beast, they didn't care about what was happening at their feet, and they took the snail demon to meet the point beast again. This undead has actually reached the god level, and its aura is as strong as theirs. Its protective shield is hard to break, and the unbearable toxin is even more frightening. At this time, not fighting with all your heart and only thinking about running? It's simply a traitorous act. Before they could communicate, the body of the snail demon was wrapped up and attacked the point beast again. After all, it was the 3-headed demons who joined forces. Even though the point beast was helped by the dog and covered by the artillery fire on the chariot, it was still beaten and thrown out by the three-headed demons in the face of absolute power. The god-level protective shield was also turbulent under such an attack, and it was about to break. It was obvious that it would not last long. 2 more hits, and he would definitely be killed back to the tomb. The key is that the consumption of the god-level undead fighting is huge. Even if Wave 1 is already sequence 7, he can't hold on for too long. Fortunately, at the critical moment, another group of undead finally took action. 10 times bloodthirstiness and judgment status fell on the big head. The big head squeezed Wave 1's limited dark power, and opened the triple explosion. After reaching level 7, its combat power must be completely different from before. This time, with all its strength, it can definitely cause damage to the snail demon. Wave 1 was burning the candle at both ends, and his dark power was stretched to its limit. He could not wait for more power, so Datu attacked immediately. Buzz, the big head who attacked with all his strength, was the strongest assassin in the world. His attack was like a flash, cutting through the space, and waiting for a sharp light to fall. The knife fell. The next second, blood burst out from the damaged part of the snail shell, and the big head crashed into the body of the demon. The instantaneous sword light and shadow messed up the body. Outside the space channel, the three-headed demon was chasing the point beast together, vowing to kill the point beast on the spot, and never stop. The point beast really couldn't resist the attack of the three-headed demon. The protective shield had been broken, and the relatively fragile body was exposed to the fierce attack of the three-headed demon. At this moment, the dot beast fell to the ground. Its huge body crushed the mountain, orange-red magma wrapped around its long legs, emitting wisps of white smoke. 3 of its legs were broken, and its tentacles were broken all over the ground. Seeing the three-headed demon attacking again, the hooks on its remaining 5 legs had secreted a large amount of toxins. Even if it had to return to the tomb at the risk of death, it would inject the toxins into the bodies of the demons. These demons had experience and did not fight with them. Their attacks were often killed as soon as they touched them, so the dot beast had no chance to attack. But to kill it, if the soul attack was ineffective, it had to touch it. This was the last chance. Looking at the demons getting closer and closer, the dot beast opened its long legs like a spider, and the toxins dripped down, waiting for the moment of contact. Chapter 336. Just as it was about to hit the dot beasts and sky demons again, the speed of the attack suddenly slowed down significantly. The 3 sky demons seemed to be pulling in opposite forces, restraining each other. If it were a human, they might have to think about what happened, and perhaps a moment of hesitation would make the opportunity to fight disappear. But the dot beast would not do that. It followed Wei Huan's absolute will, which was to hold the sky demons, inject poison, and fight to death. After advancing to the god level, the dot beast became much smarter, and could fight independently. But even if it thought like an intelligent life, it still regarded Wei Huan's will as everything. Seeing the abnormality of the 3 sky demons, the dot beast did not consider the cause of the abnormality at all, but used its remaining legs to bounce up suddenly, actively rushed towards the sky demons, and hugged their heads with its long feet. The hooks on the long feet slowly, but firmly penetrated into the sky demon's body, releasing poison impatiently. The shrill mental explosions kept ringing in my ears. The sky demons are actually a race of mental attacks. Many of the challenged soldiers, who were unfortunately left outside and attacked by the sky demons in the last war, have not woken up yet. Even Xiaoyu, who is good at mental comfort, cannot treat them. Some low-level challengers, if they are in a chariot of the same level, cannot withstand the mental attack of the sky demon and suffer considerable mental damage. Coma is the least of it, and some even have their souls see permanently damaged, which will affect their future cultivation and advancement. These 3 sky demons are fighting here at the moment. Their absolute strength and huge size are already difficult to deal with, not to mention the mental attacks they launched at the same time. The whole battlefield is full of ghosts and gods howling. Many people can't stand the pain in their heads, and their combat effectiveness is halved. If the chariot could not be controlled by AI, it would be good if Wei Huan and his team could exert half of their combat power. The battle until now has been very difficult. Even though Wei Huan has been promoted to Sequence 7, with the help of the God-level Point Beast and the 8th-level Chariot, he can only tie with the 3 demons, and does not have the advantage of transcendent crushing in the past. Especially at this last moment, when the snail demon's shell was pierced and attacked, and the other 2 snail demons were hugged by the fearful Point Beast and successfully injected with toxins. The terrible mental explosion swept over like a storm, and there were painful groans around Wei Huan, especially Mu Zhong, who was at a lower sequence, who fainted directly and bled from all 7 orifices. The chariot has the ability to block mental attacks, but it is limited. The 8th level chariot could not completely block the angry attack of the 3 demons. Wei Huan pressed his head with one hand and hugged Mu Zhong with the other hand. His eyes were full of bloodshot when he looked up, and he gritted his teeth and looked up. In the air, the battle between the giants finally came to an end after a chaotic battle. The body of the dot beast was torn into pieces, the shell and long legs separated, the tentacles scattered everywhere, and then disappeared into the air bit by bit, returning to the tomb. And one of the 3 celestial demons had completely softened. It fell to the ground from the entangled posture, spreading out like a large piece of jelly, with transparent liquid overflowing from its body, as if it was about to melt. Although the other 2 celestial demons were still alive, large patches of green appeared on their heads and shoulders. This time, the green spread so fast that it could be seen by the naked eye. The same level of toxins were indeed not so easy to resist. The dog rushed forward, trying to make up for the lack of the point beast, but it was not only of insufficient level, but also of pseudo-god level, and its combat power was far inferior to that of the original point beast. It was easily slapped away by the devil-faced sky demon and fell apart in midair. The 2 sky demons turned and looked at Wei Huan. They were in a very bad state, but their eyes were straight and sharp. Wei Huan knew that they were probably not going to escape this time. Humans, or rather Wei Huan, had grown too amazingly. It had only been a few months, and they could kill a sky demon with the joint efforts of the 3 sky demons. Just think about how terrible it would be if they were given a few more months, and they would have no chance by then. In fact, it was not necessary to kill this human. After all, the battlefield of all races was full of enemies, and it was all about killing. At first, they were just unwilling to give up and wanted to regain their trampled pride, so they attacked with synesthesia, thinking that they were just killing a larger flea. But now, they can no longer get away. Too many sunk costs, especially the death of a demon, have left them no room for turning back. There are only 9 demons in the world. They are born in the depths of the planet with the essence of heaven and earth. They eat the planets all the way to grow, and destroy countless creatures on the planets just for their own growth. There are only 9 demons in total. Today, one of them died right under their noses. Looking at the body that fell at their feet and melted like jelly, the 2 demons didn't know whether they were afraid or angry. They just trembled and couldn't stop. In the end, the emotions that couldn't be sorted out were like arrows, aimed at Wei Huan. Wei Huan gritted his teeth. The portal opened, and Big Bear and Hammer rushed up at the same time, followed by a black bull demon with one horn broken off. In addition, the undead leaders in the space channel attacked the snail shell of the demon like crazy. The battle that had been stagnant for a short time broke out again, but it became more intense. The 2 demons were even crazier. The desperate fighting style and mental attacks appeared at the same time. Captain Shui and Changle's bodies could not withstand the attacks of the demons, and with the mental damage, they were soon beaten to the ground and turned into pits. The demons did not want them to live anymore, and the attacks fell again, which was the rhythm of killing the 2 completely. At the critical moment, the bodies of the 2 people suddenly disappeared. With a muffled boom, the demons moved their fists away. There were only 2 paper-like corpses of dog-headed people on the ground, which dissipated. Xia Yuliang left the kingdom of heaven, which was the only way to resist the mental attacks of the demons. The praying man on the chariot endured the headache and rushed towards the 2 people with low health. After the big bear reached level 7, it could resist a little, but it had no means of attack. No matter how strong it was just a target and would die sooner or later. In addition, the group of undead, who attacked the weak points of the 2 celestial demon snail shells in the space channel, could not break through the defense even with all their efforts. The snail shell is indeed the weakness of the celestial demons, but it is also their advantage. Even the big head with full status can only leave shallow scratches on the snail shell, and often lose a lot of blood due to the recoil force of the snail shell. Who would have thought that after killing a celestial demon, the battle situation became more difficult? Wei Huan had already taken the time to absorb the energy in the energy tank and recovered a lot of dark power, so he could support the beast to fight again. But what happens next? If I can't kill these 2 demons, I won't have any trump cards. I just run away when the time comes. Wei Huan is open-minded. The world of challenge gives humans the strongest plug-in, which is the chariot. You can advance and retreat. You can't just hang yourself on a tree just to show off, right? Of course, if you can't beat them, just run away. Anyway, you've killed one, so you've made a profit. In the portal, the dot beast came out again. As it returned intact and grew to 1,000 sticks again, it was obvious that the aggressive momentum of the 2 demons had indeed faded a little. But the arrows had to be shot. The two demons were already furious at the death of their companions. Today, these humans must be killed. The three behemoths collided again, and it was another earth-shaking battle. This time, the two demons didn't even dodge the poison of the beast, they just wanted to kill it. The beast dodged twice, but couldn't avoid the speed of the demon, and the protective shield was shaky again. Dodging like this is not a solution. Wei Huan's dark power is not much left, and he can't delay. Since no one wants to fight slowly, let's have a quick battle. Get ready to go. Wei Huan gave an order to his butler, and hugged Mu Zhong, who was still unconscious in his arms. This evacuation may damage his prestige among the human race, but he believes that the crew in the chariot will not. With a 6th-level civilization against the visitors from the 9th-level world, they can kill one and have already won. Under Wei Huan's order, the beast took the initiative to crash into the two demons like a burning meteor. The moment of the collision, the ears became quiet. Then the loud boom sound was like the wrath of the sky, shaking people and making their eardrums sting. The shield of the dot beast was broken, and the shell was broken, and then even the bone-spur long foot was broken into pieces. This time, the dot beast appeared for less than 2 minutes before it was sacrificed again. Wei Huan's dark power was also completely exhausted. He looked at the two sky demons that were knocked back by the dot beast, greeted his sight, and said, "Let's go." The chariot started under his command, and was about to set off in the opposite direction of the sky demon. At this moment, a ball suddenly spit out from the dark and wide mouth of the devil-faced sky demon. Like a pearl, it also shines in the dark night. The corner of Wei Huan's eye seemed to be scratched by the light of the pearl, and the faint pain made him subconsciously turn his head to look over. He saw a figure, like the monkey that broke out of the stone, rushing into the sky and turning out in a spin. Then a familiar voice rang out between heaven and earth, "Hack you. He. Do you think I'm a stone? Stone. Stone." As the voice rang out, the figure rushed back to the demon-faced demon again and waved his hand to grab it. It was obviously a small hand, but in front of this demon, it was not even as good as the foot of an ant. But when he fell, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and 3 scratches fell from the sky and grabbed the face of the demon-faced demon. Puff! Even the body that was difficult for a beast to break through had no ability to resist in front of these claws. The demon's head was directly grabbed open and split into 3 petals like a flower. What a powerful attack! Wei Huan was a little shocked, looking at the figure floating in the air. The hunched body, the flamboyant black hair and the ferocious giant horns, and of course the spreading black thorn magic pattern on his body. Without a doubt, it was Su Qingqiang, whom he had been worried about for a long time. Su Qingqiang had been on the body of the demon-faced demon. If he had not been knocked out by the beast's blow of destroying both the devil and the stone, it would be unknown how he could be found. And this Su Qingqiang was obviously a blessing in disguise. His aura and combat skills were much stronger. After careful sensing, this was already. Stop! Wei Huan issued a new order in time, and stopped the chariot. Let's not talk about what Su Qingqiang gained from this adventure. Did he become stronger because of it? After all, he had to pick him up first. The undead, who were originally being dragged by the hands of the undead, and were about to return to the tomb, interrupted their spellcasting and stayed outside. They gathered from all directions to the location where Su Qingqiang was. The coordinated combat with the undead army has always been the main tactic of Wei Huan's chariot. Moreover, a large number of undead armies can help Su Qingqiang block guns when necessary. This change really shocked the two demons. To be honest, who wouldn't be shocked when something came out of his mouth and scratched his face? What's more, what scared the demon-faced demon was that the scratches on his face healed very slowly. Such a cut could have healed in 2 or 3 breaths, but now Su Qingqiang's 4th claw had scratched it, and the first wound had not healed completely. What's going on? Unfortunately, reality did not give it time to find the answer. Before Su Qingqiang really scratched his face, the severe pain had made him give up thinking, and just kept shrinking back. Can't heal. Can't. It hurts. It hurts. The demon-faced demon screamed miserably, his body twisted and deformed, and he dodged the attack randomly without any rules. In the chaos, it did not realize that it had untangled itself from the silver demon. And the silver demon did not appear next to it again. The silver demon was already terrified. The appearance of this human, attacking together with the undead, left its companion helpless, and at its feet was the body of another companion. Will it lose? Will it die here? It was afraid. It did not want to die. Looking at its companions in agony, and the blood that kept splattering, the overwhelming undead rushed in from all directions, like ants trying to devour an elephant. Too many, too many, too many. so many that its heart trembled, and it wanted to move forward but could not move, but retreated. Retreated? Wei Huan did not do it on purpose, mainly because his dark power was limited at the moment, and he could only take care of one side. Since Su Qingqiang was chasing the demon-faced demon relentlessly, he must cooperate with him to complete this battle. The undead spirits of the filthy land filled the gap of his insufficient dark power, but they were just numerous and had no killing power. However, such an arrangement was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the panicked and confused heavenly demon. The air was filled with the atmosphere of the same kind of blood, which was so strong that it was no longer a fresh fragrance, but turned into a nauseating stench. The irritating smell, together with the overwhelming undead spirits, frightened the heavenly demon. Perhaps, it was born to cherish life and be timid. It regarded the first escape as a shame, and the second escape as a tactical retreat. When it escaped too many times, it seemed that self-esteem and brotherhood were suddenly unimportant. It was born to be so despicable and selfish. The voices of its fellows kept screaming in its ears, but it shrank smaller and smaller until at a certain moment, whoosh disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Wei Huan saw the demon returning to its shell and drilling deep into the space, trying to escape. He wanted to stop it. The three demons came together, so of course they had to go together in unison. But just when he wanted to revive the dead spirits, his head hurt like a needle. He had no more power left in the underworld, and this battle completely exhausted him. He could only watch the demon drill into the other dimension and disappear. So the other one couldn't be let go. Wei Huan turned his head and looked at the demon-faced demon, who was surrounded by the undead and struggled hard but was powerless. Su Qingqiang was worthy of being the second strongest man in the world. His terrible attack power could even break the defense of a level 9 demon. Wei Huan ordered, "Notify an ancestor soul, don't report here. Cast bloodthirst on Su Qingqiang. This battle should end here. If it drags on, he is worried that other changes will occur." "I do it." A voice came from his arms. Wei Huan looked down in surprise. Mu Zhong woke up. Mu Zhong propped himself up. Without waiting for Wei Huan to say more, he spoke first. "Everyone is fighting hard. I'm just injured. It's okay." Before he finished speaking, there was a ding sound, and the sound of ancient war drums came from the horizon. Wei Huan raised his head and wiped the blood from Mu Zhong's nose and mouth, frowning. Su Qingqiang, who was blessed with bloodthirst, was more relaxed when scratching the demon. Half of his body was scratched into pieces by him. He ate and killed at the same time, like a madman. Wei Huan wanted to notify him to fight the demon's shell, but they had been separated for half a year, and the communication tools were long gone. Undead spirits appeared one after another to lead the way, but they were killed by the bloodthirsty Su Qingqiang as enemies. Su Qingqiang is very strong now. Except for a few leader-level undead spirits, I am afraid that none of them can get close to him. Wei Huan didn't want to take risks. Who knows what Su Qingqiang's condition is? If he saw a leader-level undead spirit and caught it and ate it, the loss would be great. Fortunately, even though Su Qingqiang didn't have much rationality, his fighting instinct was still there. He killed all the way down and finally came to the snail shell. At this time, the ghost-faced sky demon had been killed by Su Qingqiang for most of his life. If he could escape, it would take a long time to grow back. However, Su Qingqiang would not give it a chance to escape, and Wei Huan certainly wouldn't either. Su Qingqiang screamed Jiejia and drilled into the snail shell, while the undead leader continued to attack the snail shell from the outside. Although the snail shell could not be broken and the soft meat had strong abilities, the two sides attacked together and still forced the demon-faced sky demon into a dead end. I don't know when, the buzzing sound that had been ringing in my ears disappeared, and the world returned to silence again. The devil-faced sky demon could not be killed for a while, but it also had no attack power at all. Wei Huan did not stop fighting. Since Su Qingqiang was not obedient now, he could only send someone else over. In the human combat power ranking, if Su Qingqiang was ranked first in terms of the strongest individual single attack, then Brother Hammer would be second. Brother Hammer was teleported over and looked at this behemoth that was taller than a 100-story building and as thick as a city wall. Even though it was not the first time he saw it up close, he still felt shocked and could not imagine what kind of world could breed such a 9-headed sky demon. He jumped to the center of the shell, raised the pseudo-god-level axe in his hand, and accumulated the power of the law. Then he used all his strength to smash it down. Bang! With a loud sound that shook the earth, Hammer was flung away. Looking at the shell again, it only left a shallow mark, which was about the same damage as the big head with bloodthirsty state and triple explosion. Hammer was almost vomited blood by his own attack. I do it! When did the big foot, which ranked third in single lethality, appear? He put the dagger back into the dagger sheath, began to stretch his legs and waist, and completed a series of strange movements. His momentum also rose in this process. Finally, when his breath condensed to the peak, his body suddenly disappeared from the original place, and then appeared in the air, holding two daggers in his hands, head down and feet up, and stabbed fiercely. A vertical white light flashed between heaven and earth, and the space was cut apart. Dang! The big foot appeared on the back shell, and the dagger was stuck when it pierced into the back shell halfway. He stood there for a few seconds, and then spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow. At the same time, the ancient god-level dagger on his bleeding hand shattered into pieces. Who brought the cigarette? A gloomy voice came from behind, and Su Qingqiang walked out with a sticky body. He had not yet been released from the demonic state, but his eyes were obviously much clearer. Anyone who was in that shell like a drum would wake up after being hit hard. De Jiao spit out blood, trembling hands, handed a pack of cigarettes to Su Qingqiang, and did not forget to spit blood and flatter. This cigarette has been prepared for Brother Cheng, you try it. Is it good to smoke? Su Qingqiang's nose was bulging with excitement, and he hurriedly tore open the cigarette box, took out a cigarette, and stuffed it into his mouth, and the lighter had already ignited the spark. After a puff of smoke, the magic pattern on Su Qingqiang's face slowly faded away, and he calmed down. He turned his head and looked back and forth, and found the demon Eye Lord who had descended into Wei Huan's field of vision. Boss, thank you. The demon Eye Lord couldn't speak, but the little dog-headed man jumped over and spit out a tactical headset. The two sides finally connected. Mu Zhong's voice was the first to sound. Brother Cheng, congratulations on your escape. Now is not the time to chat. This demon is not dead yet. Su Qingqiang held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyebrows raised high. I dug out all the meat in its stomach. It's dead. Mu Zhong said, the dead demon will turn into jelly. This demon still has a breath. We need to destroy its shell. This thing? It's not easy to break. How about I dig out the meat more? The answer was a few seconds late, and it was Wei Huan's voice that sounded. Wei Huan said, after smoking, go dig. Su Qingqiang laughed, the boss still understands me. Wait, it will be quick. As he said that, Su Qingqiang lit another cigarette for himself, and smoked 2 cigarettes at the same time. He took a deep breath and almost died. God knows how he survived in the body of this demon. The stones kept growing. He had no time to smoke. If he ate a second slower, he would be entangled by these stones. He kept eating, and eating for 5 months. He announced that he would never chew any bones again in his life. After smoking, Su Qingqiang went to the snail shell again. Is digging the meat of the demon another way to kill it? After all, we have to try it to know. Wei Huan sat on the newly recruited point beast, and came to the snail shell of the demon-faced demon. The huge snail shell was as tall as a building, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. Not far from it, there was another shell, empty, and lying there quietly. It was truly lifeless, but still emitting a frightening power, and a strong aura of law. They were all spoils of war. Chapter 337. No one expected that the flesh of the demon was not its true body. Its true body, the basis for its immortal spirit and continuous rebirth, is indeed the snail shell. Wei Huan and others were able to kill the snail demon in one fell swoop, of course, because its shell was damaged and could not heal itself, so the big head's full-strength attack was able to kill it successfully. But the demon-faced demon's shell was intact. Even if Su Qingqiang had hollowed out its flesh, as long as he waited a few days, new flesh would grow in its body, and it would be reborn. Why don't you stay? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Xia Yu said that this sky demon meat has a strong healing ability, and can be used to make medicine, but it is not easy to preserve. Now that we have this fresh meat every day, isn't it better? In addition, this snail shell should also be a good material. Before the real effect is developed, keeping a living one will only make us more relaxed. Although the sky demon is strong, there may be some troubles if we don't kill it and keep it on hand, but I will make arrangements to ensure that there will be no accidents. At least before this tribe is thoroughly studied, we will meet it sooner or later in the future, and we will not fight an unprepared battle. Just make your decision, stay if you want. Wei Huan listened to Mu Zhong's words and nodded in response, but he didn't think as Mu Zhong said, and said lightly, if we can kill it once now, we can kill it countless times in the future. It is no longer a threat. Mu Zhong was amused by Wei Huan. It was obviously a bit arrogant, but he felt very comfortable listening to it. What's more, Wei Huan was right. In the future, they will only be stronger, and will no longer be afraid of a mere sky demon. As for worrying about retaliation, there is no need to worry about it. The hatred has already been formed. Even if they treat the sky demon in a friendly way, other sky demons will only think that the human race is afraid of it, and they will probably attack it even more. It is better to take this opportunity to study the sky demon clan and wait until the battlefield of all races, so that they will be more confident. Of course, since it has been decided to leave a living sky demon, preparations cannot be omitted. This is a level 9 life. If something happens, the entire base may be destroyed. It must be treated carefully and thoroughly. Mu Zhong immediately went to arrange for the placement of the 2 sky demons, one dead and one alive, while Wei Huan met Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang has been smoking since he came back. He has smoked an ashtray of cigarettes. At first, he smoked 2 cigarettes at a time, but now, he barely recovered and smoked 1 cigarette. What puzzled Wei Huan was, there is no cigarette in the space warehouse in your soul. He clearly remembered that Su Qingqiang collected 2 tons of cigarettes, and sent them to the warehouse, to avoid the situation of having no cigarettes to smoke again. A small part of his salary was spent on cigarettes. There is no cigarette factory in the challenge world, nor does it produce cigarettes. All cigarettes are daily necessities dropped from treasure chests. Collecting cigarettes for him has become one of the main tasks of the logistics unit of the Pioneer Army. Speaking of this, Su Qingqiang said with a sad face, "It wrapped me up. It's only the size of a palm. I can choke myself to death by smoking a cigarette. I almost quit smoking." Wei Huan was amused. Listening to Su Qingqiang's complaints, he had already outlined a rough outline in his mind. Simply put, it is a common method used by soft-bodied shell creatures against invaders. Su Qingqiang entered the body of the demon-faced sky demon, and it didn't take him seriously at all. The substances secreted by the body wrapped Su Qingqiang into a big pearl. If it were someone else, they might have been trapped to death, but fortunately, the person trapped was Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang eats everything. Even the brains of the undead can be eaten as mustard tofu, not to mention that this big pearl is not an ordinary thing, it is the essence of the celestial demon. For 5 months, Su Qingqiang gnawed the big pearl every day to get out, just like taking a tonic pill every day. He relied on eating to break through Sequence 6 and became Sequence 7, Demon Executioner. It is worth mentioning here that after reviewing the game, everyone found that although it was not a deliberate arrangement, the good record of 1 death and 1 prisoner in this battle against the 3-headed celestial demon was actually related to the previous coincidence. Before the battle, the 3-headed celestial demon had more or less injuries on his body, and was not in the strongest state. The snail celestial demon accidentally had a large piece of its snail shell picked off. This injury was the most serious and hurt the Foundation, so it died the most painfully. The Yingsa sky demon had been plagued by toxins, and when they met again, the toxins were not completely cleared from his body. In addition, due to his overly timid and cautious character, he ran away before the battle was decided, giving the human side the best chance to win. Finally, it was the demon-faced sky demon. It seemed to be the one in the best condition, but after learning from Su Qingqiang's experience, it was discovered that before fighting with them, the demon-faced sky demon had actually consumed a lot of energy and kept fighting against Su Qingqiang in his body, which seemed a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In this way, the human side really had some advantages in terms of time, place, and people, so that through those little bits and pieces, they got the upper hand in the final decisive battle. Otherwise, with the overall strength of the human race being only level 6, it would not be easy to defeat the 3 celestial demons in their prime. Let's talk about Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang took advantage of this adventure to catch up with Wei Huan, who had 7 seeds of enlightenment. It was just a matter of time before both of them advanced to Sequence 7. With the overall improvement in strength, and because Su Qingqiang had eaten a lot of celestial demon essence, he evolved many special abilities of celestial demons. Among them, the combat skill that played the biggest role in this battle was named Sky Slash. That is, the 3 claw marks that can tear through the void. Sky Slash has a strong power of law. After damaging the body of the celestial demon, it greatly reduces its rebirth speed. Therefore, others cannot do it, but Su Qingqiang can kill from the head to the snail shell, leaving the celestial demon without any ability to fight back. Just like a virus killing the host. Su Qingqiang became stronger by absorbing the celestial demon, but the celestial demon's body could no longer resist him. In addition, Su Qingqiang's adventure not only upgraded his sequence and made him more powerful, but also gave him a more terrifying self-healing ability. He was originally an indestructible cockroach, but now, he can't be killed even if he is cut into several sections. Able to fight, bear and recover blood, Su Qingqiang firmly holds his title of the first melee fighter of the human race. Team Shui said, "You always come to adventures. This is cheating. Quickly help me check where there is a cliff. There must be a cave, and there must be a peerless magic in the cave. A laugh rang out in the conference room. Su Qingqiang's reappearance and becoming so strong will of course bring pressure to the people around him, but for the entire team and the entire human race, it is a good thing that is beneficial and harmless. In addition to this great victory, Wei Huan nodded in agreement and celebrated. After the celebration, Commander Fong William brought a large number of garrisons to take over the newly conquered demon world. We don't have enough manpower. Fong William complained with a smile. You are expanding too fast. I haven't arranged people to go to the 7th level world yet. You have conquered the demon world again. Now the population of the 6th level world is not enough even if it is doubled by 100 times. Now there are more than 200,000 people in the 6th level world, half of whom are Wei Huan's people, and half are Fong William, the Grand Marshal of the Blue Star Garrison. Even if it is doubled by 100 times, it will only be 20 million people, which is not as many as the population of a first-tier city in Yin country, but it has to take over 4 large worlds including the 6th level world. This is not enough, but it is very short of manpower. But this is the 6th level world after all. After leaving the base, the monsters outside are all terrible beasts of the 6th level. It is the 11th year since humans entered the challenge world, and the number of people who can reach this world is really limited. We can't just fill the population by sending in 2nd and 3rd level people here? It's useless if we don't have special talents. Then Fong William said, the mid-year highway assessment will start in a few days. I see that the new people in your car are almost ready. Do you want to participate? Unexpectedly, Wei Huan shook his head and changed his plan. I still have insights in the real world, not to mention that others have more room for improvement. I plan to wait another half a year and go there at the end of the year. This battle with the Sky Demon also reminded me that I still can't be careless. Since we have to stay here for a while, the level of the tank still needs to meet the standards. Jacques and others will not go there for the time being. Fong William said, okay, it's up to you to decide. Find time to return to Blue Star. Everyone is waiting to talk to you. Fong William then talked about other things. The 6th level world has become a major city for humans, as they planned at the beginning. Humans, who were supposed to drift in the deep sea world like duckweed, not only live on the world tree, but also have a foothold and take root. They can also obtain the assistance of natural forces, increase the speed of cultivation, and have the effect of prolonging life. At the same time, this place has become an important hub for human challengers to go to 2 different directions of the world. Going further, it is the 7th level challenge world. Before participating in the assessment, you must rest in this major city and stay for a long time. Going up along the world tree, you will leave the challenge world and arrive at 2 real worlds that are like paradise. Wei Huan and Fong William initially agreed that humans will still mainly stay in the monster world. This world is full of natural forces and suitable for human habitation. In addition, although the monsters in this world are also very ferocious, they will keep their distance from humans and will not fight unless necessary. Some monsters even have an inexplicable affection for humans. Maybe new professions will appear among humans, such as monster masters. In addition, although the base outside the space channel has experienced war, some facilities are still preserved. They can be put into use immediately after rest and repair, so they will naturally be left. As for the headquarters of the pioneering army, it doesn't matter whether it is repaired or not. The chariot is the home of the pioneering army. Where the general command vehicle is, there is the headquarters of the pioneering army. Now that a celestial demon has escaped, who knows if it will bring its own kind to seek revenge again? Ordinary buildings cannot withstand war, and it is a waste to build more. The demon world will be in a semi-closed state of supervision, open only to those with special needs, such as dark energy challengers, and as a trial site, it will only be guarded by garrisons on weekdays, and will not be developed in any way. The demon cemetery that Wei Huan created outside the space channel in the swamp plain will continue to be used as a barrier to prevent demons from entering. In addition, a boundary gate will be created again in the rift in the East China Sea, and it will be guarded by Fong William's garrison. There are some good materials and supplies in the demon world that can be mined, so you can go this way. After arranging these, Wei Huan calmed down and continued to accumulate his gains from Sequence 7. And thinking of Sequence 8, Wei Huan had a headache. If he upgraded again in the same way, he might have to destroy hundreds of worlds, like these 2 small worlds. It was too crazy and cruel to think about it. Even though he had no sympathy for aliens, he didn't want to become a person who only knew how to kill. Therefore, if he didn't follow this method for Sequence 8, he had to find another way to advance. But for a while, there was no clue. In the area covered by the filthy land, the quality of the undead was slowly improving. The most obvious thing was that some of the undead transformed by the filthy land in the initial tomb had gradually appeared as second-level undead that had naturally advanced. Although the improvement was slow, it was always continuous. If he lived long enough, he might naturally evolve into a god-level undead. It was worth looking forward to. After a month of highway assessment, a large number of challengers came to the 6th-level world. Most of them were left in the heavy city to live, build, and practice, while the previous batch of people entered the Blessed Land Cave for further practice after passing the assessment. The human race on Blue Star is like a malnourished teenager in early childhood. Although they missed many opportunities to grow stronger in the past, they have finally been compensated. The real world continues to expand the depth and thickness of human beings and precipitate their cultivation. Therefore, many new people with extraordinary talents have appeared. There are more and more people who can kill gold-level treasure chest monsters alone. Diamond-level treasure chests in the 6th-level world can be opened without Wei Huan. The next 6 months were very peaceful. The White Fairy did not appear again, and the Devil-Face Fairy did not cause any trouble. Human research on the fairy race has reached a new stage. They have developed stun bombs that can suspend the actions of the fairy, anticoagulants that stop the healing of the fairy, and shield machines that can break the hard shell of the fairy. If you meet the fairy again, don't even think about suppressing the human race like before. The human race on Blue Star is like a tough weed, full of vigorous vitality. Even without Wei Huan, everyone is still trying their best to shine their own light, and finally spread the spring grass and flying warblers. Wei Huan's progress in the monster world stagnated more than a month before the highway assessment began at the beginning of the year. He had studied the soul to this stage, but he still couldn't see the heroic spirit. Could it be that he didn't have the righteousness in his heart, so he couldn't see the heroic spirit? Wei Huan had to temporarily leave the challenge world and return to Blue Star. Wei Huan spent 2 years in the challenge world, and actually 4 years in the monster world. He returned to the world he protected with his life, but felt strange. There are many more vehicles of challenge technology on the streets of Yin Country, and more challengers walking on the street. Many of them no longer use mobile phones, but directly wear portable systems, which can directly complete the virtual screen projection and browse the information of the challenge app. The news media no longer only reported on Wei Huan, but also on many outstanding young people, who always brought some amazing live broadcasts. Of course, not reporting on Wei Huan is not because he is out of date, but the already transcendent Wei Huan has not appeared in any activities on Blue Star for 2 years, and the media reporters dare not speculate or say anything at will. He is just high up, and you can see him as soon as you look up, but you can't touch him, which makes people more confused and feel the high distance. But everyone knows that he will always be there, majestic, great, and support the sky of the human race. No one saw Wei Huan when he returned to Blue Star. This was a low-key private action. Only he was alone. After returning, he left the military camp of the Qinglong Legion and flew to Xishan. Xishan was originally a cemetery for burying martyrs. After challenging the world, Xishan and the mountains around it, nearly 5 peaks, are now full of heroes of Yin Country. If you encounter a cemetery of this scale in other places, it should be spooky and make children stop crying at night. But here, there is a great spirit. Even at night, the wind is clear and the moon is bright. Adults love to bring their children here to visit the graves and talk about the difficulties of the past 10 years. Most of the young people who survived the challenging world have married and had children. The population of Blue Star has fully recovered, and the laughter of children can be heard everywhere. When Wei Huan flew over, he saw that the primary school in the capital organized a grave sweeping activity. A group of children wearing red scarves stood in front of the martyrs' tombstones, proudly raised their hands, and saluted their predecessors. Wei Huan looked at them for a long time, until he could no longer see them. Then he looked away. Blue Star was indeed unfamiliar to him, but his belief in protecting his hometown became stronger. He was very happy that he could change the fate of the human race on Blue Star and create such a brilliant vitality in this new story. Wei Huan, who was thinking, suddenly had an idea and looked at a place. He was surprised and thought of something, so he flew over in a hurry. He saw a middle-aged man in a camouflage uniform, smiling at him. "You?" Wei Huan slowly fell in front of him. His eyes penetrated his body, and the unspoken words were choked in his throat. Wei Huan looked at the tombstone Hang Yuanxiao martyr's tomb behind him with red eyes. The past scenes came like waves. The enclave that night, the garrison in the enclave, and the old soldier who fell in a pool of blood, Lao Hang. Lao Hang died, and was buried here. Now he opened his eyes, and walked out in the sun, smiling at himself. That fearless spirit turned into the soul of the hero, allowing him to return to the world. Their spirits resonate. In fact, they only met once, but Wei Huan felt so sad. He saw too much from Lao Heng. It is really not easy for human beings to get to where they are now. Everyone said that Wei Huan was great, but in Wei Huan's opinion, the most important thing to thank was the perseverance of these predecessors. Wei Huan looked at Lao Heng's hero for a while, then sat cross-legged in front of his tombstone, took out a bottle of wine, unscrewed it, and poured a glass for Lao Heng first. Lao Heng sat in front of him and smiled. This mouthful of wine was like honey poured into his throat, and he smiled with a standard 8 big teeth. Wei Huan poured himself another glass, raised the glass to Lao Heng, and then drank it all in one gulp. You drink one glass, I drink one glass after another. He drank a large portion of the wine quickly, but he was a little drunk. Wei Huan thought about it, propped himself up and stood up, wrapped the wine bottle with qi, and the wine bottle broke with a sound, but the clear liquid inside did not fall a drop, but rolled and turned into a ball of fog. The fog rose to the sky, a thin layer, and it was blown away by the wind, and the whole mountain was filled with the aroma of wine. Where the aroma of wine fell, figures walked out of the tombstones, smiling in the sun, looking at the other side of the mountain, looking at the distant capital, and looking at the bright red scarf at the foot of the mountain, with satisfaction and happiness on their faces. Wei Huan looked at the figures all over the mountain, and his mouth opened in surprise, and closed little by little. He said, Lao Heng, is the wine delicious? Do you hear the children's laughter? It's really nice. 1 month later. In front of the boundary gate of the 7th level world, a white primitive van, like a bright pearl, floated quietly in the air. It has been waiting here for a long time. At this time, the gate in front suddenly glowed with light, and countless chariots were coming over like a water mirror. As the distance got closer, it arrived in front of the gate, and then a white light flashed, and the whole painting broke out and stopped steadily in front of the white primitive car. No human figure was seen, but a voice was heard saying, Report to the commander, the highway assessment team should have 90,000 people, and the actual number was 90,000. The escort mission was successfully completed. The loud voice echoed in the air, and the tone was full of pride and excitement. Wei Huan's voice sounded at this time. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone return to your positions. Yes. As the voice fell, the camouflage chariot suddenly spread out endless chariots behind it, neatly and orderly arranged in the air 3 meters above the ground. The 10 leading vehicles were like young swallows returning to their nests, and they could not wait to return to the white original vehicle. Wei Huan met Jacques, who was in charge of the task of leading this time, in the captain's room. He looked at Jacques, who looked very good and in good spirits, and said, It looks smooth. Jacques saluted, and then said, It's very smooth. Our overall strength exceeds the world level, and there is no dark beast tribe to make trouble. Although we hesitated whether to send a team to take down the final boss, we finally decided to focus on the task and chose 80 lines of transmission. Wei Huan nodded. Okay, this mission is completed and have a good rest. Then Wei Huan ordered, Butler, connect all the chariots, verify their identities, and let them get on the car. Okay, Captain. Back in the chariot, the butler, whose IQ has finally returned, answered, and at the same time, according to Wei Huan's order, sent invitations to the challengers who passed the identity verification. These 90,000 people are the number that Wei Huan's chariot has increased after it was upgraded to level 8. He had already upgraded to a level 8 vehicle a year ago, but at that time the chariot was parked in the level 7 world. Challengers who wanted to join the chariot had to be in the same world with him, so these 90,000 people were first thrown into the real world of Fudi Dongtian for training. Until now, they were escorted by Jacques and successfully entered the level 7 world and came to Wei Huan. They were all old acquaintances, and the identity verification work went very smoothly. Familiar figures began to appear in the originally very empty square, especially Changle, Frank and others who joined first, who were already responsible for the queuing and rectification work. Wei Huan stood on the podium on the 2nd floor, patiently waiting for every person to report, and the entire square was filled one after another. It was almost impossible to see the end at a glance. Including the old crew, the number of 100,000 was so terrifying, just like this chariot that had been upgraded to level 8, comparable to a space fortress, with a huge number, abundant martial arts, and the blood that would never be extinguished. There was no man who would not be excited when seeing this scene here. Chapter 338. When everyone was in place, Wei Huan spoke first. First of all, welcome, I am Wei Huan. Then he said in his usual style, It is not time to rest yet, and there is nothing to celebrate. I hope you can adapt to your new identity and new job in the chariot as soon as possible and complete the running in as soon as possible. The next step is that we will enter the 8th level world in a short time. Follow me closely, improve what you should improve, work hard when you should work hard, and don't fall behind. After speaking, Wei Huan turned his head and looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong had a look of as expected and smiled as he replied to Wei Huan's speech. Everyone knows Commander Wei's temper. He doesn't talk nonsense, so every word is important and should be implemented as the core idea at the moment. As for me, I'm talkative and have a lot of things to do. If you don't understand, you can ask me. If you can't keep up, you must tell me. After 2 years of getting along in the monster world, I treat you as brothers. I hope you can all keep up and go to the 8th level world together. Okay, now I start to talk about the business, including the rules and the chariot and the responsibilities of each department. It will take a long time and there will be no stools, but I will stand with you. Listen carefully. Wei Huan handed this over to Mu Zhong and went to find the old bureau. The old bureau's class was not finished yet. Leading 100,000 people and leading 10,000 people are two different concepts. Wei Huan benefited a lot from every conversation with the old bureau. It's just that when they were in the monster world, the old bureau didn't follow them, but stayed in the chariot, stopped in the void, and occasionally went back to Blue Star to see his family and friends. The old man was old and his talent for cultivation was not good. With the nourishment of the world tree, he finally managed to rise to sequence 4. If he had not been responsible for guiding Wei Huan to become the emperor, he would not have needed to follow the chariot and take risks. After years of teaching, Wei Huan also regarded him as a teacher and a relative, and respected him very much. While Mu Zhong was speaking in front of the podium, Wei Huan talked with the bureau elder and several other elders, or just listened to them talk, and benefited a lot. Finally, the 3-hour conference ended. When Wei Huan saw Mu Zhong leaving the podium, he also offered tea to the bureau elder and others and prepared to say goodbye. Downstairs, which was lively again, came the happy conversation of the newcomers. It's finally here. My dream car. Is this the boss's chariot? It's obviously the same level as the deputy chariot of Jacques, but why is it so different and special in every way? This is the aura of kingship. Stupid. Didn't you notice that the natural power in this chariot is strong? Forgot? There is another world tree in this car. You can bring the world tree in the car. Not to mention our Blue Star human race, I'm afraid there are not many in the battlefield of all races. Yes, not only is there a world tree, but also Chef Lu is here. I heard that you can eat. Practice, attribute points rise up, it's simply a win. Do you see the dark room in the air? It's the dark source brought back from the dark beast world, the lucky star of the dark profession. Practice with half the effort. My life is worth it. Yes, I am satisfied to be able to come to this chariot, and become the boss's soldier. I am different, I want to be a strong man like Brother Chang, Captain Shui, Brother Chui, or the captain of the band, or the deputy captain Frank. Anyway, I am already here, and I will use this place as a platform to fight. Ah! Wait, have we been moving forward during the meeting? Suddenly, a strange cry came from nowhere, and then someone howled, "Everyone, go to the balcony and see." The legendary treasure chest opened by plowing the land. What is plowing the land to open the treasure chest? This is what I have always wanted to see the most. Come on! Come and see! Wei Huan paused with a teacup he handed to his mouth, and looked at the smiling old man. The old man said, "When it's time to take action, take action. I haven't seen you brute brush treasure chest monsters for a long time." Wei Huan raised his head and drank the teacup in one gulp, saying, "Okay, I go now." Outside the chariot, gray snow has been falling. Sister Crow and her tribe have turned into a huge sieve with a diameter of more than 150 rods, as at the beginning, constantly opening any treasure chest they encounter. The treasure chest monsters that challenge the world will never stop. After being triggered by the ghost crow, they will keep chasing their summoner Wei Huan, that is, behind this chariot. Mu Zhong talked for 3 hours, and the chariot drove for 3 hours without stopping. At the same time that a large amount of supplies appeared on the system list, a large number of treasure chest monsters gathered behind the chariot. Most of these treasure chest monsters are the same as the alien races seen in the monster world and the demon world, running bull monsters, winged demons, flying horses in the sky, and big demons like evil dragons. The 7th level world is the mountain and sea world. In the words of the Yin people, this world is a classic of mountains and seas, and the monsters that appear in front of them are all described in the classic of mountains and seas. It's just that they are all monsters and demons. Even the youngest newcomers, As long as they have entered the blessed land and cave heaven, we'll see obvious differences under the similar skin. In the real world of Foodie Dantion, even the smallest animals and inconspicuous grass are alive, full of energy and active souls, and have an endless future. But the monsters that appear in the challenge world are completely the opposite. No matter how real they look, they are like painted skins, empty and stinking inside, and their souls are long gone. Wei Huan killed so many treasure chest monsters, but never saw a soul. Whether it is the human race or the alien race, once they die in the challenge world, they will be swallowed by this world, and finally they can only become tools of trials, and can never be freed. However, among these Shanhaijing monsters, there are also some unexpected monsters. A newcomer was the first to discover the abnormality. What is that? Look at that skull dragon. Is it the boss's summoned creature? There seems to be no dragon in the boss's summoned army. That's right, the boss's summoned army are all the undead spirits of the dead dark beasts. But these undead spirits are not. Look, is there a human-shaped undead spirit there? Really? Where? What's the situation? I remember someone said that the boss does not control the undead spirits of the human race. This human undead spirit is not summoned by the boss, right? Wei Huan has also seen the human undead spirits that are the focus of those people's words, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. The 8th level world is completely different from what he imagined. There is a rule in the challenge world, and the secrets of the next world can be seen by opening the treasure chest. The treasure chests below gold are all the elites and leaders of the survivors, so in the mountain and sea world, there are naturally more monsters and demons. The treasure chests above gold will inevitably open the king-level survivors and the leaders from the 8th level world. Among the bunch of monsters and demons following the car, the figure of the undead appeared. There is no doubt that the next world may be the land of the dead. It is hard to imagine that the 8th level world that is about to reach the end of evolution is actually a world of the dead. Wei Huan was not happy about the appearance of the undead. Instead, countless ideas came to his mind, but because they could not be confirmed, he could only suppress them again. Especially when he saw the undead in human form that came out of the treasure chest, he was even more emotional. He already knew that the heroic spirit was a kind of spiritual resonance. The appearance of the heroic spirit can only be that they come to you, not that you find them yourself. They have their own will. Even if he majored in the way of death and played with souls, he would never be able to see them if he did not get the recognition of the heroic spirit. Wei Huan knew that if he returned with the heroic spirit of Shishan, his strength would definitely soar. The heroic spirits with righteousness had an absolute restraining effect on the undead. But in the end, Wei Huan did not disturb the hero's eternal sleep. They had paid enough and lifted up the sky of the human race in those difficult years. The road to the future should be handed over to the descendants, the young people who grew up under their protection. It's just hateful that their spirits live forever, but their bodies are still under the control of the challenge world. The clothes worn by the human undead are exactly the clothes of the humans on Blue Star. Although they have brown hair and blue eyes from the west, they are also compatriots of Blue Star. Just thinking about their bodies being dominated by the challenge world, appearing in the hero pool of the Dark Beast Lord, appearing in the treasure chest, or appearing in any way, Wei Huan felt a nameless fire in his heart. His fellow tribesmen have not been liberated yet, and the challenge world has not been overturned. How can he not work hard? Wei Huan no longer listened to the speculations from the newcomers. He released his anger, and the overwhelming undeads met the monster group, ending the 3-hour tailing. Group brush. Easily grasped. Wei Huan's strength once again shocked the newcomers, who had just got on the bus, even though most of them had seen Wei Huan take action in the past 2 years, and even participated in the battle with the Sky Demon. The power of the extreme individuals, and this group of monsters mixed with the 8th level world level, give people an absolutely different feeling. They watched in the process. The treasure chests and supplies were unlocked one by one, and appeared in front of them like a screen, filling the entire warehouse. Who wouldn't be excited about the visible rewards? Especially when everyone found that with the fall of the undead bone dragon, platinum-level equipment appeared together with other bronze and silver equipment, their breathing became heavier. No matter how much ancient god equipment Boss Wei developed, humans also have the ability to make pseudo-god-level equipment, but that is equipment that only the top group of people can get, and it is not their turn. Only the gold, platinum, and even diamonds in these treasure chests are the materials they can exchange with DKP. Before boarding Boss Wei's chariot, it was very difficult to get a gold equipment in any legion, even the main team. You have to save DKP and wait in line for the equipment to be opened. It's not like this car, where gold equipment is the most basic level. As long as DKP is enough, even diamond-level equipment can be exchanged. Such abundant supplies and high-level equipment are just like bait. They all want to take a bite and not let go. This future is really promising. The last treasure chest monster fell down, and the body and blood disappeared. The chariot started again, patting the sleeves without taking a cloud, leaving a clean ground. This is completely different from the real world. In the real world, there will be corpses and blood all over the ground. The corpses will not only rot, but also pollute the land. Wave 1 can even extract the souls of the dead to practice, and can also use the netherworld energy condensed on the corpse to form the netherworld. These are all impossible in the challenge world. If Wave 1 just practiced in the challenge world step by step, I am afraid that he would not have reached sequence 7 now, and his understanding of the netherworld would be relatively shallow. The chariot moved forward, and the ghost crow followed again. The new treasure chest was opened, and soon appeared behind the chariot, following, and repeating over and over again. Low-level treasure chest monsters often cannot follow the chariot that has reached level 8, but whenever they are out of battle, the challenge world will teleport them directly to the chariot, and they will fight to the death. Wave 1 is like this. Sometimes he cleans up every 3 or 4 hours. If he encounters training, sleeping, or other things, he will accumulate a day and a night at most before killing them all. But even if diamond-level monsters appear, they will not cause any trouble to Wave 1. His current strength has far exceeded the ceiling of this world, absolutely crushing. So the reason why he is still in the level 7 world is just because the assessment has just ended, and there is still half a year before the next assessment. He can't wait in the world for half a year. It is also troublesome to move back to the real world for 100,000 people without a chariot, so he gallops in the mountain and sea world day and night. Even if the materials he opened are useless, he can give them to others. While Wei Huan was opening the treasure chest, he maintained the momentum of creating 100 level 7 undeads every half a month. Mu Zhong seized the time to run in the 100,000-man team. They were not all combatants, but also had some cultural talents, which enriched the life on the chariot after training. In the past 6 months, 2 pairs of old drivers got married and completed their wedding on the chariot. The chariot became more and more like a big home. There would be disputes and factions, but there was no doubt that when foreign enemies came, they had only one name, that is, the soldiers of the Grand Marshal of the Reclamation Army. Please note that you are about to enter the 8th level highway. Enter the countdown 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the last number sounded, Wei Huan and others suddenly brightened in front of their eyes, and they could not see anything in the white. Wei Huan had never noticed it before, but now he found that with his own strength, he could not see the surroundings clearly during such a transmission process. This means that when they were teleporting, they were involved in the laws, and the laws were very deep, and ordinary practitioners could not get a glimpse of them. From the 5th level world to the 8th level world, the breath of the laws became stronger and stronger, everywhere, suppressing everywhere, and making them walk on the road of the laws in various ways. To be honest, although the challenge world is extremely cruel and makes people want to overthrow and destroy it, its experience and assessment of civilization can show its good intentions. I just don't know what the result will be when this road is finally reached. As the white light fell, Wei Huan's eyes quickly adapted, and he instantly saw the environment of this assessment road clearly. This is a world of twilight. Whether it is the sky or the grass and trees, they all present a gray and dead appearance, especially the gray dust covering them, which looks particularly familiar, reminding people of the gray snow in Sister Crow's netherworld. The air is indeed full of the breath of death. But Wei Huan soon discovered that although it is also the power of the netherworld, the power of death, these laws cannot be used by himself. It must be described, just like if he feeds on bones, even rotten bones and flesh can still nourish him, then the power of death in this world is bones that have been dead for countless billions of years and have become fossils. Except for being placed here to see the shape of the past, it has no nutrition and is meaningless. Even Wei Huan felt an unspeakable discomfort in this world, as if he was pressed by something. Is it really the kingdom of the dead? Mu Zhong also saw the appearance of this world clearly and asked, "Is it the same as your tomb world?" Wei Huan shook his head. It was different. He ignored the discomfort, endured the difficulty in breathing, and said, "This world is dead." Mu Zhong didn't understand. What is dead? Wei Huan said, "The law of death has settled into the framework of the world, and it is no longer floating in the atmosphere. It cannot be seen or caught, but it exists nowhere. In such a world, if you stay for a long time, the living will become dead." Mu Zhong was surprised. Is the world killing people? Wei Huan said, "I don't know either. It's not surprising that the living dead appear in this world. What are the living dead? Are they zombies? Or zombies? Are vampires considered living dead? Wei Huan shook his head and nodded. It's possible, or it's not. Mu Zhong thought, anyway, the consciousness is dead, but the body is still alive by instinct? Are those level 8 monsters we encountered in the level 7 world considered living dead? Skeletons don't count, but zombies should count. Wei Huan shook his head this time. Zombies don't count either. They are resurrected from the dead and exist in the world in another form, while living dead are between life and death and are not dead. The more you talk, the more I don't understand. Let's go and see first, and you understand when you see it. Okay. While Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were sighing, the other crew members in the chariot were also discussing after seeing the world clearly. It is indeed the kingdom of the dead. We are in the boss's home turf. Can we walk sideways in this world? Maybe we can fly and reach the 9th level world. What should I do? I am not ready. If the 9th level world is full of people like the heavenly demons, we are afraid that we are still not good enough. Don't be afraid. With the boss here, I am not afraid of the 9th level world, let alone the 10th level world. There was a lot of discussion in the chariot, and everyone was full of confidence in Wei Huan. After all, whoever sees the appearance of this world will have more confidence. Mu Zhong thought so at first, and sighed with Wei Huan about the topic of living dead. When he stopped, he found that Wei Huan's face was not right. Wei Huan's face was very heavy, his eyebrows were slightly frowned, and his face was a little pale. This look was obviously not a sign of a person's comfort, but extremely nervous. But this is obviously the world of the dead. Why? What's wrong? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan, who wanted to stand firm, looked at Mu Zhong in confusion. Don't you feel pressure? What pressure? If you say it's because of the color of the environment and the suppression brought by the world level, there is still some. No. Wei Huan shook his head, but looking at Mu Zhong's expression, he soon realized that their feelings were obviously different. With Mu Zhong's intelligence, he also noticed Wei Huan's thoughts at the same time. He quickly connected with several backbone giants on the chariot and asked them. Captain Shui, Brother Chui, Bigfoot, and others felt the same as him, with world pressure, but they didn't feel that they couldn't breathe well. Su Qingqiang and Changle both said that this world felt very uncomfortable, much more uncomfortable than entering a new world in the past. Shock, who was also a dark type and was transformed into a fallen elf, shook his head and said, No, I feel the same as Captain Shui and the others. After asking around, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked solemn. Mu Zhong said, Find the death-type people in the car, or anyone who is involved in the law of death, and let them come over and talk nonsense. Mu Zhong immediately issued a gag order, but there was no need to hide it from the core group. In everyone's suddenly tense expressions, Mu Zhong said, It seems that this world has the power to suppress challengers, who are also the power of death. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous. This is easy to understand. Everything has a first come, first served. This world has been occupied by the power of death. The death system is a dominant system, and an invading system. It is normal to reject the newly emerged death controllers. As long as you are given a chance to adapt, it will get better. Then Mu Zhong avoided people, and told Wei Huan alone, These are what Ironheart told me. The world will reject the death system. If you can't adapt to this world as soon as possible, you will be invaded, infected, and dominated by the other party's death power. You major in the law of death, which is different from Brother Chong and the others. Once you are invaded by the will of the world, you will. Mu Zhong paused and didn't want to say anything. Wei Huan continued, Become a living dead? Mu Zhong thought about it and added, The king of the living dead. Wei Huan, This supplementary explanation really makes me want to complain. Wei Huan paused and asked, Is there a time limit? Mu Zhong shook his head. Heart of Steel doesn't know that invasion is the control of the energy of the law, and it is also a contest of willpower. People with strong wills will definitely persist longer. Wei Huan extracted the necessary information from this sentence, muttering to himself, A contest of laws? The black cube floating on Mu Zhong's shoulder seemed to shake. Mu Zhong noticed something unusual, looked down, and smiled. When he looked up again, he winked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan's mouth curled slightly, and it seemed that he was tricked out of the key information. This Ironheart has always been a man who doesn't release his eagle until he sees the rabbit, especially in the challenge world, where he is as hard as a clam. But in front of Mu Zhong, these are not big problems. The system is indeed smart, but the smart thing is its massive database, which is far less flexible than the human brain, and it is even more difficult to avoid. The trap that Mu Zhong inadvertently set up often allowed them to predict a lot of information in advance, and also allowed Wei Huan, who did not have foresight, to avoid many wrong paths. Of course, Ironheart would let slip the secret because it was biased towards humans. If it were a different host, as long as it did not speak, it would not have to consider whether it had let slip the secret. Mu Zhong always had the ability to make people like him. Even the system AI was no exception. Wei Huan now had guidance, and no more detours to explore. It was easy after he knew how to go. He said, "Let's go first, open the box slowly, understand the level of this world first, and then talk about the next step." Mu Zhong nodded. "Of course, then I will suppress the matter about the law of death first." Wei Huan was puzzled. "Why?" Mu Zhong said, "Since we are competing for the law, there must be more and less. You have so little confidence in me?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 339. You have so little confidence in me? Mu Zhong looked at the confidence between Wei Huan's eyebrows and smiled. "I was wrong. I was too concerned. I have confidence in you. No one can match you in the depth of death. It is only a matter of time before you can suppress the laws of this world." Wei Huan smiled. "Telling them in advance can also prepare them. This world strongly rejects us, and my combat effectiveness has been weakened." "How much?" "Not sure, half. We will know after trying it first." "So much?" Mu Zhong was obviously worried when he left. No one expected that in the 8th level world, the worlds would reject Wei Huan, which was equivalent to taking away the most powerful weapon of the human assault army. Not only did the attack power decrease, but the death power of this world also intended to invade humans. If things go wrong, everyone will be destroyed. He hasn't experienced such a world with such a disadvantage for a long time. However, Wei Huan watched Mu Zhong leave, but his thoughts were completely different from Mu Jing's. The new law of death has penetrated into the world framework. The power of death, which is far deeper than his own, suppresses him like a giant in his eyes, making him extremely uncomfortable, but it gives him a new direction and goal. Study it, learn it, and surpass it. Just when he doesn't know how to continue to move forward, is there a better teacher than this? Sooner or later, he will step on the shoulders of this giant and see his own way. The ghost crows that dispersed quickly found the first silver treasure chest. Wei Huan did not open it, but asked the ghost crows to find the bronze treasure chest first, and open the treasure chest first. Wei Huan was very glad that he had played it safe, and didn't open the silver treasure chest. His overall strength was suppressed by the will of the world, and the undead became extremely lazy and slow. Even the pseudo-god level, undead leader, had reduced his combat power by more than half. Facing a bronze level treasure chest monster, it actually took an epic level 7 running wolf to go all out to kill it. His strength was weakened too much. According to the standard, I'm afraid that if I open a silver treasure chest, I will need a pseudo-god level hero to deal with it. Wei Huan frowned and felt a sense of urgency. The biggest test of the highway assessment is not the treasure chests on the road, and the survivors you see by the way. As long as you are not greedy, these battles can be avoided. The most dangerous thing about the highway assessment is the monster tribe that refreshes and descends from time to time. They now have 100,000 people in the chariot, and the king-level tribe will definitely descend. The combat power of the leader of the king-level tribe is equivalent to that of a gold-level treasure chest. Perhaps the god-level point beast can withstand the combat power of the king-level, but the most fatal reason why this world restrains Wei Huan is that as undead, they are not afraid of toxins, especially skeletons, and the ability of the point beast is directly abolished. In addition, since it is a tribe, there will be more than one monster. At that time, countless enemies will rush up, and they will not have the strength to compete. Wei Huan. In the communication, Mu Zhong suddenly said, "I have discussed it with everyone. You concentrate on understanding the laws of the world, and leave the next battle to us." Wei Huan, who was about to take on the responsibility, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Mu Zhong said, "We have 2 level 8 vehicles. Captain Shui and Do Lin have both advanced to sequence 7, and with the cooperation that everyone has practiced for a long time, we are not afraid even if we meet a king-level tribe." Wei Huan didn't say much, just looked at Mu Zhong deeply, and then nodded. "Okay. Yes, this is a comrade in arms, a companion. No matter how strong a person is, he will always get tired. Moreover, this is a challenge to the world, and it is impossible to always go smoothly." When Wei Huan couldn't bear it, everyone naturally helped him to lift him up, let him take a breath, or give him time to practice and improve. After all, he had companions, and was not fighting alone. Wei Huan didn't try to be brave. He didn't know when the king-level tribe would refresh. Before that, he had to adjust his state, at least not to be suppressed so harshly. After no longer forcing himself to open the box, the chariot avoided most of the battles on the way forward. As long as you don't deliberately open the box and kill the survivors, it is actually not difficult to test the road. Even if the randomly refreshed monsters are not dead, they will not be king-level tribes every time. Most of the time, there are more ordinary elites and small leaders. It is not necessary for Wei Huan to deal with them. His crew is enough to deal with most of the situations on this test road. At this moment, Wei Huan truly felt the help from the crew. He was no longer the only one pulling and dragging others, but he could also be helped and protected. Wei Huan, feeling at ease, completely handed the challenge task to Mu Zhong and began to practice in the driver's room. Practice is not difficult. Since he knew that his goal was to adapt to, resist, or even reversely invade the law of death in this world, he only needed to find the law of this world first and try to feel it. He released his spiritual consciousness from his body, spreading it around him, and used his spiritual consciousness tentacles to touch the law in the atmosphere. The whole process was dull and boring. The key point was that for a long time, he felt nothing. It was just that the suppression on his body was so obvious that he kept reminding him that the law of death was not absent, but hidden. He did not dig deep enough and did not look carefully enough, so he could not feel anything. It was this belief that supported Wei Huan and constantly broke through his limits. He turned his consciousness into the ultimate silk thread and explored deeper. Finally, he did not know when he saw the light gray law power floating in the atmosphere like smoke. But it was not enough to be so obvious. These law powers were too light. They just existed there, and were vaguely sensed by himself. But it was still far away to study it, learn it, or even invade it in turn. Wei Huan's eyes narrowed slightly, bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and green flames burned in his pupils. Sweat flowed from his forehead. As he observed more deeply, the resistance became stronger and stronger, as if the will of the world noticed his disrespectful intentions, and actively released power to suppress him. Wei Huan's body couldn't stop shaking. But he was still alive. He was still going on. He knew very well that this was just a battle of wills. Although he was fighting against a giant at the moment, this giant was sleeping. All the resistance, all the targeting, all the pain, were just the backlash he suffered in the process of approaching it, rather than losing to it. His body was shaking like a sieve, and beads of sweat were dripping down. Wei Huan's eyes, which were dancing with green flames, were full of bloodshot, and his expression was almost hideous. Wei Huan is stubborn, and he has reasons why he absolutely cannot give up. He keeps insisting, and he never retreats even if it hurts. He approaches little by little, until the gray mist in front of him suddenly expands. Wei Huan feels that he stumbles, as if he has fallen into a long passage. He rolls and falls dizzily, falling all the time. When he reaches the bottom, his eyes suddenly open up. He sees a universe made up of countless black chains. The chains are large and small, intertwined and stretched straight. He doesn't know where they come from, or where they go. He is like seeing a strand of hair on a cheetah, so tiny, and so shocking. Is this the law of death? Wei Huan looks at the thickest chain among them, and feels as if he is the size of an ant, but sees the huge wheels of a truck rolling in front of him. He tries to touch it, but finds that he can't get close to it. After trying for a long time, he has to focus on other, smaller chains. This time, he picked a chain that was about the same size as himself and tried to get closer. He soon found that his nether power seemed to be sucked away, and could not stop pouring into the chain. So the chain that was originally untouchable, and would hurt his consciousness, a small section of his consciousness could be wrapped around it. Is that so? Wei Huan found a way to plunder the law. He was not sure whether it was right or wrong, but he had to try it anyway. He injected more nether power into it, and gradually a ring of the chain was stained with his breath. Just looking at the chain that did not change, he looked left and right uncertainly at the two ends of the chain that stretched to the end of the boundless end, and those larger chains that were like giant wheels. If all the chains were to be stained with his own breath. This idea was a little suffocating. But it was a way after all. Before there was no other way, he could only continue like this. In the following period of time, Wei Huan consumed a lot of nether power, and released the Point Beast and Sister Crow to build the nether power, and finally invaded the 5 rings on the chain to become his own breath. Just when Wei Huan was a little hesitant, and didn't know whether to continue, he found a little difference. The first ring, that was stained by himself, actually had a crack on it. When the crack appeared, Wei Huan's mind roared and suddenly became clear. Yes, what he needed most at the moment was not to invade and plunder the natural laws of this world, but to get rid of the shackles on his body. These iron chains were shackles that trapped him tightly and suppressed him severely, so his strength could not be restored. What he needed to do now was to use his nether power to corrode these shackles and regain his freedom. As for the reverse control of power, it was indeed not the most important thing for him at the moment. With a direction, Wei Huan was full of energy. He didn't know how long it took, but when he corroded to the 10th ring, the first ring finally couldn't bear the weight and cracked. Hua la la. The chain broke, flew in both directions, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Wei Huan only felt that he seemed to be a little lighter. Very good, the suppression was indeed lifted a little. The successful Wei Huan woke up from the practice, opened his eyes, and checked the time. It turned out that 4 days had passed. Awake? You look like you've gained something. Mu Zhong's voice rang in his ears. Wei Huan turned his head and looked over. So Mu Zhong's figure was enlarged in the communicator, so large that he could see the dark circles under his eyes at a glance. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the past few days. What's wrong? Wei Huan looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? Mu Zhong smiled with his eyes curved. Very good, I just killed a king-level monster not long ago. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong said with a bit of credit, yes, it's a king-level monster. Fortunately, it's a lone ranger, not a tribe, otherwise we would have to wake you up. In fact, we considered whether to call you at the beginning, but everyone wanted to give it a try. After all, we have 2 level 8 vehicles, especially our main tank has a level 9 net casting component, and the monster happened to be mainly physical. In short, after a day of dealing with it, in the absence of you and Brother Chong, everyone worked together to kill this king-level monster. After saying this, Mu Zhong's eyebrows flew up, with visible pride and happiness. Everyone is celebrating, do you want to come? Wei Huan was surprised and happy, and finally nodded. Okay. However, Wei Huan realized after arriving that this battle was not all a happy event. 13 tanks were accidentally destroyed in the battle, 5 of which were killed on the spot, and the other 8 crew members, who were rescued were all seriously injured. With the strength of Sequence 6, it is lucky to come back alive after encountering a king-level monster in the level 8 world. The difference in power between the two sides was so great that, without a chariot, the wind created by the king-level monster running alone was enough to knock down a Sequence 6 challenger. There were casualties among the king-level lone rangers. If the king-level tribe was refreshed, let alone the crew members, even if Wave 1 took action, he would probably suffer the same casualties under the situation of being suppressed. Wei Huan felt so distressed about the sacrifice of these 5 crew members, as if he had cut off a piece of meat. Among humans, those who can get here are all the best among 10,000, true geniuses, and the pillars of the future of the human race. So Wei Huan, who went out happily, came back with a stern face and left a sentence. If there is another king-level monster, be sure to call me. Then he started practicing again. This time, seeing the iron chain universe was much simpler. As soon as he calmed down, he saw the iron chains that penetrated the sky and the earth. Wei Huan did not rashly touch the iron chain like a giant wheel, but found the same or smaller iron chain as before to corrode. He didn't have much time, and the thick iron chain must not be cut in a short time. It would be better to destroy what can be destroyed first, and then take it slowly after passing this assessment and reaching the real 8th level world. Wei Huan had a clear mind, knew the importance of things, and was not greedy for credit. This time, he used a shorter time than before and easily corroded the second chain. The first time is new, the second time is familiar, and the corroding chain gradually becomes more proficient. Wei Huan can even corrode 2 or 3 chains at the same time if the dark power can support it. With the sound of clattering, the pressure on Wei Huan was indeed a little lighter. Of course, Wei Huan does not have the ability to fight against the fossilized law of death. The unsealing of the small chain is just a minor detail. If we must digitize the changes of Wei Huan after he came to this world, it can be said that Wei Huan's strength has been suppressed to only 30%. Every time a small chain is melted, it is equivalent to unlocking 0.1%. Now, with his efforts, his strength has finally been increased to 32.2%. Not much, but it must be better than before. Moreover, at a glance, there are still many chains of this thickness, which means that he can recover a lot of strength in a short time. Not to mention full recovery, as long as he recovers to 60% of his strength, he can suppress the royal tribe. Unfortunately, reality does not wait for anyone. Wei Huan was awakened by Mu Zhong. When he was awakened by Mu Zhong, he knew it was not a good thing, but Mu Zhong told him that it was indeed after the royal tribe refreshed. He still couldn't help feeling a little depressed. The time is still too short. If he could unlock all the chains of the same thickness, it would be good to restore 3 to 5 points of strength. Quickly sorting out the status, Wei Huan did not leave the captain's room, but directly opened the portal outside the car to release the demon Eye Monarch first. Vision descended. TSK. Even the 5 senses weakened, this suppression is really comprehensive. Wei Huan tried to adapt to being deprived of most of his 5 senses, and looked outside the car at the same time. The chariot has been driving on the assessment road for the 6th day. There are only 3 days left before the end of the assessment. They are not far from the 80th line. After driving all the way like this and fighting monsters, they have a considerable understanding of the environment of the 8th level world. This is a hilly world. The hilly world is very friendly to humans. The 3rd level world is a hilly world with mountains and rivers. Humans built the first big city in that world, as a major city for primary challengers to live and gather. But that is only the living hill world that makes humans feel comfortable to live in. The dead world in front of us just wants people to escape. The sky is unchanging gray, without day and night, always a blurred color between black and white. All the plants on the earth have withered. Some big trees with only dry trunks left look shaky, but they are still standing with their teeth and claws bared, and the trunks are covered with a thick layer of ash. Some ghost birds hang on the trees like bats, some are left with shriveled flesh and white bones, and some have half of their heads missing, with their eyeballs falling out. Occasionally, when they move, the eyeballs shake constantly. The chariot passed over their heads, and the ghost birds flew up, and the wind swept away the few leaves left on the tree, and the ghost spirit condensed and did not dissipate. Under the dead tree, there was a rustling sound. Looking closely, it was a group of black snakes running through the dead grass. First, there were some small snakes, which were similar to the snakes on Blue Star except that they were undead. Their ferocious triangular heads looked very vicious. Then, bigger snakes appeared. These snakes could not be seen on Blue Star. Their bodies were thicker than 3 people, and more than 100 meters long. Although they were also undead, their scales were neatly arranged, revealing a sense of heaviness. Their defense should be strong. There were many giant snakes like this. Some of them crouched on the ground and moved forward, while others stood up. They were more than 20 meters tall, with their triangular heads drooping. When they stared with their shriveled eyes, they were extremely terrifying. However, these were not the things that Wei Huan should pay attention to, but the snake people who were wandering behind and driving these snakes forward. The lower half is a snake, the upper half is a human, and there are both male and female, which is very similar to the gender characteristics of the human race. They are mostly about 3 meters tall when standing up, but if the snake tail dragging behind them is added, the body length exceeds 7 or 8 meters. Snake people are not uncommon in the myths of Blue Star. In fact, there are shadows of snake people in many ancient myths. For example, the Nanda tribe living on the seashore is a type of snake people. In addition, the most famous Medusa in Western mythology is also a snake person, and the other is Niwa in the Legend of Yen Country, who also appears in the image of a snake person. So when this kind of snake person that is very consistent with the impression of human mythology really appears in front of you, it will give people a strong sense of shock. Wei Huan's eyes fell on these snake people, who looked like zombies, and had rotten corpse spots on their bodies for a long time. After all, when the gender characteristics are similar to those of humans, there will be a kind of impact. This has nothing to do with sexual see. Who would have thought when seeing a corpse? It's not a pervert. But I couldn't ignore the shock, as if myths and imaginations were intertwined, and served on the table in an extremely absurd manner. I couldn't look away. Boom! Boom! At this time, the artillery fire of the war had already sounded, and the chariots and long-range fighters were fighting with the snakes in front. With the appearance of the snakes, the melee fighters were also eager to try. Wei Huan's undead army also appeared. Like these snake tribes, the dark beast undead from the same group appeared vigorously, and rushed into the snakes. The strength was indeed very weak. The undead controlled by Wei Huan himself, the worst of them were at the level of sequence 6, and the strength gap was also very large depending on the star level. But when encountering the most common snake monsters, it often takes 2 or 3 level 6 running wolves to tear it apart. The 100-meter giant snake is just like a small boss. The undead with thick skin and flesh can hardly leave any damage on it, but it just shook its head and waved it casually, and several undead returned to the tomb. The tail behind it twisted a few more times, and several more undead were killed. As for the snake men who especially attracted Wei Huan's attention, they were divided into melee and ranged. The melee ones took spears or swords and strangled the undead rushing in front of them in tacit cooperation, while the long-range snake men holding bows and arrows assisted the snake group. Wei Huan was extremely uncomfortable with the fight of a mere king-level tribe. The lower-level undead he summoned made no achievements and became cannon fodder. As for the undead reincarnated from the impure world, they couldn't even be a stumbling block on the roadside. The aftermath of the battle was enough to kill them. The strength was reduced too much, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Swoosh boom. Bang bang bang. Of course, this battle was not fought by Wei Huan alone. When countless arrows and magic sparks flew over his head and exploded in the snake group, Wei Huan looked at the snake men who fell down in response, knowing that there were still comrades behind him. The most powerful long-range stand on the war platform of the 8th level chariot, and each shot can take away countless snakes. Among them, Jacques and Alfonso are the best. Alfonso is the Thunder Mage who got the Mage Tower. He is from Kangaroo Country. He got Xiao Yu's guarantee to get on the car. He is a petite blonde woman. She has a close relationship with Xiao Yu. The two are in love. Under the influence of Xiao Yu, she has completely regarded herself as a member of the chariot. Not only is she in charge of the Mage Tower, but now she is also the training of the wise man on Wei Huan's chariot. She is smart and studious. She has already reached the 7th floor of the Mage Tower. She is the only mage who has reached the 7th floor, and whose theoretical knowledge is stronger than the real sequence. Her lightning magic is amazing. In addition, the lightning magic can restrain the undead magic to some extent. After a long-awaited attack, the sound of thunder rolled over, and the snake people within a 3-kilometer range on the battlefield fell one after another, turning into charcoal and dying directly. Alfonso launched 3 consecutive lightning attacks, and countless figures fell under the lightning wire net. Wei Huan felt the pressure was relieved, and the undead that had been unable to attack for a long time finally moved forward. Chapter 340. As for Jacques, he is the king of snipers. He aims at a distance, pulls the trigger in the air, locks the snakeman's eyebrows, shoots one snakeman at a time, and kills him perfectly. The two armies face each other. With the tacit cooperation of Wei Huan's undead army and the long range, the battlefield begins to move forward. But before they can move forward too much, a stream of wind arrows suddenly falls from the front, whizzing and flying 5 or 6 miles away. The power does not weaken. It flies past Wei Huan's undead army and actually comes towards the chariot. Puff! 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 The arrows collide with the protective shield outside the chariot, causing the protective shield to ripple continuously and shake gently. Such a round of volleys can actually shake the 8th level protective shield. But Wei Huan soon discovered the trick. Not every arrow can shake the protective shield, but some longer and heavier arrows have such power. Wei Huan, in the vision of the Lord of the Magic Eye, watched the arrows with black light on their tails bombarding the protective shield. Following the direction of the arrows to the end, he saw a few snake men with 6 arms, not many in number. 6-armed snake men are becoming more and more mythical, and their image is completely in line with the human conception of the snake demon myth. They have 6 arms, 1 pair of arms mostly holding 2 swords and 2 guns, and 4 arms for drawing bows. Drawing the bow to the full moon, strands of law power flow into the bow and arrow. As the fingers loosen, with a buzzing sound, the arrows fly as if they can cut through the air and hit the protective shield of the chariot heavily. The outermost protective shield broke with a sound, shattering into fragments on the ground. But at the same time, a more terrifying aura condensed, as if all the damage suffered so far had been accumulated and now suddenly released. Boom! The semicircular sickle halo flew outward, spreading over more than 10 miles. Amid a shrill scream, both Wei Huan's undead and the snake demon's undead were cut in half and died cleanly. Wei Huan's undead would return to the tomb after death, while the snake demon's undead would be taken back by the challenge world after death. Looking at the suddenly cleared site, not even a trace of blood was left, and it was empty in the distance. Such a similar scene. For a moment Wei Huan doubted, if the challenge world was a trap set by a certain profession, then is it possible that the other party is a necromancer? What about another gravekeeper? But the situation on the scene did not allow Wei Huan to think too much. The ring-shaped sickle was extremely sharp, clearing a large area of the battlefield, and almost all snakes below the snake demon were killed cleanly. Even many snake demons with 2 arms could not escape the fate of being cut in half. However, the halo of the broken protective shield did not cause much damage to the 6-armed snake demons. Except for some who were slightly injured, none of them fell down seriously. The wounds angered the 6-armed snake demons. They opened their mouths and roared. Their mouths were half the size of their heads. Their eyes and mouths glowed together, and their bodies, which were originally a circle smaller than the 2-armed snake demons, suddenly grew larger, 3 to 5 times more sturdy, and turned into a huge body about 15 meters tall. These enlarged snake demons put down their bows and arrows, slapped their tails on the ground, and bounced up, flying 2 or 3 kilometers away, rushing straight towards the chariot. At the same time, there were still many 6-armed snake demons that did not grow larger, and they continued to draw their bows and shoot arrows to attack the second chariot protective shield on Wei Huan's side. The angry blow of the six-armed snake demons quickly broke the second protective shield, and the same halo appeared, and they were about to fly in front of the chariot. The giant six-armed snake demon was cut by the 8th level protective shield at close range. The nearest few snake demons were cut in half and died. The remaining hundreds of snake demons were also injured. Some fell to the ground after the momentum of the strong attack was blocked. At such a close distance, they could only wait for death. And the protective shield of the chariot appeared again. Not to mention a group of undead, whose souls were controlled by the challenged world, with no IQ but only instinct. Even the sky demons, who were also challengers, hated the protective shield of the human chariot. The defense was strong, and there was a huge amount of damage after breaking it. It was hard to knock down one, and there was another one. It was simply a nesting doll. When the third protective shield appeared, there seemed to be a little commotion in the long-range team of the six-armed snake demon. But here, the front line of the battlefield changed. Before the six-armed snake demon attacked the third protective shield again, a black whirlwind appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. When the whirlwind dissipated, no one in it could be seen, and gray snow fell between the sky and the earth. A huge violent bear, with a shoulder height of more than 20 meters, fell heavily to the ground, roaring and rushing to the front with its teeth and claws bared, and the earth was shaking. Following closely behind, there were two-headed hidden demons whose figures flickered, running wolves commanding the march of the legion, and Shiroma with scales, like dragons and horses, and flying monkeys emitting hazy golden light. Wei Huan's undead leaders finally took action. From the beginning, he planned to use the shield-breaking attack to clear a wave of snake monsters, so he did not summon high-level undead. Now facing the more powerful snake monsters, it is naturally the turn of the undead leaders to take action. The legendary and pseudo-god level undead leaders ran into these six-armed snake monsters with only the strength of silver-level treasure chests, and they could not kill them for a while. They tend to resist the six-armed snake demons, and the real killer comes from the attacks on the chariots. Wei Huan was weakened, but the others were not. Especially the weapons of the 4 chariots were upgraded to level 8, and Wei Huan's main chariot also had a level 9 full-level net casting component, which was the real knife to kill the enemy. Wei Huan was very clear about his current war positioning. As long as he relied on the massive undead to block it, and give the long-range enough output world to prevent them from touching the chariots, the battle would be half won. As for the other half, Wei Huan looked into the depths of the six-armed snake demon camp in the distance, and there was no relaxed look in his eyes. He did not forget that this was a king-level tribe. It was a pity that Wei Huan's strength was suppressed very comprehensively, including the vision of the demon Eye Lord, which could not see too far. He could not find the king level among the group of snake demons. In the convoy, including Jacques, all the team members with vision were arranged to find the king level. Jacques' golden eyes appeared above the snake demon. He sniped the snake demon and searched for targets in the snake group one by one, until he found the snake demon hidden in the snake group, whose body color was the only dark gold. But at the same time, the snake demon also noticed him. The dark gold snake demon suddenly raised its head, revealing its golden eyes that seemed to be exactly the same as Jacques'. While glaring at him, its hair twisted and spread out, the top cracked, and roared at him. "What is this?" When Jacques' heart was turned upside down, his eyes suddenly went black, and he could not see anything. He stumbled back from the war platform and said loudly, "Be careful, it's Medusa, I can't see." "Your eyes. Petrified? Get out of the way, it's just a magic effect. Let me do it. I can dispel it. Get out of the way." Jacques' eyes, which were temporarily blinded, soon regained their sight. He nodded to thank the prayer who treated him, and immediately contacted Wei Huan, repeating, "It's Medusa. Magic can dispel it. I'm fine." Wei Huan replied, "Got it. Take a break and return to the battlefield. No need to rest. I'll be back soon." "You used magic to see it, but you were still blinded?" "Yes, so I have to thank my strength for being sealed. I can't see it." Wei Huan paused and said, "Throw 2 level 7 scrolls into that area." "Okay." After the communication ended, the rhythm of the war returned to normal again. Wei Huan announced, "The king-level enemy has been confirmed. It is Medusa, don't look into its eyes. Remember, the petrified state can be lifted. Once you lose sight, come back immediately. Now let's go!" Finally, the melee fighters, who have been sharpening their knives for a long time, can go out. As the 2 level 7 scrolls dropped by Jacques exploded in the middle of the 6-armed snake monster, the melee fighters joined the battle through the small dog-headed people who had been scattered on the battlefield. The battle became more intense for a while, and the battlefield began to move forward quickly. Soon, the number of six-armed snake monsters was reduced rapidly, and they had to retreat. Mu Zhong suddenly reminded, "Be careful, the king level is about to take action." Wei Huan nodded, and prepared to send the point beast out. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings. The so-called strategy of lower cults against upper cults is obviously not suitable for battlefields, where the enemy situation is unknown. The only way to deal with the situation is the safest. Wei Huan deployed his troops steadily, and showed his last trump card. But before the beast rushed into the battlefield, Medusa took action first. Its body suddenly grew larger, like those giant snake men, with a dark golden body as high as 15 meters. But obviously this is not its limit. When its snake tail exerted force, its whole body jumped up to a height of 25 meters. This height is not even covered by a big bear. The huge body in dazzling gold color, at the moment of appearance, even many melee fighters were warned not to look at it, and Mu Zhong's voice even sounded in the tactical headset at the first time, "Don't look." But human instincts are always uncontrollable. In an instant, many melee fighters suffered, and their eyes were dark and petrified and blinded. "Come back." Mu Zhong spoke hurriedly, and then added, "All come back. Long-range cover. Increase firepower." The melee fighters were well trained, and even if they were in good condition, the axe had already hit the snake demon's neck. All the melee fighters, who heard the order, jumped back into the mouth of the puppy-headed man, and returned to the chariot at the first time. On the front line, where there were swords and shadows just now, there were only six-armed snake demons left. Hundreds of six-armed snake demons roared and searched for the enemy violently. Many puppy men returned directly to the tomb. It is conceivable that if anyone was a step slower, they would have been surrounded by six-armed snake demons at this moment. The melee fighters who came back were surrounded by the praying people at the first time, and each of them enjoyed excessive treatment, and the blinded eyes soon recovered. After the vision was restored, they immediately returned to the team and waited for the second appearance. At this time, the dot beast had already walked towards the group of snake demons step by step, and at the same time, its descendants also rushed towards the snake demons like the waves of the sea. The dot beast met Medusa head-on. What Wei Huan didn't expect was that Medusa's petrification effect actually had an effect on the undead system without eyes, but it was not as obvious as that on living people. The dot beast hit the side of Medusa, and under the hissing of Medusa and its head of small snakes, the white back shell gradually turned into stone gray. But after all, it was a god-level undead leader. Even if its combat power was suppressed, the dot beast was still good at fighting. The back shell hit Medusa's body and knocked her down. At the same time, its tentacles and long feet had already entangled Medusa, and the hooks that grew penetrated deeply into Medusa's body. Even if the toxin could not poison Medusa, the basic corrosion effect still made Medusa difficult to bear. Medusa's originally beautiful dark golden skin was like rust, corroded in bright and dark patches. Medusa screamed miserably, and used all her strength to petrify the beast. Half of the beast's body soon turned into stone, but even if it was stone, it was tightly wrapped around Medusa. The two leaders were inseparable for a while, entangled like two snakes, rolling on the ground. Mu Zhong grasped the opportunity, and sent out close combat again, to assist the crypt beasts in the battle. Su Qingqiang and Brother Chui also took action, and came directly to Medusa's side. With a raised hand, and a fell knife, Medusa's body spurted out black blood. Poisonous. There is some animal poison and snake poison. Brother Chui felt dizzy after a little touch, and withdrew from the battle without hesitation. But Su Qingqiang laughed hee-hee, as if he saw a delicious spicy strip, and rushed forward excitedly. Sky-splitting slash appeared in midair, leaving bloody wounds on Medusa's body. It's a pity that Su Qingqiang ate too much of Wei Huan's undead. Although he is a demon, he has taken a half step into the undead system. He is also suppressed by this world, and can only exert about 70% of his combat power now. Otherwise, he would not have left only some wounds on Medusa with the damage that could kill even a level 9 celestial demon. A mere gold level monster, even in an 8 level world, Su Qingqiang can kill it alone with full buffs. Now he can only cooperate with the point beast 2 against 1, and Su Qingqiang kills while eating. Hee. Ha ha ha. This is the cry of killing and eating happily, which often means that this guy is a little out of control. Fortunately, Su Qingqiang knew that he couldn't eat the beasts. He held back his saliva, and finally climbed up Medusa's shoulders along her back. He looked at her golden neck, and swallowed his saliva. Awooh! The battle ended after 5 minutes. Su Qingqiang bit off Medusa's neck. As Medusa's body disappeared, some melee fighters, who were petrified and blind, naturally got rid of their negative status. They supported each other, smiled at each other, and teleported back to the chariot. Su Qingqiang was full and smiled when he came back and announced, "What suppression? Is it difficult to remove it? I just ate a few bites of spicy strips, and the suppression was lifted a lot. Boss, how about you go down and eat some next time? Wave 1 doesn't have such a strong taste. Undead, something that smells foul, but Su Qingqiang can eat it as a delicious delicacy." But on second thought, it is not surprising that Su Qingqiang relies on eating to relieve the suppression. "How much of the restriction will you release after eating this Medusa?" Mu Zhong asked first. 5%, but it died after eating a few bites, and was taken back after death. If I could eat them all, maybe I could unlock them all. After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, he thought of something. Next time I meet a gold-level monster, I will start eating from the feet. Mu Zhong, Then Mu Zhong asked again, "Can't other levels of undead? If it is silver level, there are a lot of them." Su Qingqiang replied, "No, I'm afraid it can only be gold level or above. The last time you fought a king-level monster, I was scratching my head in the dark source room. If I had known that eating it would unlock it, I would have come out at that time. By the way, what was the last king-level monster? If we look at it today, then the last monster was the god of death?" Mu Zhong said uncertainly. Su Qingqiang was surprised. "Death?" Mu Zhong recalled. It was a skeleton monster wearing a gray cloak. The scythe in his hand had amazing damage, and could be thrown for long-range cutting. The sacrifice team member just couldn't avoid this attack. At that time, we also guessed the type of monster, but because the appearance of the skeleton and the aura of this world were very dark, we couldn't be sure that it was the death god. Mu Zhong paused here and then said, "Although Medusa also looks like a monster, it is a creature that does not exist in the 7th level world. I have an idea. It may be a bit complicated to say, but obviously the 7th level world has a reality. It is a monster or a demon. These should have really existed in the world. Medusa and the god of death are the real legendary beings. No, that's not accurate, or they are a kind of god, a low-level god." Wave 1 nodded when he heard this. Su Qingqiang also said, "The summary is very accurate. I can understand the subtle difference between them. Yes, it is the low-level god who was deified." Mu Zhong said, "So this world should not be just the kingdom of the dead as we thought, but a higher level, or even a world where gods are buried." Wei Huan thought about it and asked, "What kind of god did Ironheart say about the corpse of the god in the 6th level world?" Mu Zhong tilted his head for a few seconds and shook his head. "Authority restrictions, and we also know limited information about this world." Su Qingqiang snorted, "What is there to hide? When we pass the assessment and the opening battle begins, we will know the name of the world and most of the information about this world." After finishing the chat quickly, Su Qingqiang ended the communication and left. He was the melee captain. No team members died in this battle, but there were many injured people, and he needed to deal with them. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were left, and the two chatted again. "We can reach the 80th line tomorrow. Are we going to fight the final boss?" Wei Huan said. "I was still hesitating. Since Su Qingqiang can be unsealed, this battle can be fought. I will open the gold-level treasure chests I encounter in the next 2 days. Single gold monsters are easier to kill than king-level tribes. Su Qingqiang will recover his combat effectiveness sooner, and we will be safer." Mu Zhong asked, "What about you? Is it difficult to unlock?" Wei Huan nodded. He found a way to remove the seal, but as a true death challenger, he was also the most suppressed by this world. That thickest chain cannot be broken in a short time. Even if he melted all the thin chains, the ultimate strength recovery to 40% is probably the limit. There is still time to waste in this world. Wei Huan briefly explained his current situation, and Mu Zhong was called away. The war was over, and there were many chores. Mu Zhong took over all the trivial work, leaving time for Wei Huan to practice. Wei Huan did not waste Mu Zhong's intentions, and soon devoted himself to the lock-cutting plan, repeating it over and over again without getting tired of it. He did not feel bored either. Practice is so boring, always repeating things that have been practiced billions of times, and only by enduring this boredom can you become steel. In the evening of the next day, they successfully passed the 80th line. Mu Zhong found Wei Huan and asked him to arrange for the Ghost Crow to search for the gold-level treasure chest. Now is the 8th day of the highway assessment, and there are still 2.5 days before being teleported out. Not only do we have to reach the end of the level to kill the end boss, but we also have to help Su Qingqiang recover his combat effectiveness. It is really a short time and a heavy task. Wei Huan looked at himself and saw that after a day and a half, he had only recovered to about 33.2% of his combat power. He decided to temporarily put aside his own side and focus on Su Qingqiang's damage. Next, the chariot continued to move towards the end of the level, but if it found a golden treasure chest, it would stop to fight. The first golden treasure chest was lucky, and another Medusa was opened, and it was a Medusa without the cooperation of the tribe. The experienced team easily killed it. Su Qingqiang really started to eat from the tail this time, but it was a pity that before he finished eating the whole tail, Medusa's health bar reached the bottom and disappeared directly from Su Qingqiang's mouth. Fortunately, Su Qingqiang's strength was restored to 80%. Challenge time, around 1 a.m., opened the second gold treasure chest. A ball of red sun rushed out, almost illuminating half of the road world. Then the thing crashed down like the sun, burning everything with high temperature. The earth was swept by flames, and even the soil was burned. Su Qingqiang, who went out with drooling, ran back with a burning ass, and he couldn't eat such a hot thing. Using the maneuverability of the chariot, he dealt with the sun for most of the night, until 5 o'clock in the morning. It was not until its energy was exhausted that its true face was revealed. As everyone guessed, this is a three-legged golden crow, a demon god from the mythology and legend of Yin country. But everyone is not happy. It is also a golden-level monster, but the demon god in the legend of Yin country is so difficult to kill. It is probably difficult to restore Su Qingqiang's combat effectiveness in a short time. After fighting with the three-legged crow for more than half an hour, Su Qingqiang finally found an opportunity and grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. This thing is not big, but it is the size of a big goose, and the black feathers are flowing with flames. Su Qingqiang put the three-legged crow into his mouth, but couldn't swallow it. He spit fire for a long time, like a talent show, and finally swallowed it while blowing smoke. Strength unlocked, restored to 88%. Good news, what did you guess? The full-level arrow tower blueprint. Mu Zhong came to report the good news with a beaming eyebrow. Wei Huan was also very happy, so the chances of winning were greater. Then Mu Zhong said, "It seems that the gods of Yin country are of a higher grade." Wei Huan said, "Even though they are both gold-level monsters, there is still a big gap." That's right, the Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and the mythology of the three kingdoms are all complete and magnificent. This three-legged golden crow is the son of the demon emperor in the Yin country mythology system, and is comparable to the sun god. It must be the ceiling level in the gold level. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he sighed, "We have wasted too much time here, and I don't know if Brother Chan can recover his combat effectiveness." Wei Huan wanted to walk forward and see, but suddenly Su Keqiang sent a message. He appeared on the virtual projection screen of the two at the same time, and said with a beaming face, "Good news, just after the battle, Jacques said he is going to advance."